Lin Feng was once an ordinary worker. His girlfriend, who had been in love with him for many years, became disgusted with his poverty and colluded with her boss Su Kai to betray him. Little did she know that Lin Feng was hiding his true identity. An unexpected coma awakened Lin Feng to a power he had never seen before, the purple sun pupil technique. This ancient secret technique can not only discern the authenticity of antiques, but also penetrate people's hearts and reveal hidden secrets. Lin Feng, who was once despised and bullied, burst out with amazing potential under the pressure of betrayal and injustice. Now, with the flame of revenge and the desire for dignity, Lin Feng rises again. Standing at the pinnacle of destiny, he vows to make those who betrayed him pay the price for what they did. Hi everyone. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Now, let's continue the story. Lying on a hospital bed, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The woman in front of him was Yang Shuyao, the familiar owner of Yang's antique shop, with an angelic face and elegant temperament. She was wearing a black OL uniform, which showed off her slender figure, her skin as white as cream, and her red lips slightly parted. She was simply a beauty on earth. Sister Yang, thank you, Lin Feng said softly, his heart full of gratitude. Obviously, it was Yang Shuyao who took him to the hospital after he fainted. What's wrong with you? I just had a physical checkup, and there's nothing serious. Are you too tired recently? Yang Shuyao frowned slightly and asked with concern. Lin Feng looked down at his body. The scars had completely disappeared, and the pain in his body also disappeared. At the same time, a strange memory suddenly emerged in his mind. The purple sun pupil technique. This is an ancient practice method that can see through objects and even the age of antiques. I can't believe it. This is actually true? Lin Feng was shocked and decided to try out his newly acquired ability. He activated the purple sun pupil technique, and instantly his eyes felt cooler and his vision changed. He could see the patient in another room through the wall, and even clearly see the dust under the bed. Lin Feng, what are you looking at? Yang Shuyo asked buzledly. Lin Feng came back to his senses instantly, only to find that Yang Shuyao's clothes had disappeared, revealing her flawless skin. Lin Feng was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Sister Yang. He quickly looked away, his heart in a panic. It's nothing, maybe I'm just not feeling well. Lin Feng suppressed his inner turmoil and explained in a low voice. His heart was filled with excitement. The memories in his mind were real. He had obtained the legendary purple sun pupil technique, which not only granted him powerful abilities, but also allowed him to find the power for revenge. I must make Su Kai and Chun Qian pay the price. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart surged with anger. Chun Qian, his girlfriend, actually betrayed him with her boss Su Kai, and he was ruthlessly fired by Su Kai and beaten into a coma by a group of hooligans. It was during this coma that he accidentally obtained the inheritance of the purple sun pupil technique. Sister Yang, is that Buddha head a newly purchased antique? Lin Feng tried to change the subject and looked at the Buddha head in Yang Shuyao's hand. Yes, it was recommended by manager Su. It's a Tang Dynasty Buddha head. Yang Shuyao replied, her face full of anticipation. This is impossible. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he said in a deep voice, this is not a Tang Dynasty Buddha head at all. It's a fake. Yang Shuyao was stunned for a moment, then sneered, are you trying to take this opportunity to retaliate against manager Su? This Buddha head has been professionally appraised. How could there be any problem? Lin Feng calmly explained, the characteristics of Tang Dynasty Buddha heads are that they are delicate and light, while imitations are often rough and heavy, and the gold quality of the Buddha heads is also obviously different. The simplest method is to hit it hard to see if the gold quality is consistent. Yang Shuyao was a little skeptical, but she still did as he said. As a result, the golden skin of the Buddha's head was instantly knocked off, revealing the modern craftsmanship of gilding both inside and outside. Yang Shuyao's face changed, and she obviously believed what Lin Feng said. She looked at him in shock, with mixed feelings. It turned out that Lin Feng was not as incompetent as she thought. This seemingly ordinary young man actually hid great potential. Chapter 2, Su Kai's Secret Exposed. Lin Feng, you can actually appraise treasures? Yang Shuyao looked at him in shock, with a hint of admiration and appreciation in her eyes. Lin Feng smiled slightly and responded calmly, I know a little bit. Of course, this was just his humble words. With the purple yang pupil technique, his understanding of antiques far exceeded that of ordinary people. Okay, then I'll deal with this Buddha head first. As for your dismissal, I will investigate it thoroughly. If there is any injustice, I will give you an explanation. Yang Xuyao's eyes were firm, and his tone was full of promise. Sister Yang, I'll go with you. Lin Feng's tone was a little anxious. He was not just trying to clear his name. His inner anger and desire for revenge also drove him to this point. He was dissatisfied with Su Kai and Chun Qian's betrayal, and now he had enough power to make them pay the price. Are you feeling okay? Yang Shuyo asked worriedly. No problem. Lin Feng answered lightly, but he had already decided to take revenge in his heart. Seeing Yang Shuyao's concern, his heart warmed slightly, but the flame of revenge was still burning. More than 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the antique shop and went straight to Su Kai's office. Sister Yang, why are you here? Su Kai saw Yang Shuyao coming and hurriedly stood up to greet her, but when he saw Lin Feng standing behind her, his face immediately changed. A trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng, why are you back? You have been fired, don't you know it? Su Kai sneered, as if he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng again with words. As an employee, you are slacking off and not doing anything. You are really a bore in our antique shop. Su Kai continued to be aggressive, but he was secretly thinking in his heart why Lin Feng was able to appear here intact. This situation made him a little flustered, fearing that Lin Feng would tell Yang Shuyao the whole story and ruin his image in her heart. Where's the security guard? Bring him to me. Su Kai raised his hand to give instructions, but before he could finish his words, he was coldly interrupted by Yang Shuyao. No need for now. Let me ask you, why do you want to fire Lin Feng? Yang Xuyao's tone was cold, and her eyes were as cold as ice. Sister Yang, listen to me. Su Kai was suddenly speechless, not knowing how to explain. Lin Feng had always been conscientious, and there was no reason to fire him. A cold light flashed in Yang Xuyao's eyes, and then she said in a cold voice, Su Kai, did you hook up with Lin Feng's girlfriend, but was caught by Lin Feng, so you got angry and fired him? Su Kai's face suddenly turned pale, and he was unable to justify himself. Yang Xuyao's words hit the nail on the head, making him feel extremely guilty. At the same time, his heart was filled with fear. If Yang Shuyao really knew about this, his reputation and position would be ruined. Sister Yang, these are all misunderstandings. You can't listen to Lin Feng's nonsense. How could I do such a thing? Su Kai hurriedly explained, with a sinister light flashing in his eyes. I will investigate whether it is true or not. Yang Shuyao said firmly, and turned her eyes to the golden Buddha head on the table. Manager Su, do you know that this Buddha head is a fake? Su Kai's heart tightened, but he quickly regained his composure. A fake? How is that possible? I've already asked the senior treasure appraiser to identify it. High-level treasure appraiser? Yang Shuyao sneered and turned the Buddha head over, revealing the traces of gilding. There is no doubt that this was a fake. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Su Kai's face changed, and he was sweating profusely. No, Sister Yang, that treasure appraiser is unreliable. How could he tell? Yang Shuyao had completely understood the truth of the matter and glared at Su Kai. Not only did you do something you shouldn't have done, you even did fake business in the antique shop and defrauded the company's money. Do you know the consequences? Su Kai was completely panicked when he saw Yang Shuyao's attitude. He immediately knelt on the ground and begged in a low voice, Sister Yang, I'm sorry, I was obsessed with money. I was wrong. Please give me a chance. You should leave these words to the police. Yang Shuyao responded coldly, without a trace of pity. Just as Yang Shuyao was about to report the case, Su Kai suddenly lost control and yelled angrily, You all deserve to die. Lin Feng, Yang Shuyao, I'm going to kill you. Su Kai pulled out a knife from his pocket and rushed towards the two of them. Yang Shuyao was horrified, but before she could react, Lin Feng rushed forward without hesitation and kicked Su Kai away. At this moment, Lin Feng was no longer the ordinary young man who was bullied by others, but the successor of the Purple Sun pupil technique who had mastered powerful power. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, and his body was full of strength. He was no longer the person who was at the mercy of others in the past. Chapter 3, Su Kai's Final Madness. Sister Yang, call the police. Lin Feng said calmly, his eyes cold, not even glancing at the fallen Su Kai. Just now, he was indeed angry at what Su Kai did, but after obtaining the Purple Sun pupil technique, his mentality had changed, and he no longer needed to waste his emotions on this pair of dogs and bitches. Su Kai's face was covered in blood, and the fruit knife in his hand fell to the ground. He stared at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with unbelievable anger. Lin Feng, The young man, who was usually timid and afraid of losing his job, actually dared to attack him. But when he heard Lin Feng's suggestion to call the police, he panicked and wanted to resist, but found that he was too weak to break free. Lin Feng had already made plans to make it impossible for him to resist. "Please, Lin Feng, Sister Yang, please let me go. I know I was wrong, and I will return the kickbacks. Sister Yang, even if I haven't made any contributions, I have worked hard over the years." Tears welled up in Su Kai's eyes, and his hands began to unconsciously touch his pockets, as if he was looking for something. Yang Shuyao's heart wavered. After all, Su Kai had worked in the antique shop for many years and had indeed made some contributions. Her emotions were struggling at this moment. Although Su Kai had done something wrong, she still wanted to give him a chance. If he truly repented, perhaps he could be forgiven. "Su Kai, you have done something wrong, so you must bear the consequences," Yang Shuyao said in a deep voice. "If you can reform yourself in prison, I will still employ you after you get out. This is my promise." After hesitating for a moment, Yang Shuyao finally decided to stand firm. She knew that setting an example was the most effective deterrent. If she was soft-hearted, this kind of thing would happen again in the future. Just as she was about to press the alarm button, she heard hurried footsteps outside the door. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and more than a dozen thugs rushed in, holding sticks and knives, and a foul smell filled the air. "You guys!" Yang Shuyao was about to speak, but the leader of the gangsters slapped her phone away and sneered. "You are Miss Yang, right? Do you want to challenge Brother Kai?" Seeing Su Kai being helped up and sitting down, a hint of anger flashed in Yang Shuyao's eyes, but more of it was regret, annoyed at herself for not seeing Su Kai's true face earlier. "Xiao Hu, kill him," Su Kai ordered with gritted teeth, his eyes full of viciousness. Su Hu is Su Kai's cousin and has long relied on Su Kai's protection. Today, he brought a group of thugs to seek revenge. When he saw Lin Feng, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he soon sneered. "Boy, it's you again. I didn't expect you to be able to stand up." At his command, the gangsters rushed towards Lin Feng, brandishing their weapons, their eyes full of hostility. Lin Feng looked at these people without a trace of panic on his face, but a sense of calmness and determination rose in his heart. Today, he would take revenge, and he would definitely deal with it himself. "Sister Yang, don't worry. I will deal with these people." Lin Feng whispered to comfort her, turned around, and stood in front of Yang Shuyao, blocking her behind him. "Lin Feng, be careful." Yang Shuyao felt uneasy. She knew that although these thugs were not very strong, their advantage in numbers and weapons made it dangerous for Lin Feng to face them alone. She didn't want Lin Feng to take risks and planned to let him escape. But Lin Feng smiled faintly and said coldly, "I really don't take this group of scum seriously." His tone was full of confidence, and his eyes flashed with a chill. These people were exactly the targets of his revenge. Today was the time to settle accounts with them one by one. He walked forward quickly with light steps and thunder in his eyes. With each footstep, the tension in the air grew thicker. Chapter 4, Gimme a Chance. Yang Shuyao's eyes were full of worry as she stared at Lin Feng. She knew that although he was very brave, facing a dozen thugs, no one could solve the situation by fighting alone. She was anxious, but she didn't dare to sit back and do nothing. She had to call the police as soon as possible. However, her cell phone had been broken by Su Hu, so she could only use the phone on the desk. But at this moment, Su Kai walked towards her, his eyes full of anger. "You bitch, you still want to call for help?" He shouted angrily, obviously not intending to let Yang Shuyao go. He approached step by step, trying to put pressure on Yang Shuyao. Yang Shuyao hurriedly did get backwards. Although her hair was not grabbed, her clothes were torn open by Su Kai, and her shoulders were exposed to the air. Su Kai stared at her white shoulders, with a trace of evil greed in his eyes. "Don't come over, don't come over." Yang Shuyao retreated again and again, her eyes full of fear. When Lin Feng saw this scene, his face turned cold instantly. After he used all his strength to defeat Su Hu and other thugs, he immediately rushed towards Su Kai. He kicked Su Kai, and he was kicked directly and hit the wall hard before falling heavily to the ground. "Sister Yang, are you okay?" Lin Feng asked with concern, taking off his coat and putting it on Yang Shuyao's shoulders. "I'm fine. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I can't imagine." Yang Shuyao's voice trembled slightly, and she looked at Lin Feng gratefully. She had never felt so protected before, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Lin Feng looked at the fallen Su Kai seriously and said angrily, Su Kai, it's fine if you dare to attack me, but you even dare to threaten Sister Yang. You are really going too far. Su Kai got up painfully, his face full of regret. Sister Yang, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I will never dare to do it again. Chance? I've already given you one chance, but what did you do? Yang Shuyao responded coldly, her eyes firm. I can't give you any more chances now. Just as Yang Shuyao turned around to call the police, Suhu quietly came back from outside, holding a baseball bat in his hand, and hit Lin Feng violently. Yang Shuyao looked back and hurriedly shouted, Be careful. She closed her eyes, not daring to look at what might happen next. But what followed was the sound of iron colliding. Lin Feng had already blocked the blow with the baseball bat in his hand, and then he turned around and punched Suhu hard, making him bend over in pain, with a painful expression on his face. In less than a moment, Suhu fell to the ground and fainted due to the severe pain. Sister Yang, I'm fine. Call the police. We can't let these people go. Lin Feng said firmly. This is a gang. We can't let them continue to do evil. Hearing this, Su Kai hurriedly clasped his fists and begged for mercy. Sister Yang, give me one chance. I really know I was wrong. Lin Feng looked at Su Kai coldly, his eyes like knives. You want to escape? Just as Suhu was lying on the ground, trying to escape, Lin Feng kicked him and made him faint again. But half an hour later, sirens sounded, and the police quickly rushed upstairs and entered the office with weapons in hand. Seeing this scene, Yang Shuyao breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward to press Uncle Zhao's gun. Uncle Zhao, these people are the ones who hurt me. Uncle Zhao put away his weapon and comforted her. Yao Yao, are you okay? I knew something happened here, so I rushed here as soon as possible, although there was a bit of traffic on the road. Luckily, Lin Feng is here, otherwise I really might. Yang Shuyao's eyes were full of gratitude. Especially this person. Uncle Zhao, you must investigate it thoroughly. He is very likely to have embezzled funds from the company. She pointed at Su Kai. Uncle Zhao nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter, and we will investigate your losses. Just then, a woman's voice came from the office door. Brother Kai, what's wrong with you? Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao walked to the door and found that the voice came from Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend Qin Xian. Chapter 5. Have you touched enough? Is it time to let go? Lin Feng looked at Qin Xian coldly, his heart filled with anger. She had stood by and watched him being beaten indifferently, but now she dared to threaten him. It was really chilling. Yang Shuyao also noticed it quickly and realized that the woman standing in front of her was actually Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend. Are you Qin Xian? Yang Shuyao said in a cold tone, looking at the woman lying on Su Kai. Right, now I understand. Qin Xian sneered, her eyes provocative. Lin Feng, you must be the one who came to cause trouble because you don't want to see me and Brother Kai together, right? Her voice was full of threats. When Brother Kai gets better, I will definitely kick you out of here and beat you up. Hearing this, Lin Feng just felt funny and full of disdain. Qin Xian still hadn't seen the situation clearly and dared to threaten him. What puzzled him even more was that she didn't even know Yang Shuyao. Yang Shuyao looked at her coldly. I'm afraid your idea is going to fail. I declare that Lin Feng is the new manager here. Su Kai is fired, and you, Qin Xian, are also fired. We don't need people like you. Qin Xian was stunned after hearing this, then immediately reacted and laughed angrily. Are you an idiot? You are just someone hired for money. I'm not afraid of you, get out. But Yang Shuyao ignored her anger and continued coldly. Lin Feng, I seriously suspect that she and Su Kai are in collusion. After all, her behavior of spending money on luxury goods is unreasonable. Hearing this, Yang Shuyao narrowed her eyes slightly, agreeing with Lin Feng's suspicion. Uncle Zhao, take her back. We need to investigate her role clearly. She ordered Uncle Zhao, who was present. Qin Xian instantly realized that the situation was not good. The regret and fear in her eyes almost made her collapse. Sister Yang, I know I was wrong. Let me go. I will tell you everything. Uncle Zhao directly ordered his men to take Qin Xian away. We don't have time to waste with you. Come back with us and talk. Soon, the store returned to peace. Yang Shuyao turned to Lin Feng and said with a little appreciation, Lin Feng, you are quite capable. The manager assigned by the head office before really buried your talent. Now, you are the manager here, and everything is up to you. Lin Feng nodded, having already made up his mind that the purple sun pupil technique would not only bring him strength, but also allow him to thrive in this world. More importantly, there was a beautiful boss here. How could he let her go easily? Yang Shuyao continued. However, if I need you in the future, you can't refuse. You must be ready to help me at any time. Lin Feng smiled and agreed. Then I will stay here as a manager. Afterwards, Yang Shuyao took Lin Feng to the Human Resources Department to arrange his position change. When they arrived at the Human Resources Department, several employees stood up to greet Yang Shuyao, and the atmosphere was harmonious until Yang Shuyao introduced Lin Feng and Zhou Nana, the manager of the Human Resources Department. Lin Feng, this is Zhou Nana, our Human Resources Manager, Yang Shuyao said with a smile. Lin Feng politely walked towards Zhou Nana, smiled, and extended his hand. Manager Zhou is really good-looking and has a great figure. People in the store are talking about you every day. Zhou Nana frowned slightly and looked at Lin Feng with disdain. What are you talking about? I'm single and my family is urging me to get married, so I have this problem today. She did not respond to Lin Feng's gesture of raising his hand, but instead spoke in a provocative tone. Lin Feng was unhappy, but he just smiled faintly, quietly opened the purple sun pupil technique, and swept his eyes over her body. In an instant, he saw her heart clearly. Compared with Yang Shuyao, Zhou Nana's temperament was not as good as hers, but she also aroused some interest in Lin Feng. Next time I know who it is, I will tell you the first time. Lin Feng replied and turned to leave. Chapter 6. Employees' Admiration. Zhou Nana stared at Lin Feng coldly. She had already decided in her heart that she would not let this man continue to hold the position of manager. Her disdainful attitude made Lin Feng want to challenge her. Although she seemed cold on the surface, Lin Feng knew that her hostility was not without reason. Yang Shuyao finished the story lightly and announced that Lin Feng would take over Su Kai's position. Zhou Nana showed obvious dissatisfaction. Can he do it? There's so many things going on in the store every day. Can he handle it? But Yang Shuyao firmly supported Lin Feng. If it weren't for Lin Feng today, we might have been completely deceived by Su Kai and others. She showed the fake golden Buddha head that had been exposed. Zhou Nana took a look at it. She remained calm on the surface, but she had silently admitted in her heart that Lin Feng's vision was indeed extraordinary. Well, even if he is lucky enough to find out the problem with the Buddha's head today, it doesn't mean that he can be competent in the long term. Although Zhou Nana disagreed, she still reluctantly accepted Yang Shuyao's decision. But you can let him be the deputy manager first and let him take the main position when his ability improves. Yang Shuyao was uncompromising. Lin Feng is the manager from today on. There is no need to argue anymore. You have to work hard for the store and don't let your personal emotions affect your work. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for maneuver. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied, Zhou Nana quietly started to operate the computer, entered Lin Feng's name into the system, and officially gave him the position of manager. At the same time, she also sent text messages to every employee in the store to inform them of the change. Fuck, Lin Feng is now a manager? This is too fast. The employees in the store began to whisper. They were shocked by the speed of Lin Feng's sudden promotion, but they were even more surprised by the support of Yang Shuyao behind him. Everyone knew what it meant to gain the trust of the boss. This kid is a real comeback to be a manager. An employee whispered, fearing that Lin Feng might accidentally hear him. But with Yang Shuyao's support, we have to be more careful in the future. When Lin Feng walked out of the HR department, everyone immediately surrounded him. Manager Lin, please take care of us in the future. Manager Lin, can you help me modify the record of being late that day? Manager Lin, I'll buy you a drink tonight. Thank you for the good luck you brought us. Listening to these compliments, Lin Feng felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Before, he was just a small employee here, and no one paid attention to him. Now that he has become a manager, everyone has changed their attitude and revolved around him. This feeling makes him ecstatic. However, Zhou Nana was staring coldly at the surveillance screen on the first floor at this time, gritting her teeth in her heart. Lin Feng, you can sit in the position of manager, but I will never let you relax. She clenched her fists, with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. Lin Feng sensed Zhou Nana's hostility, but ignored it. He used the purple sun pupil technique to check Zhou Nana's figure, and couldn't help but find that she had a slender figure. The contrast between her temperament and appearance made his heart beat faster. On weekdays, she was indifferent to him, but now, as a manager, he could finally take control of the situation and enjoy the respect and attention that this power brought. At this moment, everything in the store is developing in the direction he expected. His road to revenge has just begun, and Zhou Nana may become a key figure in his next plan. Chapter 7. If you don't want to do this, all of you can leave. As soon as Lin Feng entered the office, he seriously reprimanded the employees surrounding him. Stand up straight. One by one. How will it look if outsiders see you like this? How disrespectful. He swept his cold eyes over everyone, quickly making them restrain their unnecessary courtesy. Lin Feng's behavior shocked the group of employees who were used to treating their superiors casually. They didn't expect that the newly appointed manager would be so strict and would not tolerate any unprofessional behavior. Despite this, Lin Feng felt a subtle sense of satisfaction. He reprimanded the employees on the surface, but in fact, he secretly admired the female employees who dared to approach him. He did not miss any details, especially the angle when an employee put her arm around him, which was a temptation that could not be ignored. Work hard. He coughed lightly, suppressed his inner restlessness, and waved his hand to let the employees return to work. Then, he walked straight to the office, but on the way he couldn't help but turn to a place he had already noticed, the appraisal room. The appraisal room is a very special place. Usually only senior executives can enter. Now, as the new manager, Lin Feng has the right to enter. He pushed the door open and looked around. He was not surprised by the layout inside. The appraisers seemed to be immersed in their work and did not show any special reaction to his arrival. Lin Feng walked over, picked a table at random, picked up an item, and began to look at it. Unexpectedly, the appraiser in front of him frowned and shouted angrily, "Do you understand this? Put the item down, get up and get out of here." Lin Feng was not flustered and said calmly, "I am the manager of this store. All appraisal work must be reviewed by me." He expressed his decision bluntly. "From today on, all your appraisal results must be handed over to me before they can be put into storage." These words immediately caused the appraisers to burst out with dissatisfaction. "Who do you think you are? We have never had such a rule. Why should we change it now?" Lin Feng had a sneer on his face. "Since you are so dissatisfied, then don't do it. If this place is not vacated, how can we make more space for the store?" With a firm attitude, he walked directly to the door, opened it, and made a gesture to ask everyone to leave. There was silence at the scene. No one expected Lin Feng to really dare to do this. Faced with the threat of losing their jobs, no one dared to act immediately. "Manager Lin, it was our fault just now. Please forgive us." An appraiser stepped forward to please. Lin Feng glanced at them coldly and said, "If you really want to stay here, just stay in your position honestly. All the items to be identified must be inspected by me." He ordered without any doubt. Although these appraisers were dissatisfied, they had to return to their respective jobs. Lin Feng activated the purple sun pupil technique and checked the items one by one. Although everything seemed normal, he suddenly stopped what he was doing and found a white bottle. He walked closer to take a closer look and found something wrong with the bottom of the bottle, which was obviously not the genuine product. "Are you trying to pass off a fake as the real thing?" Lin Feng asked coldly, staring at one of the appraisers. "You have received money from the seller, right? Do you know how much loss this will bring to the store?" The other appraisers immediately came forward to excuse him. "Lao Lei has been working overtime recently. He must be tired." "Manager Lin, don't be angry. Give him a chance." Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. "You should rest when you are tired. Since you are so irresponsible, why do you continue to do these things? Do you know the consequences for the company?" His tone was stern, and he would not tolerate any excuses. Facing Lin Feng's severity, Lao Lei's face gradually turned pale, and the other appraisers also lowered their heads, and no one dared to refute. At this moment, Lin Feng used his actions to declare his authority. No matter who it is, as long as it affects the interests of the company, they must be responsible for their actions. Chapter 8: Yang Shuyao's Request. Lin Feng stood sternly in the appraisal room, his eyes sweeping across everyone present like a knife, his voice cold. "I will ask you a few questions now. If you hide anything, I will call the police immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Lei walked out and said calmly, "I resign." "Resign? Do you think that resigning will solve the problem?" Lin Feng sneered, took out his phone, and began to threaten. "Now answer the questions honestly, or I will send the police to take you away immediately." Seeing this, the appraisers around came forward to persuade. "Manager Lin, don't worry. Lao Lei will definitely tell the truth." They obviously didn't want the situation to get worse, and they didn't want to lose this easy job. "Let me ask you, have you ever made a deal with Su Kai?" Lin Feng's eyes were sharp, staring directly at Lao Lei. "Yes, I have had several transactions with Su Kai." Lao Lei did not hide it and nodded in admission. "How many fake goods did you send in?" Lin Feng pressed on. "More than a dozen items. I have records." Lao Lei took out a list from the drawer. Lin Feng looked at it carefully. The list listed a detailed list of counterfeit goods. What did you do? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. Sukai just asked me to do it and didn't let me ask. Lao Lei's answer made Lin Feng frown, but he didn't rush to refute. Lin Feng stared at Lao Lei's eyes for a long time without moving. After a while, he whispered, since you have admitted it yourself and provided evidence, this matter ends here today and you can leave. Lao Lei turned and left without hesitation, and there was silence in the appraisal room. The other appraisers looked at this scene, feeling shocked and uneasy. Lin Feng's intuition told him that these people had always been lazy, and Su Kai's dereliction of duty provided them with an opportunity, but everything would change today. After he left the appraisal room, he walked to the office, picked up his phone, and called Yang Shuyao. Sister Yang, I found some problems involving Su Kai's transactions with counterfeit goods. I have a detailed list in my hand. Yang Shuyao's voice came through the phone, sounding very concerned. Lin Feng, you did a great job. Send me the list quickly. I will have someone deal with it immediately to avoid any possible losses. Sister Yang, don't worry, I'm here. Lin Feng responded confidently. I'll check the appraisal room every day to make sure there are no problems. Okay, keep up the good work. I have something else to do here. Yang Shuyao replied with a hint of certainty in her tone. Lin Feng hung up the phone, edited the text message, and sent the list. He learned that Yang Shuyao's trust in him was growing, and his power in the workplace was growing stronger. In this case, he planned to take everything into his own hands. Thinking about the auction tonight, he had a plan in mind. Manager Lin, there's an auction tonight. Are you free? At this time, Yang Shuyao suddenly appeared at the door of the store, wearing an exquisite evening dress. The slim design further highlights her charming curves. Lin Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Yang Shuyao's beauty made it difficult for him to look away. Yes, Sister Yang, of course. Lin Feng quickly came back to his senses, but he was making a small calculation in his mind, thinking that this auction would not only bring profits to the company, but perhaps he could take the opportunity to seize more opportunities. Yang Shuyao smiled and nodded. I'm a little unsure about going to the auction tonight by myself, so I want you to go with me. Regardless of whether you can get something good or not, I will give you an extra reward that will not be included in your salary. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, thinking of his mother who was still in the hospital and in urgent need of treatment expenses. Sister Yang, can you give me the reward in advance? My mother is in the hospital and needs treatment expenses. Of course, I'll give it to you today. Yang Shuyao agreed without hesitation. Then I'll go with you. Lin Feng responded with a smile, his heart full of expectations for the future. Tonight might be an opportunity for him and Yang Shuyao to further develop their relationship. Chapter 9, didn't you see that it was her who was holding my arm? Outside the hotel where the auction was held, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao got out of the car and looked around the parking lot. Luxury cars were arranged from ordinary to top level, and the Rolls-Royce and Bentley cars in the front attracted all the attention. Yang Shuyao's instructions made Lin Feng nod in agreement, but he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Tonight's auction seemed to be not only a business opportunity, but also a turning point in his life. The two followed the sign to the inspection area. While waiting to enter, Yang Shuyao patiently reminded Lin Feng of the precautions for the auction. Lin Feng kept these words firmly in mind. At this time, a shout came from the back. Yao Yao. Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng turned around at the same time and saw a young man dressed in luxurious clothes approaching. Lin Feng was in sharp contrast with him. The man exuded a strong aura of a rich young master, while Lin Feng looked simple and unpretentious. Qin Yu, what a coincidence to meet you here. Yang Shuyao had a hint of displeasure on her face. It was obvious that she had no good impression of Qin Yu. Lin Feng also became curious. Yao Yao, why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have driven over to pick you up. Qin Yu's smile was full of provocation, and he obviously didn't take Lin Feng seriously. Yang Shuyao responded calmly. Sorry, I came with my boyfriend, so there's no need to trouble you. As she said that, she directly took Lin Feng's arm. This action shocked Lin Feng. Yang Shuyao's body was warm and soft, and she gently squeezed beside him, making him at a loss for a moment. At the same time, Qin Yu's face became gloomy. He looked at Lin Feng with a sneer. Are you your boyfriend? Don't joke. Someone like you is not worthy of Yao Yao. Lin Feng looked down at his clothes and responded calmly. She's holding my arm. What do you want me to do? Qin Yu's eyes were full of contempt. Let Yao Yao go. Didn't you see that it was her who was holding my arm? Lin Feng replied calmly. Qin Yu was furious. You are a loser, and you dare to participate in the auction? Get out of here. Yang Shuyao frowned and counterattacked coldly. This auction is not held by your family. Why should you let him go? Seeing Yang Shuyao's decisiveness, Qin Yu's anger almost burst out. Look at what he's wearing. It's all cheap clothes. How can he be worthy of you? I lied to you? Do I have to lie to you? I'll say it again. We are boyfriend and girlfriend. Yang Shuyao no longer tolerated it. Instead, she pulled her hand away from Lin Feng's arm, gently held Lin Feng's cheek, and kissed him without hesitation. Qin Yu's eyes widened like bells, and his anger almost made him lose control, and his fists clenched. However, he could no longer doubt anything, as Yang Shuyao's direct kiss proved everything. Lin Feng had never expected such a thing to happen, and his heartbeat accelerated, and he was even a little dazed. We are going to attend the auction. I hope you won't disturb us anymore. After saying this, Yang Shuyao took Lin Feng's arm and led him towards the inspection area. Qin Yu stood where he was, staring at their backs angrily, with an endless desire for revenge burning in his heart. After entering the hotel, Yang Shuyao let go of Lin Feng's arm. I'm sorry. That person just kept pestering me. I really had no choice but to use you as a shield. Yang Shuyao had a hint of shyness on her face. She herself had never expected to do such a thing. Lin Feng smiled slightly. It's okay, Sister Yang. I don't feel uncomfortable either. But he was thinking secretly in his heart that Yang Shuyao's kiss, although sudden, made him feel an unprecedented accelerated heartbeat. Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng's smile and suddenly felt that his relationship with her seemed to be closer. After they sat down, Yang Shuyao handed the album to Lin Feng and said, I only trust you tonight. Don't let me down. Her tone was firm, as if testing him. Sister Yang, don't worry, I will never let you down. Lin Feng was full of confidence, but he had already made plans in his mind. Tonight was not only a business competition, but also an opportunity for him to further develop his relationship with Yang Shuyao. Chapter 10. Haven't you heard of the saying, all is fair in war? The atmosphere at the auction was lively. Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao walked into the hall side by side. As they glanced at the luxury cars, they couldn't help but feel an inexplicable excitement. Yang Shuyao's reminder made him more focused. Tonight was not only a business opportunity, but also a time for him to show his abilities in front of Yang Shuyao. When the auction officially began, the host showed the first lot in turn, Zhu Da's landscape painting. Lin Feng glanced at it. A hint of certainty flashed in his eyes, and he said softly, It's authentic, and the value of this painting is tens of millions. Yang Shuyao looked at him trustingly, then raised the sign and bid without hesitation. Number 12, 3,500,000. The host shouted. The atmosphere in the audience was tense, and the number of competitors gradually increased. But in the end, Yang Shuyao successfully bought the painting for 5 million. Congratulations, Sister Yang. Lin Feng congratulated with a smile, and Yang Shuyao generously gave him 10% of the profit, which made Lin Feng secretly happy. This profit was enough to help him solve his mother's medical expenses. However, Qin Yu's face became more and more gloomy. He could not tolerate seeing Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng so close. When the second lot, a vase, was displayed, Lin Feng quickly saw the truth through his pupil technique and told Yang Shuyao without hesitation, last week. Yang Shuyao was shocked and immediately put down her sign and stopped bidding. However, the auctioneers around her were completely unaware and raised their signs to participate. Things from the Shang and Zhou dynasties cannot be easily released, Yang Shuyao said calmly. In the end, the item was sold for more than 10 million yuan, and Lin Feng's words also made those blind bidders pay the price. Next, there was another vase. Yang Shuyao was no longer excited, but Lin Feng whispered in her ear, It's a product of the Song dynasty. After confirming that it was correct, Yang Shuyao breathed a sigh of relief and decided to make another move. Lin Feng silently observed everything in the field. He knew that tonight was not only a competition of business opportunities, but also an opportunity to deepen his relationship with Yang Shuyao. With every auction and every decision, he was constantly proving his ability and gradually won Yang Shuyao's trust. Chapter 11, 10 million reward. The auction reached its climax, and Qin Yu kept an eye on Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao's every move. When Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng sat side by side, Qin Yu became more and more irritated. He couldn't stand seeing Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng so close. Every time he saw them so close, the anger in his heart surged. As the auction continued, the second lot, a Song dynasty celadon glazed vase with pierced ears, was displayed. The starting price was 5 million, a price that made many people hesitate, especially those who did not know how to collect. However, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with confidence, knowing clearly that the true value of this lot was more than that. Although many people could not see the subtlety of it, he had already seen the preciousness of this vase with his Ziyang pupil technique. Sister Yang, don't be anxious, continue bidding with him. Lin Feng reminded Yang Shuyao softly. Yang Shuyao trusted Lin Feng, raised a number plate without hesitation, and started a fierce bidding with Qin Yu. The bidding gradually heated up, and the price quickly soared to 13 million. Qin Yu finally hesitated. He knew that Yang Shuyao had a firm determination and would not give up easily. In the end, Qin Yu chose to give up, and the price stopped at this high level. Congratulations, Sister Yang, for successfully obtaining the Song Dynasty Long Quan Kiln Green Glaze Vase. Lin Feng congratulated Yang Shuyao, feeling secretly happy. Yang Shuyao generously said that she would give Lin Feng 10 million yuan as a reward. 10 million? That's too much, Sister Yang. I just did what I should do. Lin Feng humbly refused, but he knew in his heart that the money would help him solve his mother's medical expenses. As the two were discussing, the auction entered the final round. The host announced the last item, a dragon robe. The scene instantly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on this item. Yang Shuyao was also attracted by this item, but when she saw the dragon robe, Lin Feng's eyes immediately became unusually serious. Sister Yang, this is not what you think. Lin Feng whispered to Yang Shuyao. Yang Shuyao obviously didn't believe it and walked to the front of the stage to make a phone call. You don't have to worry. Lin Feng held her hand and explained softly, this dragon robe is a modern imitation and is not worth anything at all. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Yang Shuyao was stunned for a moment. She had never thought that such a low-quality counterfeit would appear at the auction, and she couldn't help but doubt the organizer. She put down the sign in her hand and decided not to participate in the bidding. On the stage, Qin Yu fixed his eyes on the dragon robe. He knew that this item meant a lot to him. It was not only a work of art, but also a symbol of identity and status. Qin Yu did not dare to let Yang Shuyao snatch it away, and he raised his number plate without hesitation. The auction continued, but Yang Shuyao did not bid again. Lin Feng smiled and comforted her. We have made a good harvest tonight, so we don't need to rush for the last one. Yang Shuyao took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and agreed to Lin Feng's suggestion. In the end, Qin Yu bought the dragon robe at a price far higher than expected. Yang Shuyao felt relieved. Although the deal seemed to be a failure, she knew that she had earned a lot with the help of Lin Feng. Qin Yu's sense of victory might only be temporary. He didn't know that the real winners would be Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng. Chapter 12, it's your turn next. The auction was coming to an end, and the atmosphere reached its peak with the auction of the last dragon robe. Qin Yu bought the dragon robe, which symbolized his status, at a high price of 78 million, and the atmosphere of the scene was shocked. Although other bidders had given up, everyone present knew that no one dared to fight with the Qin family, for fear of offending the powerful family behind them. After the auction, Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng were ready to leave. Yang Shuyao handed Lin Feng a bank card, thanking him for his help tonight and fulfilling the promised reward. Here is your 10 million. Just as Lin Feng was about to take it, he suddenly heard Qin Yu's sarcastic voice from the side. It's useless for you to take it. You don't have the life to spend it. His tone was full of provocation. Yang Shuyao's face darkened, and she immediately stepped forward to block Lin Feng. Qin Yu, don't go too far. I gave you face by not competing with you for the dragon robe just now, and I didn't care about the vase either. Yao Yao, the one who really deserves you is me, not him. Qin Yu approached with a threatening tone. Stay with me. I won't touch him tonight. Yang Shuyao did not give in and said firmly, no way. Even if I die, I will not be with you. Qin Yu was extremely angry, his face twisted, and he almost gritted his teeth. In this case, I will attack him first today, and after I deal with him, I will deal with you. Lin Feng was not afraid. He held Yang Shuyao's hand and said with a smile, don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Besides, how could I be defeated by someone wearing children's underwear? After saying that, he gently moved Yang Shuyao away and walked towards Qin Yu. What did you say? Qin Yu was furious and waved his hand to let the people behind him rush forward. However, Lin Feng's movements were swift and fierce. He counterattacked almost immediately and knocked down the group of people brought by Qin Yu one by one. In less than 5 minutes, all of them were knocked down by Lin Feng, and the ground was full of fallen bodyguards and men. Qin Yu stood aside, his body trembling slightly. He had never expected Lin Feng to be so strong. He thought he was just a harmless loser, but now he realized that he had underestimated Lin Feng. You dare to attack me? Qin Yu's eyes flashed with fear, and he threatened with his identity as the young master of the Qin family. I am the young master of the Qin family. If you dare to touch me, do you know the consequences? Lin Feng didn't care. I don't care what kind of young master you are. I will beat you today. Before he finished speaking, he quickened his pace, stepped on Qin Yu's head, and shouted angrily, "Apologize to Sister Yang." Qin Yu's eyes were red and his whole body was shaking. He couldn't bear it any longer and lowered his head in pain. I was wrong. Apologize to Sister Yang and call her Sister Yang. Lin Feng stepped on Qin Yu's foot harder, forcing him. Qin Yu was in so much pain that he couldn't bear it anymore and finally shouted, "Sister Yang, I was wrong." Yang Shuyao stepped forward and held Lin Feng, saying softly, "Okay, Lin Feng, let's end this matter here. Let's go." Lin Feng loosened his pace, looked at Qin Yu and sneered, "I'll let you go this time, but when you see Sister Yang next time, you have to show some respect to me." He turned around and took Yang Shuyao away, and the car slowly drove out in the night. Qin Yu and his men were still kneeling on the ground, unable to get up for a long time, their hearts filled with humiliation and anger. Chapter 13, If you don't have surgery, your mother's legs will be useless. Lin Feng looked at Huang Yilin's face, and his heart was moved. Although he was more focused on his mother's treatment at the moment, he could not help but be attracted by the temperament of the doctor in front of him. Her glasses added a gentle intellectuality, but without losing the feminine beauty, as if emitting a soothing power. However, Lin Feng quickly withdrew his attention. He did not want Huang Yilin's beauty to distract him from his mother's treatment. He sat down solemnly with a firm look in his eyes. "Dr. Huang, I know the severity of the disease. The operation must be performed as soon as possible. I have prepared the funds and will not delay my mother's treatment." Huang Yilin nodded and continued, "Surgery is the key, but the cost issue cannot be ignored. Even if the funds are sufficient, there will still be a long recovery period after the operation. During this period, the patient's care also needs special attention." "Understand, Dr. Huang," Lin Feng said firmly. "I have prepared the surgery fee, and I will make sure to pay the subsequent care fee on time. Please rest assured that I will make sure that my mother's body can recover." Huang Yilin looked at Lin Feng with a hint of admiration in her eyes. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so decisive, with a look of determination and responsibility in his eyes. "In that case, let's arrange the surgery immediately. You pay the surgery fee first, and I will arrange the relevant matters for the surgery." Lin Feng smiled slightly, took out his bank card, and handed it to Huang Yilin. "Thank you, Dr. Huang. I will do my best to cooperate. Please wait a moment. I'll arrange it right away." Huang Yilin took the bank card and turned to leave the office. Lin Feng sat in the office, feeling a little more relaxed. There was finally hope for his mother's treatment. As for the follow-up matters, he would naturally do his best to deal with them. The scene of today's auction, Qin Yu's threats, and the delicate relationship between him and Yang Shuyao emerged in his mind involuntarily. All of this made Lin Feng feel an inexplicable motivation. He knew that his life was about to undergo a huge change, and behind this was the purple sun pupil technique he had obtained and Yang Shuyao's trust and support for him. Not long after, Huang Yilin returned to the office with some necessary documents. "Mr. Lin, everything has been arranged. The operation will be performed tomorrow morning. As for the follow-up care, you could decide later." Lin Feng stood up, his eyes firm. "Dr. Huang, thank you for your help. Don't worry about tomorrow's surgery. I will pay the surgery fee and subsequent expenses on time." Huang Yilin nodded and smiled. "Okay, Mr. Lin, I will prepare it myself tomorrow morning." Chapter 14, The Beautiful Dr. Huang. Huang Yilin is a dedicated doctor, and the health of all patients is the most important thing to her. Zhang Lan could not continue to stay in the hospital due to arrears, but Huang Yilin allowed her to continue treatment by virtue of her status as the director. That day, Lin Feng took out his bank card and told Huang Yilin that he had collected enough money for the surgery and asked her to arrange for his mother's surgery as soon as possible. Huang Yilin told him that she needed to be re-examined before the surgery and calculate the approximate cost first to ensure that not a penny was wasted. However, Huang Yilin suddenly noticed the blood on the floor of the office, and her heart tightened. She was worried that Lin Feng might be in some danger. After a brief thought, she decided to call the police to ensure Lin Feng's safety. Back in the ward, Lin Feng was comforting his mother with a smile. "Mom, Don't worry, the operation has been scheduled and it will be done soon. However, Zhonglan frowned and questioned, Xiaofeng, tell mom, where did this money come from? Did you do anything improper? Lin Feng hurriedly explained that he was promoted and the money was a reward from his boss, and he did not do anything against the law. Just as the two continued to talk, Huang Yilin walked into the ward with a nurse and suddenly said to Lin Feng, please come out with me. Lin Feng was puzzled and followed her out of the ward and found a policeman standing outside the door. Mr. Lin, there is blood on your shoes. We are worried that you might be in danger, Huang Yilin said with concern. I called the police after I saw the blood. Lin Feng quickly explained that the blood stain was accidentally stepped on when he passed by a beef soup restaurant. However, the police took the bank card from Huang Yilin, saying that it was a card of the Yang family, and asked about the relationship between Lin Feng and the Yang family. Yang Shuyao is my boss, and this card is a reward from her, Lin Feng explained, and took out his phone to contact Yang Shuyao. But the police had contacted the Yang family in advance and confirmed that the bank card did belong to the Yang family. Then, the police began to question Lin Feng. You didn't seem to have that much money before. How did you suddenly come up with so much? Huang Yilin then asked. Mr. Lin, if you got the money through improper means, you can tell me, and I can help you pay for the surgery. Facing the concern of the two, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He realized that Huang Yilin was worried that he had done something wrong, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. Don't worry, Dr. Huang. The source of the money is completely legal, he said with a smile. At this time, Yang Hai and his daughter Yang Shuyao arrived, and Yang Hai explained to the police the source of the bank card, confirming Lin Feng's statement. After the police confirmed that it was correct, they left with the transcript, and the matter was finally resolved. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but he began to plan secretly in his heart. After Zhonglan's operation is successfully completed, he must thank Huang Yilin very much. After all, her care and help made him feel the warmth and support he had never felt before. Chapter 15. All expenses are paid by our Yang family. Lin Feng was dressed in plain clothes, but there was an unknown story behind him. That night, he not only assisted Yang Shuyao in obtaining an unexpected item at the auction, but also solved the collusion problem in the store, which made Yang Hai look at him with new eyes. Yang Shuyao introduced Lin Feng with gratitude, and Yang Hai's eyes were no longer ordinary praise, but a hint of deep interest and curiosity. Is it the bottle you like? Yang Hai asked with a little surprise. He didn't expect that this young man had such vision. Yes, I think its pattern is different from ordinary ones, and the details show its extraordinariness. Lin Feng answered calmly, knowing in his heart that Yang Hai was referring to the Song Dynasty Long Quan Kiln Green Glazed Double-Handled String Pattern Bottle. Young people are indeed very discerning. That's great. Yang Hai smiled, and in his heart he admired Lin Feng's vision and wisdom even more. At the same time, Huang Yilin walked into the office and said with an apologetic smile, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. She apologized with a wry smile. After all, she mistakenly thought that Lin Feng had done something he shouldn't have done. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Dr. Huang, you're doing your job well. It's okay. At this time, Yang Hai also offered to help Lin Feng solve the surgery expenses for his mother Zhonglan, and even planned to arrange for the hospital's top experts to treat Zhonglan. Since you were friends, Yao Yao also mentioned your mother's condition, so I naturally can't just sit back and watch. Yang Hai said. Lin Feng thanked him immediately, his heart filled with gratitude. Yang Hai's generosity made him more determined to give his mother a better life. Huang Yilin also added enthusiastically, I have contacted the expert, and the surgery will be arranged soon. After everything was arranged, Lin Feng and the Yang family transferred Zhonglan to the VIP ward, where all the facilities were very complete. Lin Feng watched quietly from the side, feeling deeply moved. Huang Yilin was also busy handling the patient's affairs, and finally handed her business card to Lin Feng. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. At this time, Zhonglan had settled down. She looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, Xiaofeng, Mom knows that you have worked hard. Now that you are capable, remember to give yourself and our family a better future. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his eyes firm. Mom, we will definitely live a better life, and it will never be like before. His heart was full of longing and hope for the future. Soon after, Huang Yilin's concern once again made Lin Feng feel warm, and Yang Xuyao's help made him extremely grateful. In this strange and warm environment, Lin Feng knew that he should not only strive for the best treatment for his mother, but also take a firm foothold in this city and create a future of his own. The next morning, Lin Feng got up early to prepare for work, but the nurse had already brought him breakfast. He told his mother, "Mom, I'm going to work. Call me if you have anything. Go. And remember, be grateful." Zhang Lan said with a smile, knowing the responsibility and mission her son carried in his heart. "Sooner or later, you will beg me." After leaving the hospital, Lin Feng sat in a breakfast shop and ate a rare, relaxing meal. Compared with the past rush, he ate slowly today, and his thoughts gradually drifted away. After paying for his mother's surgery, he planned to buy a car so that it would be more convenient to travel, and he could also take Zhang Lan to see the scenery of Linhai and enjoy life. After breakfast, he hailed a taxi and rushed to the store. As soon as he entered the store, he saw Zhou Nana, the woman who had always been cold to him. Even so, Lin Feng still smiled and greeted her, but the other party didn't even give him a glance and turned around and went upstairs. Lin Feng watched her back with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Why are you pretending to be noble? One day, you will take the initiative to beg me." After things in the store were temporarily stable, Lin Feng decided to go out for a walk. He walked in the market, casually browsing the items on the stalls. Most of them were fake crafts at first glance, nothing worth seeing. However, when he was about to return to the store, a plate caught his attention. The plate has delicate patterns, and the carvings around it are very fine. Most importantly, it is well preserved without any damage. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he activated his pupil technique to check it out. He instantly confirmed that this was actually a genuine Ming Dynasty product, and the market price would definitely be over $1 million. He tentatively asked the boss, "How much is this?" 300,000. The boss casually quoted a high price. Lin Feng sneered. 300,000? Just this handicraft? It's worth 30,000 at most. You want 300,000? Are you kidding me? After saying that, he pretended to turn around and leave. The boss was indeed anxious and quickly stopped him. "Don't worry, we can talk about the price." After some bargaining, the final price was 90,000. Lin Feng knew that the owner didn't know anything about this thing, and the price would definitely not exceed 10,000. He took out his bank card to swipe it and hurried back to the store with the plate. The stall owner, watching Lin Feng walk away, immediately packed up the stall and moved to another place, fearing that Lin Feng would find out something and come back. When I returned to the store, I ran into Yang Shuyao. She was wearing a sexy camisole top with shorts, and her long legs were wearing high-heeled sandals. She exuded an irresistible charm. "Sister Yang, why are you here so early?" Lin Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His eyes inadvertently swept over her figure, and he sighed in his heart. "My dad asked me to come and learn from you." Yang Shuyao answered with a smile. On the surface, she came to learn, but in fact, she came to see whether Lin Feng was working seriously. After all, Zhou Nana had called to complain, saying that Lin Feng disappeared after punching in. "Sister Yang, you are the boss, so I should learn more from you," Lin Feng said with a smile, and then patted the box in his arms mysteriously. "By the way, I just found a good thing to market. Shall we go up and take a look?" "Good stuff." Yang Shuyao showed a hint of interest. The two of them went to the manager's office together. Lin Feng made a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yang Shuyao. Then he slowly opened the box, took out the plate, and handed it to her. "Take a look for yourself." Lin Feng did not point it out directly, but asked her to identify it personally. Yang Shuyao took the plate, observed it carefully, and finally frowned slightly and said, "The carving craftsmanship is indeed good, but it is a modern imitation." There was a hint of disappointment in her tone. She originally had great expectations for Lin Feng and even thought about taking him to the black market to have a look. Now it seems that she may have overestimated him. After listening to this, Lin Feng raised his lips slightly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Sister Yang, are you sure?" Chapter 17. The store has bought this plate. You name a price. Lin Feng felt inexplicably excited. The plate he bought for only 70,000 yuan could be exchanged for 3 million yuan in one go. Facing this easy income, he was shocked and couldn't help but sigh at the power of the purple sun pupil technique. If he didn't have this magical ability, he might still be worried about Zhonglan's medical expenses today, or even still looking for an unreliable job. Just as he sorted out his thoughts, his cell phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was Xiao He, the teller downstairs, calling. Lin Feng raised his head and looked around. The scene in front of him was very familiar. Xiao He was still that impeccable beauty, with a slender and charming figure and a sweet smile. Although he knew that today's destination was not just work, the atmosphere around him was still full of different temptations. Manager Lin, a customer just called and wants us to come over to his house to take a look at some things. The customer is not feeling well and can't move, but he's an old customer of ours. So can he go? Xiaoyi's tone was apologetic. Lin Feng thought for a moment and replied, "Since you are an old customer, of course you can. Let's go and let the others watch carefully. If you encounter any situation that is difficult to judge, let the appraiser upstairs come over in time." Xiaoyi nodded and led Lin Feng to Gu Qingshan's home. In the antique market of Linhai, the Gu family's reputation as a second-rate family should not be underestimated. And Gu Qingshan himself is also an expert in collection and appreciation. When dealing with such a person, Lin Feng is naturally willing to communicate more. Maybe he can find a profitable business. Soon, they arrived in front of a villa. There were several commercial vehicles parked on both sides of the driveway, with the names of several antique shops on the cars. Obviously, this place has become a place for negotiating prices. Lin Feng's heart moved slightly. This atmosphere was not like that of an ordinary customer visit. Obviously, today's transaction had some unusual meanings. After entering the yard, Xiaoyi smiled and introduced to Lin Feng. "This is Gu Qingshan, my old client." "Hello, Boss Gu." Lin Feng took the initiative to extend his hand and shook hands with Gu Qingshan with a smile. Gu Qingshan motioned for the two to sit down, his eyes revealing a hint of majesty. "Since everyone is here, let's get started." Just as the atmosphere gradually calmed down, several merchants nearby were obviously getting impatient. They exchanged low conversations with each other, and their eyes revealed dissatisfaction. "You came so late, wasting so much of everyone's time." "Who said it wasn't?" A woman glanced at Lin Feng with contempt. Obviously, she was quite unhappy about the postponement. Lin Feng sneered in his heart, but did not show it. These people in front of him were just small characters. The truly valuable transactions were often unexpected. After a while, Gu Qingshan signaled his men to bring up an item. 5 or 6 of Gu's men put an exquisite tripod in the center of the living room. The tripod exuded an ancient atmosphere, and the patterns carved on all 4 sides were lifelike. It was obviously a treasure from a long time ago. Lin Feng saw its value at a glance. Based on the carving craftsmanship, the material and weight of the tripod, the market value of this tripod could reach at least 500,000. Gu Qingshan said calmly, "Everyone, you can start appreciating it." Chapter 18, Gu Qingshan's Test. People from several families stood up and walked forward to check. Lin Feng and Xiaoyi did not stay stunned either. They stood up and followed to check. The carving technique is really good, and the carvings around it are lifelike. This tripod is very heavy, estimated to be 700 or 800 kilograms. The fact that Gu Qingshan's men were able to carry it this far also proved their ability. "Boss Gu, this tripod is quite nice. It can be seen that it should be a product of the Tang dynasty, right?" A man wearing glasses on the left said to Gu Qingshan. "The carving craftsmanship and preservation are very good. The price is definitely worth it." The man with slick back hair on the right tells the price. Only Lin Feng didn't speak. He walked to his seat and sat down. Gu Qingshan looked at Lin Feng, and the people from the other 2 families also looked at Lin Feng. They were all waiting for Lin Feng to speak. Lin Feng turned his head and saw the expressions of the 3 of them. He smiled and said, "This is a modern craft. If you look at it as a decoration, it is indeed very nice to put it in this position." Gu Qingshan was not bothered by Lin Feng's words, but looked at them and said, "Well, you guys make your bids, and the highest bidder wins." When the 1-minute time was up, the man with glasses spoke first. "Boss Gu, you are an old customer of ours, so I won't tell you about the fake price. I will just tell you that we can offer you the highest price, which is 30 million. "Okay, 30 million is very good." Gu Qingshan looked at the man with slick back hair. "How much is your store offering?" "They have 30 million, and we have 35 million. The man with slick back hair made an offer. "No, Boss Gu, this is not fair. They will definitely increase the price I mentioned. This won't work." The man with glasses was unhappy because he knew that the man with slick back hair had deliberately increased the amount by several million. "Okay, the last 10 seconds. You write it down and I'll make the decision." Gu Qingshan thought of another solution for them. This time, both parties agreed. Both parties started writing down the price, and before long, the price was written down and they all took it to Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan picked up the note on the table and took a look at it, then said with a smile, "I'm sorry. I will sell this tripod to them." "Boss Gu, please think about it carefully. We really like this tripod. We'll add whatever they pay." The man with glasses said, "If you want to add, I can add too. We have just agreed on the rules. You have to accept the loss if you're willing to bet. The man with slick back hair looked excited. If I take such a big tripod and sell it, I will definitely make a lot of money. By then, his commission will also increase a lot. Thinking of this, the man with the slicked back hair laughed, as if he had already seen that he would get those commissions. Okay, transfer the money to the same account. We still say the same thing. No returns once sold. Don't come to me for any reason later. Gu Qingshan warned the man with slicked back hair. Manager Lin, this. Xiao was a little puzzled. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but just made a gesture to Xiao He to keep quiet. Seeing Lin Feng's attitude, Xiao He could only shut his mouth. Okay, call your people to come and take it away and transfer the money. You can go now. Gu Qingshan looked at the man with glasses and ordered him to leave. Everyone left one after another, and Lin Feng also wanted to take Xiao He away. After all, they didn't have much use here, and the things had already been sold, so they might as well go back to the store and get busy. Don't worry, Xiao He. Manager Lin, this way, please. Gu Qingshan gestured to the two of them to come in. Coming to the living room, they sat on the sofa. When Lin Feng came in, he had already looked at the layout of the entire living room. It must be said that Gu Qingshan really likes these antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. The sofas in the house are all made of hundreds of years old Wangwali wood. The display cabinets are filled with famous porcelain from various dynasties, and there are many calligraphy and paintings on the walls. Boss Gu is a big name in the antique world. He has so many valuable collections at home. He is really extraordinary. Lin Feng gave Gu Qingshan a thumbs up. Manager Lin, you are too polite. I want to know, how did you know that the tripod was not real, but a modern artifact? Gu Qingshan had a puzzled expression on his face. In terms of carving technology, the carving technology is very good. Although the carving technology in the Tang Dynasty was very good, and there were many famous painters, some details are still relatively rough. As for the tripod, just now, every corner is very detailed, and even some small gaps are handled very well. This would never have been made in ancient times, so I determined it was a fake. Lin Feng expressed his opinion. Amazing, really amazing. Gu Qingshan gave Lin Feng a thumbs up and praised him nonstop. Boss Gu, if you have any questions, just tell me. You're a regular customer of our store. As long as we can help you, we will definitely help you. Xiao He realized that Gu Qingshan had other things to do. Actually, there's no need for you to stay here any longer. You can't help much. Why don't you go back first? I want to have a good talk with your manager, Lin. Gu Qingshan said to Xiao He with a smile, and at the same time he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao He. This. Xiao He was a little at a loss for a moment. Boss Gu, since you're a regular customer of our store, we will do our best to help you if you need anything. But Xiao He is the person who will receive you, and I am here with Xiao He, so I suggest that it is better to let Xiao He stay here. Lin Feng looked at Gu Qingshan and said, although Xiao He can get us some money directly without doing anything now, Lin Feng believes that continuing to stay here will definitely allow Xiao He to obtain more funds. Okay, since you said so, then let's all stay. I want to trade with some foreigners. They have some really good things, but I'm not sure if they are real or not, so I want to find someone to help me identify them. Gu Qingshan told him what he needed help with. Of course you can, but we can't make this trip in vain. Although you are our old customer, one thing is one thing. I can give up everything, but I can't let Xiao He work in vain. Lin Feng said, of course, I won't let you go for nothing. I originally prepared a reward of 5 million. Since there are two of you now, I will give you 5 million and Xiao 500,000. How about that? Gu Qingshan told them the remuneration. Okay, since Boss Gu said so, we definitely won't have any second thoughts. Of course we agree. Xiao He agreed immediately. After the discussion, they left Gu's house and headed towards their destination. The transaction took place in the conference room of the Dihao Hotel. After entering the conference room, Lin Feng and Xiao He stood behind Gu Qingshan, and several appraisers sat beside Gu Qingshan. Gu, are you so cautious? Are you suspicious of us? The other party looked at Gu Qingshan and asked, Charlie, you misunderstood. These are my appraisers. You have seen them before. These two are my friends. They just happened to come to see me today. I couldn't just leave them alone, so I brought them here with me. Gu Qingshan explained with a smile. No matter how many of you come, I have no problem with that. Just go and have a look. Charlie winked at the person next to him. Chapter 19, It's All Fake. The man brought the box and placed it on the table, then opened it and pointed it at Gu Qingshan and the others. Several appraisers beside Gu Qingshan started to look directly. Lin Feng couldn't see anything from his position, so he could only stand in the back and wait. Only after these appraisers have finished looking at the things can he see what they are. Several appraisers exchanged items in their hands. It was at this time that Lin Feng saw what they were holding in their hands. When he saw these things, his face became serious. These things were all national treasures, and the carvings on them were very good. They should be one-to-one replicas, and with the aging technique, these things were no different from the real ones. It took about half an hour for the appraisers to finish looking at the items in their hands and place them neatly in the box. Boss Gu, these are all genuine, an appraiser said to Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan turned his head to look at Lin Feng behind him, and Lin Feng shook his head slightly to show his attitude. Charlie, we've been friends for so many years, and you cheated me with fake goods? Gu Qingshan looked at Charlie and asked. In the current situation, Charlie will definitely not let it go if I don't make things clear. Speaking directly and clearly can also avoid a lot of trouble. What did you say? They're all fake? These appraisers are all your people, and they all said they were authentic, but you said they were fake. Charlie started laughing. Several appraisers didn't quite understand what Gu Qingshan meant. They've already said that this thing is real, and now Gu Qingshan says that this thing is fake. Doesn't this mean that he doesn't believe them? Manager Lin, could you please tell them what the problem is with these things? Gu Qingshan looked at Lin Feng and made a gesture of invitation. Then I'll give you some general knowledge. Lin Feng walked to the table, opened the box, and took out the first item, a Tang Sankai horse. Look carefully, this horse is not as strong as the Tang Sankai horses, and it doesn't have that kind of majesty, especially the lack of spirit in its eyes. The aging technique is very good, and is a one-to-one replica of a fake. Lin Feng pointed out the problem with the Tang Sankai horse. It's funny to say that. I've seen something exactly like this before. It had a very good luster and no impurities at all. It was exactly what colored glaze should look like. But this one, the lines around are not very detailed, and there are even spliced lines. Do you think this can be real? Lin Feng pointed out the problem with the second thing. After hearing what Lin Feng said, several appraisers came up and started to look at the thing. Sure enough, one of the lines showed signs of splicing, and it was not a natural formation. This proved that this thing was not authentic. Now none of them have the same strong aura or confidence as before. Now they regret very much what they said. Do you still need to continue watching? Lin Feng looked at the last thing and asked. The last item is a wine jar, the prototype of which is an imitation of the wine jar of the Qin dynasty. There is nothing wrong with this. Lin Feng could tell that it was fake because of the help of the Zi Yang pupil technique. Charlie, I trust you very much. I didn't say anything just now just to give you face, but I didn't expect you to break the casserole and ask the truth. Gu Qingshan shook his head gently. Gu, this is my fault. I apologize to you. I don't want any of these things anymore. I will definitely find the person who sold them to me and make him pay the price. Charlie looked at Lin Feng and said, your abilities are very good. Would you consider coming to my country with me? I will let you give full play to your abilities. I will go, but not now. Lin Feng replied. You're welcome anytime. Charlie said with a smile. Boss Gu, this is all our fault. We just don't have good eyesight. Luckily, we have this young friend here. Otherwise, we would have made a big mistake. Please forgive me, Boss Gu. We are not capable enough, and we will definitely increase our learning. Those people quickly admitted their mistakes. Do you think an apology is enough? How much money would I have lost if Manager Lin hadn't been here today? I want to talk about what happened today. I'll see how you perform in the future. If you continue like this, there's no need to do this job anymore. Gu Qingshan's voice was cold. After hearing Gu Qingshan's words, those people didn't dare to be stunned. They agreed and left quickly. Gu Qingshan turned his head and looked at Lin Feng, who was standing beside him. Little friend Lin, today is all thanks to you. This is what you deserve. Lin Feng looked at the check that Gu Qingshan handed over. Gu Qingshan had already given him the reward before, so why did he give him again now? If it weren't for you, I would have been cheated just now. So you must accept this. If nothing else, even if I, Gu Qingshan, one of your friend, I hope you, Lin Xiaoyu, will accept me. Gu Qingshan said with a serious expression on his face. In that case, I'll take it. If you have any questions, please feel free to call us anytime and anywhere. We will do our best to serve you. Lin Feng put the check into his pocket. No problem. With an expert like you, my antiques journey will definitely be smooth sailing. Gu Qingshan burst into laughter. When they came out of the hotel, Lin Feng and Xiao He did not leave with Gu Qingshan. After seeing Gu Qingshan off, the two of them drove back to the store. Manager Lin, I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Do you have time? On the way, Xiao He suddenly put her hand on Lin Feng's leg, her eyes full of desire. Looking at Xiao He's expression, Lin Feng was a little puzzled. What did it mean? Was Xiao He thinking about those things? He looked down at Xiao He's hand and his heart beat faster. I want to go too, but I have to go to the hospital tonight to visit my mother. I can't go with you. I'm sorry. Lin Feng rejected Xiao He's invitation. He doesn't have such an idea for the time being. He just wants to feast his eyes for the time being and do those things properly when the opportunity comes one day. Then don't refuse the next chance, Brother Feng. Xiao He lowered her head and said shyly. Not long after, they arrived at the store door, stopped the car, and went into the store talking and laughing. But after entering the store, Lin Feng felt that the atmosphere here was not very good. There was a worried look on everyone's face. What happened to you? Did anything happen while we were away? Lin Feng looked at everyone and asked with a smile on his face. Seeing Lin Feng, the shop assistants immediately came over and pulled Lin Feng to the corner. Manager Lin, please leave first. Those people are here to cause trouble. They are aggressive and have bad intentions. If you let them see you, the consequences will be disastrous. Sister Yang is already fighting with them. I just heard them arguing. You can't go up there. The employees spoke with cautious expressions on their faces. Chapter 20. If I am right, you apologize to Yang Shuyao. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked up at the office. Someone is causing trouble, and he is arguing with Yang Shuyao. Could it be because of the tripod? Impossible. It was a business fight. They stole something themselves, and if they found out it was wrong, they can only blame themselves for their poor eyesight. Not this. But what else could it be? It's related to him, and also related to Yang Shuyao. Okay, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Lin Feng patted their arms gently and said with a smile, Manager Lin, come back. You can't go up. The employees shouted softly. Lin Feng turned around and waved to them, signaling them not to worry, and went straight upstairs to the office. When he reached the corner of the stairs, Zhou Nana appeared in Lin Feng's sight. Manager Zhou, you are so free. Lin Feng greeted Zhou Nana with a smile. What are you doing? Zhou Nana frowned. Go to the office. I'm the manager. Of course I have to go back to my office. Lin Feng said as he walked towards the office. You can't go. Yao Yao's second uncle is here. They are here to cause trouble. If you go up now, it will only make the situation worse. Zhou Nana stood in front of Lin Feng. At this moment, Zhou Nana was very concerned about Lin Feng, and Lin Feng himself could feel it. Manager Zhou, Lin Feng, have never been a timid person, let alone the kind of person who hides behind a woman when something happens. Since this matter was caused by me, I have to come forward and solve the problem myself. Lin Feng's voice was firm. He pushed Zhou Nana's arm away and walked toward the office. Looking at Lin Feng's back, Zhou Nana frowned slightly. She had some prejudice against Lin Feng before, but at this moment she felt that Lin Feng was a responsible person. Entering the office, Lin Feng saw several people sitting on the sofa. He didn't know the man and woman, but he knew Qin Yu, who was sitting on the sofa alone. Qin Yu sat here with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Anyone could guess from his attitude that today's incident had something to do with him. Why are you here? Can't you see we are talking? Get out. When Yang Shuyao saw Lin Feng, her expression instantly became serious, and there was some worry in her eyes. Sister Yang, I'm the manager here. I can't escape responsibility for anything that happens here, and this incident should be directed at me, right? While speaking, Lin Feng deliberately looked at Qin Yu. Haha, you really can't leave. Qin Yu turned his head and looked at the two elders sitting beside him and said, Second uncle, little aunt, this is Lin Feng who defrauded Yao Yao of 10 million. What kind of scam? Qin Yu, are you crazy? They helped me. How can it be a scam? Yang Shuyo asked coldly. Helped you? What would he do to help you? Besides, Yao Yao, think about it carefully. Would I harm you? For such a long time, everything I have done is for you, so that we can be together in the future. You have to know my good intentions. Qin Yu was a little nervous. Upon hearing this, second Uncle Yang Tao showed a serious expression on his face. He slapped the table, pointed at Lin Feng, and shouted, Boy, you dare to deceive even our Yang family. I think you are tired of living. Take out the money and get out now. That's right. Take out the money now. This matter ends here. If you don't want to, you can't leave. Sister-in-law Yang Zhen suddenly got angry and smashed the cup on the table to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the office door opened and more than a dozen bodyguards came in. Seeing these people coming in, Yang Shuyao showed a worried expression on her face. She was about to speak when suddenly a big hand grabbed her hand. She looked down and saw that it was Lin Feng's hand. She looked at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng nodded slightly to indicate that she should not worry. Lin Feng walked up and stood in front of those people. You said that I defrauded Sister Yang of 10 million. How can you be sure that I am a fraud? What was that thing you bought at the auction? How much is it worth? You want to take away 10 million yuan in reward. You are a little too cruel. Yang Tao had a serious expression on his face. That's right. We asked someone to look at it. It's worthless. What status does our Yang family have in Linhai? How can we raise our heads to face others in the future with that thing? Yang Zhen was equally angry. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. These people really didn't know anything and were just talking nonsense here. If they understood that thing, if they found a regular appraiser, this would definitely not have happened. Of course, Qin Yu's instigation was definitely behind this matter. Qin Yu's purpose was nothing more than to make him leave Yang Shuyao so that Qin Yu could occupy Yang Shuyao himself. Lin Feng would never let Qin Yu succeed. How about this? Real gold is not afraid of fire. I said this thing is a national treasure. I don't know what kind of appraiser you found, but why not find the most authoritative appraiser to come and appraise it? If I'm right, you apologize to her. After all, your behavior today has seriously affected the business of the store. But if I'm wrong, I'm willing to bear all the consequences, even if you send me to jail for fraud. Lin Feng's expression was calm. Okay, since you said so, I'll give you this chance. If in the end the thing is not as valuable as you said, I will make you regret appearing in this world. After Yang Zhen finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. And, second uncle, I know you are very unhappy with me running this store, but I believe in Lin Feng. I believe in my staff. If there are any problems, I am willing to bear all the consequences. I am willing to resign from here directly. Yang Shuyao's voice was firm. It was she who dragged Lin Feng to the auction in the first place, and she was the one who promised to give him the 10 million yuan reward. If any problems occurred, she would definitely not be able to evade responsibility. At the very least, Lin Feng cannot be left to bear the burden alone. After all, Lin Feng still has a mother to take care of. Okay, then it's settled. Call and ask the appraisal office to come over. Yang Tao's face showed excitement. It looked as if he had already seen Yang Shuyao leaving here. He should have taken over this shop in the first place, but Yang Hai asked Yang Shuyao to train herself and took it away directly. He has always kept this matter in mind and has never forgotten it. Now that he has a chance to regain the store, he will definitely not give up this opportunity. After acquiring the store, the next target will be the Linhai Yang group, which is the entire Yang family. Yang Shuyao was also very clear about what they were thinking. Coming here to find Lin Feng was a small matter, but the real purpose was to take away the shop. In that case, she would give them a chance. As long as they can win the bet this time, they will have no more nonsense to say in the future. Don't send the appraiser over. I'll find someone. The person you found last time was considered a fake, which proves that the person you found was incompetent. In that case, I'll find someone. Yang Shuyao took out her cell phone and made a call. Chapter 21. If there's a problem, pack up and leave immediately. To do this business, you must know some appraisers and some reputable antique experts. Now is the time for those people to come out. Okay, I'll give you this chance, but let me be frank with you. If there's something wrong with this thing, don't say a word and pack up and get out of here right now. Yang Tao said in a firm voice. Don't worry, Yao Yao. If you can't be the boss here in the future, I will open a new store for you. If you stay with me in the future, I will make sure you don't have to worry about food and drink. If you can make money, then make money. If you can't make money, we can just rest at home. Mainly, I want you to recognize the people around you. Qin Yu said with a smile. When did I ever promise to be with you? Stop being so self-righteous. Even if all the men in the world died, I would never be with you. Yang Shuyao's voice was firm. They sat in the office waiting for nearly an hour until the appraiser Yang Shuyao found arrived. Yang Shuyao went downstairs to greet them, while Lin Feng and others sat in the office waiting. Boy, I'll give you 1 million. This thing is fake, and you'll still be the manager here in the future. What do you think? Yang Zhen suddenly spoke up and tried to win over Lin Feng. Yes, all you want is a job. I can give you the job and I can give you a raise, but this thing has to be fake. Yang Tao followed up with this. Haha, what's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true. This thing is real, it can't be fake. Lin Feng sneered twice and didn't give the two men any face at all. If you don't know how to cherish the opportunity given to you, then don't blame them for doing that to you. Qin Yu's voice was cold. He had already made arrangements. As long as the authenticity of the thing was determined today, he would immediately send people to take action. All the people nearby were experts from his Qin family. He was not Lin Feng's opponent before, but this time he would definitely not let Lin Feng escape, let alone give Lin Feng any opportunity to take advantage of. Not long after, Yang Shuyao brought the appraiser into the office. Yang Shuyao sat on the sofa with the appraiser. Qin Yu, Yang Tao, and Yang Zhen recognized at a glance that the appraiser was Mr. Shi, the most capable appraiser in Linhai. Mr. Shi, I never thought that this girl would find you. But it's okay this way. Mr. Shi, we have great faith in your ability. We believe that you can give us a fair and just result. That's right, Mr. Shi. No matter what the result is today, our Yang family will reward you. Yang Zhen and Yang Tao greeted Mr. Shi with a smile. The reward is not important. What's important is that I can see good things. Miss Yang just said on the phone that it's a good thing. It's a rare national treasure, so I came here. I hope I won't be disappointed. Mr. Shi smiled and looked at Yang Shuyao and said, Don't worry, Mr. Shi. I will never let you down. I'll go get something and show it to you now. After Yang Shuyao finished speaking, she stood up and walked out of the office. In just 1 minute, Yang Shuyao returned to the office with a box in her arms. The box contained the Song Dynasty Long Quan Kiln Green Pomelo double-handled string pattern vase that Lin Feng had seen at the auction last time. After seeing the bottle, Mr. Shi took it out and started looking at it. When Mr. Shi first looked at it, he thought it couldn't be the real thing. After all, if this thing was real, it would be a national treasure. Things of national treasure level could not appear here. But gradually Mr. Shi changed his mind. This thing is not fake, it is very real. He took out a magnifying glass and looked at it carefully, not missing any corner, and even turned on the light to look inside the bottle. Mr. Shi, this bottle was selected by my niece with the help of an unprofessional appraiser. It is definitely not a good thing. Mr. Shi, just tell us the result. We can accept it, Yang Tao said with a confident expression on his face. He didn't believe that this thing could be real. Mr. Shi was watching it so carefully, he must have seen some flaws or problems. That's right, Mr. Shi. Just tell us directly. We already have a standard in mind. We have also asked an appraiser to take a look before, but we don't have the ability to confirm that this is authentic. You are the real authority. If you say it is fake, then it must be fake. Yang Zhen followed up. Mr. Shi did not answer them and continued to look at the bottle. Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao stood at the back. Lin Feng's expression was calm, but Yang Shuyao's expression was full of worry. She was not sure whether the item was real or not. There were so many capable people at the auction at that time. If this thing was real, there would definitely be a lot of people bidding and buying it, but at that time not many people bid. But when she looked at Lin Feng, who was standing next to her, she saw the calm expression on Lin Feng's face, which made her doubt whether this thing was good or bad. Okay, I've seen it. Ms. Yang, they just said that you found an appraiser to help you buy this thing. Can I meet this appraiser? Mr. Shi looked at Yang Shuyao with a serious expression and asked, Yao, I told you that this thing is definitely not real. You didn't believe it just now. Do you believe it now? Old Shi is already unhappy. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to him? Of course, we are willing to give you a chance for what you just said, but he must pay a price. Yang Tao pointed at Lin Feng and said in a firm voice, Mr. Shi, don't be angry. If this thing is not real, then forget it. We don't dare to dream of such a precious national treasure. It's just that we were defrauded. My niece paid 10 million yuan for the appraisal fee of this thing. It's really too much of a loss. We, the Yang family, are in this business. We were cheated, and we have no place to put our face. Yang Zhen had a look of disappointment on his face, but he was very happy in his heart. Listening to what Yang Tao and Yang Zhen said, Yang Shuyao felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She was also worried that this thing was not real and that there was something wrong with it. If there's really a problem, the consequences for Lin Feng will be disastrous. At that time, not only will Yang Tao and Yang Zhen deal with him, but even her father Yang Hai will definitely not let Lin Feng go. Including Qin Yu, who is standing here, he will definitely be the first to stand up and target Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng with concern. Ms. Yang, don't worry. I'm just asking. I haven't said whether this item is real or fake, so you can feel free to tell me who the appraiser who selected this item for you is. Mr. Shi said with a smile. Chapter 22. Shi Lao's solicitation. Although he didn't know what happened here, he could tell from the situation at the scene that it must be Yang Tao and Yang Zhen who threatened Yang Shuyao. Mr. Shi, I chose this thing and I looked at it. Lin Feng took the initiative to step forward. No matter what the result is, as a man, he must take the initiative to bear the consequences. What's more, he used the pupil technique to see this thing. Human eyes may not be able to see it, but the inherited pupil technique cannot be fake. If Mr. Shi cannot confirm whether this thing is real or not, he can only find a more authoritative person to check it out. What's your name, young man? What do you do for a living? Old Shi took the initiative to extend his hand to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I usually work in this store. I'm the manager here. Lin Feng said his name. Mr. Shi, please don't get involved with people like him here. He knows nothing and is just a swindler. As long as you tell us that this thing is fake, we will take direct action against him. We will definitely not let him go out and continue to harm others. Qin was a little impatient. He really couldn't understand what was so good about Lin Feng that Old Shi treated him so politely. Who told you this thing is fake? Who told you this guy's a fraud? Shi Lao looked at Qin Yu, who was standing behind him, in a serious voice. As soon as these words came out, there was some light in Yang Shuyao's lost eyes. She hurriedly asked, Mr. Shi, what do you mean by that? Do you mean this thing is not fake, this thing is real? Lin Feng did not make a mistake in choosing it. That's right, the young man has a very good eye. He was able to pick out an item of national treasure level. Ms. Yang, I came here today to help you identify the case. I have no other ideas, but now I have an idea. I want this young man. Let him come in my place. Based on his ability, I believe he will be able to perform very well in my place. Old Shi stated his request, and his hand was holding Lin Feng's hand all the time without letting go. He is old now. He can't do whatever he wants like when he was young. Now he is old and can't do anything. He needs to find someone who can inherit his mantle and someone who can inherit everything from him in the future. For such a long time, he has not found a suitable target, but now Lin Feng is a very good choice. Because if you take a close look at this song, Dynasty Long Quan Kiln Green Glazed Double-Handled String Pattern Bottle, you will definitely think it is not real. After all, it is impossible for something of national treasure level to circulate outside. But when you look closely, the small details on this thing show that it is real, and the details in the bottle also show that this thing is not fake. Most people don't have such vision, let alone such a serious attitude. But this Lin Feng is different. He can see this and can be so sure about it. This proves that Lin Feng must have his own abilities. What did you say? Old Shi, are you saying this thing is real? Is it a national treasure? Yang Tao and Yang Zhen were both stunned. They came here just to force Yang Shuyao to give up her position as shop owner, just to get everything from the Yang family step by step. But they didn't expect that this thing is real now, so they feel ashamed. All their initial calculations also went wrong at this moment. Of course it's true. If you don't trust my identification skills, you can find someone else. Just now you said you have already found someone to look at it, right? Who do you think has better abilities, theirs or mine? If you have identified those people, then I have nothing to say. Shi Lao said with a serious expression on his face. After hearing this, Yang Tao and Yang Zhen certainly didn't dare to say anything more. In Linhai, if Mr. Shi said something was real, no one would dare to stand up and resist, because Mr. Shi had never been wrong about anything. If they insist on speaking, they may even end up getting themselves into trouble. Of course we want to believe Mr. Shi. There must be something wrong with the person we're looking for. I really didn't expect that Yao Yao would find such a powerful helper. We are just too blind. Yang Dao quickly replied. Qin Yu clenched his fists. He had originally wanted to give Lin Feng a good beating after he was exposed, but looking at the current situation, all his arrangements were useless. However, he never expected that Lin Feng's ability was so powerful. It's great, this stuff is real, it's real. Yang Shuyao was very excited. She threw herself into Lin Feng's arms and hugged him tightly. Lin Feng was a little at a loss for a moment, with his hands suspended in the air. Uncle, Aunt, don't forget what I told you. We'll meet tomorrow night. After saying that, Qin Yu turned around and left without staying here for even a second. Second uncle, little aunt, now that Mr. Shi has said that this thing is real, what else do you have to say? With so many of you guys here, I seriously doubt whether you have any other ideas. I'm wondering if I should call my dad. Yang Shuyao took out her cell phone and pretended to call Yang Hai. Yang Shuyao certainly couldn't suppress these two people by herself, so she could only ask Yang Hai for help. The two of them had always had other ideas, but they didn't dare to show them in front of Yang Hai. No, we were just worried that you would be deceived. Now that you haven't been deceived, we have nothing to say. We're leaving first. Goodbye, Mr. Shi. Yang Tao waved his hands to refuse, and when he left the office, he glanced at Lin Feng viciously. Now he has no way to make Lin Feng pay the price, but when he has the chance, he will definitely not let Lin Feng have an easy time. Yang Zhen also left closely behind. After they left, the office instantly became quiet, and the atmosphere became much better. Little friend Lin, I'm not kidding you. What I said is true. Your ability is the best among all the young people I've seen. I'm old and I need someone to inherit my legacy, and you are a very good choice. As long as you are willing to come to me, I will definitely give you the best treatment and make you a well-known figure in Linhai in a short time. Mr. Shi invited Lin Feng again. When Yang Shuyao heard this, a worried expression appeared on her face again. If Mr. Shi offered some other conditions, she wouldn't worry at all and wouldn't need to think too much about it. But the condition he offered now was to let Lin Feng inherit his mantle, and no one could refuse such a condition. Especially for an appraiser as high and mighty as Mr. Shi, no matter how many people wanted to follow him, he wouldn't even look at them. Now that Lin Feng has this opportunity, how could he give it up? Chapter 23, I'll pay 500 million. Lin Feng, if you want to go, I will definitely support you with all my strength. After all, people go to high places and water flows to low places. The conditions that Mr. Shi offered you are very good. I'm willing to support you. Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng and said seriously, "No need, Sister Yang. Since I am your employee here, I will always be your employee. I will never leave here." Lin Feng looked at Old Shi and said with a firm expression on his face, "Old Shi, Sister Yang has been very kind to me. If Sister Yang hadn't brought me with her, I wouldn't have been able to attend any auctions, and I wouldn't have been able to see this national treasure-level vase. So I still want to stay with Sister Yang. Good boy. It's a good idea to repay the kindness you have received. I support you. Then I have a request. If I need your help in the future, you must agree to help me and cannot refuse. In addition, we will reserve a manager position for you at our Shi family antique company anytime and anywhere. You can go there whenever you want." Old Shi patted Lin Feng's arm gently and praised him. "Thank you, Mr. Shi. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely go." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "Okay, now that we've finished talking about this matter, it's time to talk about other things. Ms. Yang, this is a Song Dynasty Long Quan Kiln Green Glazed Double-Handled String Pattern Bottle. This thing is very valuable and is a national treasure. My company has a lot of bottles in its collection, but this is the only one that is iconic. I hope, Miss Yang, you can give up this thing and give it to me." Mr. Shi stated his other request. "Mr. Shi, I really want to sell it to you, but you see my store also needs something. This will attract more people to my store and make more people believe in the things in my store. Yang Shuyao Politali de Tlinet. If this national treasure level item is displayed in their store, it can prove that the things in their store are not simple. In the future, many people will definitely come here to buy things, but if we just give them to Mr. Shi, it won't be of any use. Understand what Miss Yang means. When I return, I will issue a notice in the name of our Shi family to guarantee your store. Then many people will still come to buy things from you, and I will also emphasize that this bottle came from you. You can only attract people who come to the market if you put it here, but if I make such a notice, you must know very well what the result will be." Mr. Shi suggested a solution. Yang Shuyao was in a dilemma. She didn't want to sell the things, but she still wanted to have customers. It was impossible for her to have both. After thinking for a while, Yang Shuyao said, "Okay, let's do as Mr. Shi said. With Mr. Shi helping us advertise, many people will definitely come to our store, and our business will surely flourish in the future. Thank you very much, Miss Yang, for letting me go with such a heavy heart. That's the price I can offer." Shi Lao held up 5 fingers and said calmly, 500 million. 500 million. Yang Shuyao widened her eyes and forced herself to suppress the excitement in her heart. After all, it only cost more than 10 million to buy it, and now it can be sold for 500 million. What does this mean? It is a profit of dozens of times. If Miss Yang doesn't want to, I can continue to increase it. I don't look at the price of this thing. It's mainly because it's iconic. That's the meaning of collecting," said Mr. Shi. "Okay, since Mr. Shi said so, then let's do as Mr. Shi said. That's 500 million. Yang Shuyao nodded and agreed. Then both parties started transferring money and conducting transactions. After all the transactions were completed, Mr. Shi took the things and left. Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao personally saw them off. "Young man, I am disappointed that you didn't come with me today. Let's work together next time if we have the chance." Mr. Shi was sitting in the car and did not forget to talk to Lin Feng. "No problem. If there is a chance in the future, I would like to work with Mr. Shi. This is the opportunity given to me by Mr. Shi, and it is my luck." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Then Mr. Shi's driver drove away, and Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng waved goodbye to Mr. Shi. "That's great. Lin Feng, you are really amazing. I am now very glad that I listened to you and did not refute your opinion. If I hadn't listened to your advice, I would regret it now. Yang Shuyao was so excited that she threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Sister Yang, I am your employee and you're my boss. As an employee, I must share the burden for you. If you really want to thank me, why not give me your body? Lin Feng felt the softness of Yang Shuyao and joked. We just sold 500 million yuan, so I will transfer you another sum of money. This is the benefit you deserve. Yang Shuyao decided to give Lin Feng some benefits. After all, Lin Feng had just rejected Mr. Shi's invitation. Lin Feng trusted her so much, and she couldn't let Lin Feng down. Lin Feng still wanted to refuse. After all, the 10 million he had given before was already a lot. He had never earned so much money in all these years. But before Lin Feng could say anything, Yang Shuyao had already walked towards the store. He could only follow them back to the store. Listen, everyone, Lin Feng brought a lot of benefits to our store today, so I decided that we should have a team building tonight to celebrate this wonderful day together. Yang Shuyao invited everyone to have dinner together in the evening. That's great. Congratulations to Sister Yang and Manager Lin. We are taking advantage of Manager Lin. If there's a chance in the future, Manager Lin must guide us more often. That's right. Manager Lin, if you have the chance in the future, you must guide us more and let us grow and improve together. Everyone thanked Lin Feng and asked him to take them with him. I'm just lucky. The most important thing for everyone is that we met such a good boss like Sister Yang. Lin Feng was not greedy for credit. He was just an employee and could not take all the benefits for himself. Then Lin Feng went back to the office, and Yang Shuyao went to Zhou Nana's office. Not long after, Lin Feng received a remittance of 50 million while sitting in his office. Looking at this number, Lin Feng was extremely excited. But he knew that this was just a beginning, just a start, and there would definitely be more 50 million and more benefits in the future. Personnel Department Office. Yeah, you have a lot of good feelings towards Lin Feng. The way you look at him has changed, and even when you talk about him, you have changed a lot. Zhou Nana said to Yang Shuyao. Of course, you don't know that just now in the office, the expressions on my second uncle and aunt's faces were as ugly as if they had eaten dog shit. I've never seen them look like this before. Today is really great. Yang Shuyao laughed and recounted the performance of Yang Tao and Yang Jun at that time. Chapter 24, what are you looking at? So fascinated? Although we won today, we can't let our guard down. You know exactly what kind of people they are. You know it all without me asking or explaining. Zhou Nana had a serious expression on her face. Of course, I will never let them accomplish what they want. How are you doing recently? Have you found any problems at the company? Yang Shuyao put away her smile and became serious. No problems were found. Their style of operation is too secretive. It will take some time to find their problems. Zhou Nana replied. Okay, then we can just take our time and look for it. There's no rush. They can't even get this store, and they won't be able to get the company in the future. Yang Shuyao said firmly. Zhou Nana didn't say much, just nodded slightly in agreement. Her responsibility is to help Yang Shuyao find evidence that Yang Tao and Yang Jun are colluding with outsiders. If she can find this evidence, the Yang group will belong to Yang Shuyao from now on, and she won't have to worry about any unexpected situations. By the way, I invite everyone to dinner tonight. People from your department will also be there. Yang Shio invited Yo Nana. Forget it. After all, what we do here is relatively covert work. If everyone sits together at night and asks about these things, I'm worried that someone will let the cat out of the bag. Next time we have a chance, we'll be alone. Zhou Nana replied with a smile. Okay, then I'll do as you say. We'll be alone next time when we have time. Yang Shuyao nodded in agreement. After get off work in the evening, Yang Shuyao and others left the store, and the people from Zhou Nana's department were the last to leave. Sister Yang, why didn't you invite the HR department along? Lin Feng looked at Yang Shuyao curiously and asked. Nana said she'll treat us alone next time when she has time. So this time we'll celebrate. Yang Shuyao replied. Lin Feng nodded in agreement without asking any further questions. They went to a nearby barbecue restaurant together, ordered a table full of meat and some vegetarian dishes, and waited to eat. Let me raise a glass first. I really want to thank Manager Lin today. I also learned a lot when I went out with Manager Lin today. Xiaoyi got up from the chair, picked up the wine glass, and said, You haven't told me yet. What did you do when you went out today? I heard that someone else went to Gu's house, and a lot of things happened after they returned. A male colleague nearby asked curiously. Today at Gu's house, Mr. Gu found a very large stone. Xiaoyi explained the whole story, then raised his glass and looked at Lin Feng. Manager Lin, I'll toast you again. Without you today, Mr. Gu will definitely not buy things for me again in the future. These are what I should do. If you can sell things, the store can increase its profits. Lin Feng replied with a smile. He also raised a glass in his hand, clinked it on the table, and then tilted his head back to drink it. Everyone keep working hard in the future. As long as everyone works hard for the good of the store, I will never let you down. I will definitely let you get a lot of benefits. Let's raise a glass together. Cheers to our future. Yang Shuyao picked up the wine glass and stood up. Cheers. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao were also happy from the bottom of their hearts. When the celebration was over, everyone had drunk a little too much. Lin Feng was fine. After receiving the blessing of the pupil technique, not only did his body change, but his alcohol tolerance also improved. So many people were trying to get him a drink, but he accepted all of them and nothing happened. It seems that I have to continue to study the pupil technique in the future. Maybe I can discover something better. After seeing everyone off, Yang Shuyao suddenly ran quickly towards the trash can on the side of the road. Seeing this, Lin Feng followed closely. He looked at Yang Shuyao squatting on the ground and vomiting, and he gently patted Yang Shuyao on the back. Yang Shuyao was wearing a backless dress with only something resembling pearls connecting the back of the dress. Lin Feng touched it gently and found it felt excellent and very smooth. And given Yang Shuyao's current posture, Lin Feng can see most of the sphere from his position. Lin Feng was so engrossed in watching that he couldn't bear to take his eyes away. After all, when he was with Chun Qian before, let alone seeing Chun Qian's private parts, he had never even held her hands. After Yang Shuyao vomited out some of the wine she had just drunk, she felt a little better. She slowly stood up by herself, holding on to the electric pole next to her. How are you? Yang Shuyao turned her head and looked at Lin Feng with great concern. But Lin Feng's eyes were always on her. Although she was a little unhappy, she couldn't lose her temper at all in front of Lin Feng. What are you looking at? So fascinated. Yang Shuyao raised her hand and waved in front of Lin Feng. Oh, nothing. Sister Yang, let me take you home. Lin Feng said this and walked to the side of the road to hail a taxi. I see you're fine. How about you drive my car? I don't want to go home yet. I want to go out for a walk. Yang Shuyao took out the car keys from her bag and handed them to Lin Feng. Now that she has returned home, she has to face Yang Tao and Yang Zhen. She really doesn't want to see those two people. If possible, she would rather be with Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng would not make her sad. Lin Feng took the car keys, didn't say much, and nodded slightly in agreement. The two of them walked to the side of the car. Lin Feng opened the passenger door, and Yang Shuyao got in, and he walked to the driver's seat and sat down. The car started, and the two of them ran around on the street. After walking around for more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng asked, Sister Yang, how about I take you back? No, let's go up the mountain to the back mountain. The starry sky is so beautiful tonight. Yang Shuyao said while looking at the sky. After hearing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to go to the back mountain, as Yang Shuyao said. The road behind the mountain is very dark, and no vehicles come up at night. When they reached the top of the mountain, they parked the car on the platform at the top. In order to provide people with a place to enjoy the scenery, Linhai officials specially built an observation deck here. In this place, you can see the nearby residents, and the lights from house to house form a very beautiful landscape. Yang Shuyao opened the skylight, laid the seat down, and looked at the sky. The same goes for Lin Feng. This starry sky is really nice, as if someone specially decorated it like this. Yang Shuyao said, Yes, this place is indeed beautiful. Sister Yang, do you often come here alone to look at the stars? Lin Feng asked. I come here when I'm bored. Here I don't have to think about anything. I don't have to consider anything. Yang Shuyao replied. Hearing what Yang Shuyao said, Lin Feng showed a self-deprecating smile. Others come here to enjoy the scenery when they are bored, but he never had time for that before. After chatting for a while, Yang Shuyao suddenly stopped moving. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Yang Shuyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Chapter 25, The Unbearable Lin Feng. Yang Shuyao had already fallen asleep, and the clothes she was wearing perfectly set off her figure. Coupled with her snow-white skin, Lin Feng began to have wild thoughts for a moment. He stretched out his hand towards Yang Shuyao, but just as he did so, he retracted it again. Lin Feng shook his head quickly to get rid of all the thoughts in his mind. Then he took off his coat and covered Yang Shuyao with it, then lay on the car seat and looked at the sky. Before he knew it, he fell asleep listening to the sounds of the animals. The next day, the dazzling sunlight shone on their faces, and Lin Feng covered his eyes. He wanted to stretch, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, he felt something soft. He squeezed it gently, and it felt very good. When I turned my head, I saw that his hand was actually on Yang Shuyao. And now Yang Shuyao was staring at him with her eyes wide open. He quickly withdrew his hand, opened the door, and got out of the car. Sister Yang, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. Lin Feng's face was full of tension. Yang Shuyao opened the door and got out of the car. She stretched her body and ignored Lin Feng. Sister Yang, I know I was wrong, and this will never happen again. Lin Feng stepped forward to apologize again. Okay, I know you didn't mean it, but this matter is known to heaven and earth, you and me, and you must not let anyone else know, understand? Yang Shuyo Guffalin Feng Instructions. Yes, yes. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly in agreement. At this time, Yang Shuyao's cell phone started ringing. She took out her phone and took a look. It was a call from her father, Yang Hai. After answering the phone, Yang Shuyao told where she was last night. After a while, Yang Shuyao hung up the phone and said with a serious expression, "Go to my house." She opened the car door and sat directly in the passenger seat, so Lin Feng could only sit in the driver's seat. After adjusting their seats, the two rushed towards the Yang family. On the way, Lin Feng was very embarrassed, but when he thought back to the feeling, he felt it was very good. When they arrived at Yang's house, Lin Feng, Yang Shuyao, and others entered the living room together. Sitting in the living room were three elders, Yang Hai, Yang Tao, and Yang Zhen, as well as a few young people who should be Yang Shuyao's younger brothers and sisters. Yao Yao, you're back. Yang Hai greets Yang Shuyao. Manager Lin happened to be with me, so we came back together. Uncle, my dad just said on the phone that you want to buy the dragon robe that the Qin family photographed. Yang Shuyao asked with a serious expression on her face. That's right. We have already made an agreement with the Qin family. We have already discussed it. The dragon robe will be given to us at a low price. With this dragon robe, our Yang family will surely prosper in the future and reach a higher level. Yang Tao's face showed excitement. That's right. This dragon robe can only be worn by the emperor. If we can get it, it proves our status. Yang Zhen followed suit. Hearing Yang Zhen say this, Lin Feng on the side started laughing. He really didn't expect that this family really believed in the dragon robe. It was fake and not real at all. If it was a real dragon robe, would the Qin family be able to sell it to them? And at a low price? I don't want it. If they don't want it, then we don't want it either. Yang Shuyao expressed her thoughts. I agree with Yao Yao's idea. If it's true, they won't give it to us. Yang Hai followed up. Brother Yao Yao, don't think like that. The Qin family didn't have the ability to own it, so they gave it to us. Yang Tao turned his head and looked at Yang Zhen and gave him a wink. Seeing this, Yang Zhen said softly, That's right. The Qin family doesn't have the ability to enjoy it, so they gave it to us so that our Yang family can enjoy it. That's fake. It's not true at all. You will lose money if you buy it back. They said it was real just to pay back the money. Lin Feng said, You say it's not, so it's not? Who do you think you are? Yang Tao asked. Before, you all said that the bottle that Lin Feng liked was fake, but in the end it was identified as genuine. I believe in Lin Feng. Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng and said with a serious expression on her face. As soon as these words came out, Yang Hai, who was sitting next to him, felt a little puzzled. He looked at Yang Tao and Yang Zhen in confusion and asked, Which bottle is real or fake? Dad, it was the Song Dynasty Long Quan Kiln Green Glazed Double-Handled String Pattern Vase that Lin Feng helped buy at the auction that day. At that time, my second uncle and my aunt said that this thing was fake, and they also said that they would find an appraiser to make Lin Feng pay the 10 million. Later, I asked Mr. Shi to help with the on-site appraisal. In the end, the appraisal result was true. Mr. Shi took away 500 million yuan on the spot. Lin Feng asked me to buy it for more than 10 million yuan, and finally sold it for 500 million yuan. This is why I believe in Lin Feng. Yang Shuyao's voice was serious. Hearing what Yang Shuyao said, Yang Tao and Yang Zhen, who were sitting nearby, had puzzled expressions on their faces. They never imagined that the bottle would be sold at such a high price. Second brother, third brother, I told you before that no matter what the bottle looks like or what the price is, it is the first time for the children to attend an auction. How could you investigate the bottle behind my back? You still want Lin Feng to take out the 10 million? How will people outside view our Yang family in the future? Yang Hai stared at the two people beside him and asked, Yes, everything that happened before was our fault. We admit it. But brother, we are definitely not wrong this time. We are definitely right this time. That dragon robe must be bought. Yang Tao said in a firm voice. That's right. We have paid so much for the Yang family over the years. Now we want to buy something. Can't we buy it? Yang Zhen followed suit. Looking at the attitudes of these two people, Lin Feng showed a puzzled expression on his face. He really didn't understand what the purpose of these two people buying the dragon robe was. He had seen the dragon robe in person before, and it was completely fake. Although the workmanship was very fine, it would not be indistinguishable from the real thing if he bought it. Is there any other problem with this dragon robe? Sister Yang, Patriarch Yang, I think we can do as they said and buy the dragon robe to see if there is anything hidden inside it. Lin Feng looked at Yang Shuyao and Yang Hai and said, Lin Feng, how can you say that? What's the point of buying it if you know it's not real? Yang Shuyao stamped her feet in anxiety. On the other hand, Yang Tao and Yang Zhen looked at each other with puzzled smiles on their faces. They didn't expect that Lin Feng would be willing to help them and stand on their side. Could it be that Lin Feng's personality has changed? Or is it that Lin Feng knows who is right and who is wrong? Okay, Yao Yao, since Lin Feng said so, let your second uncle and your aunt do it. They're all adults and can pay the price for what they have done. If they lose money, they pay it themselves. Yang Hai held Yang Shuyao's arm and spoke softly. Chapter 26. Is this what you're wearing to the party? Although Yang Hai didn't know what Lin Feng was doing, he believed that Lin Feng would never deceive Yang Shuyao. If Lin Feng did something he shouldn't have done, he would never let Lin Feng go. Even if he had to chase him to the ends of the earth, he would make Lin Feng pay the price. Listening to Yang Hai's words, Yang Shuyao had no idea what to say. She turned her head to look at Lin Feng, who was standing beside her, then turned and walked towards the living room door. What are you doing, Yao Yao? Yang Tao asked with a smile. To the store. Yang Shuyao answered without even turning her head. Lin Feng greeted the people sitting in the living room and turned to leave. After coming out of the living room, Lin Feng quickened his pace to catch up with Yang Shuyao. The two of them sat in the car together. Lin Feng, let me ask you, am I your boss or are they your bosses? Yang Shuyao's voice was firm. Do you even need to ask? Of course, Sister Yang, you're my boss. Lin Feng replied. Since I'm your boss, why did you help them speak up? You know they'll lose money if they buy that dragon robe. Yang Shuyao asked again. Sister Yang, we don't know what their purpose is right now, and we don't know the meaning of their persistence. We might as well just let them do what they want. When they bring the things back, we will know what they are thinking. In this way, we can easily deal with them, right? A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. You really think so? Yang Shuyao stared at Lin Feng and asked. If I don't think so, what else can I think? Sister Yang, I'm completely on your side. Lin Feng raised 3 fingers and said. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Yang Shuyao didn't say much and finally calmed down. They left Yang's house and found a place to have breakfast. On the way back to the store, Yang Shuyao received a call from Yang Hai, asking her to take Lin Feng to attend the banquet hosted by the Qin family tonight. She wanted to refuse, but when she thought of Lin Feng's words, she agreed. Let's go to the Qin family's banquet tonight. You'd better make some preparations. That bastard Qin, you will definitely speak rudely to you then. Yang Shuyao instructed. Don't worry, Sister Yang. I have no other advantages except that I have a high tolerance. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Yang Shuyao smiled lightly and didn't say anything else. After returning to the store, Yang Shuyao went to Zhou Nana's office. She didn't know what the two were doing, but they stayed in the office all day and didn't come out. Lin Feng sat in his office. When there was something going on downstairs, he would go downstairs. When there was nothing going on downstairs, he would go to the appraisal room for inspection from time to time. After get off work in the evening, Yang Shuyao came to Lin Feng's office. Come on, we'll go over there now. Yang Shuyao said. Go now, so early? Lin Feng glanced at the time on his phone and asked. Go early and come back early. Yang Shuyao replied. Lin Feng didn't say anything more, just nodded slightly in agreement. The two of them left the store, and Lin Feng drove directly to the hotel. You were just wearing the same clothes? Why don't you go back and change clothes? Yang Shuyao widened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng to ask. That's all my clothes are. I don't have any other clothes. Lin Feng scratched his hair and answered awkwardly. Before he had the pupil technique, he worked part-time to earn money, and the clothes he wore were all cheap goods that cost no more than 200 yuan. If he were to go home and change his clothes now, he wouldn't have anything else to wear. Yang Shuyao thought for a few seconds and said, Let's go to the mall first. After all, you're going with me, and we can't let those people look down on us. Sister Yang, Lin Feng wanted to refuse, but Yang Shuyao sternly asked, Go now. Lin Feng had no choice but to nod and agree. He could just pay for the clothes himself after buying them. He had the bank card with him anyway. Not long after, the two of them came to a shopping mall. After entering the mall, Yang Shuyao took Lin Feng and went straight to the luxury clothing store on the first floor. Along the way, Lin Feng kept looking at Yang Shuyao's back. He felt that Yang Shuyao's hands were very cold, and there was almost no flesh on them. What he could touch was as thin as a bone. He didn't even dare to use force, for fear that he would hurt Yang Shuyao. Yang Shuyao walked all the way to the clothing store, and after entering the store, she started looking around. Not long after, Yang Shuyao selected 2 neat suits and handed them to Lin Feng. Go and try it. Yang Shuyao pointed to the fitting room on the side and said the fitting room is over there. Okay, Sister Young. Lin Feng took the clothes and walked straight to the fitting room. After he entered the fitting room, he began to try on clothes. During this time, Yang Shuyao also showed him an evening dress to wear in the evening. She represents the Yang family and must not bring shame to the Yang family. After finding a suitable evening dress, Yang Shuyao went directly to the fitting room to change. Not long after, Lin Feng came out of the fitting room. He walked to the mirror and took a look at the clothes he was wearing. I have to say, these formal clothes look good when worn. I used to wear casual clothes, but now suits perfectly bring out my figure. Especially after acquiring the pupil technique, his body has changed, and now this suit looks like it was tailor-made for him. He's so handsome. I didn't notice it when he just came in. It's true that clothes make the man. If this guy can stay in our store forever, we can let him take photos of our new clothes in the future, and they will definitely look great. What are you looking at? Are you a nymphomaniac? Don't we see handsome guys all the time in our line of work? Several waiters spoke in low voices. Although their voices were not loud, Lin Feng still heard them. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he smiled softly. Sir, the lady is trying on clothes. Please wait here for a moment. The waiter who had just received Lin Feng and the others came up and spoke softly. Good. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. At this time, a female customer in the store heard what the salesman said and looked towards the mirror at the door of the fitting room. When she saw the person standing in front of the mirror, a look of disdain appeared on her face. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this my cheap boyfriend? Lin Feng, the one who eats instant noodles and steamed buns all day just to buy things for me. The woman walked over laughing. Next to her was a man in a suit with a gold watch on his wrist, a gold necklace around his neck, and several gold rings on his fingers. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this person is a nouveau riche. If he is a real wealthy person, he would not wear so many gold ornaments to disguise himself. Lin Feng heard the voice and turned his head to look over. The woman was none other than Qin Qian. I didn't expect that we wouldn't see each other for such a long time, but we would meet here today. Lin Feng heard about the last case of Su Kai. Su Kai was the main offender and was sentenced to several years in prison, while Qin Qian was just an accomplice. As it was her first crime, she was sentenced to a few days of education and study and then released. Chapter 27. You have no money, but you still pretend to be stupid. You're really good. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you. What's wrong? Is the food inside not tasty? Lin Feng asked Chun Qian with a sneer. As soon as Chun Qian heard it, she knew that the inside Lin Feng was talking about was the prison cell. This incident is Chun Qian's stain. On the first day Chun Qian went in, she swore in her heart that she would never let Lin Feng have an easy time and she would definitely take revenge. Isn't this the opportunity today? Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Can you afford these clothes? You are just a teller, earning over 1,000 yuan a month. Do you know how much the things here cost? When Chun Qian mentioned Lin Feng's salary, she raised her voice by several decibels, fearing that the shop assistants nearby might not hear it. What? A salary of more than 1,000 yuan a month? Isn't that too little? The starting price of clothes in our store is more than 10,000 yuan, and this year's salary may not be enough. He didn't look like a child from a poor family just now, and the woman next to him also looked like a rich person. How could this be? The expressions on the faces of several salesmen instantly fell. If Lin Feng's salary was only more than 1,000 yuan a month, it would definitely not be enough to buy clothes in their store. Sir, what do you think of this suit? A salesperson came up with a POS and a smile on his face. Very nice, great fit, and very soft. Lin Feng talked about how the clothes felt when worn. Since you think it's good, please pay first. The clothes you are wearing are the latest model of our brand this year, and they are worth 135,000 yuan. The salesperson told the price of the clothes Lin Feng was wearing. Don't worry. Wait until my friend comes out and we'll pay together. Use my card when the time comes. Don't take money from my friends. Lin Feng gave instructions to the salesperson. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng, do you know what you're talking about? Do you know how much this dress costs? This is 135,000 yuan, not 135,000 happy beans. Are you pretending to be stupid here? You have to pay others. I see you have no money. Are you trying to run away wearing this outfit? Chen Qian said with a hint of pride on her face. After these words were spoken, the salesperson's expression became even more embarrassed. If it was really like what Chen Qian said, then they should be more careful. The salesman standing at the counter also stood at the door very consciously. If Lin Feng wanted to run, they would definitely stop him at the first moment. Sir, please pay first. It will be the same after your friend comes out. The salesperson said it again and took out the POS machine and waved it in front of Lin Feng. You're really good enough to come here and pretend to be stupid even though you don't have any money. Chun Xian's male companion also showed a disdainful sneer on his face. At this time, Yang Shuyao came out of the fitting room after changing her clothes. She looked at Lin Feng and called out, Lin Feng, help me pull it. Lin Feng turned around and saw Yang Shuyao walking out with her fragrant back exposed. Fortunately, he had seen it before, so there was nothing to worry about now. But the man following Chun Xian was stunned. Such a beautiful woman, with such a good figure and such a white and smooth back, was really fascinating and drooling. When Chun Xian saw Yang Shuyao, an angry expression appeared on her face. Yang Shuyao was also partly responsible for going in. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Yang Shuyao. What a coincidence. I could see you two here today. Chun Xian said with a sneer. In her impression, Yang Shuyao was just the owner of an antique shop and nothing else. Excuse me, who are you? Yang Shuyao looked at Chun Xian with a puzzled expression on her face. She had to meet so many people every day, it was impossible for her to remember every one of them. Sister Yang, this is Chun Xian, the accomplice who teamed up with Su Kai to harm the store. Lin Feng introduced Chun Xian, but he did not call her his ex-girlfriend, but rather her accomplice in crime. Oh, Chun Xian, I remember now. Why did you come out so soon? You shouldn't be here. You should still be inside. When Yang Shuyao saw Chun Xian, a puzzled expression appeared on her face. Chun Xian listened to Yang Shuyao's words, her face full of anger. She really didn't expect that Yang Shuyao would say this to her. Who are you? You're just an antique shop owner. Yang Shuyao, if you beg us now, maybe we will go to your shop to buy some things and let you make some money. Chun Xian held the man beside her arm with a proud smile on her face. No need. I find it filthy for a bad person like you to enter my store. Oh, sir, I want to remind you that this woman is not clean. You must be careful when doing things. If you are contaminated with any problems, you must go to see a doctor in time and don't waste time. Yang Shuyao said to Chun Xian's male companion with a smile. After hearing what Yang Shuyao said, Chun Xian had no idea how to respond. And her male companion also broke free from her restraints in the first time. Don't believe her. I am clean, and it is people like her who are not clean. As a boss, he actually had an affair with his own employee. Who knows if this is how he opened his current antique shop? While Chun Xian was proving her innocence, she did not forget to drag down Yang Shuyao. Yang Shuyao ignored Chun Xian and walked to the bar with Lin Feng's arm around her. Check out, 2 sets for him and this skirt for me. Sister Yang, let me do it. Lin Feng took out the bank card from his pocket and handed it to the cashier. I brought you here to buy clothes. How can I let you spend money? Swipe my card. Yang Shuyao said to the cashier in a firm voice. The cashier had no choice but to accept Yang Shuyao's money. You better be careful. Who knows where this woman got the money from? Who knows if it's clean or not? If it's not clean, your store will suffer as well. Chun Xian stood aside and sneered. The cashier was stunned, and the card stopped less than 3 centimeters away from the POS machine. If it is really as Chun Xian said, if they accept the money, they will be in big trouble in the future. At this time, a woman about 30 years old came over. What happened to your store? Why are you always arguing? If there's a conflict in your store, just close the store and solve the problem. This will affect customers coming and going. The woman said with a serious expression on her face. Manager Chow, you're here just in time. This lady said there's a problem with her bank card and her money. We're worried about what might happen after she swiped the card. The cashier told what had just happened. Manager Chow came over and took a look at the bank card, then looked at Yang Shuyao and asked, Miss, please provide your ID. I will verify it and then process the payment for you. Yes. We must investigate thoroughly. There must not be any mistakes. The money this woman got is from an unknown source. It's not clean. Chun Xian on the side started laughing. Chapter 28, are you sick? Who is your girlfriend? Yang Shuyao didn't say much, but took out her ID and handed it to Manager Chow. Manager Chow took a look, and then the bank card was swiped through the POS machine and the name of the bank card holder appeared. Ms. Yang, I'm so sorry. It was our mistake. We shouldn't have doubted Miss Yang. Well, Miss Yang, all your purchases today will be discounted by 20%. I wonder if Miss Yang is satisfied. Manager Chow respectfully returned the bank card to Yang Shuyao and offered a 20% discount. 20% off is already an exclusive discount for super members. Now that Yang Shuyao has obtained this discount, it proves that Yang Shuyao's identity is not simple. Immediately, several cashiers nearby showed unhappy expressions on their faces. Their commissions would also be reduced if they sold at a discount. And all this was because of Chun Qian. Moreover, Chun Qian had been in there for nearly 10 minutes, but she hadn't taken anything or looked at anything. They seriously suspected that Chun Qian was an undercover agent arranged by other stores. Miss, you have been standing here talking for such a long time. I wonder which piece of clothing in our store you like. The cashier looked at Chun Qian and asked, What do you mean? I can't afford it? Haven't you seen what my husband looks like? How can I not be able to afford the clothes you have here? Chun Qian said this while pulling the upstart's arm. Suddenly, there was a snap. Everyone looked at Chun Qian, and the upstart slapped Chun Qian unexpectedly. No one understood what this meant. He was obviously Chun Qian's husband, so why would he attack his own people? Ms. Yang, I'm so sorry. I've only known her for 2 days. This woman is a gold digger. She's with me just for money. I really didn't know she had a conflict with you. If I had known this, I would definitely not be with someone like this. The nouveau riche said to Yang Shuyao with an apologetic look on his face. Do you know me? Yang Shuyao asked. Ms. Yang, my company has cooperation with your Yang group, and the money I made this time is also because of your Yang group. To put it more seriously, your Yang group is my reborn parents. The upstart said, Is that so? Then you should check your body carefully, as I said. If there is any problem, you must keep a distance from the people of Yang group and don't infect others. Lin Feng reminded the nouveau riche. Yes, I'll go check it out right away. The upstart nodded repeatedly in agreement, not daring to make any objections. Lin Feng, what good are you? Who knows if this bank card was stolen? Can the daughter of the Yang group open such a small shop? Chun Qian snorted coldly. She was not willing to acknowledge Yang Shuyao's identity at all. If she did, she would bring shame upon her hometown. Asshole, do you think you can question Miss Yang's identity? Take off your clothes, I bought them all. How dare your mother lay hands on my adopted parents? You are really tired of living. After the upstart said this, he began to tear Chun Qian's clothes. Chun Qian kept pulling, but how could the clothes be of such quality that it could not withstand the fighting between two of them? It didn't take long before the clothes were torn. Chun Qian's upper body was also exposed a lot. When Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao saw this scene, smiles appeared on their faces. Chun Qian is reaping what she sowed. Okay, let's go quickly and don't delay the serious matters. If we delay the serious matters, it will be troublesome. Yang Shuyao turned her head and looked at Lin Feng and said, Good. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, then left the mall with the shopping bags and the clothes he had bought. After they came out of the mall, they drove straight to the hotel where the Qin family was holding the dinner. In the shopping mall, Chun Qian has become a rat crossing the street, insulted by everyone. I will never let you go. I will make you pay the price. Chun Qian held her shirt tightly with both hands, with an angry expression on her face. Fenghua Hotel. Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao arrived at the hotel entrance. There is a queue at the door, with everyone holding invitations waiting to enter the hotel. Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao were also standing in line at the back of the team. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Yao Yao, you are here. Why do you need a queue? I will take you in directly. Turning around, the person who spoke was not someone else, but Qin Yu, followed by several bodyguards. Unnecessary. Yang Shuyao's voice was cold. Yao Yao, this dinner is hosted by our Qin family, so just treat it like your own family. You're welcome. Come on, everyone make way. My girlfriend is here. Let my girlfriend go in first. Qin Yu looked forward and shouted. Are you sick? Who is your girlfriend? Yang Shuyao had never expected that Qin Yu would actually shout such words on the spot. Yao Yao, don't be so cold. We're not like that now, but we will be soon. When the time comes, you marry me, and I will make you the happiest woman in all of Lin Hai. Qin Yu said with a smile. I've said before that this is my boyfriend Lin Feng. It was always the same, and it will be the same in the future. Yang Shuyao took Lin Feng's arm and said with a serious expression on her face, He is not worthy of you. He is just a small manager. You don't need to use him as a shield here. Qin Yu directly revealed Lin Feng's identity. It doesn't matter what his identity is, what matters is his character. Some people are born rich, but their character is not good. Yang Shuyao snorted coldly. Everyone could hear that Yang Shuyao was trying to taunt Qinyu. Sister Yang, let's move forward. Since someone has made way for us, we should not let them down. Lin Feng pulled Yang Shuyao and walked forward together. Looking at the smile on Lin Feng's face, Qinyu clenched his fists. If he were somewhere else, he would not say anything, as he might not be Lin Feng's opponent. But today is the Qin family's home court, and he must not let Lin Feng step on his face. Wait, this invitation is for your Yang family, not for you. If you want to get in, you must have an invitation. Qinyu walked to the hotel entrance and stopped Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng. Qinyu, the invitation letter doesn't say that you can't bring other people in. What's more, I brought my boyfriend here and my dad agreed. Why don't you agree? If that's the case, then everyone will have to leave, and maybe no one will enter your Qin family's banquet. Yang Shuyao asked with a smile. Qinyu was about to say something when a voice called out from the side. Xiaoyu. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the person who spoke was none other than Qinyu's father, Qin Jinghao. Following Qin Jinghao were Yang Tao and Yang Zhen. Hello, Master Qin. Hello, Master Qin. Everyone present began to greet Qin Jinghao. Qin Jinghao also responded to everyone with a smile. After arriving next to Qinyu, Qin Jinghao said in a serious voice, all those who can come here today are people who give face to our Qin family. Anyone can come in. Chapter 29, let me use your phone. But this kid, Qinyu wanted to say something, but Yang Tao smiled and said, Mr. Lin is here too. You guys should go in quickly. It will start soon. Okay. Thank you, uncle. Lin Feng thanked him with a smile. Banquet hall. Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao found a seat in a corner and sat down. Sister Yang, there are so many people here today. Just tell them that I'm your boyfriend. We two know the truth, but they don't. If those people are serious, don't you worry about how it will affect your future choice of partner? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Why? From what you said, it seems like you're not too willing to be my boyfriend. Yang Shuyao asked back. She was looking forward to the answer in her heart. Of course, she was willing to be with Lin Feng. This method could also be used to test Lin Feng's thoughts. If Lin Feng doesn't agree, he can use this excuse to avoid being so embarrassed. Sister Yang is so beautiful, and she's the eldest daughter of the Yang family. I believe no one can refuse her. It's just that my current status and position are not worthy of you. When I have the ability in the future, I will definitely not miss you. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Everyone is very welcome to attend the banquet hosted by our Qin family. I, Qin Jinghao, would like to thank everyone for giving me this face. At this time, a voice came from the stage. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Qin Jinghao, who was standing on the stage. Tonight, I am here to show you the treasure our Qin family has recently acquired, the dragon robe. I won't keep you in suspense. Please watch. After Qin Jinghao finished speaking, the people behind him directly pulled open the red cloth. The dragon robe appeared in front of everyone. Some people took out their mobile phones to take pictures, while others were whispering and discussing. Anyway, everyone was very satisfied with this dragon robe. But when Lin Feng looked at the dragon robe, an unhappy expression appeared on his face. The last time I saw this dragon robe, it had not been tainted with so much evil spirit, but today the dragon robe was surrounded by evil spirit, and it was obvious that someone had done something to it. If this dragon robe fell into the hands of Yang Tao and Yang Zhen, it would definitely cause some harm to the Yang family. The person who was most directly harmed was Yang Hai. After understanding this, Lin Feng now understood why Yang Tao and Yang Zhen were so determined to get the dragon robe. If this dragon robe fell into the hands of other people, it might be difficult for the other party to find it. But now that Lin Feng has discovered the problem with the dragon robe, he will definitely not let these people succeed. Sister Yang, please let me use your phone. Lin Feng looked at Yang Shuyao with a smile. Is there something wrong with my phone? Yang Shuyao didn't quite understand, but she still unlocked her phone and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just opened the chat software, found Yang Hai, and sent a message to Yang Hai. After doing all this, Lin Feng returned the phone to Yang Shuyao. What is this for? What's wrong with this thing? Yang Shuyao was a little puzzled when she saw what Lin Feng sent to Yang Hai. You'll know later. Lin Feng had a mysterious smile on his face. Everyone be quiet. For this banquet tonight, we have prepared not only this dragon robe, but also other treasures. As for this dragon robe, I've already reached an agreement with Yang Tao of the Yang family and will sell it to Yang Tao. Qin Jinghao said this and turned to look at Yang Tao, who was standing beside him. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I've had my eyes on this dragon robe for a long time, but I just didn't have the chance to get it. It's my honor to get it from the Qin family this time. I believe that everyone will be able to obtain other dragon robes in the future. Yang Tao clasped his hands together and looked at everyone and said. Everyone had a lost expression on their face. Since the dragon robe was no longer theirs, there was no need for them to look at it here. They went straight to look at other items. Lin Feng, didn't you say before that this dragon robe was fake? How come no one at the scene could tell it apart? Yang Shuyao was a little confused. In the eyes of these people, their only thought is to win over the Qin family, and they don't care whether this thing is good or bad. Lin Feng said. Yang Shuyao nodded slightly in agreement with Lin Feng's idea. After sitting for more than 10 minutes and finding nothing interesting, Yang Shuyao took Lin Feng away. Yao Yao, why are you leaving like this? We haven't taken any pictures yet. After all, this dragon robe will be handed over to your Yang family soon. Qin walked up and said with a smile. He said this, but he didn't mean it in his heart. As long as the dragon robe arrived at the Yang family tonight, Yang Hai would die within 3 days. By that time, Yang Shuyao would be his plaything. Not interested. After saying that, Yang Shuyao took Lin Feng's arm and left together. Everything Lin Feng needed was already placed on the table in the Yang family's living room. But Yang Hai didn't know what this thing was used for. Uncle Yang, have you bought the things? Lin Feng entered the living room and asked Yang Hai. I bought them all. Xiao Feng, what are these things used for? Yang Hai looked at Lin Feng and asked. Uncle Yang, Yang Tao, Yang Zhen, and the Qin family have teamed up. He hired someone to tamper with the dragon robe. When you bring the dragon robe back, they will definitely give it to you. The evil energy attached to the dragon robe will directly enter your body. In 3 days, you will be on the verge of death. Lin Feng pointed out the problem with the dragon robe. What did you say? Second uncle and the others want to hurt my dad. Yang Shuyao was shocked. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took the cinnabar, peachwood sword, and peach branch on the table and walked out of the living room door. After about an hour of preparation, Lin Feng returned to Yang Hai and Yang Shuyao. Uncle Yang, everything has been done, but remember one thing. You must not touch any of them. From now on, no one is allowed to touch the things that Lin Feng just placed. If anyone touches them, they will bear the consequences themselves. Yang Hai stood at the door of the living room and gave orders to the bodyguards in the yard. At this time, Yang Tao and Yang Zhen came in from outside with a box in their arms, along with a few of their men. Lin Feng is here too. When Yang Tao saw Lin Feng, he was stunned at first, and then he laughed. Second brother, I heard from him that you guys succeeded in getting the dragon robe. Take it out and let us see it. Yang Hai deliberately made a very surprised expression. Brother, this is a gift for you. Only you can wear this dragon robe. This is also Yang Zhen and I's way of thanking you. Thanks to you for helping us lead us all these years. Yang Tao handed over the box with both hands. After hearing this, Yang Hai turned his head and glanced at Lin Feng, who was sitting next to him. Just as Lin Feng said, the two of them came back to give it to him after getting the dragon robe. Fortunately, Lin Feng was there to arrange everything in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Okay, thank you for your trouble. I will definitely cherish this dragon robe. Yang Hai took the box, put it on the table, and opened it. Chapter 30, Improving Pupil Skills. Seeing the dragon robes neatly arranged in a box, Yang Hai took them out directly. As soon as he got the dragon robe, Yang Hai felt a chill and even a slight dizziness. However, there was no expression on his face. He believed that Lin Feng would be able to solve all the problems. Brother, try it on. Yang Zhen smiled. That's right, big brother. This dragon robe is very majestic. You will definitely look very handsome in it. You will definitely have the demeanor of the emperor back then. Yang Tao Ichoet. This dragon robe is an ancient thing. It can only be placed there for appreciation. How can it be worn? Yang Shuyao stepped forward to stop them. Lin Feng said that there's a lot of evil spirit in this dragon robe, and the consequences will be disastrous if you put it on. Yao Yao, what do you know? Your father will wear this dress. In the future, our Yang family will definitely become the best in Lin Hai under your father's leadership. Yang Tao continued speaking. Hearing Yang Tao say this, Yang Hai subconsciously glanced at Lin Feng, who was sitting behind him. Lin Feng nodded slightly in response. Yang Hai didn't say much and just put on his clothes. Seeing this scene, Yang Tao and Yang Zhen were very satisfied. Brother, it's getting late. We'll go back first. If you have anything, please call us anytime, anywhere. Yang Tao stood up, said goodbye, and left. After they left, Yang Hai immediately took off his dragon robe and threw it on the ground. Dad, what's wrong with you? Yang Shuyao saw that Yang Hai's face turned pale. I feel a little dizzy and have chills. Yang Hai told about his situation. Dad, hold on. I'll call the hospital and ask them to arrange for someone to come over. Yang Shuyao was full of worry and was about to make a call on her cell phone. No, I can handle it. Lin Feng took a small red bag and put in Yang Hai's pocket. Not long after, Yang Hai felt a little more relaxed and not as uncomfortable as before. They may not show up in the next few days. They will definitely come in 3 days. By then, their true colors will be exposed. Lin Feng expressed his guess. But when they see that my dad is fine, they will definitely not say that. Yang Shuyao said, "Isn't makeup what you girls are best at? Put some makeup on Uncle Yang, and then you can fool him. Also, send someone to find a doctor early tomorrow morning. Remember to find a reliable doctor and never let anyone know that Uncle Yang is in good health." Lin Feng warned. Okay, I understand. Yang Shuyao nodded heavily in agreement. I really didn't expect these two people to do such a thing. I was thinking of giving them some other business later. Now it seems that I still thought they were too naive. Yang Hai was extremely disappointed. These are his biological siblings, yet they stabbed him in the back. No one would be able to accept such a thing. Uncle Yang, Sister Yang, it's getting late. I'm going back first. My mother is still in the hospital. I need to go to the hospital to visit her. Lin Feng said to Yang Shuyao and Yang Hai. He has done and said everything he should do. Whether he can successfully expose Yang Tao and Yang Zhen depends on the acting skills of this father and daughter. Don't worry about the hospital. I have someone watching over it. Your mother's surgery hasn't started yet. She's too weak. She needs to get some nutrition in the next few days. How about this? You can stay at our house for the next few days. Yang Hai told the situation of Lin Feng's mother. In that case, you can live here. There are so many rooms anyway, and my dad needs your help with his health. Yang Shuyao also said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought for a few seconds and decided that it would be okay for him to live here. If he could live in the room next to Yang Shuyao, he could keep an eye on Yang Shuyao at night and maybe even see some special colors. Yang Hai's people are watching over the hospital. His mother won't be having surgery for the time being, so he doesn't need to go there. He could just help solve the Yang family's problems here. Okay, then I'll obey your orders. Lin Feng agreed to live here. After arranging the rooms, Lin Feng and the others returned to their respective rooms to rest. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He could see Yang Shuyao from the room he lived in, so he immediately activated his pupil technique and began to admire her. At this time, Yang Shuyao was taking a shower in the bathroom, her hands constantly moving around her body, which made Lin Feng swallow his saliva. But at this moment, Lin Feng felt a burning pain in his eyes. He closed his pupil technique, got up from the bed, and walked to the balcony. Standing on the balcony, his pupil technique suddenly opened automatically, and a ray of moonlight shone on him. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that he had never felt so comfortable before. This lasted for nearly 2 hours before Lin Feng opened his eyes. He felt that his eyes could see farther and more clearly. Looking downstairs, all the flowers, plants, and trees had names. This is definitely a good thing for Lin Feng. In the future, he will be able to directly identify things he doesn't recognize. Sitting on the balcony, Lin Feng yawned. He took out his mobile phone, checked the time, then got up and went back to his room. After entering the room, Lin Feng took a shower, lay on the bed, and fell asleep soon after. The next day, Lin Feng got up early. He came out of the room and saw Yang Hai and Yang Shuyao sitting downstairs. Uncle Yang, Sister Yang, you guys got up so early? Lin Feng greeted the two of them with a smile. Good morning. I didn't sleep well this night. I kept having nightmares. As Yang Shuyao spoke, she looked at Yang Hai, who was sitting next to her. She was just worried that something else would happen to Yang Hai because of this dragon robe. Uncle Yang, how do you feel about this evening? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Slept very well. No problems at all. Yang Hai told what happened last night. That's good. Don't take the little bag I gave you off your body. After giving the instructions, Lin Feng activated his pupil technique to check on Yang Hai's body and the entire Yang family. There is no evil spirit in the Yang family. It is very peaceful. According to the plan, should I go find a miracle doctor to treat my dad? Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng and asked. That's right. Now go find someone to treat Uncle Yang. Remember to find someone you're familiar with and someone you could trust. If you can't trust them, it will easily expose the real situation. Lin Feng replied. Yao Yao is busy with family matters here. The store can't just ignore it. They will definitely take this opportunity to run to the store and cause trouble. I'll leave the store's affairs to you, Xiao Feng. Yang Hai looked at Lin Feng with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Don't worry, Uncle Yang. I will take good care of the store, and there will be no problems. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Chapter 31 Qin, Yu, comes to propose. After dinner, Yang Shuyao went to find a familiar miracle doctor and famous doctor, while Lin Feng drove to the store. Manager Zhou, good morning. Lin Feng greeted Zhou Nana with a smile. After he greeted her, he began to look Zhou Nana's figure up and down. It must be said that Zhou Nana's figure was also very good. It would be even better if one day he could get her and Yang Shuyao in a bed. Lin Feng stood on the second floor and looked at the scenery on the first floor for a while. Looking down from a high place, those underwear were nothing and could not block the beautiful scenery at all. After looking for more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng felt that his body could not bear it anymore, so he returned to the office. For several days, Yang Tao and the others did not show up. Even Qin Yu did not show up. On the morning of the third day, after Lin Feng got up, he asked Yang Shuyao to put makeup on Yang Hai. Yang Hai lay on the bed, pretending to be in pain. Are they really coming today? Yang Shuyao was a little worried. Don't worry, I will. Lin Feng's voice was firm. They were staying in the room when suddenly an anxious voice came from downstairs. Brother, brother, how are you? Hurry up, Sister Yang cried. You must not let the secret show. Lin Feng gave Yang Shuyao some instructions and then left Yang Hai's room. Uncle Yang, you're here. I don't know what's wrong with Uncle Yang's body. He has been feeling unwell for the past few days and has been lying in bed the whole time. It's even worse today. Lin Feng saw Yang Tao on the stairs and told him about Yang Hai's situation. Seeing Lin Feng here, Yang Tao was a little surprised. Why was this kid in the Yang family? Why was he so close to Yang Shuyao and Yang Hai? But now is not the time to ask these questions. As long as Yang Hai falls, the Yang family will be theirs and they can do whatever they want. Brother, how are you? Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. After Yang Tao entered the room, he stood beside the bed and asked Yang Hai, who was lying on the bed. Although Yang Zhen had a worried expression on her face, she kept looking around. Only when she saw the dragon robe hanging at the end of the bed and the box placed beside it did she feel relieved. Second brother, I'm afraid I can't make it. I've asked several miracle doctors to treat me in the past few days, but none of them worked. Second and third brothers, if I'm gone, Yao Yao will be in your care. The Yang group will also be in your care. Yang Hai's voice was hoarse, as if someone was pinching his throat. Lin Feng was a little surprised how Yang Hai made such sound. Brother, what are you talking about? You are still young, and it is impossible for you to die like this. I will find a miracle doctor to treat you right now. You will definitely recover. Yang Zhen said this, pretending to take out his cell phone to make a call. But Lin Feng, who was standing nearby, saw clearly that Yang Zhen just swiped the message page a few times and had no intention of making a call. No need, third brother. My body is just like this. I haven't been to the company these days. How is the company going? Yang Hai asked about the company's affairs. Don't worry, big brother. Everything is going well at the company. The Qin family just happens to have a good project. The third brother and I have been looking at this project these past 2 days. If it's suitable, we will sign a contract with them directly. Our two companies are cooperating, and we will definitely improve together in the future. Big brother, you can't just leave like this. Yang Tao talked about the company's affairs. He felt that Yang Hai was on the verge of death, so there was no need to hide anything, and he could just say what needed to be said. At this time, Yang Hai started coughing rapidly, and his face turned red. Seeing Yang Hai's attitude, Yang Zhen showed a worried expression on her face. She was worried that Yang Hai would leave suddenly without telling the company and the Yang family. Brother, how should we arrange the Yang group and the Yang family? I suggest that Yao Yao should take the position of chairman. Yang Zhen deliberately let Yang Shuyao take over so that Yang Hai would not find out anything. Yao Yao can't do that. Yao Yao is still too young. The second oldest one will take over the company. The future development depends on you. Yao Yao just needs to take care of her shop. Yang Hai said. At this time, a voice came from downstairs. Yao Yao, I'm here to marry you. Hearing the noise, Lin Feng and others came out of the room and looked downstairs. The person standing downstairs was none other than Qin Yu. Qin Yu had a proud expression on his face, and his men behind him were carrying several boxes. Mr. Qin is here. Are you going to propose marriage? Yang Hai asked with a smile. This was all arranged by them. Now that Yang Hai is like this, there is nothing for them to pretend. That's right, Uncle Yang. I've had my eyes on Yao Yao for a long time, and I came here today to propose marriage. Yao Yao, marry me. Qin Yu took out a box from his pocket. I can't possibly marry you. My dad is like this now. I don't want to think about these things. Yang Shuyao rejected Qin Yu's words. Yang Hai was lying on the bed in the room and heard everything clearly. He did not move, but just shook his head gently and lamented what Yang Tao and Yang Zhen had done. Yao Yao, your father's like this now. He definitely doesn't want to see you at home unmarried before he leaves. Just agree to Master Qin, and in the future when our two families cooperate, you can also build a good bridge in the middle. Yang Tao persuaded Yang Shuyao. Uncle, what are you talking about? Don't you know what kind of person he is? How can you let me marry such a scum? My dad is still alive now. He will definitely not agree. Yang Shuyao looked at Yang Tao with a serious expression on her face. Yao Yao, I'm afraid you haven't understood the current situation. Look at your father. How long can he live? He might die today. Your father has said that all of the Yang family will be given to me, and you must listen to me. Now I order you to stay by young Master Qin's side and serve him. Yang Tao stopped pretending and spoke directly from his heart. My dad is still alive. You just said that. Aren't you afraid that my dad won't let you go? Yang Shuyao stared at Yang Tao with eyes wide open. What am I afraid of? I'm telling you, Yang Shuyao, your father is on the verge of death. Do I need to hear what he says? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. We hired someone to tamper with the dragon robe and gave it to your father specifically to kill him. Your father's current situation is all in our plan, and you will be Master Qin's slave from now on. You must do whatever Master Qin tells you to do. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. At the end of his speech, Yang Tao's voice turned cold, and he slapped Yang Shuyao in the face. Yang Shuyao was slapped in the face. She looked at Yang Tao viciously. Now that all the truth had been exposed, they had nothing to worry about. Yang Shuyao, do you think what I brought is a betrothal gift? What I brought are just toys for you to play with in the future. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he opened the boxes. The box is filled with all kinds of toys, all kinds of TT. Chapter 32. You must die. You can't live. Seeing these things, Lin Feng clenched his fists. He didn't expect Qin Yu to be such a bastard. When Yang Tao and Yang Jin saw this, they immediately started laughing. Their goal was to get the Yin family. Now that they have the Yang family, they have nothing to worry about. Yang Shuyao doesn't need them to worry about her. Yang Tao, Yang Jun, I thought you really wanted to work with me, but now it seems that your intention is not at all. If you hadn't said it yourself today, I wouldn't have believed that you would have this idea. At this time, Yang Hai's voice was heard in the room. Yang Tao and Yang Zhen frowned. They turned their heads to look at Yang Hai's room, and Yang Hai came out of the room as if nothing had happened. How could this happen? Weren't you dying? How did you manage to stand up? Yang Tao was a little flustered. I see. It's a last-minute lucidity. Before a person dies, they will act like nothing happened. It must be a last-minute lucidity for him. Yang Zhen expressed his guess. A last gasp? You guys have a good idea. To tell you the truth, Xiao Feng brought Yao Yao back that night and told me about your plan. I didn't quite believe it at the time, but after what happened over the past few days, I've completely believed it. And you, Qin Yu, my daughter will never marry you no matter who she marries. Just think about it for the rest of your life. Yang Hai exposed their conspiracy in a serious voice. What did you say? This kid. Yang Tao looked at Lin Feng. No wonder Lin Feng spoke for them before. Now they finally understood. Lin Feng had already seen through everything and deliberately followed their arrangements, causing them to shoot themselves in the foot. You must die today. Knowing our plan, you have no chance of escape. Yang Zhen shouted angrily in a cold voice. That's right. Now that you know the truth, you won't survive. Do it. Qin Yu gave orders to the men behind him. The men did not hesitate, but immediately rushed upstairs. Yang Hai frowned and pulled Yang Shuyao into the room. It was okay for something to happen to him, but he couldn't let anything happen to Yang Shuyao. But Lin Feng would not let those people succeed. He walked to the stairs and started attacking those people frantically. His attack was more powerful than before. Within a few seconds, all of Qin Yu's men were knocked to the ground. You must die. You cannot live. Yang Tao seemed to be crazy. He took out a dagger from his waist and rushed towards Yang Hai shouting. Yang Hai stood where he was and didn't move. He just looked at Yang Tao. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickened his pace, rushed forward, and kicked Yang Tao away. Yang Tao fell to the ground and fainted, and Yang Zhen was left alone without any ability to resist. Brother, I know I was wrong. It was all Yang Tao's fault. Yang Tao forced me to do this. If I didn't agree, he would kill me. And the Qin family, Qin Jinghao, and Qin Yu forced me, so I had no choice but to agree. Brother, I beg you to let me go. I don't want anything from the Yang family. Please let me go. Yang Zhen fell to his knees, pointed at Qin Yu downstairs, and began to beg for mercy. But when everyone looked downstairs, Qin Yu had disappeared. Qin Yu had seen Lin Feng's abilities before, and when he saw Lin Feng taking action, he ran away. At that time, Yang Tao used a dagger to deal with Yang Hai, and Lin Feng had no choice but to let Qingyu go. I have tried my best to help you over the years, and tried my best to keep you from having to worry about anything, but I never expected that my help to you would be in vain in the end. Now you're begging for mercy and want me to let you go. When you wanted to kill me, did you ever think of letting me go? Yang Hai shook his head slightly and asked Yang Jin on the ground in a serious voice. Yang Tao and Yang Jun looked at each other, and neither of them could say a word. If they had not done such a thing before, it would not have come to this point now. Yang Shuyao, who was standing aside, looked at the two people on the ground and felt a lot softer in her heart. Let's put it this way, Dad. After all, they are my second uncle and aunt. They are unkind, but we cannot be unjust. Let's just forget about this matter and let them go back to do their own things and see how they perform in the future. If they behave well, we can keep them here in the future, but if they don't behave well, it won't be too late to deal with them then. Yang Shuyao persuaded Yang Hai. Yes, brother, we will never do such a thing again. Please give us a chance. Yang Tao seized the opportunity and hurriedly pleaded. Yang Hai glanced at Yang Shuyao, sighed, and shook his head slightly. Yang Shuyao had too little experience and was too soft-hearted. Since Yao Yao has begged for mercy, I will give you one chance. However, you have to give up the jade industry of our Yang family that you control and let Yao Yao handle the jade industry. As a punishment, Yang Hai took over the jade industry managed by Yang Tao and Yang Jun. Well, as long as we're still alive, we will be satisfied. Yang Jun quickly nodded in agreement. At this time, Yang Jun turned his head and glanced at Lin Feng, who was standing beside him. This kid is quite capable. Although there will be no jade industry in the future, if she can win over Lin Feng, she won't have to worry about her future life. When Lin Feng turned his head, he happened to see Yang Jun's eyes, which were somewhat malicious. He opened his pupil technique and looked at Yang Jun. He had to say that Yang Jun looked very well maintained for his age. Not only did he have a good figure, but he also had a fair complexion. Even the underwear Yang Jun was wearing was very seductive, a black translucent lace top with only a little bit of cotton covering the important parts. Looking down, Lin Feng's eyes widened. There were only a few ropes to cover it. This was too bold. Why aren't you leaving? What are you still doing here? Yang Hai scolded in a serious voice. Yes, brother, we're leaving now. Please take care of yourself. Yang Tao and Yang Jun both stood up and walked towards the stairs. When going downstairs, Yang Jun deliberately glanced at Lin Feng, and that look made Lin Feng feel itchy in his heart. Although Lin Feng is a little lustful, he has a bottom line. At Yang Jun's age, he will definitely not have any thoughts. Thank you so much. Without you, my dad would be in dire straits. Yang Shuyao said this and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng stood there at a loss for a moment. Yang Shuyao was jumping excitedly, and her breasts were rubbing against his chest. Lin Feng, who had never been close to a woman before, felt his scalp tingling at this moment. Xiao Feng, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I might have been a corpse. You still need to help Yao Yao more in the jade industry in the future. Yang Hai gaf Lin Feng Ernest Instructance. Chapter 33, This is not a parking place. There's a hotel in front. Lin Feng originally wanted to open his own shop after this matter was over, but now that Yang Hai said this, he was a little overwhelmed. Just agree to it. Without your help, I will never be able to do it in the future. Yang Shuyao held Lin Feng's hand and shook it, begging coquettishly. Lin Feng glanced at Yang Shuyao. He had just activated his pupil technique to check on Yang Jun, and it had not been closed yet. Now he happened to see Yang Shuyao. Although I have seen it many times before, it is still very novel to see it now. Especially the top that Yang Shuyao was wearing now. It seemed like it was specially prepared for Lin Feng. It was completely white and transparent, with no covering at all. Lin Feng felt a little hot, and a warm current was about to flow out of his nose. He quickly shook his head and closed his pupil technique. Okay, since Uncle Yang said so, I will agree to what Uncle Yang said. Lin Feng nodded slightly in agreement. He turned his head and looked at Yang Shuyao with an evil look, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng's expression. Instead of being angry, she felt a little shy. By the way, Uncle Yang, my mother is still in the hospital. I haven't been there for a few days. I have nothing to do now, so I'll go and see her. Lin Feng thought of his mother Zhang Lan, who was still in hospital. He was going to come here a few days ago, but Yang Hai said that he had arranged for someone to watch over him in the hospital, so he had to stay here. Now that the Yang family's affairs have been resolved, he has time to go over and take a look. Okay, go ahead. Yang Hai looked at Yang Shuyao and told her, Yao Yao, you should go too. I'm already well. Go see your aunt and bring some things with you. Don't miss out on the etiquette of our Yang family. Yes. Yang Shuyao nodded in agreement, then turned around and left the Yang family. After they came out of Yang's house, they went to the hospital. On the way, Yang Shuyao held Lin Feng's hand and kept thanking him, and Lin Feng gently agreed. His eyes were always on Yang Shuyao's figure, and his hand was getting closer and closer to Yang Shuyao, almost touching her. Yang Shuyao noticed that Lin Feng turned his head to look at her from time to time, and she understood what Lin Feng was thinking. Her cheeks blushed, and she gently pulled Lin Feng's hand closer to her. Just as they were about to touch each other, Lin Feng suddenly pulled his hand back and honked the horn frantically. Fuck! How are you driving? Is this the parking space? After passing the car in front, Lin Feng put his hand back to the previous position. But his eyes were looking forward and his hand accidentally touched Yang Shuyao's leg. He also touched it gently and found it very smooth and soft. Have you touched enough? Yang Shuyao asked in a pretended angry manner. But she was not angry in her heart. She was even a little happy. After these days of contact, she has developed a good impression of Lin Feng. But it's a pity that Lin Feng has never taken the initiative to say anything. Although it was not intentional, she was still very satisfied. At least she could make a further step. I'm sorry, Sister Yang. I didn't see it. Lin Feng apologized and tried to pull his hand back. What do you think of me? Yang Shuyao suddenly grabbed his hand and pressed it on her legs, which were covered with black stockings. Sister Yang, of course you are good. You are beautiful and have a good figure. You're also a rich lady. Lin Feng's face flushed as he spoke of Yang Shuyao's strengths. That's not what I'm talking about. It's how you feel about me. Yang Shuyao's voice was firm. Lin Feng glanced at Yang Shuyao. He was not a fool, so he naturally understood what Yang Shuyao meant. He parked the car on the side of the road where it would not be in the way. His eyes were fixed on Yang Shuyao, and Yang Shuyao's eyes were also looking at Lin Feng. At this moment, she felt that Lin Feng was very charming, especially when he was smiling. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly pulled back his hand and placed it on her back and pushed her forward. Lin Feng's cheek touched hers, and the two of them leaned tightly together. Yang Shuyao did not resist or refuse and responded to Lin Feng gently. Lin Feng's other hand also tentatively reached towards Yang Shuyao's high place. Just as Lin Feng was about to reach Yang Shuyao's height, there was suddenly a knock on the window. Lin Feng hurriedly separated from Yang Shuyao. He wiped the lipstick off his lips, lowered the car window, and looked out. Yang Shuyao also had rosy cheeks and lowered her head, constantly wiping the corners of her mouth. This is not the place to park. There is a hotel in front. After the man next to the car finished speaking, he unscrewed the electric bike and ran away. Watching the other party leave, Lin Feng didn't know what to say. After closing the window, the two of them continued to rush towards the hospital. The two of them didn't speak for the rest of the journey. After arriving at the hospital, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao carried their things upstairs. Yang Shuyao's left hand was free, and she very consciously put it around Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng felt the softness of Yang Shuyao and felt itchy in his heart. Even my body had some slight reactions, but luckily my pants were wide and didn't expose anything. After the elevator arrived, Lin Feng pressed the elevator floor and they walked inside. Soon the elevator was full of people. Originally, Yang Shuyao was close to Lin Feng, and now she was even closer with no space between them. Lin Feng looked down at Yang Shuyao, who was also looking at him. When they lowered their heads, their lips touched again. This time the two were not so embarrassed and just smiled gently. A few minutes later, they reached the top floor and emerged from the elevator. Yang Shuyao and Yang Hai entered the ward where Zhang Lan was. Someone in the ward was watching TV and chatting with Zhang Lan. This should be the person arranged by Yang Hai. Xiaofeng, Boss Yang, you are here. Zhang Lan saw Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao and greeted them with a smile. Seeing Yang Shuyao holding Lin Feng's arm, she was even more delighted. Mom, how you been these past 2 days? I heard from Uncle Yang that you were supposed to have surgery a few days ago, but you were too weak to do it. Lin Feng asked about Zhang Lan's situation. I've gotten much better in the past few days. I eat and drink nutritiously. The doctor said if everything goes well, I can have the surgery tomorrow morning. Zhang Lan told the time of the operation. Then I'll come over tonight, and I can help with anything. Lin Feng said, No, you still have work to do, and Mr. Yang has arranged for someone to watch me here, so I don't need your help. Zhang Lan waved her hand to reject Lin Feng's proposal. At this time, Yang Shuyao went to put down her things and gave some instructions to the people who were taking care of Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan took the opportunity to ask quietly, "Are you already together?" "I guess so." Lin Feng glanced at Yang Shuyao and answered softly, "That's fine, kid." Zhang Lan patted Lin Feng and gave him a thumbs up. "That's right. There's nothing wrong with your son." Lin Feng raised his head slightly and answered. After sitting in the hospital and chatting for more than 10 minutes, Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng left. "It's time for dinner now. Let's eat, and then go to the jade shop to have a look." Yang Shuyao raised her eyebrows and asked Lin Feng. "Sure." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Chapter 34, Doing that kind of thing in broad daylight in the office? After leaving the hospital, the two found a restaurant to have lunch. After dinner, we went directly to Yang's jewelry store in the Jade Market. Before entering, Lin Feng saw that there were many salespeople in the store, and they all looked good. The key point is that there are no male employees here, which is simply a blessing. "Sister Yang, is this your Yang family's jewelry store? It's really nice." Lin Feng gave a thumbs up in praise. His praise was not for the items in the store, but for the staff. "Still calling me Sister Yang? We are already boyfriend and girlfriend now. Shouldn't you change your name?" Yang Shuyao was a little unhappy. "Yes, yes, Yao Yao." As Lin Feng spoke, he consciously put his hand on Yang Shuyao. The place where the hand drooped was exactly at Yang Shuyao's chest. Lin Feng could reach the tall chest. The two entered the store together, and a clerk greeted them with a smile. "Sir, miss, is there anything I can help you with? You don't know me? Ask your manager to come down." Yang Shuyao asked. The clerk looked Yang Shuyao up and down and said, "I'm sorry. Our manager has something to do and can't come down right now. If you have anything, please tell me and I can help." "My name is Yang Shuyao. I'm your new boss. Ask the manager to come down to see me." Yang Shuyao's voice was serious. "New boss?" The clerk was a little confused. She looked at the other shop assistants, and they all had puzzled expressions on their faces. Yang Shuyao did not remain stunned. She took Lin Feng's hand and walked directly towards the office upstairs. The shop assistants did not dare to stop them and could only watch Yang Shuyao and the others go upstairs. The decoration and layout here are not much different from those of an antique shop, and the manager's office is also on the second floor. Arriving at the store door, Yang Shuyao raised her hand and knocked on the door. But there was no response from inside. Yang Shuyao wanted to open the door, but the office door was locked. "Who is it?" There was an unhappy expression from inside. There were some other sounds as well. After hearing this, Lin Feng activated his pupil technique and looked towards the store. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. A man and a woman are doing exercises next to the desk. It is simply unreasonable to dare to do such a thing blatantly in the office. "Get out of the way and let me do it." Lin Feng raised his leg and kicked the door, and the office door was kicked open. The men and women inside immediately began to tidy up their clothes. Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng entered the office. They saw two people tidying up their clothes and knew what they were doing without thinking too much. "Do you know what this place is? You dare to cause trouble here. I think you are really tired of living." The manager pulled up his trousers, but before he fastened his belt, he raised his finger and pointed at Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao threateningly. Just now the door was suddenly kicked open, and he was so scared that he immediately retracted his hand. "I'm afraid it will have some trauma in his heart. Hurry up and fix it, otherwise it will fall off, which will be embarrassing." Lin Feng said with a sneer. "What does this have to do with your mother? What the hell do you do?" The manager cursed while tying his belt with his hands. "You did such a dirty thing in the office in broad daylight, and you still have the nerve to ask us why." Yang Shuyao was furious. "I thought this jewelry store would be better, but I didn't expect it to be ruined by these people. I'm a manager here. I have the final say here. I can do whatever I want. But beauty, if you have any ideas, I can satisfy you." Manager Wang had a very lewd expression on his face. Yang Shuyao didn't want to see Manager Wang anymore now. People like him must be removed from the jewelry store as soon as possible. "I am Yang Shuyao from the Yang family, and I'm also the new boss of this jewelry store. I am now officially informing you that you are fired. And the same goes for you. Pack up your things now and get out." Yang Shuyao revealed her identity and wanted to fire Manager Wang and the female salesperson. "You're the new boss? Are you kidding me? There is only one boss here, Yang Zhen, the third grandmother of the Yang family. There is only one manager here, and that's me." Manager Wang had an arrogant expression on his face and didn't believe what Yang Shuyao said at all. He had heard that the Yang family had an eldest daughter named Yang Shuyao, but he did not believe that Yang Shuyao was the eldest daughter of the Yang family. After all, Yang Zhen had been in charge of this place before, and whatever Yang Zhen said was the truth. Moreover, The reason he could sit in this position was entirely because of Yang Jun. If Yang Jun were no longer the boss here, he would definitely call to remind him. It's an insult to our company to have people like you here. Yang Shuyao really couldn't bear to watch it. Are you still pretending here? I want to see how long you can keep pretending. Manager Wong picked up the phone on the table and dialed the number. Soon the call was connected. Manager Wong shouted angrily, "Security, come up here and take these two people out." He put down the phone, and within a minute, several security guards rushed in from outside the door. The items in the store are of relatively high value, so they opened a security room next to it. Their security guards sit in the security room and will come over immediately when something happens. Seeing these security guards, Lin Feng showed a disdainful expression on his face. "Get them out of here. How did you security guards do your job? You didn't stop these people." Manager Wong pointed at Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao and yelled at the security guards. "Let's see who dares to make a move. I am Yang Shuyao, the eldest daughter of the Yang family and the new owner of the Yang jewelry store." Yang Shuyao revealed her identity. After hearing Yang Shuyao's identity, the security guards looked at each other, stood still, and did not take any action. After all, this is the eldest daughter of the Yang family. If they take action against her, the consequences will be disastrous. Do you believe her words? What evidence does she have to prove that she's the eldest daughter of the Yang family? Do it. Manager Wong gave the order again. Upon hearing this, the security guards rushed forward and were about to attack Yang Shuyao. You're right. Manager Wong doesn't even know her. So how could she be the eldest daughter of the Yang family? If so, they should all know each other. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Seeing several security guards coming up, Lin Feng took the initiative to attack and took care of them with just a few punches. Seeing Lin Feng's skills, Manager Wong showed a timid expression on his face. But as a manager, he can't just be so cowardly. He gathered up his courage and pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, "Boy, you dare to fight here. Do you know that the owner behind this store is the Yang family? Do you know what position the Yang family holds in Linhai?" "Of course I know, but I'm afraid you don't know." Lin Feng replied. "Boss Yang, you're here. Someone upstairs is causing trouble and claims to be the new boss." At this time, a voice came from downstairs. Hearing this voice, Manager Wong showed a proud expression on his face and glanced at Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng, then quickened his pace and walked to the office door. "Sister Jun, you are here. Someone is causing trouble here. He even dares to claim to be the eldest daughter of the Yang family, Yang Shuyao, and even dares to claim to be the boss here. They dare to attack our security guards here." Manager Wong saw Yang Jun coming and hurriedly said, Chapter 35, What a Vixen. Yang Jun frowned slightly when she heard this. She walked to the office and saw two people in the office. "Yao Yao, why are you here so early? I thought you would come tomorrow." Yang Jun looked at Yang Shuyao and asked. As soon as Yang Jun said this, Manager Wong showed a shocked expression. They simply couldn't believe that this person was actually the eldest daughter of the Yang family. Manager Wong, in particular, had his legs trembling and was extremely frightened. "Auntie, your store manager is really good, doing those things in the office in broad daylight. If we hadn't come here, we wouldn't know what kind of person this manager is." Yang Shuyao looked at Manager Wong with a sneer. Yang Jun turned his head and looked at Manager Wong. "Is what she said true?" "Sister Jun, please listen to my explanation. It's not what you see. The facts are not like this." Manager Wong was a little flustered and took Yang Jun's hand to explain. Seeing Manager Wong's behavior, Lin Feng sneered. The fact that Manager Wong could sit in this position and dare to be so arrogant here must have a very direct relationship with Yang Jun. "Let me go. I asked you to be the manager here. This is how you repay me. Get out of here. And you get out of here now. If I see you again, I will never let you go." Yang Jun shook off Manager Wong's hand and told him to get out. Manager Wong's face was filled with grievance as he listened to Yang Jun's words. "Sister Jun, I have obeyed your orders for such a long time. You can't just chase me away like this." Manager Wong hugged Yang Jun's legs, tears almost coming out. "Listen to me? I see you are so cool here. You don't take me seriously at all. Get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore." Yang Jun turned his head and looked at the security guards and ordered, "Can you guys still get up? Throw him out." The security guard did not remain stunned. He immediately got up from the ground and pulled Manager Wong away. "Yao Yao, I'm so sorry for letting you see such an indecent scene. I'll have all the furniture in the office replaced with new ones. Yang Zensai Du Yang Shuyo Aokwardli. Since my aunt said so, I'll trouble you. By the way, aunt, where's the account book of this jewelry store? I want to see it." Yang Shuyao stood up and wanted to walk to the office chair and sit down, But when she thought about what Manager Wang had just done, she returned to sit on the sofa. Here, Yang Zhan said this and walked to the desk, took out the account book, and handed it to Yang Shuyao. Yang Shuyao took the account book and began to look through it. Yang Zhen stood there feeling a little nervous. She smiled and said, Yao Yao, since you are already here, I will leave first. Call me if you have anything else. Okay, Aunt, slow down. If there is anything else about the jewelry store that you forgot to tell me, remember to call me at the end. Yang Shuyao had a fake smile on her face. Because according to the account books, this jewelry store has never made any profit and has always been in a loss-making state. Her words also served as a reminder to Yang Zhen. I see. After saying this, Yang Zhen turned and left. Lin Feng, please help send my aunt off. Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng didn't say much and nodded in agreement. They left the office together and walked downstairs. Yang Zhen didn't say anything, but Lin Feng kept staring at Yang Zhen. When he was at Yang's house, he saw how Yang Zhen was dressed. Now that Yang Zhen was walking, he couldn't miss this opportunity. With his pupil technique activated, he looked at Yang Zhen from behind. All he saw in the morning were a few ropes, but now he could actually see 2 words tattooed on Yang Zhen's lower back. When he saw these 2 words, Lin Feng swallowed lightly. Some images appeared in his mind, and his body reacted immediately. This Yang Zhen is really a vixen. Lin Feng can't stay with this woman for too long. Otherwise, he is really worried that he won't be able to control himself. Arriving at the door of the store, Lin Feng said, Slow down, I'll go back. Lin Feng, don't worry. I parked my car quite far away. You just saw how irritable Manager Wang was. I was worried that he would block me. Yang Zhen deliberately pretended to be timid and cowardly. You dared to kill people, and you are still afraid? Lin Feng said in surprise. Please. Yang Zhen clasped his hands together and pleaded. Looking at Yang Zhen's attitude, Lin Feng felt helpless. After all, this was Yang Shuyao's aunt, and if something really happened, Yang Shuyao would also be worried. So Lin Feng agreed to take Yang Zhen to the car. The 2 of them walked outside without saying a word along the way. After arriving at the car, Lin Feng turned around and prepared to leave without saying a word. But after walking a few steps, a voice called out from behind. Lin Feng, don't worry. Can you do me a favor? I can't release the handbrake. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned his head to look at Yang Zhen's car and walked over with an unhappy look on his face. Walking to the driver's seat, Lin Feng got in the car and released the handbrake. Just as he was about to get out of the car, Yang Zhen suddenly leaned over and bent over to take something from the passenger seat. Lin Feng felt the softness of Yang Zhen on his legs and the touch of being close together. Suddenly, Lin Feng's scalp went numb, and his body also reacted immediately. I don't know if Yang Zhen did it on purpose, but he actually moved a little towards his important position. I'm sorry, it's a little far away and I can't reach it. Yang Zhen stood up slowly, full of apology. I've already put the handbrake down for you. Hurry and leave. I still have to go back to find Yao Yao. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he prepared to get off the car. Don't worry, I still have something to tell you. You are so young, handsome, and capable. Any woman who sees you will not be able to help but look at you twice, right? As Yang Zhen spoke, his hand gently reached out to Lin Feng's leg. Seeing Yang Zhen's behavior, Lin Feng's heart beat faster. This Yang Zhen is really a vixen. She has a way of manipulating men. However, she wanted to control Lin Feng, but it was impossible to achieve it. What do you mean by that? What do you think of me? Lin Feng's hand also reached out to Yang Zhen and twisted Yang Zhen's buttocks hard. You're so annoying. How about this? I don't have to look after the store now, and I don't have anything else to do. I have plenty of time in the evening. How about we meet in the evening? Yang Zhen took out a room card from the bag he had just received. Lin Feng looked at the room card, his mouth slightly raised. Since you said so, I will naturally not refuse. Wash up and wait for me in the evening. After saying that, Lin Feng took the room card and took the opportunity to pinch Yang Zhen's chest hard. After getting off the car, he walked towards the J Market. Back at Yang's jewelry store, there was a beautiful woman with fair skin selecting items at the counter. This attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng did not go upstairs but came to the counter. Chapter 36. The jewelry store has really good sales. Miss, what do you need? I can introduce you. Lin Feng asked with a harmless smile. He opened his pupil technique and looked at the beauty in front of him. She was indeed fair-skinned and beautiful, with skin as white and tender as a baby's skin. Looking down, she has an innocent look on the outside, but she is wearing a leopard print suit underneath. It seems that she's also a woman with a wild heart. I didn't expect that the customers of this jewelry store are of this type. It seems that I'd better not talk to those male customers in antique shops in the future. It's better here. Who are you? The woman looked at Lin Feng and asked. I'm Lin Feng, the new manager here. If you have anything you like, you can tell me, and I'll recommend it to you. Lin Feng revealed his identity, turned around, and whispered to the clerk, I will help you receive this customer, and the commission will be all yours. Thank you, Manager Lin. When the clerk heard Lin Feng's words, he agreed without refusing. Since someone is helping to receive customers, and the commission is their own, I'm afraid no one would be unwilling to do it. I want a jade bracelet that can complement my temperament. After the woman knew Lin Feng's identity, she no longer had any doubts. Emerald bracelet. Miss, your skin is so fair. Any one of them could be worth dozens of times more when worn on your wrist. It's as if these things were made specifically to cater to you. As Lin Feng spoke, he stretched out his hand towards the woman's arm. When the woman heard what Lin Feng said, she couldn't stop laughing and didn't care about Lin Feng's hand. These ones here are very suitable for you, Mississippi. They are all green and have no impurities. And miss, you have thin arms, so this width will fit your arms perfectly and won't cause any problems when you're busy. Lin Feng picked out a jade bracelet from the counter at random, and he directly pulled the woman's hand and put it on her. The shop assistants standing by were all disgusted when they saw Lin Feng's behavior. After all, it was really uncomfortable for a grown man to say such corny words of praise. But they didn't dare to say anything more. After all, Lin Feng was the manager. If they said anything, Lin Feng would definitely cause trouble for them later. It's very good, this is it. The woman raised her arm and took a look at the jade bracelet on her wrist, accepting Lin Feng's recommendation. Miss, as the saying goes, things go best with each other. You already have bracelets on your wrists, so your neck should not be empty. Only in this way can it better highlight your temperament. Here is a piece pendant cut from imperial green jadeite. If you wear it around your neck, you will surely be praised by everyone. Lin Feng took the woman's arm and walked to the counter with a safe and sound sign on it. The woman looked at the all is well sign on the counter and nodded in agreement. Indeed, bringing items as a set would make a big difference in the feeling people have. Take it out and let me see it. The woman agreed to Lin Feng's proposal. Lin Feng took out the imperial green nothingness card from the counter and compared it to the woman's neck. Perfect. Really? The woman looked at Lin Feng and asked, I'll put it on for you, and you can look at yourself in the mirror. If it doesn't look good on you, then no one else will look good on you. Lin Feng said. The woman did not remain stunned. She turned around with her back to Lin Feng and asked Lin Feng to put it on her. Lin Feng leaned forward and passed the necklace in his hand through her neck. At this time, he looked down and saw the vaguely visible half circle of the woman's chest, and his heart began to itch. This looming feeling is more fascinating than seeing it directly. Well, Miss has such a good figure. This can highlight Miss's extraordinariness. Lin Feng praised the woman again. Hearing Lin Feng's praise, the woman was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Looking at herself wearing the necklace in the mirror, she was very satisfied. Okay, I'll take both of them. Swipe the card. The woman took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Lin Feng between her fingers. Thank you, Mississippi. This is my business card. If you need antiques or jewelry in the future, you can contact me. Of course, you can contact me if you need anything else. Lin Feng took the bank card and handed over his business card. The woman glanced at the business card and put it in her bag. Lin Feng handed the bank card to the salesperson, who swiped the card immediately without hesitation. After all the formalities were completed, the woman left the jewelry store with the invoice and her belongings. Manager Lin, you are really amazing. You sold a bracelet and a necklace so easily. We should learn from you. That's right, you are our role model. Manager Lin, can you teach us in the future? Let's also increase some commissions. Manager Lin is truly an all-rounder. Just now you said that you also know about antiques. That's amazing. The saleswoman in this jewelry store is not only pretty and fair-skinned, but also has a very sweet voice. Listening to their admiring voices, Lin Feng could imagine the happy times he would have here in the future. Okay, don't worry. I'll stay here as a manager and I'll definitely teach you more in the future. I'll teach you everything I know. Lin Feng patted his chest and made the promise. After chatting with the salesman downstairs for a while, Lin Feng went upstairs to the office. When Lin Feng entered the office, he saw Yang Shuyao sitting on the sofa with an angry face. He walked over and asked softly, Yao Yao, what happened? Look, the account book is full of losses, without any profit at all. I really don't know how they have been doing things for so long. Yang Shuyao pointed at the losses in the account book, furious. The past was the past, and the present is the present. Now that you have taken over, there will never be any more losses. Now that the antique shop has calmed down, I might as well help you monitor the situation in the store. Lin Feng expressed his thoughts. With so many beauties around, he can't leave. He must fight for the chance to stay. There is still a big gap between antiques and jade. Are you sure you want to stay here? Yang Shuyao asked with her eyes blinking. Of course I'm sure. In fact, they're the same. It's just a matter of good or bad in time. Besides, there are also ancient jades among jades, so I have studied all of them. Lin Feng said, Okay, in that case, you stay here. I still need to think about promoting a manager for the antique shop so that there won't be any trouble in the future. Do you have any good candidates to recommend? Yang Shuyao asked Lin Feng for his opinion. There is Xiao He, who is eager to learn. More importantly, there's a financial sponsor behind Xiao He, Gu Qingshan. As long as Xiao He is here, Gu Qingshan will definitely continue to buy things from our antique shop. Lin Feng named a candidate. If you say so, I really should think about it carefully. Yang Shuyao nodded slightly and began to think. Chapter 37. Such a coincidence happens in the world. They sat in the jewelry store for an entire afternoon and only left the office after get off work in the evening. I would like to announce to everyone that from today on, Lin Feng is the new manager of this jewelry store. From now on, you will listen to his arrangements, and his words are equivalent to my words. Yang Shuyao announced the appointment of manager to everyone. I hope that we can help each other and achieve each other in the future. Lin Feng clapped lightly and said to everyone, Manager Wang used to be able to do those things here. His ability is not just 100 times stronger than Manager Wang's, but dozens of times stronger. So it is even easier for him to do those things. There is another reason. In the future, he cannot continue to work under the name of Yang Group. He must open a company or store of his own. For example, the woman today is his hidden customer, and when he opens a shop in the future, this woman will definitely come to support him. Manager Lin is so capable. We will definitely learn more from him in the future. Yes, today Manager Lin sold a bracelet and a necklace with just a few words. Manager Lin is our idol. Having Manager Lin here will definitely help all of us improve in the future. Everyone said. When Yang Shuyao heard that Lin Feng sold a bracelet and a necklace, she was a little confused. She had been with Lin Feng the whole afternoon, so how could she not know that Lin Feng had also sold necklaces and bracelets? Okay, everyone, get off work. Come to work early tomorrow morning. I'll be here to welcome you all. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said to everyone, Of course he welcomes these people to come, and it is because of these people that he wants to be the manager here. After leaving the jewelry store, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao had dinner together. I have to go to the hospital tonight, so I won't be here with you. Lin Feng said, I'm coming with you. Annie needs to have surgery. Now we're boyfriend and girlfriend, so I have to be there too. It's courtesy. Besides, I don't have anything to do. Yang Shuyao said that she wanted to be with Lin Feng. Hearing Yang Shuyao say this, Lin Feng nodded slightly in agreement. Yang Shuyao is really a qualified girlfriend, much better than Chen Qian. After dinner, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao went to the hospital first. Zhang Lan has completed all the examinations and will be able to enter the operating room for surgery tomorrow morning. Mom, I will always be with you and cheer you up. Lin Feng held Zhang Lan's hand. To be honest, he was also very nervous. If he knew some medical skills, he would treat Zhang Lan himself. Xiao Feng, you and Yao Yao should go back together. I will have surgery tomorrow morning, and I will have a good rest tonight. Besides, there are people arranged by Mr. Yang watching me here, so nothing will happen. You don't need to be here. Zhang Lan said to Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao. Auntie, we don't have anything to do, so we'll stay here with you. Yang Shuyao sat on the chair and showed no intention of leaving. They sat and chatted for a long time, and Yang Shuyao also learned a lot about Lin Feng's childhood. At around 9 o'clock, Zhang Lan fell asleep while talking. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao did not stay here any longer and left directly. It's so late now. If I go home, it will definitely disturb my dad's rest. Yang Shuyao said while sitting in the car. Then let's go get a room and rest. Lin Feng suggested. Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng, sizing him up. When Lin Feng saw Yang Shuyao's eyes, he felt that he might be a little anxious. This caused some concerns among people. He was about to explain when Yang Shuyao said, Then go ahead. Lin Feng didn't say much, started the car, and drove to a nearby hotel. After unlocking the room, they went upstairs together and entered the room. This hotel is quite old and is right next to a hospital, so it probably hasn't been renovated for many years. The decoration style of this hotel is very ordinary, and the sound insulation of the hotel is not very good. When they passed through the corridor and heard the sounds coming from the room, Lin Feng didn't think anything of it, but Yang Shuyao's cheeks were as red as apples. Finally, they arrived at the room. Lin Feng opened the door, and they entered. The room was very clean, and there was nothing stuck in it. Lin Feng, go take a shower first. Yang Shuyao said to Lin Feng. Good. Lin Feng did not refuse and agreed directly. He took his bathrobe from the closet and went straight to the bathroom. Entering the bathroom, he could hear noises coming from next door. Lin Feng felt itchy when he heard the noise, so he activated his pupil technique and saw the other party's room through the wall. When he saw the woman's figure in the bathroom, he was a little surprised. This figure was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. But the other person had his back to him, and he had no way of seeing him at all. After a few seconds, when the other party turned his head to face this side, Lin Feng saw the other party's appearance clearly. Looking at the other person, Lin Feng was shocked. It was Yang Zhen. In the afternoon, Yang Zhen gave him the room card. He didn't look at any hotel, but he didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence in the world. Lin Feng looked at Yang Zhen's figure and reacted quickly, especially when Yang Zhen's hand were rubbing his body. As if she knew Lin Feng was opposite her, she deliberately rubbed important parts of her body a few times with her hands. This made Lin Feng even more unbearable. This vixen, sooner or later, I will kill you. He turned and looked to the other side, trying to calm himself down. Just turning my head to look at the other side, I saw a man and a woman squirming on the bed in the room, and their movements were very sharp. I have only seen this kind of action in small movies from the island country, but I didn't expect to see it today. After watching for a few minutes, Lin Feng became a little fascinated. He even began to imagine how great it would be if he and Yang Shuyao were acting like this at this moment. As I was thinking about it, my body, which had just calmed down, reacted again. Not long after, Lin Feng finished his shower and went straight out of the room. He stood in front of Yang Shuyao wrapped in a bathrobe. Go ahead. Good. Yang Shuyao agreed and went to the bathroom with her bathrobe. Lin Feng wiped the water droplets off his body and threw himself directly onto the bed. He kept moving on the bed, trying to keep himself active. But at this moment, he turned his head and saw a small red dot on the light on the roof. When Lin Feng saw this little red dot, the thoughts in his mind were instantly shattered. He stood on the bed, took off the lampshell with both hands, and saw a small camera inside. When Lin Feng saw this thing, his face was filled with anger. However, he did not plan to go directly to the boss, but to make the boss regret it. He held up his phone and played a horrifying scene that kept repeating, then pointed the camera at the phone screen. He wanted to see if the boss dared to continue watching the monitor. Downstairs, the boss's lounge. There's a beautiful lady staying at our hotel. We'll have a good show tonight. She's so pretty. A long-haired man had an excited expression on his face, and his hand kept clicking on the mouse. Is it true? I'll watch the video later and sell it for a good price. The fat man on the side followed up. Chapter 38, can you help me blow it? The long-haired man turned on the surveillance camera in the room, lowered the volume, and watched the screen. At first, the screen was black, with absolutely no movement at all. What kind of monitor is this? Why is it dark? The fat man frowned. I don't know. It shouldn't be like this. Changfa didn't quite understand either, and kept clicking the mouse. Their papers were all ready, their movements were all prepared. It would be a surprise if nothing was seen. But at this moment, a white ghost face suddenly appeared on the screen, and the long-haired man and the fat man were so scared that they fell off their chairs. Fuck, what's wrong with you? Have they found out? The fat man asked the long-haired man. No way, definitely not. Changfa didn't believe it and continued to tap the screen. But the horrifying scene kept replaying. Changfa cursed and switched to the surveillance camera in another room. This bastard must have seen it. Forget it. Just take a look at the other rooms. The long-haired man said helplessly to the fat man. Fuck, what's the point? I've seen her several times this month. The fat man cursed and stood up to leave. In a room upstairs, Lin Feng sat on the bed. He activated his pupil technique and kept looking at the boss lounge downstairs. Seeing the behavior of the long-haired and fat man, Lin Feng couldn't stop laughing. Everything that should be done has been done, but he can't just let it go. This thing can record, and he can't let them hear any sound. I heard that they were about to celebrate the new year. Afterwards, Lin Feng fiddled with the surveillance camera and soon dismantled it and threw it out of the window. At this time, Lin Feng thought of Yang Zhen next door. If there is a camera in this room, there must be one in her room too. He looked next door and saw Yang Jun sitting in the room, smoking a few cigarettes. He stood up and took down a small surveillance camera from under the TV opposite the bed. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng secretly felt lucky that he had a strong will and did not be seduced by Yang Jun. Otherwise, Yang Jun would have recorded everything. Yang Jun looked at the time on his mobile phone in the room, waited for about 5 minutes, and then left. At the same time, Yang Shuyao just came out of the bathroom. Lin Feng looked at Yang Shuyao. The bathrobe was too big, and when Yang Shuyao raised her arms, her chest could be vaguely seen. At this moment, Yang Shuyao was naked, which gave Lin Feng a great temptation. He looked at Yang Shuyao, and his body moved slightly. Can you give me a blowjob? Yang Shuyao asked. Blow? What? Lin Feng blinked and asked back. Don't think too much about it. It's just blow-drying your hair. Yang Shuyao's cheeks were rosy. Can. Lin Feng got up from the bed and walked to Yang Shuyao. He used a hairdryer to blow Yang Shuyao's hair. The fragrance of Yang Shuyao entered Lin Feng's nostrils. He swallowed gently and looked down to see Yang Shuyao's insides more clearly. He really couldn't bear such temptation, and not long after, Lin Feng's reaction became much greater. What? Yang Shuyao said this and turned her head to look over. Seeing Yang Shuyao's move, Lin Feng wanted to step back and dodge, but was grabbed by Yang Shuyao before he could do so. What are you doing? Following me here, armed? Yang Shuyao had a puzzled expression on her face. No, you misunderstood. Lin Feng's cheeks were rosy. I feel like my whole body is numb. I have never been treated like this before, let alone by a woman as beautiful as Yang Shuyao. Yang Shuyao lifted up her bathrobe. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned around. I'm sorry. Lin Feng apologized to Yang Shuyao. Without. Yang Shuyao replied. After drying his hair, Lin Feng walked to the end of the bed and sat down. Yang Shuyao sat on the chair awkwardly, at a loss as to what to do. Lin Feng looked at Yang Shuyao, who was so close to him. He knew that he had to take the initiative in this situation. If he didn't, he would miss the opportunity tonight. Lin Feng, I'm ready. Since I've chosen you, I won't regret it. I believe you won't let me down. Yang Shuyao spoke in a firm voice and very consciously came to the bed and lay down. I won't let you down. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he went to the bed. He slowly walked to Yang Shuyao and held her hand. Yang Shuyao was very nervous and closed her eyes, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng gently approached Yang Shuyao. He gently leaned close to Yang Shuyao's cheek and put his hand on her arm. At first, both of them were very nervous, but gradually they got into the state. Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao were no longer nervous and began to take the initiative towards each other. Yang Shuyao's panting sound reached Lin Feng's ears, and Lin Feng's body became numb. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Yang Shuyao's fingers stroked Lin Feng's back, leaving more than a dozen blood marks on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng endured the pain. Time passed minute by minute, and after nearly half an hour, Lin Feng finally stopped. He lay on the bed, gasping for breath, while Yang Shuyao covered her face with the quilt. She didn't dare to look at Lin Feng at all. From today on, you are my woman, and I will be responsible for you. Lin Feng's voice was firm. I trust you. Yang Shuyao nodded slightly in agreement. She turned around and hugged Lin Feng. What had just ended, Lin Feng was touched by Yang Shuyao, and instantly he felt something again. Yang Shuyao felt Lin Feng's reaction and looked at him with eyes wide open in shock. I'm sorry. I need to make the most of my 20 years today. After saying that, Lin Feng turned over and attacked Yang Shuyao. That night, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao made love several times. It was not until after 3 in the morning that the two fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Feng was awakened by the alarm on his mobile phone. He glanced at the time, and it was already past 6 o'clock. Yao Yao, get up quickly, it's past 6 o'clock. We have to go to the hospital. Lin Feng shutu Yang Shuyao. He got out of bed and started to put on his clothes. Yang Shuyao got out of bed very lightly. She wasn't dawdling on purpose. Her legs were hurting. Seeing this, Lin Feng realized that this was all because of him, so he took the initiative to step forward to help Yang Shuyao. When the two of them arrived at the hospital, Zhang Lan was still in the ward doing preoperative preparations. The patient is in very good condition. We have already started preparing for the surgery. The doctor who will be performing the surgery today has more than 20 years of surgical experience in our hospital, and there are experts around to provide detailed guidance. Huang Yilin saw Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng, walked up to them and told them about the experience of the doctor who performed the surgery today. Thank you, doctor. Lin Feng was so excited that he took Huang Yilin's hand and thanked her. You're welcome. This is what we should do for the patients. Huang Yilin answered somewhat embarrassedly. After the preoperative preparations were completed, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao pushed the bed to the operating room together. Chapter 39. Carry toys with you? On the way, Zhang Lan talked a lot with Lin Feng and also gave Yang Shuyao a lot of instructions. The two nodded heavily in agreement. When they arrived at the operating room door, the two of them sat on a bench and waited. Don't worry, the doctors performing the surgery and the people standing in the operating room are all experts. Auntie's body will definitely recover to normal. Yang Shuyao took Lin Feng's hand to comfort him. I know my mother will be fine. Lin Feng replied with a smile. I sat at the door of the operating room for nearly an hour. No doctor came out, and the operating light was still on. Both Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao were a little nervous. It was totally wrong that he hadn't come out for such a long time and no news had been released. Just as Lin Feng was about to use his pupil technique to see inside the ward, a voice suddenly came from the side. Where are the doctors? Doctor. The person who was speaking was a woman. She was good-looking and had a decent figure, but her only shortcoming was her height, which was probably only about 1.5 meters. There was another bed behind the woman, and next to it were several bodyguards in black suits. Miss, there's an operation going on inside. Please wait a moment. The nurse ran up from behind and stopped the woman. Who is as precious as my son? Who could get the surgery ahead of my son? Push him out now and treat my son first. The woman's attitude was arrogant. Miss, the patient has been in there for an hour. I believe the operation will be completed soon. I hope you can wait here for a while. The nurse glanced at the time and told the time inside. There's been no news for an hour. I'm afraid the patient has died. Hurry and push my son in and treat him first. The woman pushed the nurse away and continued walking towards the operating room door. Seeing the woman's actions and hearing her words, Lin Feng got up from the bench and stood in front of the woman. What did you just say? Lin Feng stared at the woman with his eyes fixed and asked in a cold voice. Where did you come from, you bastard? What does what I say here have to do with you? Get out of my way now, or I'll kill you. The woman raised her finger and pointed at Lin Feng and cursed. Lin Feng slapped the woman's hand away and slapped her in the face with his backhand. My mother is undergoing surgery in there, so shut up. If you dare to make a noise again, I will make sure you can never speak again. Lin Feng threatened. Fuck you, you little brat. You dare to attack me. I think you are really tired of living. Come here, beat him to death. The woman ordered the bodyguard behind her. The bodyguard walked towards Lin Feng upon hearing this. Just as they were about to fight, the door to the operating room opened. What are you arguing about? Don't you know that it's not allowed to make noise here? Doctor, my son can't wait any longer. Please operate on him immediately. The woman looked at the doctor and urged him. The doctor glanced at the woman and said to the nurse, standing nearby, push the person in. Good. The nurse agreed and pushed the bed to the operating room. Stop arguing, or if anything happens to the patient, you will bear the consequences. After the doctor finished speaking, he turned and went back to the operating room. Yang Shuyao also stood up and walked to Lin Feng, took Lin Feng's hand, and sat back on the bench. The woman no longer paid any attention to Lin Feng. What was more important now was her son. As for the slap that Lin Feng had just given her, she would definitely make Lin Feng pay the price after the operation was completed. Sitting on the bench waiting, more than 10 minutes passed. Even the woman's cheeks began to redden. Seeing the woman's behavior, Lin Feng showed a puzzled expression on his face. He activated his pupil technique and looked at the woman's body. No wonder the woman felt so uncomfortable sitting here. No one could bear it. Seeing this, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. The woman just said that, and now he would definitely make the woman pay the price. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Feng took a look inside the operating room. Zhang Lan's operation was still going on, and the bed that had just been pushed and was placed in an empty space aside. Lin Feng was so happy. What was the point of pushing it in? It's better to wait outside the door. Lin Feng's eyes fell on the woman. He looked her up and down, then stood up and walked over. What are you doing? Yang Shuyao was worried that Lin Feng was going to attack again, so she hurried forward to stop him. Nothing, just sit here and watch. Lin Feng patted Yang Shuyao's arm gently. Yang Shuyao didn't quite understand what Lin Feng meant. She stood there while Lin Feng continued to walk towards the woman. The bodyguards standing nearby saw Lin Feng's move and immediately came up to stop him. Having just been slapped, the woman was a little defensive, fearing that Lin Feng would attack her again. Don't get me wrong, I saw that this beautiful lady has a good figure and a good temperament, and I'm in sales, so I want to recommend some accessories to her. Lin Feng held his hands in the air to signal the bodyguards not to get excited. The bodyguards did not move away. They waited for the woman to speak. The woman looked Lin Feng up and down, and she was very satisfied with what Lin Feng said. "Let him come," the woman said softly. "Hello, Mississippi. I'm the manager of the jewelry store. Today we are acquainted." Lin Feng said this, handing over his business card. "Jewelry shop. Do you have jewelry suitable for me?" The woman asked. "You have exactly this body type. The jewelry in our store seems to be tailor-made for you." Lin Feng gave the woman a thumbs up and praised her. He said this, but in Lin Feng's heart he had another thought. "I would never say that to you." Hearing Lin Feng's praise, the woman immediately relaxed and took her hand out of her bag. Seeing the woman withdraw her hand, Lin Feng continued to tell her about suitable things to wear, while his other hand reached into her bag. The pupil technique is always on. "Beautiful lady, if you have time, please contact me and I will take photos of you and introduce you to me," Lin Feng said to the woman. "Okay, I'll definitely contact you if I need anything." The woman nodded slightly in agreement. Lin Feng returned to his seat and sat on the bench. He smiled and winked at Yang Shuyao. Yang Shuyao didn't quite understand what it meant, but didn't ask any more questions. Lin Feng must have his reasons for doing things. The woman sat on the bench and fumbled in her bag, but found nothing. She was still wondering if it had fallen on the ground, so she bent over to look for it. Seeing this, Lin Feng found an opportunity. Chapter 40. Yuan Jiru. The object stuck to the bench, which was originally made of iron, and soon the entire bench began to make a vibrating humming sound. The woman's face was filled with horror. She looked around thinking that she had crushed something, but she couldn't find where the thing had fallen. The bodyguard around her heard the noise and immediately turned their heads to look over. Looking at the expression on the woman's face, they seemed to be thinking about something. The woman pretended to be calm and endured it, but the speed was still increasing. "Ah!" The woman couldn't bear it anymore and screamed. The bodyguards stared at the woman with wide eyes. They couldn't believe that she was so bold as to make such a noise in front of so many people. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Feng took the remote control and slowed down the speed. The woman relaxed and took a few deep breaths. But just less than 2 minutes after he relaxed, Lin Feng suddenly pushed the acceleration button again. This time the woman was completely unprepared and screamed loudly, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hands. At this time, the door of the operating room opened and the doctor who performed surgery on Zhang Lan came out. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao immediately went forward to meet them. "Doctor, how is my mother?" Lin Feng asked hurriedly. The operation was very successful. The patient is still in a coma. When he wakes up, nothing will happen. Also, the patient is just at surgery, so don't let anything startle him for now, the doctor advised. "Okay, thank you, doctor." Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao pushed the bed and followed the nurse away. When passing by the woman, Lin Feng stopped, stretched out his hand, and said to her, "Beautiful lady, if you need jade jewelry later, remember to contact me." "Okay, Lin Feng, I've remembered it." The beautiful woman smiled and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Lin Feng. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and placed the remote control on the woman's skirt with his other hand, so that it could be proved that it had fallen out and it would not prove that it was Lin Feng who put it down. But because the speed was still the fastest, the woman kept pulling Lin Feng's hand hard, and even Lin Feng's hand was squeezed red. "Beauty, it hurts a little," Lin Feng reminded softly. "Feel sorry." After apologizing, the woman let go of Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng did not remain stunned and immediately chased after Yang Shuyao in the hospital bed. Before they entered the elevator, Lin Feng remained calm. After entering the elevator, Lin Feng grinned and began to laugh. "What are you doing?" Yang Shuyao asked with some confusion. "Nothing." Lin Feng realized that he had lost his composure and quickly responded. After returning to the ward, Lin Feng left the ward on the pretext of going to breathe fresh air. Yang Shuyao was still thinking about what had just happened. She was worried that something might happen, so she followed him out of the ward. They came to the door, and Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng, who was standing there, and asked, "What happened?" Lin Feng leaned close to Yang Shuyao's ear and whispered what had just happened. "You are so mean, but that woman is actually doing those things here." Yang Shuyao couldn't accept the woman's behavior. After all, her son was still in the operating room, but she was happy. "Okay, my mom's surgery is done. You're just wasting time here. Let Xiaohe take the manager's position at the antique shop, as I told you," Lin Feng said to Yang Shuyao. "Well, you're right. An antique shop cannot be without a manager." Yang Shuyao agreed with Lin Feng's proposal. After they separated, Lin Feng returned to the ward while Yang Shuyao went to the antique shop. While waiting for Zhang Lan to wake up in the ward, Lin Feng and the others chatted for a long time. Lin Feng accompanied him here for lunch at noon before leaving the hospital. He originally wanted to go back to the jewelry store directly, but he thought that they didn't have a place to live yet, and they couldn't live at Yang's house after Zhang Lan recovered and was discharged from the hospital. After thinking for a few seconds, he hailed a taxi and went to the sales office of Yahai Community, which has a good reputation in Linhai. After arriving at the place, Lin Feng strode into the sales office. He had tens of millions of dollars on him, so it was not a problem for him to buy a house here. There are a lot of people in the sales office, and the sales staff here are all very pretty. Especially the salesperson who has a shirt button stretched out looks even more beautiful. He looked at the other person, and the other person seemed to know his eyes and looked over at him as well. The two looked at each other. The salesperson said something to the person next to him and walked towards Lin Feng. "Oh, I didn't expect that we would meet today, old classmates." The salesperson with a great figure came up to Lin Feng and said with disdain, "Old classmates? We are classmates." Lin Feng pointed at the salesperson and then at himself. "Lin Feng, are you pretending to be me? I'm Yuan Jiru, have you forgotten?" Sales says their name. Yuan Jiru. Lin Feng repeated it and muttered to himself. This name really matches this figure. However, he also thought of what Yuan Jiru looked like when she was in school. Yuan Jiru was not so pretty back then. She was a very rustic girl. I didn't expect that she would change a lot after growing up and become so beautiful now. You remembered? Did you hear from your classmates that I work here and earn a lot of money, so you want to borrow money from me? Although I looked a bit like you back then, I'm not the same person I used to be. Tell me how much money you want to borrow. Yuan Jiru asked very arrogantly. Borrow money? I'm not borrowing money. I'm buying a house. Lin Feng stated the purpose of his coming here. Buy a house? Are you crazy? Do you know how much the houses here cost? You want to buy a house here? Yuan Jiru couldn't believe her ears. She looked Lin Feng up and down. The clothes Lin Feng was wearing were picked by Yang Shuyao before. They were from a luxury brand, and they fit him very well. Yuan Jiru believed that Lin Feng must have made money, and a lot of money at that. I made a little money. Since we are all old classmates, please introduce me to each other. Lin Feng pointed at the house on the sand table. Okay, let me introduce them to you. These are the apartment buildings we have here. They all have 2 elevators and 2 households, so the prices are relatively cheaper. This is our duplex, 1 apartment per floor. The price is a little more expensive because the apartment is large. This is a single-family house here. Each one has 3 floors above and 2 floors below, and they're all fully furnished. The price is fixed. However, we are old classmates. If you're willing to buy these, I can give you a discount. Yuan Jiru said with a smile. Then let's take a look at these single-family houses. My mom just got out of the hospital, and it's quieter here. Please introduce this set to me. Lin Feng casually pointed to a house nearby. This apartment is 500 square meters in total. The second underground floor is a parking space and can also be used to place fitness equipment. The first underground floor has a bar and a small home theater. The first floor has a large living room with 2 nanny rooms. The second floor has 3 rooms and a study. The third floor has a large bedroom and a large cloakroom. There's also an outdoor swimming pool on the 3rd floor. In weather like this, you can swim in the pool. Yuan Jiru introduced the layout of the house. Very good. It suits my idea very well. How much is it? Lin Feng didn't waste any time and asked directly about the price of the house. Chapter 41. Are you not good at that? The current price of this house is 71 million, but since you're my old classmate, I will give you the biggest discount, 70.5 million free lifetime property. Yuan Jiru told Lin Feng the price of the house, and there was a discount for him. It makes sense. I didn't expect it would be so good to have an old classmate. How about this? Take me to see the existing house. It won't make any sense to look at it here. If it's suitable, I will pay the full amount directly. Lin Feng said. No problem. Yuan Jiru agreed. When she went to get the key, she kept thinking that Lin Feng was making money now and was buying a house from them, paying the full amount. The money he made was not small. She just needed to find a man, and Lin Feng appeared at the right time. With this idea in mind, a bigger conspiracy had already emerged in Yuan Jiru's mind. Not long after, Yuan Jiru and the others walked towards the house with the key. After entering the house, Yuan Jiru took Lin Feng up and down the stairs and introduced them to him. After the introduction, when they reached the 3rd floor, Lin Feng said with a smile, Very good, swipe your card. Lin Feng, we haven't seen each other for many years, 7 or 8 years, right? Yuan Jiru said this as she moved closer to Lin Feng. Indeed, we haven't seen each other since we graduated. It's been 7 or 8 years. Lin Feng nodded slightly in agreement. So, do you have a girlfriend now? Or a wife? Yuan Jiru held Lin Feng's arm, and she deliberately rubbed it a few times. When Lin Feng saw Yuan Jiru's behavior, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He looked at Yuan Jiru, who looked indifferent. It seemed that Yuan Jiru had to pay much more than others to make money in this line of work. My classmates all knew that I had a wife, and no one wanted to be with me, Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Yuan Jiru felt even more satisfied. Her movements became bolder. She placed her hand on Lin Feng's abdomen and slid it gently, asking in a low voice, "So what do you think of me?" "You? Very good. You're also a great beauty now." Lin Feng gave Yuan Jiru a thumbs up. "That's not what I'm talking about. I believe you know what I'm talking about. I don't have a boyfriend or a husband. I had some feelings for you when we were in school, but I couldn't say it because of the way I looked back then." Yuan Jiru expressed what was in her mind. Faced with the sudden confession, Lin Feng was a little stunned. "It's really good to be rich. I could develop feelings for my old classmates. I hope you can accept me. I will definitely live a good life with you in the future." Yuan Jiru said this and pulled Lin Feng to the bedside. She pushed Lin Feng directly onto the bed and began to unbutton his clothes with her hands. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Jiru. It was not normal for her to be so proactive and anxious. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Yuan Jiru must have other ideas. With speculation in mind, Lin Feng activated his pupil technique and looked at Yuan Jiru. There are a lot of other liquids on Yuan Jiru's face. No wonder she looks different now than before. It turns out it's all technology. There is also the huge thing on Yuan Jiru's body. Lin Feng thought it was natural and that it had changed a lot after not seeing it for many years. He didn't expect that it was also filled with silicone. When seeing these, Lin Feng already felt disgusted. He didn't know what he would look like when he got old. He was about to push Yuan Jiru away when he saw that there was actually a small egg in Yuan Jiru's belly. Seeing this, Lin Feng finally understood everything. Yuan Jiru was planning to let him become a father, in order to find a father to take the blame for her unknown child. Lin Feng was not the kind of person who would hold grudges. He sat up straight and just happened to touch Yuan Jiru's huge thing. Seeing this, Yuan Jiru thought she had succeeded and Lin Feng had fallen into the trap, and she was overjoyed. But the next second, Lin Feng suddenly put her aside and got up from the bed. Seeing Lin Feng's behavior, Yuan Jiru frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Are you not good at that?" Lin Feng stood a few meters away and looked at Yuan Jiru. He didn't say a word. After all, they were old classmates, and he had to give her some face. "It doesn't matter. I don't care about that. Even if you can't do it, I will help you. Technology is advanced now and can be used in many places." Yuan Jiru waved her hands and didn't take it seriously at all. "Like you covering technology? I don't want that. I just want to buy a house. I haven't thought about those things. You can help me with the purchase contract, and we can treat it as a good relationship between the salesperson and the customer." Lin Feng has not yet revealed the fact that Yuan Jiru has a child. "But I don't want to. I couldn't be with you back then, and now I don't want to let go." Yuan Jiru said this and was still going to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned his body to one side, sighed and said, "It's not that you don't want to let go, but you want to find a resentful father for your child, but I am definitely not that resentful father. So just give up." "What did you say?" Yuan Jiru stared at Lin Feng and asked. "You know what I'm saying? We're old classmates. I didn't want to say it so directly, but since you're like this, I have to say it." Lin Feng's voice was serious. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Yuan Jiru clenched her fists. She didn't want to become like this, and it was all because of those people in the past. "Why are you pretending? If it weren't for you men, would I be like this?" Yuan Jiru pointed at Lin Feng with a cold face and shouted, "If you don't want to be like this, no one can force you. For this house, if you want to get a commission, sign the contract with me now. If you don't want to get it, I will find another salesperson." After saying that, Lin Feng walked straight downstairs. Yuan Jiru did not remain stunned and hurriedly caught up with Lin Feng. She definitely had to take the commission, and as for other things, she could talk about them later. Returning to the sales office, Lin Feng saw that all the salesmen were standing together, each with a nervous expression on their face. In front of them stood a woman and an old man. At first, Lin Feng didn't care, but when he got closer, he saw clearly that it was Shi Jian, the old man. "Mr. Shi, I never thought I would meet you here again." Lin Feng took the initiative to extend his hand and shake hands with Mr. Shi. "My dear Lin, ever since we separated last time, I've been wondering when I can see you again. I didn't expect to see you today. Are you here to look at houses? Shi Jian's face showed uncontrollable excitement. After learning that there was a capable person like Lin Feng in Yang Shuyao's antique shop last time, he has been wondering when he could poach Lin Feng. But after so long, there's been no progress. Today is good. Being able to meet him here today is the opportunity God has given him. Yes, I haven't had my own house for a long time, so I want to buy one, and then I can bring my mother over to live with me. Lin Feng told the reason why he bought a house here. Chapter 42, I can drink cold beer. Manager Lin, please consider it. He is capable and filial, and is truly a role model for the younger generation. Shi Jian gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Just as Lin Feng was about to say something, Shi Jian turned his head and looked at the young woman beside him. Shering, this is the Lin Feng I told you about before, who is both capable and filial. Shering turned her head to look at Lin Feng and said with a fake smile, hello. Hello. Lin Feng looked at Shi Ying's attitude, and there was no reason to be polite. Shering has an average figure, not very curvy, but she still looks very good. If we only talk about appearance, she has even surpassed Yang Shuyao. Ying, you should spend more time with Xiaofeng in the future. You're both young people, and you must have a lot of common topics. Xiaofeng's abilities are very good. If you can learn something from him, you will benefit a lot in the future. Shi Jian smiled and looked at Xiaofeng. Girls are more shy. How about this? You add each other as friends and keep in touch later. Since Mr. Shi said so, I will obey, but it depends on whether your granddaughter is willing. Lin Feng took out his cell phone from his pocket. Adding one more beauty to his list means no loss to Lin Feng. Shi Jian looked at Shi Ying with a serious expression on his face. Shi Ying had no choice but to add him as a friend. Boss Shi, why are you here? Hello, Mr. Shi. At this time, Yuan Jiru came in from outside and greeted Shi Ying and Shi Jian with a smile. Especially when she half bowed to greet Shi Jian, the buttons of her shirt seemed to be about to burst open. Shi Jian was stunned for a moment, but quickly looked away. What did you do just now? Shi Ying asked Yuan Jiru seriously. My old classmate was just looking for a house. I took him to see the single-family house here, and he's decided to buy it. Yuan Jiru told what she had just done, and also mentioned that Lin Feng had decided to buy a house. Whichever house you like, just give it to Xiao Feng. No money required. Shi Jian gave instructions to Yuan Jiru. That won't do, Mr. Shi. A house is not like other things. The price is so high, you can't just give it away. Lin Feng waved his hands to refuse. Don't say that. This house is mine. It's okay to give it to you. Shi Jian was firm in his attitude. Yuan Jiru glanced at Shi Ying and saw displeasure in her eyes, but Shi Ying still nodded to her. She walked to the cashier to get the documents for Lin Feng. Mr. Shi, you paid so much money for that bottle before, I really can't take your things for free now. Lin Feng was still trying to find a way to refuse. I will definitely need your help in the future. Just don't refuse me later. If you don't want a house, then you're looking down on me, an old man. Shi Jian said. Hearing Shi Jian say this, Lin Feng had no idea how to refuse. Since Shi Jian said that he would need his help in the future, he would do more when he helps. Yuan Jiru came over with the contract, and after signing the contract with Lin Feng, the house officially belonged to Lin Feng. Now that the house is done, the next step is to move to the store. When Zhanglan is discharged from the hospital, they can move in directly here. By the way, Ying, you and Xiaofeng should exchange contact information. Since Xiaofeng lives here, it would be better if he can contact you directly if there is anything in the future. Shi Jian looked at Shi Ying standing beside him and said. Shi Ying glanced at Lin Feng with disdain in her eyes, but for the sake of her grandfather, she still agreed. Mr. Shi, I have some things to do, so I'll leave first. If you have anything else, please contact me anytime, anywhere. After saying goodbye to Shi Jian and others, Lin Feng left the sales office. He walked to the side of the road and took a taxi back to Yang's jewelry store. After paying, he entered the hall, walked to the counter, and found a chair to sit down. He must not miss these beauties. Manager Lin, can you teach me how to praise customers? I really want to learn. Today, I had a customer. I praised him according to your words, Manager Lin. He was very happy and bought it directly. Manager Lin, I want to open a store too, but I haven't opened it yet today. Several salesmen came up and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned his head to look at the beauty surrounding him and smiled softly. It's really great to work here. Who wouldn't be happy being surrounded by beautiful women every day? Of course, it's okay if you want to learn, but I can't give it all to you at once. I have to give it to you one step at a time. Lin Feng's eyes swept over the salesmen around him. Okay, we will study hard and will not let Manager Lin down. How about this? I happen to have some time tonight. I'll treat Manager Lin to a meal, and we can drink cold beer. I can also drink cold beer with Manager Lin. I'll go first. The salesman began to argue about who would be the first to be taught by Lin Feng. And when they mentioned ice beer, they emphasized the word ice. Hearing this, Lin Feng knew what these salesmen were thinking without much thought. As long as you can drink it cold, there is no problem. When they were arguing, their bodies were very excited. Lin Feng activated his pupil technique and watched carefully. Seeing them trembling with excitement, his body reacted immediately. Okay, everyone be quiet. Let's not do it one by one. Let's do it together. Lin Feng stopped their quarrel. The salesmen did not continue arguing. Instead, they crossed their arms and had unhappy expressions on their faces. There are customers in the store. Hurry up. Lin Feng saw the customer coming in from outside and immediately spoke to the salesperson. The customer who came was a male. Lin Feng didn't have any ideas, so he got up and walked toward the office upstairs. When he entered the office, he saw that everything here had been replaced. It seemed that Yang Zhen was very fast, for which he could give Yang Zhen a thumbs up. Lin Feng was sitting in the office chair and was just about to enjoy himself when suddenly the office door opened. He looked towards the door, and the person coming in was none other than Zhou Nana. Seeing Zhou Nana appear here, Lin Feng frowned. Isn't Zhou Nana's department in the antique shop? Why did she come here? Congratulations. You're now the manager of a jewelry store. Zhou Nana congratulated Lin Feng. Thank you, Manager Zhou. I wonder what brought you here today. If there's anything that Manager Zhou wants, you can ask the salespersons downstairs to recommend it to you. I will definitely give you one of our internal employee prices. Lin Feng stood up and walked to the sofa and gestured to Zhou Nana to come in. Today, Zhou Nana was wearing a white dress. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a pair of high heels, looking very simple. Moreover, this white dress can vaguely show the color inside. Lin Feng activated his pupil technique to look at Zhou Nana's inner scenery. The black suit, although without lace edges, was still full of temptation. Chapter 43, Xiaohe invites you to dinner. Don't you know yet? Yao Yao said that since you were here, she also asked me to bring people to work here. In the future, we can rely on each other and help each other. I definitely have no objection. I will follow the boss's suggestion completely. I came here just to explain this to you. Zhou Nana explained why she was here. Lin Feng blinked and stood there in a daze. Zhou Nana had been keeping an eye on him when they were in the antique shop before, and now that he had run here, Zhou Nana still followed him, definitely to keep an eye on him. Lin Feng was clearly enjoying himself, but now he couldn't laugh. He looked at Zhou Nana and had an idea in his mind. If he could take down Zhou Nana, wouldn't there be no one watching him in the future? He could do whatever he wanted here. Manager Zhou, we've known each other for such a long time, but I still don't know if you have a boyfriend. When will you take us out for dinner? Lin Feng began to inquire about Zhou Nana's private life. I don't have a boyfriend, Zhou Nana replied. Hearing Zhou Nana say this, Lin Feng was overjoyed. This gave him a chance. Okay, I won't talk to you here. I still have things to do. Remember to come to me if you have anything. After Zhou Nana finished speaking, she stood up and left. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, thinking about a solution. He must find a way to deal with Zhou Nana as soon as possible. Just as he was thinking, his cell phone started ringing. He took out his phone and took a look. It was Xiaohe from the antique shop. Xiaohe must have called to thank Lin Feng for recommending her to be the manager. After answering the phone, Lin Feng asked, Xiaohe, what's the matter? Brother Feng, I called you specially to thank you. Without your recommendation, I wouldn't be able to be the manager of the antique shop. I wonder if Brother Feng has anything to do tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. After expressing his gratitude, Xiaohe invited Lin Feng to have dinner together. Lin Feng wanted to refuse, but after thinking for a few seconds, he realized that he had Xiaohe, his own person, watching over the antique shop. If anything happened, he could ask Xiaohe for help. Okay, then it's settled. You decide the time and place. Lin Feng agreed to the invitation in the evening. I'll look for it now. We'll be in touch later. After Xiaohe finished speaking, he hung up the phone and started looking through the food on the mobile app. Lin Feng put down his phone and shook his head slightly. It seemed that Xiaohe still had a very high position in his heart. Otherwise, he would not be so excited. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, there was a knock on the office door, and Lin Feng answered softly, Come in. A female salesperson came in from outside the door. She was also the first woman who offered to treat everyone to dinner and cold beer in the evening. What's the matter? Lin Feng looked at the other party and asked, Manager Lin, my name is Xiao Jing. I want to improve myself. I hope Manager Lin can teach me. As Xiao Jing spoke, she came and sat down beside Lin Feng, gently pinching Lin Feng's arm. Feeling Xiao Jing's touch, Lin Feng showed a satisfied smile on his face. I have to say that Xiao Jing's technique is very good. He felt some pain in his arm before, but now Xiao Jing's kneading has alleviated a lot, and Xiao Jing's hand was slowly spreading from her arm to her thigh. Seeing that it was about to reach Lin Feng's vital part, he quickly stretched out his hand to block it. No, I just took office and I have a lot of things to do. I can't teach you for now. I will definitely teach you well when I have time later. Lin Feng said as he got up from the sofa and walked to the window. Seeing this, Xiao Jing smiled twice with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, then followed him to the window. Manager Lin, don't you have time now? We can teach him properly now. Xiao Jing gently took Lin Feng's hand and said in a charming voice. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing was quite pretty, and judging from how proactive she was, she must have had sex with Manager Wang many times. She is in the office now and won't be going out for a long time. Even if nothing happened between them, those people outside the door will definitely think something happened between them. In that case, Lin Feng might as well just do it. He stretched out his left hand and hugged Xiao Jing's waist. Xiao Jing felt very satisfied, but her upper body still leaned backwards, playing hard to get. Lin Feng's face slowly moved towards Xiao Jing. Just as they were about to collide, there was a sound of a doorknob turning at the door. Lin Feng suddenly realized what was going on and quickly let go of Xiao Jing. Who is it? Lin Feng looked towards the door and asked. It's me. What are you doing? Why did you lock the door? Yang Shuyao's voice came from outside the door. Lin Feng hurriedly kept a distance from Xiao Jing. He sat down on the office chair, while Xiao Jing straightened her clothes and went to the door to open it. 10 seconds later, Yang Shuyao came in from outside the door. When she saw Xiao Jing standing here and Lin Feng sitting in the office chair, her brows immediately frowned slightly. They ran into Manager Wang and the saleswoman here yesterday because the office door was locked. I didn't expect Lin Feng to do the same thing today. For a moment, Yang Shuyao felt a little regretful that she had arranged for Lin Feng to come here as a manager. Remember what I just taught you. You must give compliments. Only compliments can make customers happy. Only compliments can make customers buy what they want. Lin Feng gave Xiao Jing instructions. Understand, Manager Lin. I will definitely study hard and search for some information online and apply it to our customers. Xiao Jing nodded slightly in agreement. So, you treat Ms. Yang as a customer and start praising her now. Let me see the effect of your learning in the past 10 minutes. Lin Feng suggested. Xiao Jing looked at Yang Shuyao and said, Boss Yang, you're simply a goddess from heaven, with a face and a figure that makes you the most beautiful woman in Linhai. After Xiao Jing finished addressing him, Lin Feng looked at Yang Shuyao with a smile and asked, What do you think? You're here to teach her how to compliment guests? Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng and asked. Now, she felt that she must have wronged Lin Feng just now. Lin Feng had never done what she had imagined. Boss Yang, you don't know that Manager Lin came here yesterday and sold a necklace and a bracelet. We all envy Manager Lin's ability. Everyone wants to learn from Manager Lin, but Manager Lin doesn't have that much to do, so I'm taking advantage of Manager Lin's free time to come and learn from him. Xiao Jing explained the reason for being here and repeated what Lin Feng sold yesterday. I see. Not only you, but everyone should learn this. It is good to compliment customers, but you must let them wear our products before you compliment them. Yang Shuyo Gafe Xiao Jing Instructions. Understood, Yang. I'll be out first. Call us if you need anything. After Xiao Jing finished speaking, she walked towards the door. Chapter 44, Office Excitement. Only Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao were left in the office. Lin Feng did not continue sitting in the office chair. He took off his coat, walked to Yang Shuyao, and pulled her towards the sofa. Yao Yao, why did you come here suddenly? Why didn't you call me in advance to tell me? Lin Feng showed a curious expression on his face. What are you saying? This is my store and you're the manager here. Do I have to call you when I return to my own store? Besides, you guys didn't do anything unspeakable, did you? Why are you afraid that I would suddenly come in to check? Yang Shuyao asked back. How could that be? I, Lin Feng, am a man of integrity. I have never done anything to let you down. Why should I worry? From today on, you can come over whenever you want. This door will always be open to you. As Lin Feng spoke, he was still holding Yang Shuyao, and his hands began to wander over Yang Shuyao's body. Don't move, this is an office, it's not good. Yang Shuyao was a little shy. After all, it's in the office. It would be very embarrassing if someone came in and saw it. What is there to be afraid of? In the past, even Manager Wang dared to do things here directly. Now you are the boss, and I am the manager. What is there for us to be afraid of? After Lin Feng finished speaking, his actions became even bolder. He also took the initiative to carry Yang Shuyao to the door and locked it. Now that we have dealt with the safety aspects, we can get down to business. Although the sofa was not big, Lin Feng had a lot of ideas. The two of them sat on the sofa and started to behave normally. Yang Shuyao tried to lower her voice as much as possible, but in the end, when she had no choice, she relaxed a lot. After more than half an hour, Lin Feng stopped, turned around, and sat on the sofa, panting. Yang Shuyao also quickly stood up and straightened her clothes. She was sitting a little far away from Lin Feng, fearing that Lin Feng would attack again. After all, she had experienced it deeply last night. By the way, I have something to do tonight, so you can go home by yourself after get off work. My mother is fine now. The operation went very smoothly. I think she will be able to return home soon. Lin Feng said to Yang Shuyao, I came to you for this matter. Annie's operation was very successful. After she recovers, she can't live in the previous place. I have discussed with my father, and we will buy another house for you to live in. When we get married, it will be our wedding house. Yang Shuyao told the purpose of her coming here. No need. I've already bought it, and I also met Mr. Sher. I didn't expect that the property belonged to Mr. Sher. He gave me one for free. Lin Feng told what happened at the Yahai sales office. Mr. Sher gave you a set for free? Nothing else happened. Yang Shuyao frowned slightly, with a curious expression on her face. Last time in the antique shop, Shi Jian had already shown his desire for Lin Feng, and even said on the spot that he wanted Lin Feng to be his successor. This time, Shi Jian would definitely not miss the opportunity to meet Lin Feng at the Yahai sales office, and would definitely not let Lin Feng escape like this. So Yang Shuyao was worried that Shi Jian and Lin Feng had reached some kind of agreement. If this is true, it will be very troublesome for Yang Shuyao to run her two stores in the future. Mr. Shi didn't say anything to me. He just asked me to help him if he needed me in the future. I agreed. Lin Feng stated Shi Jian's request. He felt that this was nothing, as long as Shi Jian didn't tell anyone and let Shiring be with him first. I see. It seems that Mr. Shi no longer intends to win you over. That's good. Our store needs help and a boss. Mr. Shi is a good choice. Yang Shuyao nodded slightly in agreement. She thought there was nothing wrong with Lin Feng and Shi Jian having a better relationship. After get off work in the evening, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao left the office together. The sales staff downstairs have packed up everything, locked what needs to be locked, and put what needs to be put away. Manager Lin, President Yang, goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Yang, Manager Lin. Bye-bye. The employees greeted both of them. After they left, Zhou Nana and others also came out of the office. After saying goodbye to those employees, Zhou Nana came to Yang Shuyao. Shall we have dinner together tonight? To celebrate your success in taking over the jewelry store. Zhou Nana looked at Yang Shuyao and asked, Of course. We haven't gotten together for a long time. Tonight is a good opportunity. And I have very good news to announce to you tonight. Yang Shuyao said with a mysterious expression. Very good news? How good? Do you have a boyfriend? Zhou Nana raised her eyebrows and joked. You guys can go together tonight. I have some things to do and can't go to dinner with you. Lin Feng refused to have dinner together in the evening. He had already made an appointment with Xiaohe. If he just left Xiaohe alone and went to eat with Yang Shuyao and Zhou Nana, it would be difficult for Xiaohe to deal with it. You can't, then you can't. We didn't invite you to dinner. I said we should just get together for the two of us. Zhou Nana said, and took the initiative to pull Yang Shuyao to her side. Yao Yao, I'm telling you, keep your distance from this kind of person. Looking into his eyes, it seems that he can see through everything. Don't get too close to this kind of person. Listening to Zhou Nana's words, Lin Feng showed a disdainful expression on his face. He really wanted to admit that his eyes could see through everything, but it was not easy to admit it in the current situation. Actually, Yang Shuyao was about to talk about her relationship with Lin Feng, but just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Lin Feng. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. If you have anything else, please feel free to contact me. After saying that, Lin Feng left the store directly. He walked to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and took the taxi to the restaurant Xiaohe had booked. Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng's back as he left. Knowing that Lin Feng didn't want to talk about those things for the time being, she didn't tell anyone. After all, this is a store. If everyone knew about their relationship, some unnecessary trouble would occur. Then Yang Shuyao took Zhou Nana's arm and left the store, locked the door, and went to eat. On the other side, Lin Feng came to the restaurant and saw Xiaohe sitting on a chair. When Lin Feng first saw Xiao he didn't dare to recognize her. It had only been a few days since they last met, and Xiao he had changed so much today. She was even more beautiful than before. Lin Feng couldn't take his eyes off for a moment and kept looking at Xiao He's face. Manager Lin, please don't look at me like that. I feel a little embarrassed. Xiao He said with rosy cheeks. Oh, I'm sorry. I just didn't expect that you've changed so much in just a few days. You're so much more beautiful than before. Lin Feng did not hide anything and praised him directly. Chapter 45, I Feel Already. Thank you, Manager Lin. I invited Manager Lin here today, mainly to thank him for his help. If it weren't for Manager Lin's recommendation, I wouldn't be able to sit in this position. I'd like to offer a toast to Manager Lin. Xiao Yi said this and picked up the cold beer on the table. Wait until the meal comes before drinking. Drinking without eating is not good for your health. Lin Feng stopped Xiao He and said. Upon hearing this, Xiao had gently put down the wine glass in his hand. In fact, the reason you are in this position is not because I recommended you, but because of yourself. If you don't have the ability, will my recommendation be of any use? Not all. Lin Feng said. No matter what, Manager Lin, you are my benefactor. When I was at the Goof family, you helped me make money and broaden my horizons. I will always remember all of this. I'm a grateful person. I will definitely thank Manager Lin. Xiao He's voice was firm. Hearing Xiao He say this, Lin Feng didn't say much, but just nodded slightly in agreement. Not long after, the waiter brought the food and placed the dishes in front of them. Lin Feng and Xiao He began to eat. After eating a few bites, Xiao He began to toast Lin Feng again to thank him. Lin Feng had no choice but to drink with Xiao He. The two of them drank in the restaurant for more than an hour. Lin Feng was fine, but Xiao He's eyes were a little blurry. Xiao He, let's go. I'll take you home. You drank too much. Lin Feng helped Xiao He get up from the chair. Manager Lin, thank you so much. I will keep you in mind and will not let you down. Xiao He was still thanking even though he was drunk. Okay, just remember it. Lin Feng agreed. They came to the cashier. Lin Feng thought that Xiao He had drunk too much, so he could pay the bill himself. It wouldn't cost much anyway. But after asking, he found out that Xiao He had already paid the bill before eating. Now it seems that Xiao had drank too much on purpose. But what was the purpose of deliberately drinking too much? Could it be to give Lin Feng a chance? Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced at Xiaohe. Xiaohe was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts today, with a pair of sneakers on her feet, which looked very good. Moreover, when he supported Xiao He, his hands would accidentally touch Xiao He's body, which made Lin Feng feel slightly excited. I'll take you home. Where do you live? Lin Feng asked Xiao He. Let's go home, Manager Lin. Xiao He said this and pointed to a road. Lin Feng supported Xiao He and walked forward. But when they reached the door of a hotel, Xiao He stopped. We're here, right here, let's go home. Xiao He turned and walked towards the hotel. This is a hotel, you've had too much to drink. Lin Feng pulled Xiao He to remind him. I'm not drunk, Manager Lin, let's go home. Xiao He said this and took out a room card from his pocket. Looking at the room card in Xiao's hand, Lin Feng realized that Xiaohe wanted to contribute himself tonight. In this case, Lin Feng has nothing to hesitate about. The other party has already taken the initiative. If he is still timid, he will seem unmanly. He took Xiao's hand, and the two walked towards the hotel together. They took the elevator to the corresponding floor, found the room, and swiped their cards to enter. As soon as she entered the door, Xiao He turned around and stuck close to Lin Feng. Lin Feng responded enthusiastically, not giving Xiao He any chance to breathe. The two walked from the door of the room to the bed. Brother Feng, slow down. Xiao He held Lin Feng's arm, feeling a little scared. I'll be very gentle. Lin Feng replied with a smile and then began to attack. Time passed minute by minute. Under Lin Feng's attack, Xiao He held the bed sheet tightly with both hands and gasped heavily. Seeing Xiao's actions, Lin Feng smiled gently. This lasted for nearly 2 hours before the two of them finally laid down on the bed and relaxed. Brother Feng, you are so amazing. I feel it already. Xiao He lay sideways on Lin Feng's chest and spoke softly. Xiao He, I'll give you the position of antique shop manager. If you have any questions in the future, please call me immediately. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Xiao He to give instructions. I know, Brother Feng. Xiao He nodded in agreement. The two of them lay on the bed and chatted for about 10 minutes. Xiao He got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower, while Lin Feng lay on the bed alone. At this time, Lin Feng saw a spot of bright red on the bed. Seeing this, Lin Feng was stunned. He thought that Xiao He could be so proactive and must have experienced this before, but he didn't expect that this was his first experience. It seems that Xiaohe must have made a very strong determination before doing this, and he drank so much just now just to be able to accept this. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about how to treat Xiaohe in the future, his cell phone started ringing. He took out his cell phone while holding his pants and saw that the note was Yang Shuyao. Lin Feng glanced at the bathroom. Xiaohe had no intention of coming out, so he walked to the window and answered the phone. Yao Yao, what's the matter? Are you free tonight? I just heard that there's a batch of raw stones to be sold in the evening. Shall we go over and take a look? Yang Shuyao stated the purpose of her call. If I have time, what time and where are you? I'll go straight over. Lin Feng didn't think much about it and nodded in agreement. Then let's meet at the market entrance at 11 o'clock. Yang Shuyao told the time and meeting place. No problem. Lin Feng agreed and hung up the phone. Just at this time, Xiaohe came out of the bathroom. She looked at Lin Feng's back, walked over, and hugged Lin Feng from behind. Lin Feng was looking at the scenery outside the window when he suddenly felt something soft against his back, and his scalp suddenly went numb. He turned around and saw Xiaohe standing beside him and hugged Xiaohe tightly. Xiaohe did not refuse. Although it was still a little painful, she was willing to give it. After making love again, Lin Feng put on his clothes and said goodbye to Xiaohe. Although Xiaohe was reluctant, she had no way to stop Lin Feng. After leaving the hotel, Lin Feng hailed a taxi and drove towards the entrance of the Jade Market. Not long after he arrived at the place, he saw a car parked at the entrance of the market and a graceful woman standing next to the car. At first glance, it was Yang Shuyao. Why are you alone? Isn't Zhou Nana with you? Lin Feng asked. Zhou Nana went home to rest. After all, there's still many things in the company that need her take care of. Come on, let's go in. Yang Shuyao took Lin Feng's arm and walked towards the market together. This market is very big. You can walk straight inside after entering the door. There's a large square. At this moment, there were quite a few people standing in the square, and a large truck was parked nearby. There are a lot of things the highest bidder wins. Don't fight for them. If anyone fights for them, they will be disqualified from participating. A middle-aged man holding a microphone stood in front. Chapter 46, Selecting Jade Rough Stone. After saying this, several staff members lifted the cloth covering the truck, and a forklift came over and started transporting the goods from top to bottom. The people standing around saw this scene and checked the stones. Once they were sure that they had what they wanted, it would then depend on their own abilities. After all the things on the truck were put away, everyone rushed forward and started grabbing them. They will not follow the rules set by the other party. What they can grab now is the real thing. The middle-aged man holding the microphone was also helpless when he saw this. After more than 10 minutes, the stones that were originally piled on the ground were now reduced to only a few scattered pieces. The rest of the people all held 2 or 3 pieces of raw stones in their hands. Come over here and settle your accounts. Line up. The middle-aged man had no choice but to ask them to go to the side and line up to settle the bill. These are all that's left. I guess there's nothing good left. Yang Shuyao had a look of disappointment on her face. She thought this was a normal bidding mode, but she didn't expect it to be a crazy grabbing mode. If she had known this would happen, she would not have asked Lin Feng to make this trip in the middle of the night. Lin Feng, let's go back. There won't be anything good left. Yang Shuyao said disappointedly. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Lin Feng said this and walked towards the scattered raw stones. When he got closer, Lin Feng looked at the raw stones on the ground. You too. I see you don't look familiar. Is this your first time here? There are only a few pieces left on the ground, and none of them are good. If you want, I have more over there. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng and said, Then go over and take a look first. Is it far? Yang Shuyao asked. It's in the shop. As the middle-aged man spoke, he turned on a flashlight in his hand and shone it toward his shop. The 3 of them walked toward the shop, and after opening the door, they saw all kinds of raw stones displayed inside. You can choose whatever you want. Since this is your first time here, I will definitely give you a reasonable price. The middle-aged man said with a smile. From his eyes, Lin Feng saw not kindness but sinisterness. I'm afraid that these are all the raw stones that were brought here in the past, and the waste that people didn't want is all placed here, just waiting for a newcomer to come and make a fortune. And now, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao have become the targets of this middle-aged man. Lin Feng activated his pupil technique and began to check every store one by one. Whether this raw stone is good or bad, it cannot escape Lin Feng's eyes. After looking at more than a dozen pieces, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. There was nothing good about them at all. Although the surface is smooth and there is no big problem, the internal structure is very poor. Boss, I want this piece. Yang Shuyao was already pointing at a piece of raw stone and started bargaining with the boss. Beautiful lady, you have a good eye. This is the best rough stone in the shop. I see that this is your first time here, so I'll give you the cost price, 1 million. The middle-aged man stretched out a finger and said with a smile, Can. Yang Shuyao didn't think much about it and took out her wallet from her bag to pay. Although this was Yang Shuyao's first time participating in such an event, she still had some understanding of this aspect. After a piece of raw stone is opened, it is possible to become rich overnight, or it is possible to become rich overnight. So it's nothing that the base price of the raw stone is a little higher. When a middle-aged man saw the bank card in Yang Shuyao's hand, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Just as the bank card was about to be in his hands, Lin Feng suddenly flashed to Yang Shuyao's side. Yao, I don't think this piece of raw stone is good. Let's take a look at other ones. Lin Feng pulled Yang Shuyao's hand to stop her. Who is this? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Feng and asked. This is my boyfriend. Sorry, boss. My boyfriend said that your rough stone is not good. Maybe it's really not good. Let's look at something else. Yang Shuyao followed Lin Feng's instructions and took back the bank card. Over such a long time, Lin Feng has never let Yang Shuyao down. So at this moment, Yang Shuyao still chose to believe Lin Feng. You too. This is your first time participating. Listen to my advice and buy this rough stone. Maybe you can make money. The other rough stones are not as good as this one. The middle-aged man began to persuade the two of them. I'm sorry, I just have a problem. I don't listen to advice. Lin Feng took Yang Shuyao's hand and walked towards other raw stones. The man looked at Lin Feng with a cold expression on his face. But when he saw Lin Feng walking to the place where the waste rocks were stored, he began to laugh. Those waste stones are not as good as these things. These can at least be made into a few bracelets after being opened, but those are all waste when opened. Are you sure you can do this? Yang Shuyao looked at the raw stone that Lin Feng had taken a fancy to, and a worried expression appeared on her face. Before, Lin Feng was very accurate in judging those antiques. He would always know when something was. But this jade is not the same as antiques. There is a huge difference between them. Of course, I'm sure. The price of this stone will definitely exceed the price of the rough stone you just saw. Lin Feng's voice was firm. Yang Shuyao was still a little worried, but she couldn't help but trust Lin Feng. Boss, how much is this rough stone? Lin Feng turned his head and asked the boss standing behind him. 500,000. The boss held up 5 fingers and named a price. Lin Feng is so optimistic about this rough stone. He believes that Lin Feng will definitely not refuse the price of 500,000. It's too expensive, 50,000. Lin Feng directly lowered the price tenfold. How much? 50,000? Are you kidding me, young man? That's not how you bargain. The boss widened his eyes and said with disdain. Let me put it this way. You can still make some money with the 50,000 yuan. After all, you don't want these at all and treat them all as waste stones. But it's different for me. I like raw stones like this. Lin Feng said. The boss looked at the bumpy and cracked waste rocks on the ground. There were still more than a dozen pieces. It would be good if Lin Feng could buy them all. How about this? You pack all of these up, 1 million. The boss raised a finger. Can. Lin Feng did not refuse and agreed directly. Young man, are you so confident? Are you sure that all the rough stones are good? The boss looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. How about this? Let's make a bet. If I find something good, you can give us the $1 million rough stone. If I don't find anything good, I'll give you another million to buy the rough stone you just opened. Lin Feng made a bet. Of course, since you said so, I have no objection. The boss didn't think much about it and agreed immediately. The cost of these raw stones has long been earned back, so he is making money no matter how much it is. Besides, nothing good could be produced from these waste rocks, so there's no harm in making a bet with Lin Feng now. If someone gives him money, he will definitely not refuse it. Chapter 47, I will return your money to you, but I won't sell this rough stone anymore. Then the boss called the cutting master, who looked at the rough stone that Lin Feng had chosen and said, You know there's nothing good in it even without cutting it. How did you choose such a rough stone, young man? You know there's nothing good in here before you even cut it? Do you have x-ray vision? Lin Feng asked with a smile. After hearing what Lin Feng said, the cutting master snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He gave a kind reminder, but if Lin Feng didn't listen, then there was nothing to say. Once something is cut, you will know whether it is good or bad. Are you going to open it from the edge or directly from the middle? The cutting master asked Lin Feng. Go straight down the middle. Lin Feng replied. The cutting master came over with a water pipe, placed a raw stone in the middle, and started the cutting machine slowly approaching the raw stone, with water pouring on the raw stone. It didn't take long before a tiny crack was cut into the raw stone. Nothing could be seen from this tiny gap. Yang Shuyao held Lin Feng's hand tightly. She was very nervous. If nothing good could be produced from this piece, she would have to spend another million to buy those things later. The boss standing by grinned, saying that tonight was a great night. Not only had all the newly cut raw stones been sold, but now the previous waste materials could also be processed. After a few minutes, the raw stone was cut into 2 pieces in the middle. Lin Feng stood there without moving. Yang Shuyao, the boss, and the cutting master all surrounded him, all with shocked expressions on their faces. They had never imagined that this piece of waste rock could produce imperial green. The boss shone the light inside and found that it was very transparent, without any impurities at all. Not even a tiny black that was seen. Boss, shouldn't you fulfill your promise and give us that rough stone? Lin Feng looked at the boss and asked, I didn't expect you to come up with something good. I'll keep my word and give it to you. The boss nodded and agreed to give him the piece that Yang Shuyao had liked at the beginning. The boss carried the raw stone out and placed it directly under the cutting machine. Young man, let's make another bet. If this piece turns out to be good, you'll give me the one you just cut. If it doesn't, I'll return the 1 million you spent on the rough stone to you. The boss took the initiative to ask Lin Feng to make a bet. No problem at all. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Start cutting, the boss said to the cutting master. At this time, the boss's heart was in his throat. He was looking forward to cutting out something good from this piece. As long as he could cut it out, he would make a lot of money tonight. But if you can't cut it out, you will suffer a big loss. This piece is much better than the previous one. I'm afraid the things cut out will be better too. The cutting master muttered. What? Your X-ray vision appeared again? Lin Feng asked with a sneer. This is my experience. What do you know? I can tell this is your first time dealing with this. The cutting master used his experience to save his face. Yes, the first time I touched it, it turned out to be imperial green, Lin Feng said, pointing to the piece he had just cut. The cutting master didn't say anything and just started cutting with the cutting machine. In just 5 minutes, the raw stone was successfully cut. However, the result of cutting this raw stone was not satisfactory. There are a lot of impurities inside, and even a lot of dents. If something like this was dropped on the street, no one would think of picking it up. If you look at it this way, your X-ray vision is not good enough. You can't see the good things, and you can't see the bad things either, Lin Feng said to the cutting master with a smile. The boss next to him collapsed on the ground. He never expected that this raw stone looked good, but nothing good could be cut out of it. That's great. We didn't get anything good. We got this imperial green without spending any money. Yang Shuyao threw herself directly into Lin Feng's arms and said excitedly, I said I have no problem trusting you. Lin Feng said with a smile. I'm sorry, I doubted you at first. Yang Shuyao apologized to Lin Feng. At this time, the boss stood up from the ground. His face was cold, and he said, I will return your 1 million to you, but I won't sell this rough stone anymore. What did you say? Why didn't you say anything when I paid you just now? Now that the good stuff has been opened, you want to return the money to me and keep the stuff for you. Are you kidding me? Lin Feng asked. Whether it's a joke or not, you'll know right away. After saying that, the boss took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call. Looking at the boss's attitude, Lin Feng sneered. He turned his head to look at the crowd who were still queuing to pay for the rough stones and shouted loudly, Everyone come here quickly. There are good things here. The highest bidder wins. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly attracted a lot of attention. Everyone looked over here. A few people with good eyesight had already seen the imperial green placed on the ground, so they quickened their pace and ran over. Is this yours? Just name your price. I want it. You want it if you want it? I want it too. Boss, you name the price. Fuck, this imperial green is really good, without any impurities. It can be split in the middle with a knife. I can take it home and make it into a decoration without carving. The eyes of the first few people who came over were shining. Get out of here, this is mine. I don't know who dares to take it. The boss became furious and started cursing. The price of tens of millions is not a problem for this thing, and it can even exceed 100 million if you meet a suitable buyer. So the boss will definitely not let these people take things away easily. Lin Feng saw more and more people coming. Dozens of people had surrounded them, and the noise was very chaotic. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Feng held Yang Shuyao with one hand and picked up 2 pieces of imperial green rough stones on the ground with the other hand. No one noticed that Lin Feng quickly took Yang Shuyao away from the crowd. After they came out, the crowd had not dispersed yet, and everyone was still gathered together. Let's go. We've had a great harvest tonight. Lin Feng held up the raw stone in his hand and said to Yang Shuyao. At this time, dozens of gangsters came over from his side. Seeing these people, Yang Shuyao showed fear on her face. She hurriedly came up and took Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng didn't take these people seriously, and the two sides just passed each other. After coming out of the market and arriving at the parking lot, Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Yang Shuyao and said, "Put this thing in the car first. Don't take it out in the next 2 days. Wait until the situation eases in a few days before taking it out. No problem. This is what you bought, so you have the final say on how to deal with it. If you want to sell it, I will find a buyer now." Yang Shuyao asked Lin Feng for his opinion. "It will be all right." Lin Feng replied. "Are you going to the hospital tonight?" Yang Shuyao asked Lin Feng where he was staying that night. "There are people your father has arranged to watch over the hospital. I don't need to go there. I have time now. I'll take you to see the house." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he pulled Yang Shuyao into the car. Chapter 48, You Took the Initiative. Now it's my turn. The two of them drove towards Yahai community. Soon we arrived at the place, and the security guard saw that it was an unfamiliar license plate and came up to ask questions. When the security guard saw Lin Feng, he smiled and said, "It turns out to be Mr. Lin. I didn't register your license plate number before. Now I will register it for you. You can enter and exit at any time in the future. Thank you." Lin Feng thanked the security guard with a smile and took a bottle of water from the car and handed it to the security guard. After all, they're still busy here late at night, so there is nothing wrong with giving them a bottle of water. After entering the community, Lin Feng rushed towards the house. When he reached the door, he took the key from his pocket and opened it. He drove into the yard, parked the car, and then took Yang Shuyao into the living room. "How about we see? We'll live here after my mom is discharged from the hospital, and you can move in too. After all, we're all together and can't be separated, right?" Lin Feng expressed his thoughts. He looked around. Everything was neatly arranged, and the floor was so bright that it could even reflect people's shadows. Judging from the situation, Jian must have arranged people to carry out a detailed cleanup here. It's really good. They say Yahai community is the best community in Linhai. Now I see that it really lives up to its reputation. Yang Shuyao said softly. "I'll take you upstairs to have a look." Lin Feng took Yang Shuyao's hand and walked towards the room upstairs. Each room has an independent toilet and bathroom, which Lin Feng is very satisfied with. This way, he doesn't have to leave the room to go to the toilet in the middle of the night. Going all the way to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Lin Feng took Yang Shuyao to see the bedroom, the dressing room, and the study. "How do you feel?" Lin Feng asked with curiosity on his face. "The place is big, quiet, and has a nice swimming pool." Yang Shuyao looked around with a satisfied expression on her face. "Then just pack up your things and move in tomorrow. We'll live here. Wait until my mother is discharged from the hospital, and then bring her over as well." Lin Feng said, "My dad is alone now, and what happened a few days ago, I don't want to move out of the house for the time being." Yang Shuyao said with some difficulty, "It doesn't matter. You can move out whenever you want." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Looking at Yang Shuyao in front of him, Lin Feng began to waver. He took Yang Shuyao's hand and pulled her into his arms. "Forget it. We've already done it today." Yang Shuyao had a worried expression on her face. "Bring it on." Lin Feng picked up Yang Shuyao and walked towards the bed. He threw Yang Shuyao onto the bed. It must be said that the bed was quite soft. When Yang Shuyao landed on it, she bounced slightly. Lin Feng took off his coat and jumped forward. "You were the one who took the initiative before. Now's my turn." Yang Shuyao turned over in bed and said, "Since she has to do it anyway, she has nothing to be shy about." Lin Feng lay flat on the bed, looking at Yang Shuyao in front of him with a smile on his face. Yang Shuyao slowly approached Lin Feng, from Lin Feng's earlobe to his lips, moving slowly from top to bottom. Lin Feng lay on the bed, doing nothing, enjoying the pleasure brought by Yang Shuyao. However, Yang Shuyao's movements were not very skillful, which made Lin Feng feel a little uncomfortable. After a moment, Lin Feng suddenly sat up straight and turned over to the upper position. Under Lin Feng's tough attack, Yang Shuyao's eyes soon became slightly blurred. An hour later, the two of them lay on the bed, gasping for breath. "I'm going to take a shower and rest here tonight." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the bathroom. On the way, Lin Feng was worried that he had not bought any daily necessities, so he could only take a quick shower. But when he came in, he saw that the bathroom was filled with a lot of things. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled. Jian and his friends were very considerate and had already arranged all these daily necessities. After taking a shower, Lin Feng came out of the bathroom and returned to the room. Yang Shuyao on the bed also got up and went to the bathroom. At this moment, Lin Feng heard the sound of a door opening downstairs. Suddenly, Lin Feng was a little confused. Who would come to open the door when he was at home at this time? He stood upstairs and looked at the living room downstairs. Soon, a man and a woman came in from outside the door. Lin Feng stared at the woman with his eyes wide open. It was none other than his old classmate Yuan Jiru. Following her was a young man in his 20s. When the young man entered the living room and saw the decoration, his eyes widened with shock on his face. He had never seen such a luxurious house. He had only seen villas like this on TV and mobile phones. According to their daily activities, they would just stay in a rental house or a slightly better hotel. Just as the young man was looking up, Lin Feng gently stood sideways behind the pillar. He wanted to see what Yuan Jiru was going to do. Sister Yuan, your house is too luxurious. The man helped Yuan Jiru sit on the sofa and began to please her. It's not bad. In this whole community, I can live wherever I want. Yuan Jiru said very proudly. Sister Yuan is so powerful. People like us probably won't be able to buy such a luxurious house in our lifetime. The young man's face was full of anticipation. I believe you can do it. Come on, take off your sister's shoes. You are so tired after wearing them all day. Yuan Jiru put her feet directly on the coffee table. The slender and straight legs were wrapped in black stockings. When the young man saw it, he swallowed lightly. How could he possibly dodge such an attack? It seemed that this boy often encountered such things. After taking off Yuan Jiru's high heels, he actually began to kiss Yuan Jiru's legs gently. Yuan Jiru was very cooperative and enjoying it, putting one hand on the young man's head and making moaning sounds. Seeing this, the young man became bolder and reached directly for Yuan Jiru's chest. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng's face was full of anger. He really didn't expect that Yuan Jiru would actually do that kind of thing in his house. He took out his cell phone and found Shi Ying's contact information. This was a friend he had added under Shi Jian's supervision, and it happened to be useful now. Clicking on the video, he zoomed in on Yuan Jiru and the young man and started recording. After the video recording was completed, Lin Feng clicked send. But what greeted him was a red exclamation mark and a reminder. The message had been sent, but the other party refused to receive it. Seeing such news, Lin Feng was furious. He really didn't expect Shi Ying to block him directly. In that case, Lin Feng had nothing to hesitate about. He came down from upstairs and stood beside the sofa. The two of them were making love at this time, and were so passionate that they were taking off each other's clothes, and they didn't notice Lin Feng at all. Are you two comfortable? Lin Feng stood behind and asked softly. Seeing Lin Feng, Yuan Jiru laughed. Lin Feng, you are here. I thought you were not here. Chapter 49. You're pregnant, but you still do this? Brother, you misunderstood. She and I are not in that kind of relationship. What you saw is not true. The young man panicked. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Get out of here. Lin Feng's voice was serious. The young man didn't dare to stay here any longer and immediately turned around and left. Stop. The young man had just run a few steps when Lin Feng shouted to stop him. He wanted the young man to take Yuan Jiru away as well, but he didn't expect that the young man didn't stop at all and ran towards the door at a very fast pace. Lin Feng felt helpless. He walked to the sofa and looked at Yuan Jiru lying on it. Get out of here now. I don't want to see you. Lin Feng's voice was cold, and he raised his hand and pointed at the door. Lin Feng, you really don't want to consider me? Now is a very good opportunity. How about this? I won't let you be responsible. Yuan Jiru said this, slowly got up from the sofa, and walked to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took 2 steps back and kept his distance from Yuan Jiru. I'll tell you one last time, get out of here. Lin Feng, every man likes a woman like me, don't you? Although I have technology on my face, it won't affect your feelings at all. Unless it's you who can't do it. Yuan Jiru said this, and stretched out her hand towards Lin Feng. Seeing Yuan Jiru's behavior, Lin Feng retreated again. He really had never seen such a shameless woman. Just because people didn't want to have those things happen with her, she said that she was not good enough in that aspect. It's ridiculous. At this time, Yang Shuyao came out of the bathroom upstairs after taking a shower. She did not see Lin Feng in the room. Hearing the noise coming from outside, she immediately went to the corridor to check the situation. When she saw Lin Feng and Yuan Jiru standing together downstairs, a fire suddenly rose in Yang Shuyao's heart. She originally thought that Lin Feng was her right choice, but now it seems that is not the case. Yang Shuyao wiped her hair with a towel and came down from upstairs angrily. Who is this? Yang Shuyao pointed at Yuan Jiru and asked. When Yuan Jiru saw Yang Shuyao, her face instantly fell. She has always been very proud and has always believed that her looks and figure are perfect and no one can surpass her. But now when she saw Yang Shuyao, she felt ashamed of herself. This woman was so beautiful. She was exactly like her dreams. It would be great if she could have such appearance and figure. At the same time, Yuan Jiru also understood why Lin Feng was unwilling to accept her. Lin Feng has such a beautiful girlfriend. How could he be interested in her high-tech bus? This is my old classmate, and he's also the manager of the Yahai sales department. I didn't expect that she would appear here. Lin Feng revealed Yuan Jiru's identity and job. What? When did Yahai become so considerate to the owner? Not only did he sell the house to them, but he also delivered it to their door in person. That's really nice. Yang Shuyao said this and gave Yuan Jiru a thumbs up. Faced with Yang Shuyao's words, Yuan Jiru had no room for explanation at all. Her thoughts were consistent with what Yang Shuyao said, but if she admitted it now, the consequences would be disastrous. Not only will he be directly fired from the Yahai sales department, but he will also become famous throughout Linhai. Miss, you misunderstood. I just wanted to come and see if there was anyone there at night, and to see if the cleaning staff had done a good job today. Yuan Jiru answered hurriedly. Is it clean? Ha ha ha. Do you believe what you say? Check. Do you need to take off your shoes? And you left them on the coffee table? If I hadn't come out and seen your actions just now, would you have been fighting here in the next second? As Yang Shuyao spoke, she looked at Lin Feng beside her. Lin Feng looked at Yang Shuyao's eyes and understood that Yang Shuyao must have misunderstood him. She must have thought that he had just wanted to do those things with Yuan Jiru. In order to prove his innocence, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and said, "Here is the evidence." She treated this place as her own home and brought those questionable men back to spend the night. Yuan Jiru was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't believe that Lin Feng actually had video evidence. If this video were to spread, she would have no choice but to leave Lin Hai, and even then there would be no space for her to survive. Lin Feng, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, only this once. Please don't send this video out. If you send this video out, my life will be ruined. Yuan Jiru held Lin Feng's hand and begged. Let me go, you dirty bastard. Why didn't you think about the consequences before doing such a dirty thing in my house? Now you're scared. It's too late. Lin Feng swung his arms and broke free from Yuan Jiru's restraints. Yang Shuyao also understood that Lin Feng did not have such an idea at all. It was completely Yuan Jiru's wishful thinking. Otherwise, Lin Feng would definitely not have such an attitude now. Coupled with video evidence, this further proves Lin Feng's innocence. Call the police. We can't let this kind of person off easily. As Yang Shuyao spoke, she took out her cell phone from her bag and prepared to call the police. But before the call was made, Lin Feng stopped it. Calling the police will not work. The only price she will pay is losing her current job. Yes, Yahai is Mr. Shi's property. Just give Mr. Shi a call. After saying this, Yang Shuyao called Mr. Shi. The ringing lasted for a few seconds, and then the call was connected. Yang Shuyao told what happened in the villa and said, Mr. Shi, if you have time, I hope you can go there in person. After all, this matter can be big or small. Lin Feng didn't know what Shi Jian said, but a few seconds later, Yang Shuyao hung up the phone very satisfied. I really know I was wrong. Lin Feng, I can't lose this job. Beautiful, please spare my life. If I don't have this job, my unborn baby will have no place to live. Yuan Jiru pulled Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng to beg for mercy. What did you say? You're pregnant? You have a child, and you dare to do those things. I think you really don't know what's good for you. If I'm not mistaken, you don't even know who the father of your child is, right? People like you should be dealt with. Otherwise, I don't know how many families will be broken up because of you. Yang Shuyao was determined, and she would never let Yuan Jiru go. Lin Feng didn't say anything from beginning to end, just looked at Yuan Jiru with cold eyes. About half an hour later, there was a knock on the living room door. Yang Shuyao walked to the door and opened it. She saw Shi Jian and Shi Ying standing at the door. Mr. Shi, you are finally here. Your employee is really outrageous. He brought people to the owner's house and wanted to do those dirty things. After being discovered by the male owner, she still wanted to seduce him to do those things. The most important thing is that she is pregnant. Mr. Shi, I know what kind of person you are. I know what your Shi family is like. People like you cannot stay here any longer. If they continue to stay here, they will bring shame to your Yahai. Yang Shuyao told what Yuan Jiru had done and her own physical condition. Chapter 50. What? Are you leaving? Is it you? Shuring looked serious when she saw Yuan Jiru. This is their Yahai sales champion, the salesperson who is best at selling houses in Yahai. But who could have thought that the way to sell the house was to have that kind of relationship with the male owner? Thinking of this, Shuring clenched her fists. This is our fault at Yahai. We failed to take good care of our employees. I apologize to you. I can satisfy any compensation you want, but I have to take this person away. Shuring stated her conditions. Actually, I didn't intend to disturb Mr. Shur at first. I just wanted to tell you what happened here. Unfortunately, I saw that you had blocked me. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and opened the chat interface with Shuring, as well as the video. After seeing the video, Shuring turned around and gave Yuan Jiru a vicious look. She was completely disappointed with Yuan Jiru and would never give her any chance. Boss Shur, I know I was wrong. Mr. Shur, please give me a chance. I promise that nothing like this will ever happen again. I can't lose this job, please. Yuan Jiru held Shur Ying's hand and kept making promises and pleadings. There are only zeros and 100 in this matter. I now strongly doubt the authenticity of your title of sales champion, so you are fired. But don't think that this matter can be ended so easily. If any owner comes to us to report this matter, you'll have to bear all the legal consequences. Get out of here now, Shuring shouted in a serious voice. Listening to Shur Ying's words, Yuan Jiru collapsed on the ground. She knew that she had no chance at all. Being fired is no longer a problem now. The real problem is those owners who once had relationships with her. I hope nothing will happen to those people. After thinking for a moment, Yuan Jiru got up from the ground and walked towards the door dejectedly. Stop and take your old shoes away. Yang Shuyao Shoutet. Yuan Jiru was like a corpse without flesh and blood at this moment. She walked to the coffee table and walked out with her shoes in her hand. Seeing Yuan Jiru leave, Lin Feng clasped his hands and said to Shur Jian, Mr. Shur, I'm sorry to bother you to come here in person so late at night. I think this trip is very worthwhile, otherwise I would not know those things. Shur Jian said this and turned to look at Shuring. Shuring looked embarrassed. She thought that if she deleted Lin Feng would know what she meant, but she didn't expect something like this to happen today. I'll pull it out now and send me your video. I want to keep it as evidence. If her incident breaks out in the community in the future, I can let those people know that she acted alone and it has nothing to do with the company. Shuring took out her cell phone and removed Lin Feng from the blacklist. After Shuring removed Lin Feng from the blacklist, Lin Feng sent the video again without saying anything. When Shuring received the video, she felt relieved. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. Okay, what happened tonight has a lot to do with our management. I promise this will never happen again. As compensation, feel free to ask for anything you want. Shur Jian expressed his apologies. Mr. Shur, this house was originally given to me by you. I don't need compensation. On the contrary, I have a rough stone here, and Mr. Shur will definitely like it very much. Lin Feng said with a smile. Anyway, the raw stone can be sold to someone else or Shur Jian. What's more important is that Shur Jian wants to express his apology now, and maybe the amount can be increased significantly. Really? Then I must not miss it. Take me over to have a look. Shur Jian's eyes were full of anticipation. They came out of the living room and walked to the car. Lin Feng opened the trunk and took out the imperial green jadeite rough stone. Seeing this, Shur Jian's eyes lit up. He immediately walked up and started to study it. He also took out his mobile phone and turned on the flashlight to check it. Xiaofeng, how much did you spend on this raw stone? Shur Jian couldn't move his eyes away. Not much for this amount. I'll sell this thing to someone else, but since you're here tonight, I'll sell it to you. Lin Feng expressed his thoughts with a smile. Now that you put it that way, I understand. I'll transfer the money directly to your bank card. This trip tonight has been very fruitful for me, an old man. Mr. Shur's face was full of excitement. Grandpa, are you sure there's nothing wrong with this rough stone? It looks like there are so many problems from outside. Shuring said with some concern. If the outside was also smooth and free of impurities, she would not ask such a question, but with so many impurities on the outside, how could there be such good things inside? She seriously suspected that this rough stone had been specially treated and was not raw material at all. I told you to go to the company and learn something when you have time, but you didn't want to listen. Now you know the difference, right? The quality of the rough stone outside has little to do with the inside. If the outside is poor, it does not necessarily mean the inside is poor. This is a matter of probability. It's very rare to find such a piece of gold with impurities all over the outside, but such a good interior. Xiaofeng, what do you think of the price of 20 million? Sure, Jian stated the price. Okay, then let's do as Mr. Shi said. Lin Feng agreed without thinking too much. He bought it for 1 million and now can sell it for 20 million, which is 20 times the price. He has no reason to hesitate. Mr. Shi took out his cell phone and made a call. He told Lin Feng's bank card account number and then hung up. In just 5 minutes, Lin Feng received a transfer of 20 million. Thank you, Mr. Shi. Lin Feng clasped his hands together to express his gratitude. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to get such a piece of raw stone without any impurities. It's getting late. Let's go first. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Shi Jian asked Shi to hold the 2 raw stones, and they walked towards the door. After seeing the grandfather and grandson off, Lin Feng turned his head to look at Yang Shuyao. Yang Shuyao was dressed neatly with a bag in her hand. It didn't look like she was going to stay here any longer. Why are you getting ready to leave? Lin Feng asked with curiosity on his face. Leave? Why leave? I just saw someone here and put on my clothes. After Yang Shuyao finished speaking, she walked straight towards the living room. After returning to the living room, Lin Feng hugged Yang Shuyao directly. He pulled Yang Shuyao to the sofa and started attacking her directly. Yang Shuyao did not resist and cooperated completely. The next day, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao got up from the sofa, went back to their room to wash up, and left home. Yang Shuyao drove Lin Feng to the jewelry store, and she went to the antique shop herself. After entering the jewelry store, the salesman began to greet Lin Feng. I have to say, seeing so many beauties in the morning made me feel much better. The key point is that today these salesmen seem to have agreed to wear stockings on their legs. Moreover, each person's color is different, and one of them is even wearing black fishnet stockings, which is very charming. You can't blame him for this. If you didn't look at how beautifully everyone was dressed, it would be a bit unfair to the salespeople. Chapter 51. 100,000 to buy you one night. Is that enough? When the salesman looked at Lin Feng's behavior, instead of being disgusted, they all had smiles on their faces. As long as Lin Feng likes them, their lives in the store will be much easier in the future. Lin Feng activated his pupil technique and checked them one by one. He has seen many salespeople who don't wear underwear, but among these salespeople, there are actually some who wear toys. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. The salesperson who was carrying the toys also noticed that Lin Feng's eyes were always on her, and she was very happy. She mustered up her courage and walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a little surprised when she saw the salesperson coming over. Could it be that he had noticed that she had been looking at him and wanted to expose him? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a little nervous. Manager Lin, do I look good? Under everyone's gaze, the salesperson leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and whispered. She doesn't care what others think of her at all, let alone what others say behind her back. You look good, especially your legs. Lin Feng looked at the salesman's legs and praised him. In this case, I will give myself to Manager Lin. I will agree to whatever Manager Lin wants. As the salesperson spoke, he took out a small remote control and stuffed it into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng looked down and swallowed lightly. With the remote control in his hand, can't he control sales anytime and anywhere? He looked at the acceleration button on the remote control and pressed it. The salesperson immediately put his hand on Lin Feng's arm, with a painful expression on his face. Manager Lin, I can't stand it anymore. There are too many people here. Can we go to another place? The sales voice trembled. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly. Although he had played with that woman in the hospital last time, he was the one who took the remote control last time, but this time it was the salesperson who delivered it to him. The feeling in his heart was very different. Just as Lin Feng was about to speed up, he suddenly heard a coughing sound coming from upstairs. He looked up and saw that the person standing at the stairs was none other than Zhou Nana. Zhou Nana held a cup of coffee in her hand and kept looking at him. Lin Feng knew that Zhou Nana was here to monitor him and prevent him from doing anything excessive, so he quickly got up from his chair and kept a distance from the salesperson. When the salesperson saw Lin Feng's action, he looked up and saw Zhou Nana standing at the stairs. Suddenly, an unhappy expression appeared on the salesperson's face. Okay, everyone, do your work well. Call me upstairs if you need anything. After saying that, Lin Feng walked upstairs. Just after taking 2 steps, the door of the jewelry store opened and a middle-aged woman came in. Hello, beautiful lady. Is there anything I can help you with? I can introduce you to someone. Sales greeted with a smile. I'm looking for your manager, Lin Feng. The woman said as she pulled out a business card from her bag. Hearing the noise, Lin Feng turned his head and looked towards the door. The person standing at the door was not someone else, but the arrogant old woman who was in the hospital that day. Seeing her appear here, Lin Feng's heart trembled. He seriously suspected that this woman came here to cause trouble. After all, he played with this woman severely in the hospital that day. Manager Lin, a client is looking for you. The salesperson turned his head and looked towards the second floor and said. Lin Feng knew that he had no way to escape today, so he came down from upstairs. So, it's you. Is there anything I can help you with, beautiful lady? Lin Feng walked towards the woman with a smile. Last time you said you would come to me if I needed anything. I need something now, so you can't go back on your word. The woman is tough. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present had surprised expressions on their faces. They simply couldn't believe that Lin Feng would not even let go of someone so old. Although this woman has maintained a good figure, it is not an excuse. Do you want to sell jade jewelry or antiques? Lin Feng was also stunned, but fortunately, he reacted quickly. Antique. I've already got it. You're not going to let me stand here and talk to you, are you? The woman inquired. Of course not. Let's go upstairs and talk about this expression. Can someone please pour me a glass of water? Lin Feng invited the woman upstairs and gave instructions to the salesperson. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the salesperson went to do it immediately. After entering the office, the woman looked around and sat down on the sofa. The salesperson poured her a glass of water and placed it in front of her. Manager Lin, this performance. The salesperson's eyes lit up and his hand reached out to Lin Feng. Here you go, Lin Feng said with a smile. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the salesperson left the office without being stunned. Lin Feng and the woman were the only ones left in the office. Beauty, what kind of jewelry do you want to sell? Lin Feng walked to the sofa and sat down. What do you think of this? The woman took out a small box from her bag and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the box and took a look at it. The box was very exquisite, and he thought the things inside would be good. Manager Lin, please take a good look and make sure you don't make any mistakes. The woman said with a smile. Must. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, then opened the box. He was confident that he would have a good harvest today, but when he saw what was in the box, Lin Feng frowned. Does this thing look really good? Isn't it very beautiful? How much are you willing to pay for it? The woman looked at Lin Feng with anticipation. Beauty, you are such a joker. How can I give you a price for this thing? It's not an antique, nor is it jade jewelry. We don't need it here. Lin Feng packed the things and handed them to the woman. The box doesn't contain any good stuff. It contains a toy remote control. This morning, Lin Feng had already received 2 remote controls, and he even doubted whether he could make such a thing. You weren't like this last time in the hospital. I saw you were very fond of it last time in the hospital, handsome boy. Do you have a girlfriend? The woman asked and sat down close to Lin Feng. Seeing the woman's behavior, Lin Feng stood up from the sofa and took a few steps back. Beauty, this is my office. If you need any jewelry or antiques, please tell me and I will help you find them. Lin Feng said to the salesperson. You know what I mean? You slapped me in the face last time in the hospital. To tell you the truth, no one has dared to do anything to me in such a long time. The slap you gave me that day made me feel very comfortable. The woman had an expectant look on her face. Hearing the woman's words, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into a trap, and he even suspected that this woman had deliberately provoked him to take action last time. Handsome boy, think about it carefully. How much do you earn a month? How much do you earn a year? How about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan, and you'll spend the night with me. As the woman spoke, she took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Looking at the bank card in the woman's hand and listening to what she said, he was sure that she must be mentally ill. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? It would be fine if he didn't get angry after getting slapped, but now he's actually taking the initiative to give money to others. But this woman is also quite funny. If it were someone else, they might agree to the offer of 100,000, but Lin Feng has tens of millions on him, so he wouldn't take the 100,000 seriously at all. I'm sorry, beautiful lady. Although I'm a young man and I like women, I don't like women your age. Also, I don't care about your 100,000 yuan at all, so that's it, Lin Feng said with a sneer. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman beside him became increasingly angry. She had never seen anyone who dared to make a move in front of her, and being able to like Lin Feng was already giving Lin Feng the greatest face. But now Lin Feng actually took the initiative to reject her and said that the 100,000 yuan was not a big deal. It was simply outrageous. Kid, how much do you make as a manager per month? Isn't 100,000 enough to buy you for one night? Then tell me, how much do you want? The woman returned to the sofa, sat down, and asked. No matter how much I promise you, I can't. Lin Feng did not hesitate and directly rejected the woman's request. Okay, this is 1 million for 1 week. The woman saw that Lin Feng was no simple man. 100,000 yuan had no effect on such a person, so she doubled the amount. She didn't believe that money couldn't solve the problem of Lin Feng. Sister, if you don't have anything else to do, please leave first. I still have things to deal with, and I don't have time to waste here with you. Lin Feng directly ordered the woman to leave. He stood and sat down at his office chair, a cold expression on his face. Lin Feng, I'm telling you this because I give you face. If I didn't give you face, you wouldn't be sitting here now, you know? The woman's attitude was arrogant. Really? I'm really looking forward to this day. If you don't have anything else, please leave now. Lin Feng replied. Chapter 52. God destined that such a thing would not happen. Hearing what Lin Feng said, the woman nodded slightly, put away the bank card, and left. She came out of the office and saw Zhou Nana standing at the office door. She looked at Zhou Nana, snorted coldly, then turned and went downstairs. Zhou Nana entered the office. She looked at Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked, Why did this woman come to see you? Well, my mother had surgery before. This woman was yelling at the door of the operating room. I played a trick on her, but I also left her a business card. Lin Feng told how he met this woman. It seems that you don't know who this person is. She is Qian Li, the wife of the head of the Jiang family. She is also the most powerful woman in the Jiang family. Not to mention outsiders. No one in the Jiang family can do anything to her. If you mess with someone like this now, it will have a big impact on the store. Zhou Nana revealed the woman's identity. If Qian Li was really capable, he would have been beaten into a waste by Qian Li's men in the hospital that day. Lin Feng told what happened in the hospital that day. You still don't know Qian Li well enough. She will extend an olive branch to someone who might be useful to her, but after using them, she will change her mind. Zhou Nana once again talked about Qian Li's character. Hearing what Zhou Nana said, Lin Feng was a little puzzled and looked at Zhou Nana with his eyes slightly narrowed. If Qian Li's identity was really as powerful as Zhou Nana said, there was no way Yang Shuyao didn't know her. How come you know this Qian Li, and Yang Shuyao doesn't know her? Lin Feng asked the doubts in his mind. The last time in the hospital, Yang Shuyao showed no reaction at all when she saw Qian Li and didn't even say hello. But Zhou Nana recognized Qian Li's identity at a glance, which was not normal. You don't need to know this. You just need to know that Qian Li is not someone you want to mess with. After saying that, Zhou Nana turned around and left. It was at this moment that Lin Feng saw that Zhou Nana was wearing a black skirt with a rope tied around her waist, completely exposing her slender waist. Looking at this figure, Lin Feng swallowed softly. He had to say that Zhou Nana had a really good figure. He couldn't help but open his pupil technique to look at Zhou Nana. Although he had seen her many times before, she was dressed differently every day, and it was a new experience every day. But after watching for a few seconds, Zhou Nana left the office, and he could only turn his head and look away. When he turned his head and was about to sit down in the office chair to rest, his eyes glanced downstairs, and through the wall he saw several people sitting downstairs. The leader was none other than the boss from last night. The boss kept turning his head to look left and right, and the salesperson went up to talk to them, but no one answered. After a while, the boss looked angry, probably because he didn't find what he got from last night. Do you have his person here? At this time, the boss took out a photo and showed it to the salesperson. Lin Feng clearly saw that the people in the photo were not others, but him and Yang Shuyao. The location of this photo is the square behind the market. It seems that the place where they appeared was found through surveillance and then cut. The salesperson took a look at the photo, then looked at the people behind the boss and shook his head slightly. I don't know them. I haven't seen them before. Hearing the salesperson say this, Lin Feng smiled. This salesperson was really sensible. If it was someone else, they would have already said it. Are you sure you don't know him? Take a closer look. The boss did not give up and asked again. He also called other store clerks to go over and check, but all the clerks said they didn't know who it was. After they left, Xiaojing went upstairs to the office door and knocked. Enter. Lin Feng looked towards the door, waiting for Xiaojing to come in. Manager Lin, a few people just came looking for you with pictures of you and CEO Yang. They looked ferocious, but luckily I was smart enough to say I didn't know them right away. Xiaojing told her what happened downstairs just now and took all the credit on herself. Lin Feng laughed softly. He could understand what Xiaojing meant. She just wanted him to praise her or even do those things. Well, you are indeed very clever. Tell me, what reward do you want? Lin Feng asked with a smile. What kind of reward can I ask for? As long as I can continue to work here, and as long as Manager Lin can take care of me more, I will be satisfied. As she spoke, Xiao Jing came to Lin Feng and gently pinched Lin Feng with both hands. Seeing Xiao Jing's actions, Lin Feng smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Last time, she was unsuccessful as she was interrupted by Yang Shuyao, but this time Xiao Jing was confident and definitely did not want to miss this opportunity. Manager Lin, you didn't teach me well last time. Do you have a chance to teach me well today? Xiao Jing said this, and took the initiative to sit on Lin Feng's lap. Of course, no problem. I won't be disturbed today. After saying that, Lin Feng's hand also moved towards Xiao Jing's leg. He originally chose to stay here as a manager, on the one hand to make money, and on the other hand to appreciate the beauty of these beauties. Now that they have offered it to him, he certainly can't refuse. Just when Lin Feng was about to start, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. At first, Lin Feng didn't intend to deal with it, but the first call was not answered, and the other party soon called the second time. This made Lin Feng a little worried. He felt that something must have happened. So he took out his cell phone from his pocket and took a look. It was Xiao calling. Lin Feng had sex with Xiao He last night, but it was all Xiao He's own will. If she hadn't agreed, Lin Feng wouldn't have gone. He keeps calling now. Isn't he trying to ask Lin Feng to take responsibility? Thinking about Lin Feng, he answered the phone. Hey, Xiao, what's going on? Lin Feng asked. Brother Feng, do you have time now? If you do, come to the antique shop. There's a customer who wants to sell an antique, but I'm not able to tell whether it is real or fake. I asked the appraisers in the appraisal room to take a look. Some of them said it was authentic, while others said it was fake. I really don't have any other options now, so I can only ask you for help. Xiao has stated the purpose of her call. Those people in the appraisal room can't tell the difference between real and fake. Fine, I'll be there right away. You tell the customer to wait for me. After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. I have something to go do. Lin Feng got up from his office chair and walked towards the office door. Manager Lin, you... Xiao Jing thought she would be able to succeed with Lin Feng today, but she didn't expect to be interrupted again. Lin Feng, who came out of the jewelry store, hailed a taxi on the roadside and quickly headed toward the antique shop. On the way, Lin Feng was thinking about what had just happened. When it was about to start, his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. Yesterday, it was Yang Shuyao, and today it was Xiao. It seems that God has destined that he will not have any relationship with Xiao Jing. After arriving at the antique shop, Lin Feng saw the people in the shop. When they saw Lin Feng, they all had smiles on their faces. Before, when Lin Feng went to the jewelry store, he didn't come to say goodbye to them, so they felt a little disappointed. Now they are much happier to see Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was very happy when he saw the female saleswomen greeting him with smiles. He also used his pupil technique to check what these people were wearing. I have to say that these people's outfits are very beautiful. Some are bright red, some have black lace, and some are naked. Anyway, no one let Lin Feng down. Brother Feng, you're here. I'm so sorry. You came to the jewelry store, and now I have to bother you about the antique shop. At this time, Xiao's voice came from a corridor on the second floor. Nothing. Just changed the store. Nothing else changed. Where is the guest? Has he not left yet? Lin Feng said as he walked towards the second floor. In the office, I said I'd like to find a more professional person to come over, and the customer didn't refuse and has been waiting here the whole time. Xiao He smiled, made a gesture of invitation, and led Lin Feng to the office. Chapter 53, Let Yang Shuyao Beg for Mercy. Entering the office, Lin Feng saw a young man sitting on the sofa. The man looked very good, but if you compare him with Lin Feng, there is still a lot of gap. Moreover, the opponent was very thin, obviously just a skinny dog. Hello, I'm Lin Feng, the manager here. What do you want to sell? Lin Feng took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with the other party. But the other party didn't take his hand seriously at all. He took out something and put it on the table and said in a cold voice, Can I see it? If not, I will go to another store. Yes, sir, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Lin Feng replied with a smile. This is what Xiao He was begging for. If anyone else wanted Lin Feng's help, it would be impossible. Lin Feng opened the box and began to look at it. There was a piece of something similar to colored glass in the box. Lin Feng couldn't tell whether this kind of thing was real or fake with his naked eyes, so he directly activated his pupil technique to check. But after activating this pupil technique, Lin Feng found that this thing was very blurry and he couldn't tell what it was exactly. This made Lin Feng a little puzzled. This was the first time such a situation had occurred in such a long time. When the pupil technique is activated, nothing can escape from Lin Feng's eyes. But now this is an accident. How is it? Did you figure out what it is? There was an anxious expression on the other person's face. We'll take this thing. How much do you want to pay? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Although I haven't figured out what this thing is yet, Since it can affect the pupil technique, it proves that it is not simple. If it is an ordinary thing, it will definitely not affect the pupil technique. Haha, do you understand what it is? Do you want to buy it directly? The other party sneered and asked back. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that I like it. Besides, aren't you here to sell it? I'm buying it now, so just name your price. Lin Feng replied. After hearing what Lin Feng said, the other party thought for a few seconds and then stretched out a finger. 10,000? No problem. I'll transfer it to you now. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and prepared to transfer the money. What do you mean 10,000? 10 million. The other party told the price of this thing. Lin Feng was a little hesitant. He hadn't even figured out what the thing was yet, but he directly offered a price of 10 million. If the price wasn't that high, then when the news got out, it would ruin his own reputation, as well as the reputation of the store. What? You can't afford it? Forget it. I'll find someone else then. As the other party spoke, he stretched out his hand to take the box. Seeing the other party's behavior, Xiaohe showed a worried expression on his face. He couldn't tell what this thing was, and if he spent money to buy it directly, there was a high possibility that he would lose money. But the other party's intention now is to force Lin Feng to buy it. Seeing that the other party's hand was about to touch the box, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pressed it on the box and said, I'll buy it. 10 million is 10 million. Lin Feng asked for the other party's bank card account number and then started transferring money to the other party directly. Not long after, 10 million was deposited into the account and the other party left with a sneer. It was at this time that Lin Feng saw that the name of the transfer was Jiang Chun. Could this surname be related to Qianli? But Lin Feng didn't have time to care about those things now. He put down his phone, picked up the box on the table, and started looking at it again. But it still didn't work, and I still couldn't figure out what this thing was. Brother Feng, is it a bit of a loss to buy this thing for 10 million? Xiaohe asked. It's not a loss. Some of our appraisers here think it's real, while others think it's fake. I'm not sure what this thing is, so it's very good to accept it. Lin Feng took the thing in his hand and looked at it carefully. By the way, I'm sorry about what happened last night. I was drunk. Xiaohe stopped talking about this and talked about what happened last night. It's nothing. I was just drunk and lost control. If I had controlled myself, that wouldn't have happened. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who will not take responsibility after doing something. I will bear all the consequences. If you have any questions, you can come to me anytime, anywhere. Lin Feng's voice was firm. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Xiaohe was very moved. She threw herself into Lin Feng's arms and hugged him tightly. Brother Feng, I really like you very much. I have liked you very much since the first day I saw you until now. I used inappropriate means to take you down. I hope you won't blame me. Xiaohe apologized to Lin Feng with tears in her eyes. Lin Feng didn't take Xiaohe's words to heart. He was just feeling Xiaohe's tenderness. Xiaohe sobbed softly, her body trembling slightly, and those two lumps of soft flesh were also trembling differently at this moment. Soon, Lin Feng had some reaction, and this reaction directly hit Xiaohe's abdomen. Xiaohe let go of Lin Feng and looked down. When she saw Lin Feng's tent, an embarrassed expression appeared on her face. Xiaohe, I know what you think, but I don't take it to heart. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack Xiaohe. Xiaohe's face showed a look of horror. She tried to break free from Lin Feng's arms, but Lin Feng was too strong and she had no chance of breaking free. Helplessly, she could only cooperate with Lin Feng. The two of them went to the office door one after another and locked it. For a moment, the office was full of spring colors. Many people downstairs were selecting what they wanted, and no one noticed what was happening here. At the same time, in a car near Yang's antique shop. Brother Jiang, how is it? Do they accept the things? When the people sitting in the back seat of the car saw the door open, they showed excitement on their faces. The person sitting in the back row was none other than Qin Yu from the Qin family. I'll take it. 10 million. I'll transfer 5 million to you once I download it. We agreed to split the profits 50-50. Jiang Chun used his mobile phone to transfer money to Qin Yu. Okay, thank you, Brother Jiang. With your help, I will soon make Yang's antique shop and Yang's jewelry shop in Linhai go bankrupt. It won't be long before the Yang family disappears from Linhai. Qin Yu clenched his hands in a fist, his face serious. Ever since the last incident, Qin Yu has been trying to find a way to deal with Lin Feng and take down Yang Shuyao. But after such a long time, he has not been able to successfully take down Yang Shuyao. Now that he has this opportunity, Yang Shuyao will definitely beg for mercy under him. I heard that this bastard is related to Shiying. Shiying is my woman. I will never let this bastard have an easy time. Jiang Chen's voice was serious. Okay, let's work together, brothers. This bastard won't have any chance of surviving. Qin Yu stretched out his hand. Jiang Chun did not remain stunned, but stretched out his hand and held Qin Yu's hand. Chapter 54. He is the person my grandfather values most. In the office, after Lin Feng and Xiao He finished, they both lay on the sofa, gasping for breath. I have to say that Xiao He is really cooperative. No matter how Lin Feng moves, Xiao He will be there in time, giving Lin Feng a great sense of superiority. It's getting late. I have to go back. Call me anytime if you need anything. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng began to put on his clothes. Seeing Lin Feng's behavior, Xiaoyi didn't say much, but just slowly put on her clothes. After the two of them packed their clothes, they opened the door and left the office. There were quite a few customers downstairs, which looked quite spectacular. Okay, there are so many customers here. You don't have to send me off. I can go back by myself. Lin Feng said to Xiao He. Okay, Brother Feng, please go slowly on your way back. If anything happens, call me. Xiao He reminded. Lin Feng left the antique shop and took a taxi to the Jade Market. When they arrived at the Jade Market, Lin Feng opened the door and got out of the car. As soon as I entered the market, I heard a voice shouting from the side. Boy, stop right there. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng turned his head to look at the source of the voice. The person who spoke was not someone else, but the boss from whom Lin Feng bought the raw stone last night. He really didn't expect that the boss had such great patience. The day was almost over, and he was still waiting here. God will not let down those who work hard, and let you, a bastard, come to me. Where's my original stone? Where is it? Return it to me immediately. The boss pointed at Lin Feng and yelled. I bought the rough stone with my own money. I've already given you 1 million. Now you want to regret it. Do you think it's possible? Get out of my way now. If you continue to stand here, I will beat you up. Lin Feng shouted at the boss beside him in a serious voice. He didn't even mention that the boss had sent so many people to deal with them last night. Although they didn't succeed last night, they definitely couldn't avoid it today. Boy, you want to scare me here? Do you think I was raised to be scared? Either you give me 30 million today, and I'll consider it as you bought the rough stone, or you return the rough stone to me safe and sound. The boss stated his requirements. Hearing the boss say this, Lin Feng laughed. He had only sold that piece of raw stone to Shi Jian for 20 million, but now the boss asked for 30 million. Besides, why did Lin Feng give him the raw stone? He bought it with his own ability, and the money had already been given to the boss. If he wanted to regret it now, there was no way. I've already sold the raw stone. If you want to take it back, you have to find a way to do it. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. But the boss's men didn't give Lin Feng any chance and directly blocked his way. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the boss. The boss's eyes were cold and without any emotion. Go ahead, kill him for me. Those thugs raised their hands and were about to attack Lin Feng. Seeing their behavior, Lin Feng began to laugh. It's ridiculous that they want to take action against him just because of these people. As the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a voice suddenly shouted from the side, Stop it, everyone. Who the hell dares to interfere in my affairs? The boss turned around and looked over there, cursing. Lin Feng then turned his head and looked towards the source of the sound. The person who spoke was not someone else, but Shi Jian's granddaughter Shi. Shi was holding 2 gifts in her hands and looked like she was going to visit someone. Miss Shi, I didn't expect you to come back to the Jade Market today. Do you have any advice for me? The boss came over with a smile and tried to help Shi with the things in her hands. Old Li, are you really that capable? You brought so many people here to cause trouble? My grandfather said before that such things are not allowed. You didn't take my grandfather's words to heart at all. Shi asked Li Jianjun with a smile. How could that be? I have engraved in my heart what Mr. Shi said back then, and I will never forget it. But today is a special case. This bastard stole a piece of royal green rough stone from me, so I brought people here. Li Jianjun pointed at Lin Feng and told him what had happened. Of course, he certainly wouldn't say that Lin Feng spent money to buy the raw stone and found something good in it, but he regretted it and didn't want to sell it. He put all the blame on Lin Feng alone. You came at the right time. The original Imperial Green stone was bought by Mr. Shi. Don't you want Imperial Green? Go ask Mr. Shi for it. Lin Feng walked up and told the result of the Imperial Green. Li Jianjun was a little confused when he heard this. What did that mean? Did this guy know Shi Jian? Moreover, it has only been a short time, and it was sold to Shi Jian so quickly. It seems that their relationship is not simple. Did you steal that rough stone? You sold something you stole to my grandfather. Shi was a little unhappy. I thought that Lin Feng got that piece of raw stone with his own ability, but I didn't expect it to be such an ability. What do you mean by robbed? I bought the waste rock for 1 million, and he wanted to go back on his word after he found something good. I still have a transfer record here. It's a good coincidence that you're here. It seems like you have a good relationship. How about this? You call your grandfather and ask him to come over to see who is right and who is wrong in this matter. Lin Feng had a proud expression on his face. Li Jianjun quickly pulled Lin Feng's arm, with a pleading expression on his face. Little brother, we are in a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Family members don't recognize each other. I have a good relationship with Mr. Shi. In this case, let's just forget about this matter. If you want to do anything in the jade market in the future, just come to me. He can't let Shi Jian interfere in this matter. He wants to continue making money in the future. If he lets Shi Jian interfere in this matter, he will have no chance to make money in the future. Lin Feng glanced at Li Jianjun with a look of disdain on his face. He didn't intend to continue here, so he turned around and walked towards Yang's jewelry. However, before he had taken a few steps, Shi stopped him. Stop. Why? You want to talk to me about something? Lin Feng looked at Shi and asked. I have already investigated the matter thoroughly. I am here to apologize to you on behalf of Yahai. These are my apologies. Shi raised the thing in her hand. Unnecessary. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left without staying. Miss Shi, this kid is too arrogant. Li Jianjun showed an unhappy expression on his face. Shut up. He's the person my grandfather values the most. If you dare to do something to him again, think carefully about the consequences. After Shi finished speaking, she took her things and went to chase after Lin Feng. Li Jianjun stood there, swallowing his saliva. Someone that Shi Jian valued? It seemed that he had to build a good relationship with him in the future, and this kind of thing must not happen again. Lin Feng entered Yang's jewelry store. He glanced at the hall and saw the salesmen were tidying up things on the tables and cleaning the jewelry store. Normally in this weather, everyone's clothes would be chest length, but now when they bend their waists, the inner beauty of these employees can be clearly seen. Chapter 55, A Wisp of Red Gas in Zhou Nana's Body. Shi followed Lin Feng into the store. She saw Lin Feng standing there. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Feng walked towards the stairs. Shi had no choice but to follow. After all, so many people were there, and she couldn't apologize in front of them. Otherwise, the Shi family would lose face. Lin Feng saw Shi panting from the corner of his eye, and he smiled. Little girl, you still want to play with me? You were so arrogant before. Why aren't you so arrogant now? But I have to say that Shi has a really good figure. Her chest rises and falls when she breathes. After entering the office, Lin Feng sat on the sofa. He poured 2 glasses of water, left one on the spot, and took the other and drank it himself. Shi followed him into the office and closed the door. Lin Feng, that's enough. Don't think that just because my grandfather thinks highly of you, you can do whatever you want. Shi yelled at Lin Feng. Doing something out of control? What do you mean by doing something out of control? Since you are here to apologize, you should have an apologetic attitude. Is this your apologetic attitude now? Lin Feng asked. Seeing this, Shi suppressed her anger and forced herself to calm down. She picked up the cup of tea on the table and took a sip. She drank it so violently that water slid down the corners of Shi Ying's mouth. It slid from the corner of the mouth to the neck, from the neck to the collarbone, and continues to slide downward from the collarbone. But further down, it was blocked by clothes, and Lin Feng couldn't see it. He activated his pupil technique to check and saw that Shi was still wrapping her weapon, and the drop of water just now happened to stay in the proud place. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng wished he could turn into that drop of water. Lin Feng, I apologize for what happened with Yahai's sales. I'm sorry. It was my mismanagement. It was my problem. This is a gift from my heart. Please accept it. Shi took out the gift and placed it next to the coffee table. Is this your apology? Isn't that too casual? That night your salesman came to my house with a young man. If I hadn't shown up in time, I don't know what they would have done. All you need to do is apologize and take 2 things. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, So what do you want? Shi looked at Lin Feng and asked, What do I want? It's very simple. You need to apologize in an apologetic manner. Come on and give me a kiss. Lin Feng said, pointing at his cheek. You bastard. Shi picked up the water cup on the table and threw it at Lin Feng. Look at you. You get angry after just a few words. Don't be angry. I just asked you to kiss me, not to do anything else with me. Besides, if anything else happens between you and me, I'm sure Mr. Shi will be very happy. Lin Feng took the cup of water, put it on the table, and said, You are delusional. I would never do those things with you. After Shi Ying finished speaking, she turned around and left. Looking at Shi Ying's leaving back, Lin Feng used his pupil technique to look at Shi Ying's back. Her back was so beautiful. After Shi Ying had completely left, Lin Feng came back to his senses and looked at the gifts placed next to the coffee table. He took a quick look and saw that they were all nutritional supplements that could be taken to the hospital for his mother Zhonglan. He put his things in a cabinet and then came out of the office. There's so many beautiful sales ladies downstairs. Isn't it a waste for him to sit alone in the office? I could talk with them. You might get some unexpected results. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Feng saw Zhou Nana standing at the door. Manager Zhou, what can I do for you? Lin Feng looked at Zhou Nana and asked. They are all managers, and Zhou Nana was arranged here by Yang Shuyao herself, so there was no need for Zhou Nana to come over and say hello to Lin Feng. So Lin Feng concluded that Zhou Nana must have come here for some other reasons. It's like this. I heard from Yao Yao that you have some medical skills. I want you to help me. Zhou Nana was a little shy. Looking at Zhou Nana's action, Lin Feng was a little confused. What did this mean? Why was she shy? Was it the wrong place? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but scan Zhou Nana up and down. What are you looking at? Tell me if it can be cured. If it can't be cured, forget it. Zhou Nana felt a little uncomfortable when Lin Feng looked at her. Yes, of course. Lin Feng stepped aside to let Zhou Nana enter the office. Come in and talk. After entering the office, Lin Feng and Zhou Nana sat on the sofa. Lin Feng activated his pupil technique and looked at Zhou Nana. He suddenly discovered that there was an evil aura on Zhou Nana's body, and the location where the evil aura was emitted was Zhou Nana's chest. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Nana's chest. Seeing this, Zhou Nana quickly put her arms around it. I was so blind to trust someone like you. Dirty, Zhou Nana cursed, stood up and walked toward the door. Seeing her walk to the door, Lin Feng said calmly, your discomfort is all caused by the pendant on your chest. Zhou Nana stopped, looked down at the pendant around her neck, turned around and sat back down on the sofa. Is there any way to solve this problem? Zhou Nana's eyes were full of anticipation. It's very simple. I'll just press it for you. As Lin Feng spoke, he pinched the air with his hands. Seeing Lin Feng's behavior, Zhou Nana was a little hesitant. But the pain in my body has lasted for a long time. If it can't be resolved as soon as possible, it will probably become more troublesome. She gritted her teeth and said, okay, lie down. Lin Feng stood up and let Zhou Nana lie on the sofa. Zhou Nana lay down as Lin Feng said, and then Lin Feng stretched out his hands towards Zhou Nana's legs. Zhou Nana's body twitched when Lin Feng suddenly touched her, and she quickly dodged. There's nothing wrong with my legs. Since we're going to massage you, we must start from the legs. Oh, take off the pendant on your neck, and don't wear it anymore. It won't do any good to your body if you continue to wear it, Lin Feng said. Zhou Nana had no choice but to do as Lin Feng said. She lay flat on the sofa with her eyes closed, as if she was going through something extremely difficult. Lin Feng didn't care and started to brush his hands toward her. The moment he touched it, Lin Feng's heart was filled with joy. The leg was so soft, as if it was made of cotton. It turns out that the tougher a person appears on the surface, the softer he is. He slowly moved his movement upwards from his legs to the outside of his thighs. Seeing that Zhou Nana's secret was right at hand, Lin Feng kept swallowing his saliva. He really wanted to pinch it, but he also knew that if he touched it at this time, it would definitely drive Zhou Nana crazy. So he let go of his position and continued to pinch upwards. When it reached the abdomen, the acupuncture points of Zhou Nana's body suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes, and the pupil technique was automatically activated. He even saw a red gas floating in Zhou Nana's body. Seeing the red gas, Lin Feng was a little puzzled, as such a situation had never occurred before. Later, with the help of the purple yang pupil technique, Lin Feng finally understood what the red gas in Zhou Nana's body was. Chapter 56 Lin Feng, you bastard. Lin Feng wants to improve his pupil skills. The first way is to use the pupil skills normally to distinguish the quality of objects and increase his experience. But this method of improvement is very slow. Of course, there is another way, which is to use natural treasures to replenish energy so as to achieve improvement. But if you want to improve at the fastest speed, you need to practice dual cultivation with a woman. The spiritual energy in the woman's body is the way to improve Lin Feng's pupil technique. These auras are divided into red, yellow, blue, and green. Among them, red is the foundation, and green is the highest and purest aura. As long as you can absorb a large amount of red spiritual energy, Your pupil skills can be improved, and green can be improved to a higher level. After figuring this out, Lin Feng looked at Zhou Nana's face. Isn't Zhou Nana his natural match? As long as he could take down Zhou Nana, nothing would happen in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Feng tentatively reached out his finger towards Zhou Nana's important position. Zhou Nana still had her eyes closed at this time and did not open them. Lin Feng plucked up the courage to knead it gently, but he didn't expect Zhou Nana to actually let out a slight gasp. Seeing Zhou Nana's behavior, Lin Feng smiled. Zhou Nana looked so serious, but he didn't expect her to be such a woman. He mustered up his courage and continued to touch Zhou Nana, but he never expected that Zhou Nana suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him. Lin Feng, you bastard. Zhou Nana slapped Lin Feng on the cheek. Lin Feng sat on the sofa in a daze, and Zhou Nana quickly left the office. But at this time, Lin Feng was still puzzled. Zhou Nana had obviously entered that feeling, so how could she react in the end? Could it be that Zhou Nana doesn't want Lin Feng to know her true nature? Thinking of this, Lin Feng began to laugh. If you don't accept it now, sooner or later I will make you kneel down and beg me. Sitting in the office and thinking about Zhou Nana's tenderness for a while, Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He thought of the beautiful sales ladies downstairs and immediately got up and left the office. He stood in the corridor and looked down. The bodies of these salesmen were all light red, which was not as strong as the spiritual energy in Zhou Nana's body. Just as he was watching carefully, Xiaojing looked up and saw his figure, so Xiaojing went upstairs. Manager Lin, we've been ruined so many times before, I don't want to just let it go like this. Please accept this, Manager Lin. We'll see you there. After saying this, Xiaojing quickened her pace and ran downstairs. Seeing Xiaojing's behavior, Lin Feng smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The light red color could also be enhanced. It is better to have something than nothing. Since you were so proactive, I will satisfy you. After get off work in the evening, Lin Feng waited until everyone had left before leaving. But unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the door of the jewelry store, he saw Li Jianjun standing outside. What? Do you still want to cause trouble for me? But you are alone. Are you my opponent? Lin Feng turned his head to look around and saw that only Li Jianjun was there, with a look of disdain on his face. Not to mention that there was only Li Jianjun alone. Even if there were a dozen Lin Fengs, he wouldn't take it seriously. Brother Lin, you really misunderstood. After seeing your relationship with Miss Shi today, I know that you have a good relationship with Mr. Shi as well. I am where I am today because of Mr. Shi's help. I heard from Mr. Shi that you are the manager of Yang's jewelry store. Mr. Shi also kept praising your ability. You will definitely be a leader in the appraisal industry in the future. So, in order to prevent you from burying your abilities, I will give you a store. As Li Jianjun spoke, he took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and handed them to Lin Feng. Seeing Li Jianjun's posture, Lin Feng showed a surprised expression on his face. What does this mean? Brother Lin, I'm older than you, so it's not too much to call me brother, right? Actually, my brother wants to ask you something. Do you have time? Let's have a good chat. Li Jianjun revealed the real purpose of finding Lin Feng. I have limited time, so let's talk as we go. If I can help, then I will help you for the sake of this bunch of keys. But if I can't help, then there is nothing I can do. Lin Feng said, there will be a jade auction in 3 days. There will be a lot of raw stones and many exquisitely carved crafts on the spot. I would like you, Brother Lin, to help me select some. Don't worry, remuneration is definitely not a problem. I will agree to any request you make. Li Jianjun said very generously. I see. I'll think about it. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he quickened his pace and walked towards the roadside. Li Jianjun looked at how quickly Lin Feng left, with a helpless expression on his face. He didn't know whether Lin Feng would agree to help. The reason why Lin Feng was in such a hurry to leave was very simple, which was to go to the place he had agreed to meet with Xiaojing. But at this moment, Lin Feng's cell phone started ringing. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After answering the phone, Lin Feng asked, Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Who are you? Xiao Feng, I'm Shi Jian. Do you have time? Let's have a meal together, a family dinner. Shi Jian's voice came from the receiver. Have a meal. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He had already made an agreement with Xiaojing. If it didn't go now, he might not have any chance. But now that Shi Jian has invited me, it would be a bit disrespectful to him if I don't go. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Feng decided to attend Shi Jian's family dinner. Okay, I understand, Mr. Shi. I'll go over now. Please send me the location. No problem. I'll let Ying send it to you now. After saying that, Mr. Shi hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng quickly received the location sent by Shering. He let the taxi driver take a look, and the driver immediately headed towards the destination. On the way, Lin Feng sent Xiao Jing an apologetic text message. Sorry, I have something to do in the evening and can't come. Let's make an appointment next time if we have a chance. After sending the text message, Lin Feng deleted it and put the phone in his pocket. Not long after, they arrived at the door of Shi's house. Lin Feng paid the bill, got out of the car, and walked towards the Shi's house. On the way in, Lin Feng had been admiring the layout of the Shi family. He had to say that the decoration of the Shi family's courtyard was very good. The ground was paved with jade. Although they were scraps, these things were worth some money. There are also trees planted in the yard, all of which are rare species, and any one of them costs 6 figures. Walking all the way to the living room, Lin Feng saw Shi Jian sitting on the sofa. Old Shi. Lin Feng greeted Shi Jian with a smile. Xiao Feng is here. Please take a seat. Shi Jian made a gesture of invitation. Lin Feng turned his head to look around and didn't see Shering, so he just sat down on the sofa. Ying went upstairs to take a shower and will be down soon. Xiao Feng, actually I asked you to come over for dinner today because there will be a jade auction in 3 days, and I want you and Ying to attend it together. Shi Jian did not beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of finding Lin Feng. Chapter 57. You're too young to get me drunk. Hearing Shi Jian say this, Lin Feng thought about what Li Jianjun had just done to him. In order to get his help, Li Jianjun directly sent him a shop in the jade market. Although he didn't know the location and area of the shop, the price was not low no matter which direction it was. Now Shi Jian asked him to come over and wanted his help just for a family dinner? Just as Lin Feng was thinking, there was suddenly a noise coming from upstairs. He looked up at the second floor and saw Shering coming out of the room. At this moment, Shering no longer concealed anything and fully displayed her proud figure. In addition, Shering was only wearing a white skirt, and her black underwear was exposed without any cover, especially the 2 lumps on the chest, which are so tall and big and can be seen very easily. This is even more spectacular than Lin Feng had imagined before. Xiao Feng, I'm the judge of this jade auction, so I can't bring Ying with me. So I want you to bring Ying with you. After seeing Lin Feng's eyes, Shi Jian said with a smile. Lin Feng now understood that Shi Jian was a veteran and was using the beauty trap. However, Lin Feng just couldn't resist the temptation, especially from a hot beauty like Shering. Okay, since you said so, I agree to take Shering with me, but I have one condition. After we get there, Shering cannot refute what I say and must obey my arrangements in all respects. She will do whatever I tell her to do. Lin Feng stated his request in a firm voice. Shering came down from upstairs and heard Lin Feng's words. An unhappy expression immediately appeared on Shi Ying's face. She didn't want to attend any jade auction in the first place. Her mind wasn't on it at all. If Shi Jian hadn't talked about it for so long, she would never have agreed. Now, not only does she have to obey Shi Jian's words and attend the auction, but she also has to follow Lin Feng's arrangements completely. How could she agree to this? No, I won't agree. Why should I listen to you? Shering had a serious expression on her face and directly rejected Lin Feng's words. Old Shi, you see the current situation. I have no other choice. If the 2 of us cannot work together, we will not be able to get anything good. Lin Feng spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. It's not that he is unwilling to help, but because Shering is unwilling to agree. In this case, I will have no choice but to not participate in this auction. Ying, you don't know anything about this, but Xiaofeng knows much more than you do, so you must follow Xiaofeng's arrangements throughout this trip. This matter has been decided. You can't refute it. Shi Jian said in a firm voice while looking at Shering, who was standing beside him. Hearing Shi Jian say this, Shering showed a helpless expression on her face. She didn't want to agree, but she couldn't make Shi Jian angry. Shering looked at Lin Feng viciously. She hoped that Lin Feng could have some self-awareness. Otherwise, she would definitely not show mercy. Not long after, the kitchen called for dinner, and everyone moved from the sofa to the dining table and sat down. Sitting at the dining table, Shi Jian asked Shering to take out the wine that he had collected for many years. Shering was reluctant at first, but when she thought that if Lin Feng drank too much, he might make a fool of himself, she just took the wine. The food had just been served and Lin Feng had no time to praise when Shering came to him with a bottle of wine. Lin Feng, this jade auction depends on you. Shering poured a glass of wine for Lin Feng and then poured another glass for herself. As long as you listen to my instructions and follow my commands, there will be no problems. Lin Feng patted his chest and made the promise. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Shi replied with a smile. After saying that, the two of them clinked glasses, then tilted their heads back and drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. After drinking this cup, Lin Feng thought that was the end of it, but unexpectedly Shi poured him another cup right after. Seeing Shi Ying's behavior, Lin Feng showed a surprised expression on his face. My grandfather said that if it weren't for you, there would be no way he could have obtained that national treasure level bottle. I'm here to thank you on his behalf with this glass of wine. Shi raised the cup and thanked Lin Feng. Seeing Shi Ying's actions, Lin Feng now understood that she just wanted to get him drunk. However, given Shi Ying's alcohol tolerance, it is not easy to make him drink too much. Lin Feng secretly glanced at Shi Ying's peak. With such a beauty drinking with him, how could not drink? Lin Feng took the wine glass and drank directly from it without leaving a drop. Good alcohol tolerance. After Shi Ying praised him, she poured wine for Lin Feng. Lin Feng deliberately placed the cup a little further away, so Shi Ying's body touched Lin Feng when she poured the wine. Being able to touch her from such a long distance further demonstrates how powerful Shi Ying is. Lin Feng swallowed gently, and his body quickly responded. Shi Jian, who was standing by, saw the two of them, and a smile appeared on his face. Although Shi Ying did it on purpose, this is also the easiest way to enhance the relationship between the two. The dinner lasted nearly 2 hours. Shi Ying was drunk and lay motionless on the table. Although Mr. Shi did not drink, he got up and went back to his room to rest halfway through the dinner. There were 3 or 4 empty wine bottles on the table, 3 of which were white wines from Shi Jian's collection, and one was a bottle of white wine that Shi Ying had someone prepare. I thought these could get Lin Feng drunk, but I didn't expect that I got myself drunk instead. Lin Feng looked at Shi Ying with a smile on his face. With that alcohol tolerance, she still wanted him to get drunk, which was simply wishful thinking. I have to say that Shi Ying has a really great figure. Now, she is lying on the table, and her peak has dropped a lot. It's like 2 prayers filled with water. At this time, Lin Feng saw the scene in front of him and smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He helped Shi Ying get up from the chair. Don't sleep here. Go upstairs and rest. Don't go. Let's keep drinking. I don't believe I can't get you drunk. Shi Ying was still hesitating. You're too young to try to get me drunk. Lin Feng replied with a smile. He carried Shi Ying upstairs on his back. Shi Ying's body pressed against Lin Feng and was very soft. Lin Feng was a little worried that Shi Ying might explode. After reaching the 2nd floor with difficulty, Lin Feng asked about Shi Ying's room. Shi Ying pointed randomly. And finally Lin Feng found Shi Ying's room 1 room at a time. Putting Shi Ying on the bed, Lin Feng looked at Shi Ying. She was originally wearing a skirt, and now her legs were exposed to the air, looking very white and long. What kind of person could give birth to you, so fair and quiet? Lin Feng stretched out his hand and reached towards Shi Ying's leg. When he touched it, his body reacted immediately. He had always been attracted by Shi Ying's figure, and now he had no way to endure it any longer. Chapter 58, I drank too much last night and felt nothing. Lin Feng's hand slowly moved upwards. At this time, Shi Ying was completely drunk and had no sense of defense at all. Lin Feng suddenly felt his head sinking, and the wine he had just drunk seemed to rush to the top of his head. His last impression was that Shi Ying pulled him to the bed, and the two of them were entangled together, and then nothing else. The next day, Lin Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a scream in his ear. He hurriedly got off the bed and took a defensive stance. What happened? Lin Feng, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Shi Ying's voice reached Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng looked at Shi Ying. Shi Ying had already jumped up. At this time, Shi Ying was only wearing a water skirt without any innerwear. When he saw the condition of Shi Ying, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva softly and even forgot how to be on guard for a moment. Shi Ying kicked Lin Feng in the chest, and a painful expression appeared on Lin Feng's face. He stepped back a few steps and sat on a chair. Seeing Lin Feng's behavior, Shi Ying didn't intend to end it like this. She rushed up again. Her fists were like meteors from the sky, constantly hitting Lin Feng. Lin Feng held his head with both hands to defend himself. This lasted for nearly a minute before Shi Ying stopped attacking. Lin Feng took the opportunity to look at Shi Ying and said, I see that you are a woman, and I've been tolerating you all the time, so don't be ungrateful. What did you say? Shi Ying shouted and attacked Lin Feng again. Lin Feng subconsciously raised his hands to resist. But the next second, Lin Feng touched a soft place. He even pinched it gently, sighing in his heart that it was as soft as cotton. Shering agreed and shouted, then took a few steps back to keep a distance from Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng also knew what he had touched. "You're so soft, Shering. Since we are already sleeping in the same bed, and since those things happened last night when I drank too much, I will definitely be responsible for you. But I drank too much last night and didn't feel anything. It's still early now, so why not take advantage of this time to enjoy yourself?" Lin Feng stood up with a smile, his eyes always on Shering. The last impression he had of last night was that Shering was cuddling with him, and he didn't even get to feel Ying's softness. "Get out of here, you bastard." Ying pointed at the door and shouted, "I didn't remember you being like this yesterday. You really didn't recognize me until you pulled up your pants." Lin Feng muttered something, picked up his clothes, and started putting them on. Ying lay on the bed, tears streaming down her face. Seeing Ying's actions, Lin Feng put on his clothes and patted him on the back gently. "Don't worry, I said I will definitely be responsible for you." "I don't want to see you, go away," Ying shouted loudly. Lin Feng had no choice but to leave the room. Now, let Ying think about it carefully. Once she has figured it out, such a thing will not happen again. When Lin Feng came down from upstairs, he did not see any trace of Jian. He guessed that Jian might have gone to the company, so he left the family. Lin Feng bought some breakfast nearby to fill his stomach. He originally wanted to go to the hospital. After all, the treatment went so smoothly and Zhonglan's recovery was also very good. She would be able to be discharged from the hospital after a few days of examinations. But then I thought about it and decided to just go there. After picking up Zhonglan, I would still have to take a taxi home. So Lin Feng decided to take advantage of this time to buy a car so that he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble when waiting to pick up Zhonglan. He hailed a taxi and came to the car selling street, where there were many brand stores and also many secondhand car dealerships. Lin Feng thought for a few seconds and strode into the Mercedes-Benz store. "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" The salesperson came forward and greeted Lin Feng with a smile. "I want to see the Mercedes-Benz G." Lin Feng stated his needs. Isn't there a saying circulating on the internet now? A scumbag man drives a Mercedes-Benz G, a scumbag woman drives a Mercedes-Benz E. He is not a scumbag, but he wants to give every girl a home. Upon hearing this, the salesperson took Lin Feng to the location of the Mercedes-Benz G series at the rear. "Sir, here we have Mercedes-Benz G350, Mercedes-Benz G550, and the latest G63. If you want other versions, we can order a car here, but the price will be a little higher." The salesperson introduced Lin Feng to the current sales situation in the store. "Well, this one is enough. No need for anything else." Lin Feng chose G63. He opened the door and listened to the sound of it closing. A smile appeared on his face. "No wonder this car has so many good reviews on the internet. It is really good." "This is it," Lin Feng said to the salesperson with a smile. "Sir, are you going to buy it now? Why don't you go out and test drive the car, or listen to me introduce it to you in detail?" The salesperson showed a surprised expression on her face. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so efficient and had no intention of asking any more questions. At this moment, a voice called out from the side. "Lin Feng, is that you?" Lin Feng turned his head to look to the side, and the person who called him was not someone else, but Chun Xian's good friend Li Lin. Li Lin had a lot to do with Chun Xian's becoming like that, and Li Lin was also largely responsible for their breakup. "It's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here. How did you get rich? Are you going to buy a car from us?" Li Lin walked up and patted Lin Feng's arm and asked. When Chun Xian and Lin Feng were together before, Li Lin had some feelings for Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was very good looking, but he had no money. But Li Lin doesn't care about these at all. As long as she is handsome, it is enough. Money is not a problem for her. But because of Chun Xian, Li Lin never took any action. Now that she has met Lin Feng, her chance has come. "Li Lin, oh, I suddenly remember that your job is sales." Lin Feng suddenly thought of Li Lin's job. "This is my friend. You go and do your work first," Li Lin said to the salesperson. The salesperson showed a regretful expression on her face. She should have just swiped the card to complete the procedure so that the commission would be hers. But now Li Lin came out and was friends with the customer, so the commission would definitely not go to her. "Don't have to look like that. The commission will be yours later. I just want this order," Li Lin said to the salesperson. "Thank you, Sister Lin." The salesperson thanked Li Lin and turned to leave. After the salesperson left, Li Lin took a look at the Mercedes-Benz G63 that Lin Feng had taken a fancy to and said with a smile, "Get in the car and I'll introduce it to you." "Sure." Lin Feng did not refuse and agreed. Li Lin is tall and has an above-average figure. Although her breasts are not as full as Ying's, They're also very good. The slender thighs wrapped in black stockings are very seductive. Lin Feng originally wanted to sit in the front row to experience it, but Li Lin invited him to sit in the back row to explain the back row first. So Lin Feng had no choice but to sit in the back row. Chapter 59, this car has very good performance. As soon as he sat in the back seat, Li Lin leaned over to help Lin Feng close the door. Li Lin's upper body was basically on Lin Feng's legs, and she rubbed against him intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Feng looked at Li Lin's waist, which was extremely sexy. Early in the morning, Lin Feng, as a normal man, must have the necessary aura. Li Lin also clearly felt the change in Lin Feng. She sat up straight with a smile on her face. Lin Feng, I heard that you broke up with Qian. Li Lin asked. Don't talk about those things. They are all in the past. Let's talk about the present and the future. How much is this car? I want to pick one up now. Lin Feng took out his bank card and stated his request. Why are you in such a hurry? The car is right here. Can it run on its own? Let me introduce it to you first. The space inside the car is very large. Compared with the 550, it is much larger. The back seat space is also increased, and the seats are more comfortable. Because of the car model, there is plenty of headroom, so you won't have your head hit by the impact when you sit here. Not even this. Having said that, Li Lin started to demonstrate himself. She got up from her chair, moved to Lin Feng's side, and moved over Lin Feng. This movement completely touched Lin Feng's body. Seeing Li Lin's behavior, Lin Feng swallowed softly and his body trembled slightly. Li Lin did this on purpose. She just wanted Lin Feng to make a mistake, wanted Lin Feng to do something wrong. Since Li Lin is so proactive, Lin Feng definitely can't let her go. He also sat up slightly, leaning his back completely against the seat, and some changes immediately occurred in his body. At this time, the two bodies were touching each other intimately, without any barriers between them. How is it? I told you that the rear space of this car is big enough, right? And the power of this car is very good. The 4.0T is equipped with a V8 engine with a maximum horsepower of 585. It is very good whether you want to drive in the city or go off-road. Any idea for me to take you out to test drive the car? Li Lin showed an expectant expression on her face. Sure. Lin Feng agreed immediately. I'm going to go through the formalities. Wait for me. After Li Lin finished speaking, she went straight to handle the formalities. Seeing Li Lin's actions, Lin Feng began to laugh. Li Lin was much better than Qin Qian. She didn't care whether Lin Feng could afford it or not, and gave Lin Feng the test drive procedures. Moreover, the action he just made really seduced Lin Feng to the point where he had no chance to fight back. But I have to say that the action just now was very good, especially at this height. It didn't hit the head at all. If there is a chance, Lin Feng still wants to try out the real effect. About 5 minutes later, Li Lin came to Lin Feng and said with a smile, Let's go. The procedures have been completed. We can go out for a test drive. Good. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The two of them came to the special test drive car at the door. The driver originally wanted to follow, but was stopped by Li Lin. The driver knew what Li Lin was thinking. He twisted Li Lin's hips and turned back. Li Lin changed into flat shoes and drove the car, while Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat. Li Lin drove his car either towards a crowded place or towards a less crowded place, and he just kept driving without asking Lin Feng's opinion at all. After driving for 2 hours, Li Lin finally drove the car up the mountain. You should be able to feel that other vehicles can't get on the road just now. The slope is very steep and the road surface is not that good. Our car has no problem getting on. Li Lin turned her head and looked at Lin Feng and said, You're right, it's really good, but you drove the car so far just to show off its off-road capabilities? Lin Feng asked. Of course not. Let's go to the back row and I'll let you enjoy the view from the back, which is just as beautiful as the view from the front. Li Lin smiled, opened the door, and got out of the car. Lin Feng opened the door and got out of the car without hesitation. He wanted to see what tricks Li Lin could play. Sitting in the back row, Lin Feng looked forward and had to say that the spaciousness was indeed very good and the view was very clear. Li Lin got into the car. She didn't look forward, but put her hand directly on Lin Feng's leg. What are you doing? Lin Feng did not move Li Lin's hand away, but leaned back and looked at Li Lin. I've had feelings for you for a long time, but I've never said it out loud. Now that you've broken up with Qian, I naturally have to seize this opportunity. Li Lin said with a smile. That depends on how you seize this opportunity. I'm very popular now, and many women want to fight for me. Lin Feng showed a curious expression on his face. You misunderstood. I won't be with you. After Li Lin finished speaking, she approached Lin Feng directly. Seeing Li Lin's behavior, Lin Feng did not refuse. Who could refuse a woman who wanted to do those things and was not clingy? The two of them sat in the car and quickly switched to the same actions as they did in the store. I have to say that Li Lin's movements were very skillful and Lin Feng felt very comfortable. And the rear space was exactly as Li Lin had said, with no problems at all. The power is very good, but I don't know how the headlights are. Lin Feng said this and pressed his hand directly on it. Li Lin's soft moans turned into loud, heavy breathing. Lin Feng listened to such sounds, and a smile appeared on his face. This speaker was also very good, with a loud and clear sound. After nearly 2 hours, the two of them changed many positions in the car, and the interior space of the car was fully utilized by them. After they had rested, they sat back in the driver and co-pilot seats. I really didn't expect you to be so strong. It was completely Chun Qian's mistake to break up with you. I've changed my mind a little bit now. Since you don't have a girlfriend, why don't we be together? Li Lin asked Lin Feng with a smile. Your movements are very skillful, and you let me completely enter your world. Forget about being your girlfriend, but if you want, we can contact each other anytime. Lin Feng rejected Li Lin's proposal and praised Li Lin. Can, go back, and leave right away when you get back. I know you can't afford this car, so I won't force you. Li Lin said very calmly. Lin Feng didn't say anything. Not long after, they returned to the Mercedes dealership. After entering the car dealership, Li Lin said to Lin Feng, you can go now. Why are you leaving? I said I wanted to buy this car, and I wasn't kidding. Lin Feng said as he took out a bank card from his pocket. Seeing Lin Feng's action, Li Lin showed a look of surprise on her face. She took Lin Feng's bank card and went to the cashier to swipe the card, and it was successfully swiped. Li Lin's face was full of surprise. Lin Feng had made a fortune. Chapter 60 Li Lin. Li Lin came to Lin Feng with various documents and asked Lin Feng to sign various contracts. After everything was done, Li Lin looked at Lin Feng with a curious expression in her eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? You've already seen the whole thing. Do you still want to? Lin Feng said this while deliberately covering his body with his hands. I didn't think you could really afford this car. Chun Qian leaving you is a complete idiot. Li Lin started to scold Chun Qian. Okay, now that everything is done, can I drive away today? Lin Feng handed various contracts to Li Lin and asked questions. Of course, I'll have the car washed in the back. You sit here and wait. After saying this, Li Lin stood up and left. About half an hour later, Li Lin came to Lin Feng with 2 car keys and said, let's go. Everything is ready over there. Let's take a photo and go through the formalities. Walk. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. They took photos and also took photos of passing the car keys. Li Lin also posted these photos directly to her circle of friends. She just wanted to let Chun Qian see how stupid she was for letting go of such a rich bachelor. After doing all this, Lin Feng successfully drove away. Less than 5 minutes after he left, Li Lin's phone started ringing. But these have nothing to do with Lin Feng, and Lin Feng doesn't care at all. Lin Feng drove to the hospital and attracted many people's attention on the way. Entering the hospital parking lot, Lin Feng found an empty space and parked the car. The security guard was very conscious and placed safety cones around the vehicle. The purpose of doing this is very simple, which is to prevent other vehicles from scratching Lin Feng's car. Lin Feng looked at the security guard's actions, smiled lightly, and didn't say much. He took the elevator upstairs to the ward and saw that Zhang Lan had already gotten out of bed with help. Mom, it seems that you have recovered very well. Lin Feng walked forward and supported Zhang Lan. I have someone to take care of me, and I have good food and drink every day. Of course I have recovered well. Xiao Feng, I can recover my health thanks to Yao Yao and Boss Yang. You must not treat them unfairly in the future, and you must not do anything to let them down. Zhang Lan gave Lin Feng instructions. I know, Mom. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. He supported Lin Feng and walked around the ward twice, then walked to the bed and sat down. At this time, the door of the ward opened and Huang Yilin came in from outside. Lin Feng saw Huang Yilin and greeted her with a smile. Huang Yilin was still as beautiful as ever, with such a great figure. He couldn't help but use his pupil technique to look at Huang Yilin's whole body. Huang Yilin was wearing traditional innerwear, but even such clothes gave her a mature and stable feeling. Huang Yilin Isamin Zhanglan. After finishing the examination, Huang Yilin walked towards the door. Before leaving, she winked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood and came out of the room, and they went to the office together. This time, Huang Yilin's office was not downstairs, but upstairs, and she was the only one with a desk in the office. Judging from the situation, Huang Yilin got a promotion. Please take a seat. Huang Yilin made a gesture of invitation to Lin Feng. Now he shouldn't be just an ordinary Dr. Huang, right? He should be in a higher position, right? Lin Feng asked curiously. Thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Oh, let me tell you about Andy's condition. Her leg surgery went very smoothly, and she is recovering very well. At this rate, she will be able to be discharged from the hospital in 3 days. After you're discharged from the hospital, remember not to let Annie do heavy work, and don't let her walk for too long. Otherwise, it will have a certain impact on her. Huang Yilin gave Lin Feng instructions. Don't worry about this, Dr. Huang. My mother will never have to do those things again in the future. My mother has been in the hospital these days. Thanks to your care, Dr. Huang. When you have time, I will treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Lin Feng said he wanted to treat everyone to a meal. No, this is what I should do. Huang Yilin waved her hand to reject Lin Feng's invitation. That's what you should do, but it's also what I want to say. I hope Dr. Huang will agree to it. That's fine for tonight. I'll call you tonight and send you the location. Lin Feng didn't give Huang Yilin a chance to refuse. He just stood up and left. Huang Yilin looked at Lin Feng's behavior, smiled, and shook her head. Lin Feng returned to the ward and glanced at Zhang Lan, who was sitting on the bed. Mom, Dr. Huang just said that you could be discharged from the hospital in 3 days. When you're discharged, you should rest well at home and don't do any heavy work. And let Sister Zhan accompany you then. Lin Feng said to Zhang Lan with a smile. Sister Zhan is the one who takes care of Zhang Lan here, and she does a very good job of taking care of Zhang Lan. So after returning, Lin Feng wants Sister Zhan to continue taking care of Zhang Lan. Anyway, Sister Zhan was arranged by Yang Hai, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to go to Lin Feng's house. Mr. Yang originally arranged for me to take care of Madame Zhang. Mr. Lin, don't worry. I will take good care of Madame Zhang. There will be no problems. Sister Zhan told her about the arrangement Yang Hai made for her. Xiao Feng, when I get home, ask Yaya to come home, and I will cook for her myself. Zhang Lan said, no problem. We'll come together to pick you up from the hospital then. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. At this time, Lin Feng's cell phone started ringing. He took out his phone and took a look. It was Zhou Nana calling. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Nana would not call him. Now there must be something that needs his help, or something has happened. Thinking of this, Lin Feng got up from the chair with his phone in hand. Mom, I'm going out to answer a call. When he got to the corridor, he answered the phone and asked, Manager Zhou, did you miss me? Why are you calling me so early? Lin Feng, where are you? I feel very uncomfortable. Please treat me. Zhou Nana stated the purpose of her call in a painful voice. Manager Zhou, you weren't like this yesterday. You called me a bastard yesterday. How can you let a jerk treat you? Lin Feng asked with a smile. He just wanted Zhou Nana to beg him. Even though he was called a bastard yesterday, he was only doing this for Zhou Nana's good. Zhou Nana is ungrateful and even blames Lin Feng, but Lin Feng will not let her off easily. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Please give me treatment. I'm in so much pain. Zhou Nana apologized and begged Lin Feng. That's more like it. Wait, I'll go back to the store now. Lin Feng said with a sneer. I'm not in the store. I'm at home. I'll send you a location. Come over. After saying that, Zhou Nana hung up the phone. Soon, Lin Feng received the location sent by Zhou Nana. He put the phone in his pocket and returned to the ward. After telling Zhang Lan that he had something to do, Lin Feng left the hospital and followed the navigation to Zhou Nana's house. Chapter 61, Our Affairs Cannot Be Known to Outsiders. Zhou Nana's residence was not too far from the hospital, and Lin Feng arrived there in 20 minutes. He went there according to the unit number and floor room number Zhou Nana told him. When he reached the door, he gently pressed the doorbell. But after nearly a minute, no one came to open the door, and there was not even any movement in the room. This made Lin Feng a little puzzled. Was Zhou Nana taken away to the hospital because of illness? That shouldn't be the case. If he was taken to the hospital, why would I have called him just now? So he directly activated his pupil technique and looked inside the room. Not long after, Lin Feng found Zhou Nana lying on the balcony. Judging from the color of her face, she had been unconscious for more than 10 minutes. Looking at the things Zhou Nana was holding in her hand and the things that fell on the ground, Lin Feng basically understood the reason. Zhou Nana definitely didn't want Lin Feng to see her underwear, so she got up to tidy them up. But now, she didn't tidy them up properly, and she fainted. Lin Feng didn't think much about it. He used the power of pupil technique to start cracking the door lock. Not long after, the door lock was opened. After Lin Feng opened the door and entered the room, he closed the door and walked towards where Zhou Nana was. He turned Zhou Nana over and laid her flat on the ground. When he saw the pendant on Zhou Nana's neck, a surprised expression appeared on his face. He said yesterday that there was something wrong with the pendant, so why was she still wearing it around her neck today? Was so precious that you can't bear to take it down. Lin Feng didn't care whether Zhou Nana agreed or not. He just took off the pendant and threw it on the sofa. He kept pressing his hands on Zhou Nana's body, and soon the paleness on Zhou Nana's face recovered a little. The reason why Lin Feng knew to use this method of treatment was because when he was staying at Yang Shuyao's house a few days ago, after being baptized by the moonlight that night, Lin Feng's abilities were enhanced, so his abilities increased. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Nana's complexion had turned from pale to blood red, even rosier than that of an ordinary person. At this time, Zhou Nana slowly opened her eyes, and Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's all right now." But Zhou Nana did not give any answer. She looked at Lin Feng with some other colors in her eyes. Just when Lin Feng was wondering why Zhou Nana behaved like this, Zhou Nana suddenly pounced on him. Seeing Zhou Nana's behavior, Lin Feng stared at her. But she didn't change at all. Her hands kept wandering around Lin Feng's body, even moving constantly on his body. Soon Lin Feng had no way to suppress the thoughts in his mind. Zhou Nana's figure and appearance were already amazing, and now she was actively coming close to him. It would be strange if Lin Feng could suppress her or resist her. Don't blame me if you took the initiative. After saying that, Lin Feng turned over and became the king, pressing Zhou Nana and starting to attack actively. When the two touched each other, Lin Feng found that there seemed to be some kind of power increasing in his body. Thinking of the red spiritual energy in Zhou Nana's body yesterday, Lin Feng understood that it must be absorbing the spiritual energy in her body. Time passed minute by minute, and more than an hour later, Lin Feng and Zhou Nana were lying on the bed, gasping for breath. Zhou Nana also regained normal consciousness. "You took the initiative just now. I didn't take the initiative to attack you," Lin Feng immediately said to Zhou Nana. "I understand. Thank you for treating me. Now you can go." After Zhou Nana finished speaking, she stood up and walked towards the bedroom. "Since you want to thank me, you can't just say this and forget about it, right? You need to take some practical action. You attacked me unconscious just now. Now that you are conscious, why don't you try again?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile on his face, "You wish. Don't spread this matter, or I will cut your hair." Zhou Nana made a scissors gesture as she spoke. Seeing Zhou Nana's action, Lin Feng subconsciously covered his hands. About half an hour later, Lin Feng and Zhou Nana came out of the community together. "Is this your car?" When Zhou Nana saw Lin Feng's car, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. "Yes, what? Is it inappropriate? Should I buy a better car with my status?" Lin Feng raised his head slightly and asked, "You don't deserve this car." After Zhou Nana finished speaking, she opened the car door and got in. Looking at Zhou Nana's performance, Lin Feng curled his lips and walked to the driver's seat to get in the car. The two of them went to the jewelry store together. On the way, Lin Feng looked at Zhou Nana and asked, "Why do you keep wearing that pendant? Didn't I tell you clearly before? Don't wear it. That's something my parents left me. I cannot wear it." Zhou Nana replied, "So this has never happened to you before?" Lin Feng frowned. The things left by Zhou Nana's parents would definitely not harm her. Now that this thing has hurt Zhou Nana's body, it must have been tampered with by someone. "No, it was after I met Yang Tao and Yang Zhen that time that I became like this. Is there any way to eradicate it? I want to continue wearing the pendant in the future." Zhou Nana asked, "What kind of cure do you want? You're with me. If something like that happens, I can treat you anytime and anywhere." Lin Feng said with a chuckle, "I live with you? Yao Yao arranged for me to stay here to watch you. If Yao Yao knew that I was with you, she would definitely be very disappointed. Don't tell this matter for now, and don't let Yao Yao know." Zhou Nana gave Lin Feng instructions. Hearing Zhou Nana say this, Lin Feng didn't say much, but nodded slightly in agreement. Of course, he had the same idea. Since Zhou Nana said this now, it was exactly what he was thinking. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the Jade Market. Zhou Nana opened the door and got out of the car. Lin Feng was about to get out with her, but before he got out, Zhou Nana stopped him. "You stay in the car. Wait for 10 minutes before you get in. It's already so late, I might as well not go. If I delay any longer, the whole day will be gone." Lin Feng showed a helpless expression on his face. "No, you sit in the car." After Zhou Nana finished speaking, she closed the car door and left. Seeing Zhou Nana's performance, Lin Feng had no choice but to accept it. He turned his head left and right and saw an old man holding a piece of raw stone in his arms. Seeing this raw stone, Lin Feng showed an expression of surprise on his face. Through the pupil technique, one can see that the raw stone is emitting a green light all over, and there's a lot of green flesh inside. This rough stone must be the same as the one that night, with top-grade imperial green. After he opened the door and got out of the car, he immediately ran towards the old man. After catching up with the old man, Lin Feng asked, "Old man, where did you get this rough stone?" Chapter 62. This rough stone is worth 5 million. I brought this from home. What do you want? The old man's face was full of defense, as if Lin Feng would snatch the thing away in the next second. Don't be nervous, old man. I think this rough stone is good, so I want to ask if you're willing to sell it. If you're willing to sell it, I will buy it. But if you're not willing to sell it, I don't want this rough stone. Lin Feng explained why he ran here so fast. When the old man heard Lin Feng's words, a smile appeared on his face, but at this moment, a dozen men caught up with him from behind, holding sticks in their hands. Seeing these people's actions, the old man immediately pushed Lin Feng away and left. "Young man, they're trying to steal my things." After hearing what the old man said, Lin Feng now understood why the old man was so nervous just now. It turned out that someone was going to rob people in broad daylight. If Lin Feng had not encountered it or bumped into it, then it would have been fine, but now that Lin Feng had bumped into him, he couldn't just ignore it. "What do you do? Get out of here." The leader of the other party pointed at Lin Feng and threatened him. "This jade market is not an illegal place. You're robbing people in broad daylight. Do you still have a law in your eyes?" Lin Feng stared at the dozen or so people on the other side with a cold voice. "What the hell does this have to do with you? Get out of here. If you don't leave, we'll send you away. Do it." As the thugs spoke, they rushed towards Lin Feng together. Lin Feng clenched his fists and rushed towards these people. Since they didn't know what was good for them, Lin Feng would definitely not let them go. In just 2 minutes, Lin Feng successfully dealt with these people. "You son of a bitch, you dare to attack us? Do you know who our boss is? You are dead. Our boss will never let you go. Our boss will make you pay the price. Do you dare to tell us your name?" Those thugs pointed at Lin Feng and threatened him. Lin Feng started to laugh. What kind of society is this now? People are still threatening others with words that can kill them. Why hasn't the jade market been liberated yet? The social atmosphere has been stinked by these people. Okay, remember this clearly. I told Lin Feng to come find me anytime and anywhere if he wants revenge. This is the first time I've encountered this kind of thing, but I don't want it to be the last time. I hope I can encounter it again next time you do something like this. I promise, the next time I encounter something like this and meet you guys, I will make you suffer even more. Lin Feng told those people his name and gave them instructions. After those thugs got up from the ground, they left directly and no one stayed here. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the old man. The old man was more than 10 meters away, but there was no nervous expression on his face. Lin Feng walked over with a smile on his face and said, "Old sir, don't worry. I've already driven those people away." "Thank you, young man." The old man thanked Lin Feng. "Let's go to the store and talk. This way, please." Lin Feng made a gesture of invitation to the old man. But the old man did not leave. What happened just now in the jade market had already left a psychological trauma in the old man's heart. There was no way he would enter the jade market again. "Young man, why don't we trade here? I'm in a hurry to go to the hospital to pay for my old lady's hospital bills. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't sell this rough stone," the old man said with lingering fear. Looking at the old man's attitude, Lin Feng knew the reason without much thought. He did not refuse, turned his head to take a look, and finally chose to go to his car. "So, my car is right there. We get in the car and say, 'There are too many people here. It's not suitable,'" Lin Feng said, pointing at his car. The old man thought for a few seconds and agreed. They walked to the car, and Lin Feng took the initiative to open the door and let the old man get in. After the old man got in, Lin Feng got in. Looking closely, Lin Feng saw that this piece of raw stone was indeed the same as the previous one. Although it was not as big, it was also worth a lot. "Old man, how much do you plan to pay for this rough stone?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't know much about this, and this is a rough stone that has never been opened, so I don't know what's inside. I just asked a lot of people, and they offered a price of only a few $100,000. If you really want to buy it, I'll give it to you for $100,000. The old man told the price of the rough stone. Hearing the price, Lin Feng showed an unhappy expression on his face. Those merchants were really despicable. The old man was in urgent need of money, but these people still cheated him. They were simply not human beings. They also cheated people out of hundreds of thousands of dollars for this thing. If it was really worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, would they need to arrange people to rob it openly? When the old man saw Lin Feng's expression, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He wondered if his price was too high. If you think it's too high, 80,000 is fine. My old lady's surgery cost more than 100,000 yuan. With this 80,000 yuan, I can get the money together if I can. The old man stated the price. Old man, you misunderstood. I don't think the price you mentioned is high, but I lament that those people cheated you. If I'm not mistaken, this rough stone is worth at least 5 million, or even more. But it hasn't been cut yet, so it's hard to tell the exact price. But don't worry, I won't let you suffer a loss. How about this? I'll give you 5 million first. We'll leave each other's contact information, and then I'll give you the amount that we can come up with later. Is that okay with you? Lin Feng told the price of the raw stone and gave away to make up for it later. If this raw stone is really like the last one, its price could reach tens of millions. When the time comes, Lin Feng can give the old man some more and make a lot of money himself. How much, young man? 5 million. The old man had a look of shock on his face. He couldn't believe it at all. Yes, 5 million, and you may get more money later. Lin Feng nodded heavily in agreement. Hearing the price, the old man's face was excited. 5 million was enough to treat the old woman's illness, and there would be a lot left over so that they could have money to live on in the future. But on second thought, this price was too different from the price mentioned by those people inside, and the old man was afraid that there was a problem. Young man, are you sure you didn't read it wrong? They only gave a few 100,000. The gap you mentioned is too big. The old man asked. They told you that price because they want to cheat you. I saw that you were really anxious, so I told you the real price. Don't worry. If I'm wrong, I won't ask you to refund the money. This is my own problem. Lin Feng said solemnly. After listening to Lin Feng's words, the old man determined that what Lin Feng said was true. Since the other party was so honest, he couldn't be untrue either. Okay, I'll give you the price you asked for. If you make a good product, I won't ask you to make up for it. But if it's not good, don't ask me for it. The old man's voice was firm. Lin Feng had no choice but to agree with a smile. Then Lin Feng transferred the money to the old man, took the raw stone, and watched the old man leave. As the old man left, a voice came from the side. Sister, this bastard attacked us. Chapter 63, if you want to follow me, just call me. Lin Feng calmly turned his head and saw that the leader was a woman wearing a black skirt, with her hair tied up and light makeup on her face. Judging from the appearance of this woman, she shouldn't be the leader of these gangsters. This image really doesn't match her identity. He looked the woman up and down, and at this moment his pupil technique was unconsciously activated. The woman was wearing a black skirt on the outside and a dark purple set of underwear on the inside. These were nothing to Lin Feng, but what made Lin Feng unable to look away was the light red aura floating in the woman's body. Spiritual energy is very important to Lin Feng. After all, it is the basis for improving pupil skills. Boy, where's the raw stone? Take it out quickly and end the matter between us, or I will let you know the consequences of offending us here. The woman's attitude was very arrogant, and her speech was very sophisticated. It was obvious that she did this kind of thing often. You said, let me give it to you, and I will give it to you. I am your father, and I have to listen to you. It's a tragedy for the jade market to have people like you in it. Lin Feng disdains to answer. After saying that, he didn't want to waste time with these people anymore, so he turned around and left. But as soon as he walked up to those people, they formed a semi-encirclement in front of him and stopped Lin Feng directly. I think you just got beaten up enough and haven't learned your lesson. Lin Feng said this while moving his wrists and ankles a few times. There are more of them this time, but that's nothing to Lin Feng. At most, it would just waste 2 more minutes. After hearing this, those who had just been dealt with by Lin Feng all had worried expressions on their faces. They were very clear about Lin Feng's abilities, and they were no match for him at all. If he were to rush forward and confront Lin Feng now, there would be only one result: being beaten. But those who have never fought with Lin Feng are rubbing their hands in readiness, and it seems that they can't wait to deal with Lin Feng. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Let me see how rampant you are. The woman took 2 steps back and gave those people an order. Don't beat him to death, just cripple him. After receiving the order, all the people rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood there and looked at them. When they got closer, Lin Feng's body began to move. Those people didn't realize what kind of people they were dealing with. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Feng stood among them and began to attack them indiscriminately. In just 2 minutes, more than a dozen people were knocked to the ground by Lin Feng. The woman stood there in a daze. She had never expected that Lin Feng's skills were so powerful. When she turned her head to look to the left and right, she saw those who had not taken action, and her brows immediately frowned. Take action. What are you doing? Sister, we're no match for him. This guy is too powerful, the gangster said with a worried look on his face. Just as the woman was about to say something, Lin Feng was behind her the next second. Lin Feng was very close to her, almost touching her, and from this position Lin Feng could clearly smell the scent on her body. She has a light scent of perfume on her body, just the right amount, not too much or too little, and not enough to make people feel disgusted. Such a beautiful girl. Why would you do something like this if you could just do business and make money? Lin Feng asked softly, his fingers still running across the woman's shoulder. You bastard. The woman cursed, turned around, and slapped Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his left hand and easily grabbed the woman's right hand, and his right hand also brushed towards the woman's face. The woman had never experienced such a scene before and was completely at a loss as to what to do. Lin Feng said with a smile on his face, Your skin is so smooth, otherwise you should not do these things in the future. Follow me. I will take care of you. Let me go, you bastard. I will never let you go. I will make you pay the price. The woman cursed at Lin Feng. How do I pay the price? With my body? I have no objection. Also, I really like your dark purple suit. Lin Feng approached the woman and spoke softly. When the woman heard this, it was as if her little universe exploded. She forcibly broke free from Lin Feng's hand and hit Lin Feng. But the woman had no chance to touch Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng dodged several attacks in succession with ease, and even his hands were still groping around her body. The woman was furious, but there was nothing she could do. The attitude Lin Feng showed at this time was that you can't stand me, but you can't get rid of me. Okay, brother still has things to do. If you have figured it out and you're willing to follow me, feel free to call me. Lin Feng took out his business card, tore off his address, and left only his cell phone number, then stuffed it into the woman's clothes. Then Lin Feng walked towards the market with a swagger. The woman stood there looking at Lin Feng's back, stamping her feet in anger. Find it for me. I must find out what he does. I want to know which store he works for. The woman yelled. Yes, don't worry, big sister. We will go look for him now, and we will find his store as soon as possible. All the men nodded in agreement. The woman found a secluded place and took out Lin Feng's cell phone number from her clothes. She held the number tightly with an angry expression on her face. She must make Lin Feng pay the price for what happened today. On the other side, Lin Feng returned to the store. When he entered the store, he saw many customers shopping. Moreover, 80% of the customers were women. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled. He did not go upstairs, but directly moved a chair and sat in the display cabinet. This is the advantage of working in a jewelry store. You can see beautiful women all the time. He activated his pupil technique and kept looking among these people. There are various styles and colors, including red, black, white, lace, translucent, and thickened. Looking at the clothes these people were wearing, Lin Feng reacted quickly. Manager Lin, why are you sitting here? Why don't you go upstairs? Xiaojing came over, deliberately bent her waist, and supported herself on the table with her arms. She was wearing a thin, white, transparent bra, and when she bent her body, Lin Feng could clearly see the color inside. And the hip skirt she was wearing was shown to the fullest at this moment. There are so many people downstairs, so of course I have to sit here and watch. If anything happens, I can speak up in time. If I'm just sitting upstairs and not doing anything, I might as well not be here. As Lin Feng spoke, he kept looking at Xiaojing's body. Xiaojing also noticed Lin Feng's reaction at this time. She glanced around and saw that other sales staff were busy receiving guests. She bravely stretched out her hand and reached out to Lin Feng. Chapter 64. Get a bed for you and those salesmen to enjoy? Seeing that Xiaojing's hand was about to reach the place, Lin Feng was also looking forward to Xiaojing's hand touching it. After all, there are a lot of people here and it's very exciting. Lin Feng's hormones have begun to radiate. But at this moment, a voice came from the corridor on the second floor, Lin Feng. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng's body trembled. He turned his head and looked upstairs. The person standing in the corridor was none other than Yang Shuyao. When he saw Yang Shuyao, Lin Feng immediately stood up from his chair, his cheeks slightly flushed. It was as if he was afraid that Yang Shuyao would find out about something he had done. Why didn't Boss Yang tell me that he was here? Lin Feng asked Xiao Jing with a puzzled expression on his face. What does the boss's presence have to do with you as a manager? Manager Lin, why are you so nervous? Xiao Jing was a little puzzled. Lin Feng didn't answer, turned around and walked upstairs. After going upstairs, Lin Feng asked Yang Shuyao with a smile. When did you come here? Why didn't you call me to tell me? Do I have to call you when I come here? Why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Yang Shuyao asked with a frown on her face. After saying this, Yang Shuyao also glanced at Xiao Jing downstairs. There's a huge difference between the two of them. She doesn't believe that Lin Feng would like someone like Xiao Jing. He must be talking about work. I just received a good thing and put it in the car. You can take it and leave with us later. Lin Feng whispered to Yang Shuyao. Go back to the office. After saying this, Yang Shuyao walked towards the office. Seeing Yang Shuyao's attitude, Lin Feng showed a puzzled expression on his face. What does this mean? Why is she still angry? After entering the office, Lin Feng locked the door. He walked up and hugged Yang Shuyao from behind, holding her with both hands. I just asked you to show off your authority as the boss. Is it my turn now? Lin Feng asked Yang Shuyao in her ear with a smile and blew a breath of hot air gently. Yang Shuyao's body trembled slightly, and before she could say anything, Lin Feng had already started to attack head-on. Ever since the last office battle, Lin Feng no longer had any worries and began to attack Yang Shuyao with ease. The two of them were busy in the office, and the office was full of joy. At this time, Zhou Nana came out of the office. She came to the door of Lin Feng's office. When she was about to knock on the door, she heard a slight noise coming from inside. She listened for a few seconds, and the expression on her face instantly fell. She came to the corridor and looked ahead with empty eyes. More than an hour later, Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, and the two of them stopped. You bad guy. You didn't even ask me what I was doing here. You just attacked me. Yang Shuyao hit Lin Feng's chest with her little fist. This office is very big, but this sofa is not good enough. I think we could divide it up and make a lounge here, put a bed in it, and then we could do whatever we want. Lin Feng didn't take Yang Shuyao's words to heart and talked about his ideas for renovating the office. What's the point of getting a bed? To make you and the salespeople downstairs more comfortable. Yang Shuyao joked. Yeah, I'm such a handsome and capable manager. Everyone has ideas about me. You must cherish me. If you don't, others will have to cherish me for you. Lin Feng said with a chuckle. You dare. Yang Shuyao glared and pretended to be angry. You haven't told me what you were doing here today. Lin Feng changed the subject and asked Yang Shuyao why she came here. What else could it be? It's my second uncle and my aunt. My dad has taken away everything they had. Now they've opened their own store and lured many of our old customers over to them, confronting us head on. I don't want to care. After all, they also need to survive and make money. But our old customers are all big customers. If they're all taken away by them, our own business will not be able to survive in the future. So I came to ask if you have any solution. Yang Shuyao frowned slightly and explained the reason for coming here today. There is no end to the business. It is impossible for all the customers to be snatched away just because of their store. Don't worry. As long as it doesn't affect our business at the moment, we don't care about them. If they affect our business and our reputation, we will never let them off easily. Lin Feng had a serious expression on his face. After hearing this, Yang Shuyao nodded slightly in agreement. She felt that Lin Feng was right. With so much business, they certainly couldn't finish it all. As long as it didn't hurt their reputation, they could ignore it for the time being. Okay, I came to you just for this matter, nothing else. I'm leaving now. You have to keep an eye on the jewelry store. I think Xiaohe's abilities are good, but I need to observe him for another 2 days so that I can completely let go. Yang Shuyao said this and prepared to get up and leave. Speaking of Xiaohe, Lin Feng suddenly thought of what he bought in the antique shop yesterday. I was at the antique shop yesterday, and a customer sold something. After we looked at it, some of us thought it was real, while others thought it was not. I was not sure either. You should also understand a little bit and see whether it is true or not. Lin Feng said this, stood up and walked to the desk, taking out yesterday's box from the drawer. He handed the box to Yang Shuyao, who opened it and started looking at it. But after looking at it for a few minutes, Yang Shuyao put the item down and asked, how much did you pay for it? 10 million. The other party's offer is 10 million. There's no intention of bargaining at all. Lin Feng told the price of buying this thing. It's fake, and it's very obviously fake. You shouldn't be able to see it. Yang Shuyao took the thing and started to tell Lin Feng the false location. Just as he said 2 o'clock, Lin Feng's cell phone started ringing. He took out his phone and took a look. It was Xiaohe calling. Why is Xiaohe calling at this time? Is there someone else who wants to sell something? Lin Feng answered the call with curiosity and turned on the speakerphone directly, which was also to reassure Yang Shuyao. Brother Feng, do you have anything to do right now? Xiaohe asked with a slightly nervous voice. Nothing. If you have something to say, just tell me what's wrong. Lin Feng asked back. Do you remember that guy from yesterday? He's here again today. Xiaoyi said. What are you doing? Are you offering something again? No problem. As long as the item is real, we will take it. Lin Feng said without thinking too much. He is not selling anything, but is here to cause trouble. He said our store is incompetent and that all the goods in our store are fake. Now there are dozens of people gathered in front of the store, watching. Brother Feng, if you have nothing to do, could you come over? I don't know what to do. Xiao had told what happened in the antique shop. Chapter 65, You are confessing yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression became serious. The other party came to cause trouble and said that there were fake goods in their store. Then the most likely thing to talk about is this little thing. He really didn't expect that the other party came to give them things and now started to slander them. It seems that the other party did it on purpose from the beginning. Okay, I'll go over now. Don't do anything. I want to see what this person can do. Lin Feng agreed and hung up the phone. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng said to Yang Shuyao. Yang Shuyao threw the thing on the table. She didn't take it seriously at all. After all, a fake thing was not worth looking at. But the thing broke into pieces when it fell on the table, and something with a nice shine fell out from the middle. Seeing this, Lin Feng showed a surprised expression on his face. He picked up the thing and began to look at it. This time, the age and value of the thing appeared directly in Lin Feng's mind. No wonder it was so blurry and unclear when I saw it before. Now Lin Feng finally understands it. What is this? Why is there another one inside? Yang Shuyao asked Lin Feng. This should be the real thing. It's a Song Dynasty colored glaze. It's well preserved and has a very good luster. It could be worth 30 million or even more. Lin Feng said that this thing still has value given its age. Things from the Song Dynasty? Why are they wrapped up? Yang Shuyao took it and started reading. It should be for the purpose of preserving this thing. Maybe it contains some secrets. Put it here so that I can take a good look at it. Sooner or later, I will be able to find the secret inside. Lin Feng's voice was firm. You're the one who received it. So, of course, I'll keep it with you. Let's go and take a look. Yang Shuya urged Lin Feng. Only after Lin Feng put the lid back on did they leave. Coming out of the office, Lin Feng saw Zhou Nana standing in the corridor. His heart skipped a beat. There was such a loud noise in the office just now. Zhou Nana must have heard something. Coupled with the lost expression on Zhou Nana's face, Lin Feng was even more certain of this. Nana, let's go out for a while. Something happened at the antique shop. Please help look after the jewelry store for a while. Call us immediately if anything happens. Yang Shuyo guf yo nana instructions. Good. Zhou Nana agreed expressionlessly. After Lin Feng and his friends left the jewelry store, they came to the parking lot. Lin Feng wanted to drive, but Yang Shuyao's car was nearby. He thought for a few seconds and decided not to let Yang Shuyao know that he bought a car for the time being, so that Yang Shuyao would not know where he was in the future. Driving Yang Shuyao's car, they rushed toward the antique shop. Yang's antique shop. Everyone come and take a look. This is the antique shop. Everything inside is fake. There is not a single real thing. Don't come here to buy things from now on. Jiang Qin stood at the door and shouted loudly. There were quite a few people around, all watching. Some people were discussing nonstop, and several of them were holding things they had just bought from Yang's antique shop. Are all the things here fake? Then are all the things we bought fake too? Return them. I just bought it, and I haven't left yet, and I've encountered this situation. Your boss can't escape it, right? Return it. Return the goods. Everyone started shouting. Of course, many of those who were clamoring for a refund were Jiang Chen's men. He deliberately arranged people to create atmosphere here. Only in this way could Yang's jewelry store be destroyed. Manager Xiao, what should we do now? We can't just sit there and wait for death. This person didn't buy anything from us either. He sold things to us, and it's still like this now. Why don't we just drive them away? A group of employees in the store made suggestions. Don't worry, I've already called Brother Feng. When Brother Feng comes over, he'll know what to do. If we just drive them away, it will further prove that there is something wrong with our store. At that time, it will not only be a problem of our own store, but also a problem of the entire Yang group. Xiaoyi looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard her words. As long as Lin Feng comes, this matter will definitely be resolved. Return the goods. This is the item I just bought. Here is the invoice. Return the goods. I have this too, give me back. I bought something from you a few days ago. Please return my money. It was my hard-earned money, but I was cheated by an unscrupulous merchant like you. Those people came directly to the door of the store, raised their hands, and demanded a refund. At the same time, Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao came to the back of the crowd, and Lin Feng looked at the person who shouted the loudest. He walked closer and pulled the other person's clothes. What are you doing? Let me go. The other party turned his head to look at Lin Feng and began to struggle. What am I doing? Who asked you to cause trouble here? Did you buy anything from our store? Lin Feng asked back. Hearing Lin Feng say this, the other party trembled. He didn't expect that there was someone taking action behind him. He didn't buy anything at all, so what should he do now? The noise they made in the back also woke up the people in the front, and everyone in the front stopped and looked towards them. When Jiang Chun saw this scene, he frowned and thought for a few seconds, and soon he came up with a plan to deal with it. This is the owner of this shop. Not only does he sell fake goods, but he also beats people up. Jiang Chun pointed at Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao and shouted. The words hitting people seemed to be a sore spot in everyone's heart. Soon everyone came towards Lin Feng and the others and surrounded them. Everyone be quiet. I'm the owner of Yang's antique shop. My name is Yang Shuyao, and this is manager Lin Fenglin. Please don't be misled by others. We at Yang's antique shop assure you that all the goods here are genuine. There are no fakes. We are under everyone's surveillance and everyone's supervision. Yang Shuyao said to everyone. No fucks? The stuff I sold here last time is fake. You didn't even conduct any testing. From your attitude, when you receive the goods, I can tell the quality of the stuff in your store. You're still pretending to be stupid here. Do you think we're all fools? Jiang Chun said with a proud expression on his face. Are you confessing yourself? You came here to sell fake goods. We haven't bothered you yet, but you came here on your own? Lin Feng asked with a sneer. Jiang Chun was a little confused after hearing what Lin Feng said. He really hadn't thought about how to answer this question. Tell me, who asked you to come? When did you buy something in our store? What did you buy? We have surveillance cameras in our store, and we can find the day you bought something right now. Lin Feng asked the man in his hand. The other party didn't know how to answer at all. He had never bought it before. He just came here to join in the fun because of Jiang Chen's words. He subconsciously glanced at Jiang Chun and asked for his help. Chapter 66, if this isn't a prodigal son, then what is? However, at this time, Jiang Chun simply could not get involved in this matter. He could not allow himself to become the instigator who persuaded others to slander the antique shop. Seeing Jiang Chen's attitude, the gangster wanted to directly say that Jiang Chun was the mastermind behind this matter. But Jiang Chen's face had a cold expression, and the gangster immediately understood what he meant. If I say those words now, the consequences will be disastrous. You can't tell, right? This proves that you are not a customer of our store. Since you're not a customer, you're slandering our store. We will definitely exercise our rights and make you pay the price. Lin Feng's voice was serious. He just wanted to intimidate the other party, let him know the consequences, and then reveal the person behind it. But what the other party said next made him confused. Your store doesn't have any real stuff. All of it is fake. If you had real stuff, how could anyone say bad things about you? The gangster simply pushed the problem back to Lin Feng. When the people around heard this, they all stood on the side of the gangsters and started shouting again, demanding that Yangshu Antique Shop return the goods and refund the money. Seeing this, Yang Shuyao took the initiative to step forward. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Feng spoke first. You said you sold fake things to our store. What did you sell? If you want to solve this matter, you must first solve the source of this matter, and the source is Jiang Chun. As long as you can prove that what Jiang Chun sells is not fake, then there will be no problem. It's a piece of colored glaze made of special material. It's fake. Some antique techniques have been used, and it's also been acid washed. Jiang Chun smiled and told the store what he sold. Is this what you were talking about? Lin Feng took out the box and asked Jiang Chun. That's it. Jiang Chun had a proud expression on his face. Everyone, look carefully. This is what I sold them. This thing is fake. I just asked someone to do some tricks. This person can't even see such a basic thing. Do you still believe that he has any special abilities? Although I'm not a professional, I can see that there's something wrong with this thing. As the manager of an antique shop, can you see that? I now seriously doubt the authenticity of the things in your store. I will call the Market Supervision Department and report your store under my real name. If you can't give an explanation today, this matter will never end like this. Everyone took out their cell phones to threaten Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao. Jiang Chun, how have I ever offended you? Why are you treating me like this? If you team up with others to deal with me, I will give you double the benefits that the person behind you gives you. Yang Shuyao said in a firm voice. What are you talking about, Boss Yang? You want to bribe me with money? Are you trying to prove the problem of your store? Jiang Chun asked Yang Shuyao loudly. Yang Shuyao looked at Jiang Chun's appearance at the moment and had no idea what to say. Everyone, take a good look and see if I'm the one who doesn't know the goods, or if some people are pretending to know the goods. The outside is indeed wrapped in a special material, but the inside is authentic Song Dynasty colored glaze. Don't underestimate this piece. It's a very complete piece of colored glaze, and it's well preserved. Plus, when they use special methods to process it, the color of this thing was even better. I bought it for 10 million before, and now it's worth more than 30 million. Do you think I lost money or you lost money? Lin Feng opened the outer shell, revealing the real inner core. Seeing this, Jiang Chun stood there in a daze. He had never thought that there was another layer inside this thing. He looked at the thing in Lin Feng's hand carefully, thought for a moment, and said, "Impossible. This must be fake. You made it again later. It's not mine at all. You don't admit it? You just admitted with your own mouth that this was the piece you sold to me. Do you want to drag Yang's jewelry into the water? Or is there some other reason?" Lin Feng looked at Jiang Chun and asked, "This thing costs 30 million? Is it true? If the color glaze from the Song Dynasty had been preserved until now, it would indeed be worth 30 million yuan with this appearance. You are the manager. Whatever you say this thing is, it is what it is. Why should we believe you? You need to produce some evidence to prove it, or find someone else to come and identify it." People around began to make demands on Lin Feng. "I'll help you with the identification. I believe everyone can trust my ability, right?" At this time, a voice came from outside the crowd. The crowd made way, and the people coming from behind were none other than Shi Jian and Shi Ying, grandfather and grandson. Seeing Shi Jian appear, everyone present had shocked expressions on their faces. They had never expected to meet Shi Jian again in this matter today. Moreover, Shi Jian is a leader in appraisal in this field. If Shi Jian says that this thing is real, then it must be real. "Mr. Shi, we all trust you. Please identify the colored glass in this man's hand. If it is real, then it proves that there is nothing wrong with the things in his store. But if it is not real, then it proves that all the goods in his store are fake." "That's right. We are all willing to believe Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi, please make your judgment. Now that Master Shi is here, you better admit whether this thing is real or not. If Master Shi finds out that this thing is not real, do you know what the consequences will be?" Everyone present said this. True gold is not afraid of fire. Since you trust Master Shi, let him do the appraisal. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he handed the thing to old Shi. Shi Jian took the glass and began to look at it carefully, and took out a magnifying glass from his pocket to check it. About 5 minutes later, Shi Jian put down the tools in his hands and returned the glass to Lin Feng. "Everyone be quiet. I've seen this thing. It's real. It's indeed Song Dynasty colored glaze. With its level of preservation and completeness, 30 million is definitely not a problem to start with." Shi Jian directly stated the value of this thing. Everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect this to be true. Jiang Chun stared blankly at the thing in Lin Feng's hand. He sold something worth 30 million for only 10 million. Isn't this a prodigal son? And he even came here to fight against counterfeiting. Isn't this just shooting himself in the foot? No wonder this thing has been kept at home all this time, and no one threw it away when packing up. Now Jiang Chun understands how valuable this thing is. "Jiang Chun, is there someone who teamed up with you to make you do this? If you tell us, we can let you and your men go. But if you don't tell us, we will call the police right now. Not only have you tarnished the reputation of our store, but you have also caused us significant losses. You must pay for this." Lin Feng looked at Jiang Chun and asked in a serious voice. Jiang Chun looked at Lin Feng, and then his eyes looked behind the crowd. Lin Feng followed his gaze and saw a car raising its rear windows. Through the window, Lin Feng saw that the person sitting in the back seat was not someone else but Qin Yu. Chapter 67. Now is the time. Take advantage of it. Last time, Qin Yu teamed up with Yang Tao and Yang Zhen to attack Yang Hai, but they were exposed by Lin Feng on the spot. It seems that Qin Yu has not given up after what happened last time, and he still wants to continue dealing with Yang Shuyao. In this case, Lin Feng will definitely stand on Yang Shuyao's side, and he will not let Qin Yu succeed, no matter what tricks Qin Yu uses. "Jiang Chun, today, I am here to end this matter, but if I knew that you would continue to talk nonsense and disrupt order in the future, I would definitely not let you off easily." Shi Jian threatens Jiang Chun. Yes, thank you, Mr. Shi." Jiang Chun thanked them repeatedly, then squeezed out of the crowd and left. Everyone at the scene was looking at Jiang Chun, watching him leave with a few of his men. Now everyone understood that they were being used. "Dear customers, thank you very much for trusting our Yang's antique shop. I assure you that our antique shop will never sell fakes. Our shop will definitely make all customers feel that they get great value for money. Yang Shuyao said to everyone while standing at the door of the store. Boss Yang, are you selling this piece of colored glaze? I'd like to buy it for 30 million. I shouldn't have distrusted Boss Yang and let him use me as a tool. I will definitely reflect on this matter. Come on, Boss Yang. From now on, I will only go to Yang's antique shop. I won't go to any other antique shops. Everyone present changed their words, and now all supported Yang Shuyao. Looking at this situation, Yang Shuyao smiled. Not long after the people at the store entrance dispersed, Lin Feng, Shi Jian, and others entered the store together. Brother Feng, thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, I don't know what I would do. Xiao He thanked Lin Feng. Don't be so polite. This is what I should do. When you asked me to come and take a look at this thing, I was skeptical and not completely sure. But this result is still very good. Lin Feng waved his hands and didn't take this matter seriously at all. Xiao He, you should study hard with Lin Feng in the future. Lin Feng will definitely help you make great progress. Yang Shuyao patted Xiao's arm gently and gave him some instructions. Boss Yang, rest assured, I will definitely learn well from Brother Feng. Xiao nodded in agreement. Mr. Shi, please go upstairs. Yang Shuyao turned her head and looked at Shi Jian and said. Shi Jian walked upstairs, and Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng followed behind. Today's matter is all thanks to you. If it weren't for your help, I don't know what the outcome would be. When I get home in the evening, I will definitely repay you. Yang Shuyo whispered to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly in agreement, his eyes lingering on Yang Shuyao's chest for a few seconds. After entering the office, Lin Feng and Shi Jian sat on the sofa, and Yang Shuyao was responsible for pouring water for them. Mr. Shi, why did you suddenly appear at the scene today? Lin Feng had a puzzled expression on his face. Today's incident was all thanks to Shi Jian. Fortunately, with Shi Jian here, they were able to solve the problem easily. It's just that Shi Jian's arrival was too coincidental, as if it was planned. Grandpa was worried that talking to you alone wouldn't work, so he wanted to come over and talk to Miss Yang in person. Shi Ying spoke up. Hearing Shi Ying say this, Yang Shuyao showed a puzzled expression on her face. What did this mean? What do they need Lin Feng to do? Could it be that Lin Feng has already agreed to go to Shi Jian's company to help? Thinking of this, Yang Shuyao turned her head and looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of questioning. Don't be so nervous. There's a jade auction in 2 days, and Mr. Shi wants me to help him attend the auction. I was a little hesitant before, but since Mr. Shi is helping me today, I will definitely agree. Lin Feng told Shi Jian and his grandson what they had said. So that's what happened. I thought it was something else. We were planning to attend that auction at first, but because I had just taken over the jewelry store and there were still many things I didn't understand, I gave up the idea. Since Mr. Shi invited you, then go. It will be much easier to participate in the future when you have experience. Yang Shuyao relaxed and agreed that Lin Feng should attend the jade auction. Now that we've agreed on it, I'm relieved. This is the invitation. You can bring it with you when the time comes, or we can go together. Shi Jian took out the invitation letter and handed it to Lin Feng. I won't be late. Lin Feng's voice was firm. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Shi Jian didn't ask any more questions and nodded slightly in agreement. After sitting in the store and chatting for more than 10 minutes, Shi Jian and Shi Ying left the store. Yang Shuyao sat at her desk and looked through the bills from the antique shop. Lin Feng walked up, took the bill from Yang Shuyao's hand, and pulled Yang Shuyao to the sofa. You just said you would give me a surprise tonight? There's still time. Why not take advantage of it now? Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to wander over Yang Shuyao's body. Yang Shuyao did not refuse and cooperated with Lin Feng. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Lin Feng looked at the door and asked. Brother Feng, it's me, Xiao He. Thank you for what I did just now. Xiao He's voice came from the door. I'm not the manager here now. This is Xiao's office. We can't do those things here. I'll let you go for now. Lin Feng said to Yang Shuyao. Then he stood up, walked to the door, and opened it, and Xiao He came in from outside. Boss Yang, Brother Feng. Xiao He greeted the two of them. Xiao He, today's incident was the first time, but it will definitely not be the last time. There will definitely be people coming here to cause trouble in the future. You must remember the way Lin Feng handled things today. You must keep it in mind. You can't ask Lin Feng to come and help you no matter what happens. Is Lin Feng the manager here or the manager of the antique shop? Yang Shuyao spoke to Xiao He in a serious voice. Yes, I understand, Boss Yang. I will definitely study hard and try my best to ensure that such things don't happen. If they do happen, I will also be able to find ways and methods to deal with them. Xiao He said in a firm voice. Hearing Xiao's answer, Yang Shuyao and Lin Feng both had satisfied smiles on their faces. After sitting in the office and chatting for a while about the recent business of the antique shop and the situation of the antique shop's customers, Lin Feng gave Xiao He some advice and then left the antique shop. Yang Shuyao did not leave. She continued to check the appraisal lists and items in the antique shop. On the other side, Lin Feng took a taxi back to the Jade Market. He subconsciously glanced at where he parked his car, but didn't take it seriously at first. But the more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He turned around and looked at the body of the car and saw some words sprayed on the body of the car, including insults like scumbag and bastard. Many people also take photos and check in with his car as a tourist attraction. Seeing the situation, Lin Feng was extremely angry. Chapter 68, pretty good when not angry. Looking at the words on the car body, Lin Feng turned his head and looked around, looking for the person who had ruined his car like this. After seeing the woman and her accomplices sitting on a chair in front of the convenience store, Lin Feng identified the person who did this to his car. It must be these people. If not these people, no one else would treat his car like this. Lin Feng did not remain stunned, but immediately walked towards those people. When they got closer, those people didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all and continued to chat about their own topics. You guys messed up my car like this? Who sprayed those words? Lin Feng pointed at his car and swept his eyes over these people. Are you sick? Are you accusing us here? Go find the person who messed up your car like this. That is, if you say you don't have the money to repair the vehicle, we can give you some money so that you can repair the vehicle. If you want to beg for food, you must have the right attitude. Kneel down and I will give you this dollar. Those thugs didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. We have already taken action against them today, and now these thugs still dare to be so unscrupulous. They will not cry until they see the coffin. Lin Feng grabbed one of them's arms and threw him hard, and the other person's body flew straight forward. Are you sick? What did my people do to make you attack them? The woman stood up and pointed at Lin Feng and cursed. Am I sick, or have you done something you're too scared to admit? You are from this market, right? Fine, I won't argue with you. I'll find someone who can control you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and dialed Li Jianjun's number. After the ringing sounded for a few seconds, the call was connected. Hey, I'm at the grocery store in the parking lot right now. Come over here. Lin Feng stated his location. Okay. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Jianjun did not dare to be stunned and immediately agreed, and took his men to the location Lin Feng mentioned. When the woman saw Lin Feng's methods, a look of disdain appeared on her face. She was really not afraid of asking people to come and help her here. 10 minutes later, Li Jianjun came over here with a dozen people. A thug saw Li Jianjun and the others, and immediately raised his hand and pointed over there, saying, Sister, why is Uncle Li bringing people here? That's true. I've told the old man about it, but he's still worried. The woman said, shaking her head slightly. Lin Feng looked at the woman, then looked at Li Jianjun and others who were walking towards this side. These two people are related, and their relationship is not ordinary. In this way, Lin Feng doesn't need to take action. Li Jianjun is enough. Mr. Lin, is there something that makes you want to come here so urgently? Li Jianjun asked Lin Feng very politely with his hands clasped together. He wanted Lin Feng to help him attend the Jade appraisal meeting that day, so he had to be polite to Lin Feng now. Look at my car. This is what they did. What do you think I should do? I haven't even driven my new car yet. Lin Feng pointed at his car. Li Jianjun turned his head and took a look, then got furious on the spot. He had been trying to win over Lin Feng, but now he was ruined by his own daughter. Li Nana, get up and come here. Li Jianjun yelled at Li Nana, who was sitting on the sofa. Dad, Li Nana had no idea what to say. She never thought that Li Nung could actually call Li Jianjun. She had never seen Lin Feng before and had no idea who Lin Feng was. What do you mean? Why don't you pay Mr. Lin the money he owes you? Li Jianjun shouted with a serious expression on his face. Dad, you don't even know what happened. Why should I apologize? Yang Shuyao had no intention of apologizing at all. Why? Let me tell you why. We are going to participate in the Jade auction the day after tomorrow, and Mr. Lin's vision can be praised by Mr. Shi, which has already proved Mr. Lin's ability. I can't even keep up with you in trying to curry your favor, and you actually dare to offend Mr. Lin. I even doubt whether you are my biological daughter. You have blocked all my escape routes. Li Jianjun was furious and told Lin Feng about his abilities. Hearing what Li Jianjun said, Li Nana showed a surprised expression on her face. She knew about the auction that Li Jianjun had mentioned and also knew that Li Jianjun wanted to find someone for help. but she never thought that the person who could help her now was actually offended by her. Boss Lee, this car of mine is new. I just bought it today. Now it has become like this. I hope you can give me an explanation. Lin Feng shouted in a serious voice. He looked at the woman. Now she bowed her head and apologized. She no longer had the attitude she had just had and seemed very gentle. It would be nice if you could stay this gentle forever. Thinking of Nana's figure, Lin Feng couldn't help but activate his pupil technique to take a closer look. His eyes were on Nana, and he swallowed gently. Mr. Lin, this is all my fault. I didn't teach my daughter well enough to make a mistake. I promised to clean up the things in the car and restore them to their original state. Mr. Lin, do you think this is okay? Li Jianjun apologized and offered a solution. Do you think this is enough? This is a new car, and it has some damage. Lin Feng didn't intend to end it like this. He must teach this father and daughter a lesson. Last time, it was Li Jianjun who was unwilling to tamper with the raw stone. This time it's Li Nana. If we don't teach them and their daughter a lesson, who knows what they will do in the future? Yes, of course I know that. No matter how much you name, I will definitely not refuse. Li Jianjun agreed to pay depreciation expenses. 1 million. Lin Feng didn't think much about it and just stretched out a finger. When Li Nana heard the number, she stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes and yelled, "You bastard! How much is your car? You asked my dad to give you 1 million depreciation fee directly. Why didn't you ask my dad to buy you a new car?" Lin Feng didn't take her words seriously. He just looked at the uneven chest with a smile on his face. She looks so beautiful when she's angry. Li Nana was furious when she saw Lin Feng's behavior. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li Jianjun. According to what Mr. Lin said about the 1 million, it is our fault, and we are willing to pay the 1 million. Li Jianjun agreed to the price offered by Lin Feng. The two parties then transferred the money, and soon Lin Feng received 1 million in car damage compensation. Dad, he stole our rough stone today. We were determined to get that rough stone, but he just snatched it from us. How can you still give him money? Li Nana told Lin Feng that he had stolen their raw stone. Shut up, this matter ends here. Li Jianjun looked at Lin Feng with a smile on his face. Mr. Lin, I hope you can help with the jade auction the day after tomorrow. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Here are the car keys. Fix it as soon as possible. No one is allowed to touch anything in the car. After handing the car keys to Li Jianjun, Lin Feng glanced at Li Nana and left with a smile. Chapter 69, I Am Your Slave. Li Nana was furious when she saw Lin Feng's last look. But now that Li Jianjun is here, she has no choice. When she finds an opportunity, she will never let Lin Feng go. Lin Feng returned to the jewelry store, but before he entered the door, a voice came from the side. Lin Feng. He turned his head to look at the source of the voice. It was not someone else who called him, but Qianli from last time. He has already made everything very clear to Qianli, but now Qianli is still harassing him. This woman is really sick in the brain. If she had known this would happen that day in the hospital, she would definitely not have done it. Sister, why are you looking for me again? What's the matter? Lin Feng asked Qian Li helplessly. I know what happened to Jiang Chun in Yang's antique shop today. That guy teamed up with Qin Yu to deal with you. As long as you agree to my proposal, I promise that nothing will happen to you. Qian Li's voice was firm. Sister, tell me, what do you need to do to let me go? Lin Feng asked again. I am sincere to you. I'm serious about what I said. I'm not joking with you. Qian Li looked at Lin Feng very seriously. After listening to Qian Li's words, Lin Feng thought for a few seconds. Jiang Chun was looking for trouble now. If anything happened to Qian Li, he would be able to deal with him when Jiang Chun came to deal with him in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled and said, Okay, since you said so, I will play with you once, just this once. No problem. Last time I said I would give you 100,000. I will prepare 100,000. I will wait for you tonight. After saying that, Qian Li left with excitement on her face. Seeing Qian Li's action, Lin Feng didn't say much. He shook his head slightly and turned to enter the jewelry store. After entering the store, Lin Feng saw Zhou Nana standing on the second floor. He did not stay on the first floor and went upstairs directly. Why are you standing here? What's going on? Lin Feng looked at Zhou Nana and asked. It's nothing. Thank you for treating me today, but let's not let that happen again in the future. After Zhou Nana finished speaking to Lin Feng, she turned and walked toward the office. Looking at Zhou Nana's actions, Lin Feng knew without much thought that it was definitely because Zhou Nana heard what happened between him and Yang Shuyao in the office today. He couldn't just give up on Zhou Nana like that. Nana, listen to me. I don't tell you some things for your own good and for everyone's good. But don't worry, sooner or later this matter will be made public and everyone will know about it. Lin Feng said, while holding Zhou Nana's hand. Unnecessary. After Zhou Nana finished speaking, she shook off Lin Feng's hand and left. Seeing Zhou Nana's behavior, Lin Feng didn't know what to say. He returned to the office and sat there thinking about how to explain to Zhou Nana and how to make her come back. But after thinking about it for a whole day, Lin Feng still couldn't come up with a solution. After get off work in the evening, Lin Feng received a location sent by Qian Li, which was the name of a hotel and the room number. Seeing this, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and called Yang Shuyao. The ringtone rang for a few seconds, and then the call was connected. Hey Yao Yao, I have something to do in the evening. You should go home tonight. Lin Feng said, I promise to thank you properly. If you don't come over now, how can I thank you properly? Yang Shuyao asked. If you don't have this opportunity today, there will definitely be one tomorrow. Just wait, and I promise that I will satisfy you as soon as possible. Lin Feng said with a smile. Okay, then I won't go over today. I'll go over tomorrow. Yang Shuyao nodded in agreement. Lin Feng came out of the office, and he happened to meet Zhou Nana, who also came out of the office. Let's go eat together. Lin Feng took the initiative to invite Zhou Nana. Need not. After Zhou Nana finished speaking, she left quickly. Zhou Nana now has completely different attitude from before and is not as tough as before. Seeing Zhou Nana running away, Lin Feng didn't say much. He knew that he must not be too harsh on them, otherwise they would definitely resist. It's best to play hard to get and let them become curious. After Lin Feng left the jewelry store, he went straight to the hotel where he had agreed to stay with Qian Li. After entering the room, Lin Feng was thinking about ordering something to eat first. But I didn't expect that there were so many foods on the table and a lot of seafood. I know you just got off work and haven't eaten yet, so I asked someone to make these and send them over. Eat them quickly, Qian Li said with a smile while holding Lin Feng's arm. Then I should really thank you for being so thoughtful. Lin Feng said to Qian Li. I should do it, Qian Li replied with a smile. At this moment, Qian Li was like a young wife, and her every move did not seem like the attitude of the first meeting. After eating, Lin Feng sat on the sofa to rest, and Qian Li sat up consciously. What are you doing? You're just starting right away without taking a good rest. Lin Feng asked. I will listen to you. From now on, I will be your slave. Qian Li pulled Lin Feng's hand close to her cheek. Looking at Qian Li's actions, Lin Feng thought of what Qian Li said last time. He slapped Qian Li directly on the face. With a snap, 5 finger marks immediately appeared on Qian Li's face. Instead of being angry, Qian Li showed a satisfied expression. She pulled Lin Feng's arm, her eyes full of need. Lin Feng looked at Qian Li's expression and had no intention of resting. He felt that there were some things better than resting. Don't worry yet. When Qian Li saw Lin Feng getting up from the sofa, she immediately stretched out her hands to stop him. What? Want to regret it? Lin Feng frowned slightly. If Qian Li changed her mind at this moment, he would definitely not let her go. I dare not regret it. Qian Li took out a bag from the drawer and poured the contents of the bag onto the bed. There were ropes and a whip in a bag. Seeing these things, Lin Feng's eyes widened. He never expected Qian Li to be such a woman. No wonder the woman dared to play with toys in the corridor outside the operating room while her son was undergoing surgery. I hope you enjoy it, Qian Li said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up the rope and hit Qian Li directly. The force he used was not very great, but it still left marks on Qian Li's body. Qian Li gasped in comfort. Lin Feng did not stop and kept hitting Qian Li. After hitting for dozens of times, Lin Feng finally changed the thing in his hand. Qian Li also lay there very consciously, waiting for Lin Feng's encouragement. This went on for nearly half an hour. Lin Feng felt his arms were so tired that he pulled Qian Li over and started talking. Don't be so anxious, there are still good things. Qian Li took Lin Feng's hand and said with a smile. She took out another box from the drawer, opened it, and took a look. Lin Feng immediately started laughing, and all his tiredness was gone. Chapter 70. You're not going to let me leave tonight? Looking at the things in a box, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and immediately started using it on Qian Li. Qian Li's panting sound reached Lin Feng's ears, and Lin Feng's body trembled slightly. Nearly half an hour passed before the two of them got down to business. This is the first time that Lin Feng has used these things, and the time has also increased a lot. In addition, Qian Li is old, and her physical condition cannot be compared with those young women, which further prolonged Lin Feng's time. After more than 2 hours, Lin Feng finally felt refreshed and comfortable. Qian Li's face was also flushed, and saliva was dripping from her mouth. Looking at Qian Li like this, Lin Feng sneered. This woman is really a vixen. If she were younger, who knows what she would do? Take a break, and let's continue. I must seize the opportunity tonight and will not let you go. Qianli circled her fingers on Lin Feng's chest. I heard that you have the final say in the Jiang family. Is that true? Lin Feng asked about Qian Li's status in the Jiang family. Of course it's true. I made that old bastard Jiang Yunpeng behave himself completely. And Jiang Chun, that brat, got so scared when he saw me that his legs went limp. I said I would help you teach Jiang Chen a lesson, and I wasn't kidding. Qian Li said, no need. I will handle Jiang Chen's problems myself. You don't have to do anything. Lin Feng smiled and rejected Qian Li's kindness. As long as Qian Li has the final say in the Jiang family, if Jiang Chen dares to cause trouble again in the future, he will definitely not let Jiang Chen go easily. After resting for about half an hour, Qian Li suddenly started to pull Lin Feng to attack again. Seeing Qian Li's behavior, Lin Feng naturally could not retreat. As the saying goes, a man at 30 is like a wolf, and at 40 is like a tiger. He must let Qianli know who the real tiger is. More than an hour later, Lin Feng and Qianli were lying on the bed. Qianli no longer had the strength to speak, and her hands were no longer wandering on Lin Feng's body, but on herself. At this time, Lin Feng's cell phone started ringing. He took out his phone and took a look. It was Xiao calling. After answering the phone, Lin Feng asked, Xiaohe, what's the matter? Brother Feng, where are you? I need your help. Xiaohe's voice sounded very nervous, as if something important had happened. Just tell me what you need. As long as I can help, I won't refuse. Lin Feng replied, let's talk about it when you come over. I'll send you the location. After Xiaohe finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Not long after hanging up the phone, Lin Feng received a text message. After reading the text message, he didn't think much about it. He put down his phone and started to get dressed. Are you leaving? Qianli looked at Lin Feng, somewhat reluctant to leave. I have something else to do. Lin Feng didn't say much. After putting on his clothes, Lin Feng left the room directly, while Qianli lay on the bed thinking about what had just happened. She had a smile on her face and was looking forward to meeting Lin Feng again. After leaving the hotel, Lin Feng drove straight to where Xiao was. He parked the car at the gate of the community and walked in on foot to start looking for her. Fortunately, the community is not big, and Lin Feng quickly found the apartment building where Xiaohe lived. According to the floor number, he came to the door of Xiaohe's room. Lin Feng raised his hand and knocked on the door gently. The door opened in just 10 seconds. Brother Feng, you are here. Please come in. Xiaohe stepped aside to let Lin Feng enter the living room. Lin Feng strode in, and when he passed by Xiaohe, he deliberately stopped for a moment. Because of this position, Lin Feng's arm just touched Xiaohe's towering part. The key point is that Xiaohe is not wearing any inner clothes, which feels very good. Xiaohe also noticed that Lin Feng was deliberately staying, so he quickly stepped back and tried to keep his distance. Lin Feng noticed Xiaohe's actions and did not stay any longer. After entering the living room, he took a look at the decoration and layout of the room. The decoration is simple and normal, but it is arranged very well, and there's a breath of spring everywhere. Is this something you made? It smells so good. Lin Feng pointed at the dishes on the table and asked Xiaohe. Yes, I didn't have anything to do, so I made these things. Brother Feng, you must not have eaten yet. Let's eat together. Xiaohe said this and took out a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen. Lin Feng didn't think much about it. He just sat on the chair and picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. While eating, Lin Feng gave Xiaohe a thumbs up and praised her. Eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll make more. Xiaohe said to Lin Feng with a smile. She took a bottle of white wine from the wine cabinet and poured them both a glass. What do you mean? You're not going to let me go tonight? I tell you, I'm not a good sleeper. My hands will wander around. Lin Feng said to Xiaohe with a smile. Brother Feng, thank you very much for today's work. If it weren't for your help today, I would not have been able to solve this matter at all. This glass of wine is for you. Xiaohe picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it in one gulp. If you want to thank someone, you can't just say it, right? You have to take actual action. I'm a man of action, and I like other people's actions. Lin Feng said. When Xiaohe heard Lin Feng's words, she got up from her chair with her wine glass and sat down next to Lin Feng. Seeing Xiaohe's actions, Lin Feng started laughing. The two of them picked up their wine glasses and started drinking. At first, Xiaohe thanked Lin Feng and said that Lin Feng was her benefactor. Lin Feng also waved his hand nonchalantly and told Xiaohe not to say such words in the future. As they drank, they both became a little drunk. Lin Feng had never drunk too much before, but today he felt a little dizzy. He suspected that this reaction was due to the fact that he had done too many things today. After eating and drinking, Xiao He and Lin Feng supported each other and entered the room. Lying on the bed, Xiao He started to touch Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to refuse, but Xiao He was very proactive, so Lin Feng could only agree. Since Xiao He was not wearing any inner clothing, it was very convenient for her to move around, and Lin Feng saved a lot of trouble. Lin Feng remembered that he didn't go to bed until about 3 in the morning and nothing else. In the morning, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and patted the bed a few times, but he did not feel Xiao He, who was lying on the bed next to him. This made Lin Feng a little puzzled. Where did Xiao He go so early in the morning if she wasn't in bed? He got up from the bed, took out his cell phone, and looked at it. It was already past 10 o'clock. It seems I drank too much last night and got up late today. He went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out after getting dressed, he saw food on the dining table. He took 2 buns and left Xiao's house. After coming out of the community, Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Shering. This girl has never had any good feelings towards him, so why would she call him now? Chapter 71. You are really not suitable for our business. After answering the phone, Lin Feng asked, "What's the matter?" "I was at the sales office, and a man came with something and wanted to exchange it for a house, but I didn't know him. Originally, I wanted to ask Grandpa for help, but I was afraid that Grandpa would blame me, so I could only call you for help. Why don't you come over if you have time?" "Don't worry, I won't make you come for nothing." Shering told the reason why she called. "Change house." "Sure, I'll be there right away." Lin Feng agreed and hung up the phone. He really wanted to see what kind of person he was who wanted to exchange one thing for a house in Yahai. You know, the houses in Yahai are famous for their high prices in the whole Linhai. Most people simply can't afford it, let alone think about exchanging it for something else. Lin Feng took a taxi to the entrance of Yahai and paid and got off. "Who is this? He actually wants to exchange something for a car. Don't you know that this is Mr. Shi's business?" Lin Feng entered the sales office and asked curiously, "Mr. Lin, you are here. The person is not here. He is in the office on the 2nd floor. Our sister, Ing, is upstairs." A salesperson told Shi Ing where they were. Lin Feng did not remain stunned and immediately walked towards the 2nd floor. Entering Shi Ying's office, Lin Feng saw a young man sitting there. There was a painting on the table. When seeing this painting, Lin Feng did not show any surprise on his face. He sat in the chair very calmly. "Is this the guest who wants to exchange something for a house?" Lin Feng asked Shering. "That's right." Shering nodded in response. "You're an appraiser, right? Take a good look at it and see if I can exchange this thing for an apartment here." The man gave Lin Feng instructions. In front of Yahai are apartment houses. The price of apartment houses is calculated by square meter, which is tens of thousands of yuan per square meter. Generally, the starting price is 200 square meters, and the price is several million yuan. "Okay, I'll definitely help you take a good look." Lin Feng agreed, picked up the painting, and started looking at it. When the pupil technique was activated, the age of the painting appeared directly in Lin Feng's mind. This painting is by Wen Zhengming, who is also known as one of the 4 great talents like Tang Bohu. The painting is called Ancient Trees and Cold Springs. This painting can be said to be Wen Zhengming's best painting, both in terms of brushwork and drawing. Lin Feng mentioned the owner of the painting and praised the painting at the same time. After hearing this, although Shering didn't know how much the painting cost, she had heard of Wen Zhengming's name. This person is not simple, as he can be mentioned together with Tang Bohu. I didn't expect that although this young gentleman is young, he knows a lot about it. Yes, this painting is indeed a work by Wen Zhengming. Moreover, this was created when Wen Zhengming was 80 years old. It can be said to be a rare work. Not many works of Wen Zhengming have been passed down over the years, but this is one of them. According to the current market value, the price of this painting could reach tens of millions. It shouldn't be difficult to buy another house with it, right? The man asked Lin Feng with a proud smile on his face. Yes, if it is an authentic work, 10 million is too little. It may cost tens of millions. After all, Wen Zhengming is known as one of the 4 great masters. But unfortunately, your painting is not an original, but a replica. The good thing is that the painting is very delicately made. It's very good. I guess you paid tens of thousands of dollars for it, right? Lin Feng asked with a smile. What did you say? Do you understand or not? Just now I thought you understood these things, but now I see you don't understand at all. The man was furious and pointed at Lin Feng and yelled, "Ah, considering your condition, this painting will probably cost you hundreds of thousands." Lin Feng asked with a smile. Hundreds of thousands? I'll give you hundreds of thousands, and you go buy an identical one and let me see it. The man yelled loudly. No way. You spent $1 million on this fake painting? Hey, young man, why don't you have any brains? You just said it yourself. There are very few paintings left by Wen Zhengming. How could you buy an authentic one so easily? Lin Feng shook his head and sighed slightly. It's rare to be deceived by such tricks these days. Do you understand or not? If you don't understand, get out of here right now and stop pretending to be stupid. And you? Do you want to sell the house to me? If you don't want to, forget it. Why bother asking someone to cause this kind of thing here? The man pointed at Lin Feng and yelled, then looked at Shiying beside him and yelled again. Shiying looked at the man's behavior with some doubt on her face. If he was so excited, it proved that the value of this thing must be very high. Lin Feng said that this thing was fake. Could it be that Lin Feng had seen it wrong? But Lin Feng was someone that Grandpa Shi Jian personally chose, and Grandpa had praised Lin Feng so much before, so he shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake, right? Lin Feng, could be that you saw it wrong. Otherwise, should we find someone else to take a look? Ying asked Lin Feng. It is not credible if Lin Feng says it is fake alone. If someone else says it is fake, then it is 100% untrue. This shattered the man's thoughts. No need. No matter who you find to see it, it's not real. But I do have a solution. You can go to other sales offices. They may not have appraisers like me. Maybe you can get what you want from them. Lin Feng smiled and told the man a solution. I think you're clueless. Even if there's a capable person somewhere else, it is impossible for him to say something like you. I tell you, if you don't accept this painting, it will be your own loss. You will definitely regret your decision today. After the man finished speaking, he put away his painting and left the sales office. Watching the man leave, Shiying was a little at a loss. How could she have offended him so much with just a few words? Who will come to buy things from them in the future? Lin Feng, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Is that painting definitely fake? If the painting is worth tens of millions, as you said, the most expensive apartment we have is only tens of millions. We can definitely exchange it with him. Ying asked Lin Feng. No wonder you didn't get into this business. You're not suitable for it. His painting is fake. The reason he came here to exchange the painting for a house is because he lacks confidence. If he had more confidence, he would have sold the painting and come here with the cash to buy a house. Lin Feng taught Shiying. In our line of work, we must never be soft-hearted because if they spend a lot of money to buy a fake thing, they will feel it is not worth it. If this is the case, you will have a lot of things that are not worth it throughout the year. But he didn't look fake at all. Besides, he said he spent $1 million. How could $1 million be fake? Shiying still had some doubts. Chapter 72, let's do this next time. The business of antique appraisal is very complicated. Let alone millions, even tens of millions or hundreds of millions. What can you do? If they want to trick people like us, they can just set up a trap and hold some auction that they have never heard of and sell it directly. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave first. I still have to go to the jade market. Lin Feng looked at Shiying and asked. It was at this moment that Lin Feng realized how Shiying was dressed today. Shiying was wearing a skirt that tightly wrapped around her thighs and buttocks, which was very sexy. And from his current position, he could see something, but it was not that clear. So he directly turned on his pupil technique to check. Shiying's legs were very sexy, straight and white. Looking up, Shiying's lower body was wearing a black lace, translucent inner layer. Although something happened between them that night, Shiying drank too much and fell asleep, so there was not much reaction. If those things could happen between them when they were sober, it would definitely be very comfortable. There's nothing else to do, but you have to remember the jade auction tomorrow. We'll go together then, Shiying reminded. After all, this was Shi Jian's arrangement, and Shiying couldn't refuse. I will definitely go. I'm still not comfortable with what happened before. Look, we have time now, and no one else will come into the office. Why don't we enjoy it here? Lin Feng chuckled and said in Shiying's ear, You bastard, you are looking for death. Shiying cursed and then attacked Lin Feng. Mr. Shi had said before that Shiying had learned Taekwondo, so her movements were still very crisp. She raised her leg and kicked Lin Feng. Lin Feng hugged Shiying's leg and gently stroked it with his right hand. The leg felt very good, smooth and soft. Shiying looked at Lin Feng's actions with a cold expression on her face. She exerted force with her left leg, and her body flew into the air. However, this kick still failed to hit Lin Feng, and Lin Feng once again held her legs, and she supported herself on the ground with her hands. No wonder you didn't want to. Now I understand. You felt that the action that night was inappropriate. You wanted to use the action today, right? It doesn't matter. I'll listen to you. As long as you want to use any move, I'll use it with you. And this move is very good, Lin Feng said with a chuckle. He held Shi Ying's legs, and Shi Ying supported herself on the ground with her hands. At this time, the scenery under Shi Ying's skirt was swept away by Lin Feng. Let me go, let me go, Shi Ying yelled. Women usually say the opposite of what they mean. The more you say you don't want to, the more you want to. I can't let you go. Come on, take 2 steps. Lin Feng reached up with his hands and took 2 steps forward. Seeing this, Shi Ying could only put her hands on the ground and crawl forward a few steps in order to get away from Lin Feng. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Sistering, are you okay? Hearing the noise, Lin Feng let go of his hand. He was worried that someone outside the door would suddenly come in. If someone came in and saw them acting like this, they would definitely think too much. After letting go of Shi Ying, Lin Feng had no intention of giving Shi Ying a chance to speak and walked straight out of the office. When he reached the door, he stopped, turned his head, looked at Shi Ying, and said, "Next time I will definitely use this action to satisfy you." Asshole. Shi Ying cursed, picked up the teacup on the table, and threw it at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng quickly opened the door and closed it, and the teacup hit the door and broke into pieces. He came out of the sales office and walked to the roadside to hail a taxi. But before the taxi stopped, a figure followed from behind. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that it was not someone else, but the man from before. The man had a smile on his face and was holding the painting in his arms. "Little brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you've finally come out." The man greeted Lin Feng with a smile. "What's wrong? Do you want to talk to me about something?" Lin Feng asked back. "Don't worry, little brother. I want to negotiate a deal with you. If it goes through, you can at least get $1 million in reward," the man said with a chuckle. Hearing the man's words, Lin Feng showed a curious expression on his face. He followed the man to a bench nearby and sat down, then asked, "Tell me, how do you make money?" "Little brother, look at how much the manager believes in you just now. This proves that what you say is what it is. It's true that my painting is fake, and I admit that you have a very good eye, but I still want to get a house from here. As long as you go in now and change your story, saying that my painting is real, I can get a house. When the time comes, I can sell it for several million. We can split the money 50-50. What do you say?" The man told his plan. "Your proposal is indeed good. I don't need to do anything and can easily get millions." "It's great." Lin Feng nodded slightly, agreeing with the man's proposal. "Yes, little brother, we are all young people. If we get a few million, we can work less for a long time. Just help add some numbers to your bank card balance. This is a win-win situation for us." The man thought there was a chance to win over Lin Feng, so he continued talking. "I really don't care about millions of dollars, so I can't help you with this. I just told you, if you can't make it here, go somewhere else. I can't control other places." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the roadside. "Little brother, don't be so anxious. I have thought about other places, but the prices there are not as high as here. This is the place I thought of after looking at many places. How about this? To show my sincerity, I'll give you a deposit of 500,000 yuan first. What do you think?" The man held up 5 fingers and said, 500,000? Do you think I would ruin my reputation for your 500,000? And let me tell you something. The person behind this sales office is Shi Jian, the most authoritative appraisal expert in Linhai. Do you think that if you sell this thing to them and exchange it for a new house, Shi Jian will not be able to tell the real thing from the fake? Will he let you go?" Lin Feng reveals the person behind Yahai. When a man heard this, he blinked and stood there in a daze. He had never heard that the person behind Yahai was Shi Jian. If he had known it was Shi Jian, he would definitely not have come here to exchange things. The consequences would be disastrous if he were caught. He didn't stay here for a minute and left directly with the painting. Lin Feng looked at the man's fleeing back with a disdainful smile on his face. But this time Lin Feng had a good idea. The Qin family also had an antique shop. If this person took things to the Qin family to sell, he could make the Qin family spend money to buy fake goods. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng quickened his pace to catch up with the man. "I'm going to tell you about a profitable business. Do you want to listen?" Lin Feng looked at the man and asked, "Little brother, you can't go to the Yahai sales office. After all, it's Mr. Shi's property. If Mr. Shi knows that I did this, I'll be dead." The man had a tense expression on his face. "Well, you have some self-awareness. Don't worry, I won't let you go to Shi Lao's industry. Let's change someone else. You know the Qin family antique shop, right?" Lin Feng asked. Chapter 73, I won't give it to you, even if you give it to a beggar. Yes, the Qin family is a second-rate family in Linhai, and their antique shop has been in Linhai for a long time. The man told what he knew about the Qin family antique shop. That's right. Even though they have been here for a long time, they don't have many good things. If you bring this painting over, they will definitely accept it. I don't want a penny from you. Lin Feng said. Will it work? They run an antique shop. How could they not have an appraiser? What if they find out on the spot that this thing is not real? The man was a little worried. Why weren't you worried about being discovered when you were talking about me in the office just now? Now that I'm asking you to go to the Qin family antique shop, are you worried about being discovered? Just show your attitude just now, and there will be no problem. Lin Feng looked serious. Okay, since you said so, I'll believe you this time. The man agreed to Lin Feng's proposal. Afterwards, they both rushed to the antique shop together. When they arrived, Lin Feng watched at the door while the man went straight into the Qin family antique shop. After entering the store, the man told the other party the purpose of his visit. When the other party heard that he was going to buy something worth millions, he immediately invited the man upstairs. Lin Feng took the opportunity to return to Yang's antique shop to wait for news. Entering the antique shop, Lin Feng saw quite a few customers in the hall. After what happened yesterday, Yang's antique shop had completely established a reputation in this industry. After all, Old Sure had personally inspected the items here, so there would definitely be no problems. Brother Feng, why did you come here in person? Is there anything wrong? Xiao on the first floor saw Lin Feng and asked with a smile. Xiao had sex with Lin Feng again last night. She felt that their relationship had now reached a higher level than that of ordinary friends. Nothing, just come and watch the fun. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Watch the fun? What fun and exciting things can there be here? Xiao didn't quite understand. Lin Feng moved a chair and sat at the door, his eyes fixed on the Qin family antique shop opposite. Xiao was also looking there. She had no idea what interesting show would be there. About half an hour later, a man came out of Qin's antique shop with a smile on his face. He looked around, and finally his eyes stopped at Yang's antique shop. I've already done it. Thanks to you, I made a lot of money. The man smiled and thanked Lin Feng. Just make money. Go ahead, the rest has nothing to do with you. Lin Feng replied. The man turned around and left without thinking too much. When Xiao saw this scene, she still didn't quite understand. Obviously, the other party made money by selling the items, and the Qin family antique shop also got good things. How could this be a good show? Moreover, the item was recommended by Lin Feng. Could it be that Lin Feng has betrayed Yang Shu Yao and joined Qin Yu's side? Brother Feng, what do you mean? I am getting more and more confused. Xiao asked again. You must have the phone number of the relevant department, right? Report them for selling fake goods in the Qin family antique shop, and they will be in big trouble. They dealt with us yesterday, and today is our chance to get revenge. Lin Feng reminded Xiao. Xiao now understood everything. Qin Yu had sent people here to sell things before, but they sold fake goods. Now Lin Feng was using the same method to return the favor to them. Moreover, Lin Feng had seen it before. If the thing was not real, then it was definitely not real. The Qin family would not have any chance of escaping. Without hesitation, she took out her cell phone and made a call. After telling the people from the relevant department the reason, Xiao hung up the phone. In less than half an hour, people from relevant departments arrived and conducted a detailed inspection of the items in the Qin family antique shop. I don't know how the relevant departments investigated it. Anyway, in the end, all the employees of the Qin family antique shop came out. The Qin family shop was directly closed, and the people from the relevant departments also announced here that the Qin family was buying and selling fake goods to deceive everyone. Seeing the result of the Qin family, Xiao showed an excited expression on his face. The Qin family was the biggest competitor of the Yang family. Now that the Qin family was not here, their business would definitely double. Brother Feng, you are so amazing. You are simply my idol. Xiao gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Is that amazing? Don't you know how amazing I am? Lin Feng had a strange expression on his face. But on second thought, it seemed that Xiao really didn't know. After all, every time those things happened with Xiao was drunk. Although he still had a trace of consciousness, his feelings were very different. It seems that I should find time to do those things with Xiao openly, and not take advantage of Xiao when she is drunk. Xiao didn't understand at first, but after thinking about it, she knew what Lin Feng meant. She patted Lin Feng very ambiguously, and her cheeks turned red instantly. Okay, I still have to go to the jewelry store. I won't waste time here. If you have anything, feel free to call me. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Lin Feng left the antique shop. He walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi to leave. As soon as he got in, he saw Qin Yu driving hurriedly to the Qin family antique shop. It was a pity that the seal had already been put up. It was too late to get here now, and he couldn't change any results. At this time, Lin Feng's cell phone started ringing. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After answering the phone, Lin Feng asked, I am Lin Feng, who are you? Li Nana. Your car has been repaired. Where should I take it to? A cold voice came from the receiver. The parking lot of the Jade Market will be fine. I'll be back now. You wait for me in the car. Lin Feng said a location. Li Nana didn't ask any more questions. After hanging up the phone, she drove to the Jade Market. About half an hour later, Lin Feng ran into Li Nana, who had just parked her car here. Li Nana was sitting in the car and was about to get off, but was stopped by Lin Feng. Don't get off, sit there. Li Nana was a little confused, but she still sat in the car. Lin Feng looked around the car and was satisfied only after he made sure that everything had been repaired. He opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. What else do you want to do? Li Nana looked at Lin Feng with an unhappy expression on her face. You're so beautiful. What else can I do with you? Of course I want to do something between a man and a woman. Lin Feng said with a chuckle. You bastard. I would never give it to you, even if I were to give it to a beggar. Li Nana kursa angrili. Really? What do you think your father thinks? Will your father let you give it to the beggar, or will he let you give it to me? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Nana was furious. If Li Jiangguo were allowed to choose, he would definitely choose Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng could help them. Chapter 74, If you are willing, I will help you. What do you want? Your car has been returned to you. What else do you want? Li Nana was furious. Your father is still trying to get me to help your family get good stuff at the Jade auction. If you're willing, I'm willing to do that too. Lin Feng talked about the Jade auction with a smile. Don't even think about it. I will never agree to your request. I've said before that I would never give it to you, even if I were to give you a beggar. After Li Nana finished speaking, she threw down the car keys, opened the door, and got out. Looking at Li Nana's back as she left, Lin Feng started laughing. He put the car keys in his pocket, opened the door, and got out. But just as he got out, a car stopped next to his car. The person who got off the car was none other than Yang Shuyao. When Lin Feng saw Yang Shuyao appear here, his face was dull. Yang Shuyao also looked confused. How did you get out of this car? Whose car is this? And who is that woman? Why did she get out of the car? Yang Shuyao looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression on her face. This is the new car I bought, and that one was delivered to me. What do you think? When my mom is discharged from the hospital, she won't need to take a taxi anymore. Lin Feng didn't think much about it and directly admitted that the car was his. This kind of thing can't be hidden for long. If Yang Shuyao saw it today, she will definitely see it again next time. You can hide it for a day, but you can't hide it for many days, so it's better to say it directly. What did you buy the car? Why didn't you tell me? Yang Shuyao was a little curious. It was yesterday, but the car hasn't arrived yet, so I didn't tell you. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but now that you've seen me, there's no surprise at all. Lin Feng scratched his hair and answered. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Yang Shuyao took a look at the car, then took Lin Feng's arm and walked directly towards the Jade Market. I have some good news for you, too. Let's go in and talk. Yang Shuyao's face was full of excitement. What's going on? Why are you so excited? Are you pregnant? Lin Feng said this, looking down at Yang Shuyao's abdomen. What are you talking about? I don't want to have any of that right now, during my career's ascendancy. It's something else, something about the Qin family. Yang Shuyao slapped Lin Feng and said. Hearing this, Lin Feng knew that this incident must be about the Qin family antique shop being forced to close. Apart from this, there will be no good news about the Qin family. It seems that Yang Shuyao didn't know that he was the one who did all this behind the scenes. If she knew, she would definitely not be so excited. After entering Yang's jewelry store, the two of them went straight upstairs to the office. The sales staff on the first floor all had puzzled expressions on their faces when they saw this. What's going on? Manager Lin and Boss Yang are so close? Could they be a couple? Nonsense. How could Manager Lin be Boss Yang's lover? If so, why would he have looked at us like that downstairs before? Boss Yang is backed by the Yang family, a big family in Linhai. How could they allow Boss Yang to be with an employee like Manager Lin? It's impossible. The salesman began to discuss the relationship between Lin Feng and Yang Shuyao with each other. At this time, Zhou Nana, who came out of the office and wanted to find Lin Feng, heard this and her expression immediately darkened. You don't have to work. Why are you all here whispering to each other? This is a place for work, not a place for you to discuss. Zhou Nana shouted at the salesman in a serious voice. After hearing this, the sales staff didn't dare to say anything more and all stood away. Although they didn't know what Zhou Nana did as a manager here, she was a manager after all, and they were just salespeople so they still had to listen to the manager. Zhou Nana returned to her office and sat on the sofa, feeling extremely angry. Lin Feng's office. You know, the Qin family's antique shop was closed just now. I don't know who reported them. Qin went crazy at the scene, swearing, and finally someone called the police. The nearby police officers came over and took him away. As Yang Shuyao spoke, she took out her cell phone and opened a video for Lin Feng to watch. When Lin Feng saw the scenes in the video, a smile appeared on his face. If he had known it was so exciting, he would not have been in such a hurry to leave and would have just taken a good look in the antique shop. I don't know who did such a good thing. If I find him, I will definitely thank him. Yang Shuyao said, You don't know who it is, but I do. First, tell me how you plan to thank him properly? Lin Feng asked with a little curiosity. You know, is this something you did? Yang Shuyao frowned slightly, with a puzzled expression on her face. First, tell me how you plan to repay me. Then I'll tell you who it is. Lin Feng said with a smile. I said yesterday that I would repay you well, but you were delayed last night because you had something to do and didn't go home. If it's you today, I will repay you on both days. Don't worry, I will definitely make you very satisfied and will never let you down. Yang Shuyao assured confidently. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. I wasn't the main person involved in this matter, but I was the mastermind behind it. The person who called to report it was Xiao He, and I was the one who found the person who sold the fake goods to the Qin family antique shop. This time, even if the Qin family digs deep, they won't be able to find anything related to us. Lin Feng told the story with a smile. Where did you find this person? You must make proper arrangements and never expose us. Yang Shuyao gaffe Lin Feng instructions. Don't worry, the people have probably left Lin Hai by now. You just said you would repay me well. Can you reveal it now? Lin Feng asked curiously. No, since it's a surprise, I have to wait until tonight to let you know. How can it be considered a surprise if I let you know now? Yang Shuyao rejected Lin Feng's words. After hearing what Yang Shuyao said, Lin Feng didn't know what to say. He could only wait until he got home in the evening to see the surprise. In the afternoon, Yang Shuyao sat in the antique shop for a while and then left. Lin Feng came out of the office and sat in the lobby on the first floor to enjoy the sales and customer scenery. At this time, Lin Nana came in from outside. She looked coldly at Lin Feng, who was sitting at the counter and looking at every customer. When Lin Feng saw the door, he didn't see Lin Nana's face, but only saw Lin Nana's figure. When he saw the figure, he felt that she looked familiar. When he looked up and saw Lin Nana's face, he was a little puzzled. What brought you here? Lin Feng asked Lin Nana. My dad wants to talk to you about something. Please come with me. Lin Nana's voice was cold. This doesn't sound like an invitation, but more like an order. This made Lin Feng very unhappy. You said I would go? Who are you? Chapter 75. A glass bracelet. You want to cheat me? Seeing Lin Feng's attitude, Lin Nana felt a little embarrassed. After all, she is a beauty. Although she cannot be considered a peerless beauty, she is much prettier than ordinary girls. She even came over in person to invite Lin Feng, but Lin Feng actually said such words. Who is this woman? Do you want to ask our manager to come over and return this attitude? She's a bit pretty, but that's all. Manager Lin is awesome. The question, who are you, really touched my heart. It's so cool. Some of the sales staff looked down on Lin Nana, while others admired Lin Feng's attitude. Manager Lin, my father Li Jiangguo wants you to come over. Lin Nana's attitude has changed a lot, and her voice has become much gentler. That sounds like an invitation, but I won't go. We don't have any relationship. You even destroyed my car. Although you fixed my car, it doesn't mean there is no problem between us. Unless you're willing to be with me. When Lin Feng said the last sentence, his voice was much lower and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Even though she didn't hear the last few words, Lin Nana knew what Lin Feng meant. She really didn't expect that with so many people present, Lin Feng would dare to say such words. This was completely shameless. Forget it if you don't want to go. After saying that, Lin Nana turned around and left, with no intention of inviting Lin Feng again. Lin Feng didn't say much and continued to sit here admiring the beauty of the guests. At this moment, a bracelet fell to the ground with a snap, and the bracelet broke and scattered all over the ground. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng, as a manager, could not just ignore it. He got up from his chair and walked towards the counter where the table had fallen to the ground. What's going on? Lin Feng asked the salesperson. What happened? You guys were selling the bracelet back to her, and she didn't hold it firmly and dropped it on the ground. Before the salesperson even said a word, the customer directly put all the blame on the salesperson. Hearing the customer say this, Lin Feng looked at the salesperson, waiting for his explanation. He did it on purpose. He just said the bracelet wasn't worth that much and wanted a bargain, but we have fixed prices here and cannot bargain. He was not satisfied and returned the bracelet to me after a few words. As soon as I reached out my hand, he let go and it fell to the ground. Manager Lin, you must take charge of this for me. This matter is really not my fault. The salesperson had a tense expression on his face. This bracelet is made of military jadeite and is of great value. If it were broken into pieces on the ground, the compensation would cost a large sum of money. If she were asked to pay compensation with this money, she would probably have to pay a year's salary. What did you say? It's obviously your own problem, but now you're putting it on me, right? Let me tell you, what you sell in your store is just a glass bracelet. You dare to sell it for hundreds of thousands of dollars. You might as well go and rob it. This bracelet falling on the ground is a warning to your store. Next time it won't be the bracelet, but your sign falling to the ground. After the customer finished speaking, he pulled his female companion and was about to leave. Seeing that they were about to leave, Lin Feng immediately stepped forward and stopped them. The matter has not been resolved yet. You can't just leave like this. What else do you want? Are you trying to defraud me? The man's attitude was very arrogant, and he didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. I won't defraud you. We will compensate you according to the price marked on the bracelet. We have surveillance cameras in our store. We will check the surveillance. If it is our employee's fault, we will bear the consequences ourselves. But if it is your responsibility, please bear all the consequences and don't try to evade responsibility. Lin Feng had a smile on his face, but his tone of voice was very firm. If the customer dared to leave by force, he would definitely take action, and then it would not be a question of compensating for the bracelet. Who the hell are you? I've already told you that this is your own fault, and what you sold was just a glass bracelet. You still want me to compensate you hundreds of thousands? You're a shady shop? How can a piece of glass be worth so much? The man had no intention of paying compensation and started cursing. Everyone, look here. This is the person in charge of this store. Not only does he sell fake goods, but he's also forcing people to buy things. Do you still dare to buy things here? The woman also started shouting, and the people in the store turned their heads to look at them. This looks like an icy jadeite, right? This one is worth a lot of money. This is icy jadeite. This bracelet must be worth at least hundreds of thousands, right? These two people are obviously amateurs. They said it was glass. Now that something has been broken, if there is evidence to prove that they dropped it, then it won't be a matter of hundreds of thousands of dollars. It will be easy to add a number. The customers in the store all looked over here. People who know about jade directly tell the price of the bracelet. When the couple heard this, their faces were filled with shock. They had never imagined that this thing would be so expensive. Now it depends on surveillance. As long as the surveillance proves that it is not their fault, they will not need to pay compensation. Look at the surveillance video. It's your clerk's problem. The man said in a serious voice. Since they can't evade responsibility for the bracelet, then let's look at the place where the item was sold. As long as they can prove that it was the clerk's fault, they don't have to pay compensation. No problem. You guys can ask the security guards to come and block the door. No one, whether our salesperson or our customers, can leave until this matter is resolved. Lin Feng gave orders to the salesperson standing beside him. Then Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and called up the store surveillance. The surveillance was 360 degrees with no blind spots. And the surveillance was not only in these places, but there were also surveillance cameras above and below every counter. This is done to prevent such things from happening, but it has been redundant for so long. I didn't expect to use it today. Lin Feng found the surveillance camera of this counter and the footage just now. The footage was very clear. Let's take a look here first. It's on a big screen, so it's clearer. Lin Feng said this and directly projected the screen of his mobile phone onto the screen in the store. Soon the previous scene appeared, and everyone was looking at the screen. In the picture, the man looked at the bracelet in his hand for a long time, but from the expression on his face, it seemed that they had not reached an agreement on the bracelet and he had to return it to the salesperson. The salesperson reached out to take it, but when the man was still some distance away, he let go of his hand. This footage has proven that you let it go on purpose. Of course, this one doesn't count. There is another location for the picture. Lin Feng found another picture location and projected it onto the screen again. The video shows that the man returned the bracelet to the seller. There is still some distance between the seller's hand and the man's hand, at least 10 centimeters, and the man let go. This further proves that the man did it on purpose. Chapter 76, My Girlfriend, gives you a week as compensation. Okay, you've seen it all clearly, right? This bracelet just fell from your hand. It has nothing to do with the employees in my store. So now you need to take responsibility. I won't cheat you. This bracelet costs 198,000 yuan. so you just need to compensate us for it. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out the POS machine from the side and prepared to swipe the card. What are you talking about? This is just a piece of glass. You want me to pay you 198,000? Why don't you just steal it? Everyone, take a look. This is a black shop. It's a scam. The man turned his head and shouted to other guests. However, the customers had no intention of speaking for them. After all, everyone bought this kind of thing frequently and knew how much it cost. When the woman saw that there was no effect in the store, she walked straight out of the store. When the two of them walked to the door, the security guard stopped them directly. Sorry, you haven't resolved the matter yet, so you can't leave. What hasn't been solved? Everyone come and take a look. There's a shady shop here. They asked us to pay 198,000 yuan for a glass bracelet. Everyone come and take a look. The woman kept shouting outside the door, and soon a large group of people gathered at the entrance of Yang's jewelry store. Some of these people know about this thing, while others are newbies who just come here to take a look and gain some knowledge. What kind of bracelet costs 198,000? You could buy a car with that much money. What a shady shop. After taking the photo, avoid this shop. I know this store. I often buy things here. The things here are all high-end products. 198,000 is very likely. My down payment for a house is less than 198,000 yuan. This is a scam. It must be a scam. Expose it. The people at the door had different opinions. People who understand the market simply don't bother with those who don't understand or know anything. They are here just to watch the fun. Lin Feng also heard what the people at the door said. He calmly picked up the bracelet on the ground and walked out of the store. I believe that some of you who are watching here must understand. This is ice jadeite. You can see if its quality is worth 198,000 yuan. Of course, I don't have much to say to those newbies who don't know me. You will understand more when you get to know me better. Lin Feng said to everyone present. A few people who knew the truth walked forward to check, and after seeing the things, they all felt that 198,000 was not a lot. The scene was divided into two factions. One faction supported Lin Feng and the others, while the other faction pretended to be knowledgeable and acted sarcastic. Lin Feng didn't take those sarcastic remarks seriously at all. They fully accepted any inspection and examination. It was enough as long as they could be cleared of all charges in the end. Pay the money. If you don't, we will have to call the police and then find a professional to conduct an appraisal. You can't get away with the 198,000 yuan. Lin Feng looked at the couple and said with a smile. The couple also knew that this thing might indeed be worth that much, and they didn't know how to refute it for a moment. If we call the police, they won't be able to pay the money and will most likely end up in jail. Manager Lin, right? We're just ordinary people. We don't have that much money. Please give us a discount, and we will compensate you. The man began to speak nicely to Lin Feng. Haha, this thing is already discounted. 198,000 cannot be less than 1 cent. Lin Feng said with a smile. He glanced at the man and then at the woman. The woman had an ordinary appearance, but a great figure. She was wearing a t-shirt and had a very tight chest, with some of her white hair visible. Seeing the woman's figure, Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was much bigger than Yang Shuyao and Zhou Nana. When a man saw that Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the woman, a good idea suddenly came to his mind. How about this, Manager Lin? My girlfriend will let you enjoy her for a week, and we will compensate you with 8,000 yuan. Is that okay with you? The man pulled Lin Feng aside and discussed in a low voice. Give me a week of enjoyment and 8,000 in compensation. What did your girlfriend have made? Gold trim? So expensive. Look at the kind of person you're looking for. If something goes wrong, I will send you away. Lin Feng showed a disdainful expression on his face. 190,000 a week. Even though she has a good figure, she is not worth that much. Besides, he still has Yang Shuyao and Zhou Nana by his side, and those two can't spend as much as 190,000 yuan a week. With a slap, the woman raised her hand and slapped the man in the face. She didn't expect the man to come up with such a solution. They came to see these things because they were about to get married, so they came to order things, but given the current situation, there's no need to get married at all. We're breaking up. From now on, you are you and I am me. After the woman finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. The man became unhappy, walked up to the woman, grabbed her arm, and threw it hard, causing the woman to fall to the ground. With his fall, a lot of his chest was exposed. Lin Feng could see his position very clearly and even saw the dots. He swallowed softly, but didn't say much. If you didn't come here to watch, I would have dropped on the ground, and you wouldn't have had a chance to leave. The man pointed at the woman and started cursing. It was originally about compensation for the bracelet, but now it has turned into a conflict between lovers. Looking at their current actions, it is hard to imagine that they were so loving just now. Lin Feng also understood that neither of them had money to pay compensation, so he didn't waste any more time and called the police directly. Not long after, the police came and learned what happened. They copied the video content and took away the broken bracelet and the couple. With the police showing up, there will definitely be money involved. As for the final outcome of the two men, Lin Feng doesn't care. Okay, everyone stop looking here. I hope everyone will be more careful in the future. It's best not to pick up something you don't understand. Otherwise, you will regret it if something goes wrong. After Lin Feng reminded those newbies, he turned around and went back to the store, but this time he did not sit downstairs but went upstairs to the office. The woman's figure just now was so sexy that Lin Feng would think of that no matter what huge round body he saw, so it would be better for him to go back to the office. Not long after, Lin Feng received a reply from the police. The other party's family paid compensation, but the two broke up. After receiving the transfer, Lin Feng directly transferred the money to the store's account. Thank you, Manager Lin. I am grateful for your help this time. Otherwise, I would have been wronged by them. The salesperson walked up to Lin Feng and thanked him. Do you want to thank me from the bottom of your heart? Or are you just saying it? If you're thanking me from the bottom of your heart, it won't be as simple as just saying it. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the salesperson to ask. This saleswoman has a great figure. When I used my pupil technique to check, I saw that she was wearing a transparent inner garment. I couldn't stand it and reacted immediately. The salesperson blinked and immediately understood what it meant. She walked towards Lin Feng without being stunned. Chapter 77, There is no problem between the three of us. Seeing the salesperson walking towards Lin Feng, she also saw Lin Feng's reaction and swallowed lightly. She had experienced these things before, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to be so big and the tent he set up was so high. In this situation, let alone thanks, she would be willing to give it to her for free. What's more, Lin Feng is the manager, so there will be someone to help him in the future if something happens with the manager. Lin Feng looked at the salesperson's hand. This was the first time he had to do those things with the salesperson in the office, and he was very nervous. Although he had agreed to Xiaojing before, it was Xiaojing's request, after all. This time it was his own request, so it was impossible not to be nervous. Just as the two were about to sit together, there was a knock on the door. The salesperson immediately took a few steps back and stood opposite the desk, and Lin Feng also sat up straight. Enter. Lin Feng took a deep breath, looked towards the door, and said. Soon, the office door opened, and the person who came in was none other than Zhou Nana. Remember, next time something like this happens, be sure to check the surveillance first, and don't be afraid of the customer shirking responsibility. Lin Feng pretended to be serious and gave instructions to the salesperson. I understand. Manager Lin, don't worry. If something like this happens again in the future, I know how to deal with it. The salesperson agreed and left the office. Lin Feng got up from his office chair and walked towards Zhou Nana. When he passed the office door, he locked it. Nana, why did you come here suddenly? What's the matter? Lin Feng hugged Zhou Nana and walked toward the sofa. Those things had happened between them before, so now Lin Feng very consciously put his hand on Zhou Nana's arm. Zhou Nana did not resist, and they both went to the sofa together. I saw what happened just now. You did a good job in helping the store to maintain its reputation and getting the compensation. Zhou Nana praised Lin Feng with an expressionless face. Since you've already praised me, why not just talk about it and take some practical action? After Lin Feng finished speaking, he moved closer to Zhou Nana's cheek. Her figure and appearance are better than the salesperson just now. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to take over the salesperson's job, but now she has fallen into the trap, and Lin Feng will definitely not let her go. Zhou Nana staggered backwards, and Lin Feng chased after her. The next second, Zhou Nana got up from the sofa. Seeing this, Lin Feng showed a puzzled expression on his face. This is an office, not a place for that kind of thing. I hope you'll be more careful next time. After Zhou Nana gave Lin Feng instructions, she turned and left the office. After hearing this, Lin Feng seemed to be thinking deeply. He and Yang Shuyao had done those things here before. Could be that Zhou Nana heard something outside the door? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt that this possibility was very high. He had always wanted to keep it a secret from the two of them, and had always wanted to wait until the right opportunity to tell them. But now it seemed that he could no longer hide it from Zhou Nana. He got up from the sofa and followed her to Zhou Nana's office. Zhou Nana and her colleague's office environment is very quiet. The soundproofing here is very good, and it is isolated from the outside world, so they can't hear any noise outside. Moreover, the employees working here are all good-looking and very capable. He had not taken a good look at it before, but now that he saw it, he suddenly felt itchy in his heart. He even suspected that Yang Shuyao had deliberately found so many beauties here. However, his thoughts were now on Zhou Nana, so he didn't stay here and went directly to Zhou Nana's office. As soon as Lin Feng entered the office, he locked the door. What are you doing? This is an office. Zhou Nana stared at Lin Feng with eyes wide open. We already had that kind of relationship, so what if this is an office? They can't get in, and they can't hear any sound. Are you still worried about being discovered by them? Lin Feng had no fear at all. He directly pulled Zhou Nana and started attacking. Zhou Nana resisted at first, but was soon subdued by Lin Feng. Lin Feng bravely pulled Zhou Nana to the window. The window had been modified so that one could not see inside from the outside, but one could clearly see outside from the inside. The two of them were doing those things by the window, and people outside could not see anything or hear anything. This kind of stimulation made Lin Feng's hormones explode rapidly. It took only an hour before Lin Feng let go of Zhou Nana. Zhou Nana broke free from her restraints and immediately put on her clothes away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are a bastard. You and Yao Yao also have those kinds of relationships. How can I face Yao Yao in the future? If Yao Yao knew about this, would she tolerate you and me? Zhou Nana pointed at Lin Feng and questioned. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid of anything. Besides, you and I are in love with each other, and Yang Shuyao and I are also in love with each other. There is no problem between the three of us. As long as you don't say it, and I don't say it, this matter will never be revealed. Lin Feng said with a smile. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Zhou Nana really couldn't understand what Lin Feng's heart was like. How could he be so strong? How could a normal person have such a strong heart? As the two of them were talking, there was a knock on the door. Nana, are you in the office? It's Yao Yao. You must not let it slip. You must not let Yao Yao know about our relationship. Zhou Nana reminded Lin Feng. Don't worry. Lin Feng agreed confidently. He came to the door, opened it, and asked Yang Shuyao at the door with a smile. Yao Yao, why are you here? Why are you here? Yang Shuyao was a little surprised when she saw Lin Feng. Something happened in the store just now, so I came over to discuss the outcome with Manager Zhou. Didn't you say there was a surprise tonight? Why did you come back so soon? Is there no surprise? Lin Feng showed a curious expression on his face. Fisk, I prepared a surprise for you. Just wait and see. Yang Shuyao entered the office and invited Zhou Nana. Nana, let's have dinner together tonight. Have a meal. Zhou Nana didn't quite understand. Lin Feng's heart trembled. What was going on? Could it be that Yang Shuyao already knew about it? That was impossible. How could Yang Shuyao know about it when she wasn't even here? Or did Yang Shuyao want to convey this surprise through Zhou Nana? Thinking of this, Lin Feng nodded gently to Zhou Nana to indicate his agreement. Of course, let's go to Lin Feng's new house in the evening. Let's go together in the evening. I have something to announce. You must be present for this matter. Yang Shuyao said with a smile. Okay, let's go together after get off work tonight. Zhou Nana agreed without thinking too much. After get off work in the evening, Lin Feng and the other two waited until all other employees had left before leaving. But just as he reached the door, he heard a voice calling from the side. Lin Feng. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng turned his head and saw that it was Lin Nana. Why did this woman come again? She came to invite him in the afternoon, but he had already rejected her clearly. Could it be that Lin Nana didn't understand? Chapter 78 from now on, the three of us will live a good life. Why are you looking for me again? I've already told you very clearly that I have agreed to help Mr. Shi, and it is impossible for me to help your father. Lin Feng showed a look of disgust on his face. Lin Nana has always had a bad attitude towards him, let alone now that she has agreed to help Mr. Shi. Even if he had not agreed to help Mr. Shi, he would not help Li Jianjun. Can I talk to you alone? Lin Nana looked at Yang Shuyao and Zhou Nana. Let's talk alone? What do you want to talk about? Lin Feng was a little curious. Since Lin Nana could say such words, there must be something wrong. If nothing happened, there would be no need for Lin Nana to avoid Yang Shuyao and Zhou Nana. Of course it's what you want. Let them both go out and wait for you first. Lin Nana lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Looking at Lin Nana's attitude, Lin Feng laughed. Lin Nana finally gave in and agreed. This is good news. You guys get in the car and wait for me. I'll drive my car. Lin Feng handed the car keys to Yang Shuyao. Let's drive back first, and you can drive back by yourself after you finish your business. Yang Shuyao said, That's fine. I guess Li Jianjun wants me to help with the jade auction tomorrow. Lin Feng told Lin Nana the reason why she came here to find him. Yang Shuyao and Zhou Nana left without saying anything more. Lin Feng and Lin Nana walked in the opposite direction. They came to an open area and stopped. Tell me, how do you want to agree to what I say? Lin Feng looked at Lin Nana with a curious expression on his face. Once you help our family earn some money tomorrow, I will do those things with you. Lin Nana said, it seems that you still don't intend to talk to me properly. You can see that there are people waiting for me. I don't have time to waste on you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Don't leave. What do you say we should do? Lin Nana asked Lin Feng. She didn't want to either, but Li Jianjun said that their family's position in the jade market was now precarious, and they needed to make money to consolidate their position. If they could have Lin Feng's help, even if it was just a small favor, it would help stabilize their position. Lin Nana was well aware of the seriousness of the matter, so she took the initiative to find Lin Feng to talk about it. I can't help you too much tomorrow. After all, I have to help Mr. Sure. Just do as you said and repay me after tomorrow. Lin Feng talked about tomorrow's auction. He originally wanted to go tonight, but Yang Shuyao said last night that she wanted to repay him, so he didn't go last night, but he had to go today. Otherwise, there will be no reward. I don't have time tonight and can only wait until tomorrow. Okay, it's settled then. Lin Nana agreed with Lin Feng's words. When the two parties were about to separate, Lin Feng leaned close to Lin Nana's ear and whispered softly, I really like your innerwear. After saying that, Lin Feng just left. Lin Nana stood there in a daze. She looked down and didn't reveal anything. How could Lin Feng see it? Could it be that Lin Feng has the ability to see through things? Thinking of this, Lin Nana turned her head to look at Lin Feng's leaving back, with a slightly different look in her eyes. On the other side, Lin Feng drove back home. When he entered the house, he saw that it was decorated very nicely with banners and balloons. What's going on? Whose birthday is it? Lin Feng looked at Yang Shuyao and Zhou Nana and asked, It's not a birthday for us. It's just to celebrate us moving here. I've already told my dad that I'm moving in from today. You won't reject my welcome, will you? Yang Shuyao raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Feng and asked, How can you not be welcome? This is your home, our home. Lin Feng said with a smile. These words were not only said to Yang Shuyao, but also to Zhou Nana. Did you hear me? This is our home. When are you going to move in? We can't be the only ones living here. It's too boring. Yang Shuyao turned her head and looked at Zhou Nana and asked. As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Yang Shuyao, not quite understanding what this meant. Did Yang Shuyao already know about their relationship? Zhou Nana was also shocked. She looked at Lin Feng with questioning eyes. She and Yang Shuyao are good sisters and best friends. If Yang Shuyao knew that she had an affair with Lin Feng, could they continue to be best friends? No need to watch. In fact, I already knew when Lin Feng came to your house that day. I saw that you didn't come to the company that day, so I went there. I didn't expect to see Lin Feng rushing to your house. I followed him and took a look and heard the movement inside. Nana, we're good friends. I still need your help with things in the company. I won't break up with you because of Lin Feng. And I know Lin Feng's abilities very well. I can't control Lin Feng by myself. It's better for you to have a relationship with him than for someone else to have a relationship with him, right? Yang Shuyao revealed that she knew Zhou Nana and Lin Feng were having an affair, as well as her innermost thoughts. At first, she couldn't accept it. She couldn't understand why Zhou Nana, her best friend, would get involved with her boyfriend. But when she thought about Lin Feng's abilities and how popular he was among the salespeople in various stores, she came to terms with it. Yao Yao, please listen to my explanation. I was really feeling unwell that day. Zhou Nana wanted to explain what happened that day, but she was interrupted before she finished speaking. There's no need to explain. I don't take it to heart at all. You just need to remember that from today on, the three of us will live together. That's enough. Looking at Yang Shuyao's expression, Lin Feng knew that Yang Shuyao had really let go and was not being sarcastic. No wonder Yang Shuyao infitet yo nana tonight. Now Lin Feng understood. Yang Shuyao will know about this matter sooner or later, and it is better to know earlier than later. Okay, now that everything has been made clear, there's no need to waste time. From today on, I will definitely treat you two very well. I will definitely not let either of you get hurt. Lin Feng hugged the two of them and walked towards the dining table. There were many dishes on the dining table, all of which were prepared by Yang Shuyao in advance. The three of them sat at the dining table. Yang Shuyao opened a bottle of wine and poured a glass for each of them. Cheers. I wish us a happy move and a happy and quarrel-free life in the future. Yang Shuyao raised her glass and gave a toast. Cheers. Lin Feng followed up. Although Zhou Nana was a little embarrassed, she still picked up the wine glass on the table. The three of them tilted their heads back and drank it in one gulp, then started eating. After eating and drinking, the three of them hugged each other and chatted on the sofa. Zhou Nana apologized to Yang Shuyao, but Yang Shuyao didn't take it to heart at all. What's the point of apologizing? Since we are all family, why don't we get to know each other better? After saying that, Lin Feng stretched out his hands and began to attack the two of them. Chapter 79, Why Don't You Move In With Me? Lin Feng's behavior had some minor plans at the beginning. After all, he had never tried it before. What's more, we just talked about it tonight. It would be so awkward if it happened together. But Lin Feng didn't care about those things at all. His hands kept moving, and after a few minutes, under the influence of alcohol, he began to cooperate. At this moment, Lin Feng felt like an outsider because of that. Looking at this, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and got straight to the point. At first, Lin Feng and the opponent kept wandering around Lin Feng. Afterwards, they kept attacking. Lin Feng looked more and more relaxed, with a smile on his face. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered that he had never seen the color of the spiritual energy in his body, so he directly activated the pupil technique to check. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, Lin Feng's face showed an expression of surprise. No wonder he was able to improve at home last time. Now Lin Feng understands it. It turned out to be yellow spiritual energy, which is one level higher than the red spiritual energy. By absorbing the spiritual energy in the body, the purple yang pupil technique can be rapidly improved. Thinking of this, Lin Feng began to attack frantically, and he turned his head to take a look. After seeing this, Lin Feng showed a shocked expression on his face. The red color had actually begun to turn yellow, and the upper end had already begun to turn yellow. Lin Feng had a suspicion in his mind. It was not just that he absorbed the spiritual energy in his body to improve his purple sun pupil technique. It was also that it was slowly improving when he had that kind of relationship with him. If this is the case, if Lin Feng does it more times in the future, won't he be able to reach the highest level? There are other people too. Can't they all be improved? By then, Lin Feng will have an endless pool of spiritual energy. Thinking that his purple yang pupil technique could be improved unlimitedly in the future, Lin Feng became even more ferocious and began to explore the area. For a moment, the house was filled with spring colors. After being busy for nearly 2 hours, Lin Feng and the others finally lay down on the sofa to rest. I didn't expect you to be so capable and take so long this time. He drew circles on Lin Feng's body with his fingers. After such a long time, he is sobered up. There are many more amazing ones, and they will be even more amazing in the future. Just wait and see. Lin Feng said with a smile. Why did Li Nana come to see you tonight? Could it be that you two have that kind of relationship? Zhou Nana suddenly asked. You think too much. We are innocent now, but I can't guarantee what the future will be like. After all, I am so charming that I might be able to attract her one day. Lin Feng replied. This could be considered as a reminder that there will most likely be another Li Nana in the future. After all, both of them have already agreed on what will happen after the jade auction ends tomorrow. If Li Nana falls in love with that feeling this time, she will definitely not be able to escape it in the future. After chatting for a while, it was around 3 in the morning before they went upstairs to their room to rest. I don't know how long I slept, but Lin Feng was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Shering calling. He answered the phone dazedly and asked, What's the matter? What are you talking about? Today is the day when the jade auction begins. How could you forget such an important thing? Shi Ying's quarreling voice came directly from the telephone receiver. Jade auction? Lin Feng woke up instantly. He looked at the time on his phone, and it was already past 9 o'clock. Yang Shuyao and Zhou Nana on his left and right were still fast asleep. He tiptoed out of the room with his clothes. Okay, I'll go right away. Send me the location. Lin Feng said. I'm at your door. Come down quickly. Shering told where she was. Lin Feng agreed and hung up the phone. He put on his clothes, washed up quickly, and went to the door. Seeing that Shi Ying was indeed here, Lin Feng felt somewhat relieved. He was relieved that Shering did not go in directly. Otherwise, he didn't know what she would think if she saw the three of them lying on the bed in the room. It seems that you and Yang Shuyao are still very happy. You can't even get up in the morning, Shering said with a sneer. At this time, Lin Feng thought about what had happened between them, and Shering could move here, and there would be no problems for them to live together. If you're envious, you can move in today. We're related anyway. Mr. Shi still thinks highly of me. He will definitely not say anything if you move in. Lin Feng asked, What the hell do you want? If I'm going to find someone, I'll find someone who's only related to me. Why would I find a playboy like you? Shering glanced at Lin Feng and answered, Then you don't like me, a playboy? If you don't like me, why did you do those things with me? Why did you force me to drink that night? Could it be that you are the most philandering one? You pull up your pants and don't recognize anyone after doing the thing. Lin Feng joked. Roll. After Shi finished speaking, she didn't say anything else. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the jade auction was held. They got out of the car and walked toward the hotel entrance. Lin Feng saw Li Nana standing there. Only Li Nana was standing here alone. It seemed that Li Jianjun had completely handed Li Nana over to Lin Feng. This is good. After the auction is over, they can go straight upstairs to take care of things without having to go anywhere else. Come on, the three of us will sit together. Lin Feng held Li Nana's hand very consciously. I really didn't realize that you also took her in. Shering saw Lin Feng's actions and said. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her chest, and deep down she felt like something she loved very much was taken away from her. She was very suspicious about why she had such a feeling. Could it be that just that one time, her opinion of Lin Feng really changed? Shering shook her head. She must not think like that. She had to be more normal. The three of them entered the scene together, found 3 empty seats, and sat down directly. I said yesterday that I can't help you too much. After all, I promised Mr. Shi in advance. Lin Feng said to Li Nana. I know. My dad said that as long as the profit is over 5 million, he will be satisfied. Li Nana nodded in agreement and conveyed Li Jiangguo's idea. Lin Feng nodded slightly. It seemed that Li Jiangguo was not a greedy person. He might just pretend not to be greedy in front of Lin Feng, but it was hard to say about him in front of others. Ying, I didn't expect that we would meet here. At this time, excited shouts came from the side. Chapter 80. There are beauties on both sides of me, and they smell good. Hearing the noise, Lin Feng and the other 3 turned their heads to look towards the source of the sound. The person who spoke was not someone else, but Jiang Chun. Last time, Jiang Chun was causing trouble in front of Yang's antique shop, but he didn't get any benefits in the end. I really didn't expect to meet this bastard here today. When Shi saw Jiang Chun, the expression on her face instantly dimmed. Jiang Chun had been pursuing her for a long time, but she had never had a good impression of him. In addition, Jiang Chun had a very bad reputation in Linhai, which made Shi dislike him even more. Kid, who told you to sit here? Get out of here and find somewhere else to sit. Jiang Chun saw Lin Feng sitting next to Shi and rebuked him in a serious voice. Why? I'm sitting here very comfortably, with beauties on both sides, and they smell good. As Lin Feng spoke, he took a deep breath from Shi and Li Nana. Although Shi felt that Lin Feng's behavior was a bit disgusting between Jiang Chun and Lin Feng, she would definitely choose Lin Feng without hesitation. That's right, my boyfriend is sitting next to me, and it's fine. Why should I give up my seat for you? Who the hell are you? As Shi spoke, she directly took Lin Feng's arm. When his arm touched Shi, Lin Feng felt it was very soft. This feeling was so good. Especially now that Jiang Chun is watching from the side, this feeling is even better. You, Ying, he is just a manager of Yang's antique shop. He is not worthy of you. Jiang Chun told Lin Feng his job position. Do I care? We in the Shi family never care about these things. Shi said without any concern. Hearing Shi say this, Jiang Chun's face was filled with anger. He had never expected that Shi would actually like a fool like Lin Feng. He thought Shi just didn't want to be in a relationship, and that was why she had never accepted him. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. Just as he was thinking about it, another person came from behind, and it was none other than Qinyu. What's wrong? Brother Jiang, why don't you find a place to sit? Qinyu asked Jiang Chun with a smile. When he turned his head and saw Lin Feng sitting next to Shi, he immediately understood what was going on. Miss Shi, you have to be careful. This guy has relationships with many women. You'd better be careful not to infect you with any bad diseases. Qinyu reminded Shi. A fake seller is here to participate in the jade auction. How is the selection process done behind the scenes? How can such a person come here? Lin Feng glanced at Qinyu, then asked Shi. Who knows how he got in? Maybe he got in by relying on the status of the Qin family. Next time I really should let Grandpa check it out carefully. Shi sighed and said. Hearing this, Qinyu was so embarrassed that he stopped standing there and pulled Jiang Chun to the front to find a place. After watching the two of them leave, Shi directly let go of Lin Feng's arm. What are you doing? You just told me that I'm your boyfriend. You can't deny it, right? Besides, you already put yourself in the game last time. Can you still back out? Lin Feng leaned close to Shi Ying's earlobe and whispered softly, "You, bastard." Shering cursed and didn't say anything else. Soon, after everyone was seated in their seats, the auctioneer came on stage. She first asked everyone about their well-being and then started today's auction. Soon the first item was brought onto the stage. Jade auctions are different from antique auctions. Jade auctions not only look at the quality of the jade raw materials, but also the carving craftsmanship. Just like the first item put up for auction, it is an ornament of a dragon and phoenix, made of Hetian jade, and the skin of the Hetian jade is used perfectly. Such sculptures can be considered top-notch. How about this? Can I take a picture of it? Shering turned her head and looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Don't be in a hurry. Let's see what price they can offer. If the price they offer is not high, then we can intervene. But if the price they offer is high, there is no need for us to intervene." Lin Feng replied. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Shering curled her lips. She felt that what Lin Feng said was nonsense. She didn't understand why Shi Jian insisted on having Lin Feng follow him. She could do it alone without him. The starting price is 500,000, and the bid will increase by 10,000 each time. The auctioneer dropped the hammer and started asking everyone to bid. A starting price of 500,000? The carving on this thing is indeed nice, but the material is SOSO. Who says it's not? The raw materials don't cost that much. So, can a craftsmanship raise the price so much? If that's the case, I won't do this anymore. I'll go into carving. It's hard to sell for 500,000. Several bosses around put down their signs and had no intention of raising them. But there are still many people holding up signs. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng smiled. You can shoot this, but the profit won't be too high. Lin Feng approached Li Nana and reminded her softly. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Nana directly raised the sign in her hand. By the time it was Li Nana's turn, the price had reached 900,000. When she announced this price, the entire audience stopped bidding and no one started bidding. Seeing the situation, Li Nana felt a little unsure. Suddenly, no one in the audience stopped bidding. Was she going to lose 900,000? After thinking for a few seconds, Li Nana chose to believe Lin Feng. Congratulations to number 26 for successfully getting off to a great start. Our first lot today is a dragon and a phoenix. Next, please ask our etiquette lady to bring up our second item. Everyone knows that if you want to make money in the jade industry, you have to be willing to gamble. The second thing is a rough stone. Our organizer has seen this rough stone. The quality should be good, but we dare not guarantee it. Everyone, please think about it carefully. The starting price is also 500,000, and the price will increase by 10,000 each time. There is no upper limit. The auctioneer dropped the hammer and asked everyone to start bidding. This time, everyone raised their signs. After all, the raw stone was more interesting to them, and the carved ones were not exciting enough for them. How about this? Ing asked Lin Feng. She didn't understand any of this, but with so many people in the audience bidding, she thought this must be a good one. Lin Feng did not reply, but activated his pupil technique to look at the raw stones placed on the table. The outside of the raw stone is very smooth, with only a few small cracks that are not deep, and the cracks reveal green color, which proves that the meat inside is of good quality. But when Lin Feng used the pupil technique to check, he found that there was nothing in there at all. There was only a layer of light green, and then it was all white, and there were also a lot of impurities and black spots in it. No, I can't have this. Let these people bid for it. If you buy this, you will lose money. Lin Feng reminded Ing and Li Nana. Are you sure? So many people are vying for it, and you say this is a loss. Ing was a little unconvinced. Your grandfather asked me to come with you, so you must obey me completely. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for the loss. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Li Nana. Li Nana had never refuted anything and was very obedient. His hand also naturally rested on Li Nana's slender waist. Chapter 81 Jiangchun was put on a stand. Li Nana felt Lin Feng's hand and her body trembled slightly, but she did not struggle. After all, if she wanted to make money this time, she still needed Lin Feng's help. Why don't you refute me? Do you trust me so much? Lin Feng asked Li Nana softly. You said yesterday that you have X-ray vision, but I don't, so I can only trust you. Li Nana replied. Hearing this, Lin Feng laughed. This woman was really smart. It seemed that Li Nana completely believed what he said when they separated yesterday. Your innerwear is very beautiful. This is better. Since Li Nana trusts him, he must not let Li Nana down. What's more important is that if Li Nana makes more money, he can also enjoy better services. Soon, the second piece of raw stone was successfully bought, and the one who bought this piece of raw stone was Jiangchun. Jiang Chen's face was full of pride, and he turned his head to glance at Lin Feng, who was sitting behind him. Lin Feng happened to look at him, and their eyes met. Lin Feng decided to make Jiang Chen pay some price. After the auctioneer said congratulations, the third lot was brought up. This third lot was still a rough stone, but it was much larger than the previous one. Seeing this piece of raw stone, Lin Feng immediately opened his pupil technique to look at it. Half of this raw stone is good, but the other half is not. If the price does not exceed 2 million, he can still make more money, but if it exceeds 2 million, then there is no need. After the auctioneer on the stage announced the starting price and the increment of the rough stone, the audience began to bid. The starting price this time is 700,000, and each bid increase will be 50,000. Jiang Chun, who had just bought a piece of raw stone, was still bidding this time, and Qin Yu was still saying something in his ear. Seeing this, Lin Feng guessed that these two people should be tied together, and they must take this rough stone. 1.5 million. Lin Feng picked up the sign in his hand and shouted out the price. As soon as this price was spoken, Shering, who was standing by, looked at Lin Feng with puzzled eyes. Let him come to help. If he sees something good, he can just bid for it himself without saying that the item cannot be auctioned. Shering was about to raise the sign to bid, but Lin Feng pushed her hand down and asked, "What are you doing?" "Good stuff. Our family wants it too." Shering answered. Lin Feng leaned close to Shiying's ear and whispered a few words. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Shering looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She had never expected that Lin Feng would do such a thing. But as much as she enjoyed being able to make those who annoyed her pay, she couldn't really want to participate. In order to make them believe it more, "I will help you too." Shering raised the sign in her hand. 1,600,000. Qin Yu and Jiang Shun in front were a little confused when they saw their actions. What's going on? Didn't they come together? Why are they bidding at the same time? Qin Yu asked. This thing must be good. So Shering wants it and doesn't want to give it to Lin Feng. We can't stop either. We want the good stuff. If Shering wants it, I won't let her. I want her to beg me. Jiang Chan raised the sign in his hand confidently. 1,800,000. The current bid had directly become 100,000, which made the auctioneer on the stage unable to suppress the smile on his face. After all, the higher the selling price, the higher her salary will be, and she wishes these people could just ask for hundreds of millions. 2 million. If you want to add more, add more. You don't have the strength to add just a little? Then stop. I want it. Lin Feng mentioned the price and mocked Jiang Chen in front of him. Everyone around stopped talking when they heard the price. After all, it would be pointless to spend 2 million to buy a piece of raw stone if the result was not good or just average. You are the manager of a small shop. Why are you pretending? 2.5 million. Jiang Chen shouted. You want to compete with Jiang Chen in this area? You probably don't know Jiang Chen's nickname, right? Jiang Chen is a very talented player, and he will never lose money on the rough stones he sets his eyes on. Qin Yu also praised Jiang Chen, which also meant that he completely believed in Jiang Chen. Really? Then I'll fight you for it. Lin Feng smiled and said, 3 million. The last piece of raw stone was so bad that Jiang Chen bought it at a low price, but he lost all his money. This piece is half good, but the price is too high, so there's no chance of making money. 3 million, number 27, is 3 million. Is there anyone who can exceed 3 million? Everyone, take a good look at this rough stone. It is much better than the previous one. Don't miss out on good things. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. 3 million can't even buy a good house now. But if you can get something good with one cut, you'll become rich overnight. In order to get everyone involved, the auctioneer started brainwashing everyone. Jiang Chan in front hesitated a little and did not raise the sign in his hand. Lin Feng was not at all panicked when he saw this. He believed that a playboy like Jiang Chan would definitely not want to admit defeat, especially in front of so many people. Who is this guy? Is he really just a manager? How dare a manager ask for such a high price? Young Master Jiang is giving up just like that? If this gets out, people will laugh at you. It's not just the young master of the Jiang family. There's also the young master of the Qin family. The two of them are tied together. Everyone started asking questions. Jiang Chun and Qin Yu also heard what everyone said, and Jiang Chen's face was full of anger. Even if I lose money, I'm not afraid. How much can a manager like you afford to lose? 4 million. Jiang Chen stood up and called out a price. I can't afford to lose money. I just yelled to liven things up. Don't cry then, Lin Feng said with a smile. Jiang Chen's heart instantly fell to the bottom. What did this mean? This rough stone is not good. Lin Feng had already seen through it and deliberately let him bid. Auctioneer, is this okay? He's deliberately raising the price. Qin Yu stood up and said to the auctioneer, they didn't hold your hand to bid, and they didn't think you would continue bidding when they bid up to 3 million. If you can't afford to lose, you could just tell them. I will apply to the organizer, but I'm afraid you two won't have a chance to participate in such an event again in the future. The auctioneer looked at the two and asked, do you want to return it? This time, Qin Yu and Jiang Chun were completely trapped. They were unwilling to admit defeat, and the families behind them would never let them admit defeat. No retreat. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and sat on the chair after speaking. The auctioneer didn't say anything more when he saw this. He congratulated them on successfully winning the third item and then moved on to the next item. The fourth item was still a rough stone. Lin Feng directly used his pupil technique to check the rough stone on the table. This rough stone was very good, all green inside. It was stable to make money at this level. This piece can be photographed. Lin Feng said to Shering, are you crazy? Look at what that is. It's full of holes and it's just waste stone. If I take a picture of it, I'll just lose money, right? Although Shering didn't understand, she could tell from the appearance that Lin Feng asked her to buy this thing. Isn't this a loss of money? Chapter 82, anything is okay. This is also okay. But Li Nana, who was sitting next to him, did not remain stunned, but directly raised the number plate in her hand. The appearance of this raw stone is indeed not good, but the interior is very good, just like the raw stone that Lin Feng got from Li Jianjun last time. Li Nana had heard about what Lin Feng had done that time, so this time she took action without any hesitation. If you believe in him, just go ahead and shoot. If this can make money, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Shering was firm in her attitude. Then don't blame me if you miss the opportunity to make money. If Mr. Shi blames you, just say it's because you didn't believe me. Lin Feng warned. I take full responsibility. Shering was firm in her attitude. Because the appearance of this rough stone was not very good, very few people participated in the bidding for it. Qin Yu and Jiang Chun, who were sitting in the front, had learned from their previous experience and did not bid directly this time. They were worried that they would fall into Lin Feng's trap again. But they don't know that this rough stone is really a money-making commodity. Soon, the fourth piece was successfully bought by Li Nana, and the price she got was only over 600,000. According to your idea, there is no need to shoot today. Just stay here with me. Lin Feng reminded Shering. Then let's not shoot. Anyway, our family has never thought of making money from these things. Shering is very arrogant. Lin Feng didn't say anything more and turned to look at Li Nana, who was sitting next to him. If this makes a lot of money, are you going to thank me today? Of course. I remember everything you said yesterday. If the profit can exceed 5 million, I will be with you one more time. Li Nana's voice was firm. Then I'm looking forward to it very much. Lin Feng answered with a chuckle. The next items to be auctioned were ordinary carved handicrafts. These items didn't make much money, so Lin Feng didn't let Li Nana and Shering bid. The auction finally ended at 12 noon. The three of them came out of the hotel together. Li Nana gave the address of the things she took photos of, and the organizers delivered them directly, saving them the trouble of transporting them over. Okay, today's auction is over. Thank you for your help. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Shering turned around and left. Seeing Shering leaving, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He wondered what Shi Ying's expression would be if she knew what was found in that piece of waste stone. Don't worry, let's go to the jade market first and see what that piece of so-called waste stone looks like. I'd love to see the look on your face. Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious and invited Shering anyway. Shering stopped and turned her head to look over. Seeing Li Nana with a smile on her face, she felt very uncomfortable. She must make Lin Feng slap himself in the face today. Let's go, Li Nana. If you lose money today, I'll help you beat him up. Shering said to Li Nana. I believe in Lin Feng. Li Nana replied. This made Shering not know how to start the conversation. The three of them drove towards the jade market, and when they arrived, they went directly to Li's shop in the middle square. The organizer just happened to deliver the stuff over. Let's open this first. Lin Feng pointed at the rough stone on the ground with holes in it and said, Why is there such a piece? When Li Jiangguo saw the raw stone, a curious expression appeared on his face. Although Lin Feng had the ability to cut out a good piece before, it does not mean that all such raw stones are good. Although we cannot say that the others are all good ones when they are opened accurately, at least they will not be the same as this one. If this one cannot be opened into a good one, it will just be a piece of waste stone. Look, Boss Li doesn't believe you. Who would believe you if you said you could make money with this rough stone? Shering laughed. I believe that this area that Lin Feng is interested in can definitely make money, but it's just a matter of how much. Li Nana's voice was firm. I think you really fell into Lin Feng's trap. Shering sighed and shook her head slightly. This is pretty good. There's a customer who wants this. How much did you pay for it? Li Jianwu aska Li Nana. 900,000. Li Nana replied. That's not bad, and I can make money. Li Jianguo showed a satisfied expression on his face. Soon the cutting machine was pulled over and many people came to watch. How can you mine such waste rock? Boss Li, do you have no good stuff left? What waste stone? This is what Miss Li bought at an auction. You bid this at an auction? I think you guys are really crazy. Boss Li, I'll do the math for you in the future. It won't be like this for sure. People around started laughing. They were originally very much looking forward to it, but now seeing that it was waste stone, everyone lost their expectations and turned away. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but there was a smile on his face. Shering also had a smile on her face, but she had already seen the result of this thing, and she was waiting to laugh at Lin Feng. Li Nana clenched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands. She trusted Lin Feng so much, so there must not be any problems. In just 5 minutes, the cutting machine cut through the raw stone. After the raw stone was separated and Li Jianguo saw what was inside, an expression of excitement immediately appeared on his face. He was the first to rush forward and picked up the raw stone on the ground. Okay, Imperial Green, that's great. Lin Feng, no Mr. Lin, thank you. Our family really made a profit this time. Li Jianguo looked at Lin Feng and addressed him as Mr. Lin. Lin Feng smiled lightly and didn't say much. He turned his head to look at Shering beside him. Shering had just said that if she could get something good, she would do anything. I'll admit defeat. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. Just book a room and wait for me tonight. Lin Feng said with a smile in Shi Ying's ear. What did you say? When did I promise you this? Shering stared at Lin Feng and asked. Whatever you say is fine. This is certainly fine. Are you willing to gamble and refuse to admit defeat? If this gets out, your reputation as the eldest daughter of the Shi family will be ruined. Lin Feng crossed his arms across his chest with a proud expression on his face. Okay, Lin Feng, wait for me. After Shi Ying finished speaking, she turned and left. When walking out, Shi Ying was very angry. This Lin Feng was a bastard and a hooligan. But on second thought, he really regretted not listening to Lin Feng at that time. He didn't expect Lin Feng's eyes were so good and his vision was so accurate. Boss Li, don't be so excited. Tell me how much this rough stone is worth first. I still have something to discuss with your daughter. Lin Feng said to Li Jianguo. The price could be at least 30 million or even higher. Li Jianguo told the price of this rough stone. Hearing the price Li Jianguo said, Lin Feng turned his head to look at Li Nana. If it is 5 million per time, then it is once at the beginning and 30 million is 6 times. Li Nana needs to have 7 conversations with Lin Feng before the problem can be solved. 7 times, not 1 less, keep your word. Lin Feng reminded Li Nana in her ear.